A millennium ago, Sukuna coldly declared, I shall capture that audacious little fiend who dares to commit fraud and tear him apart. A millennium later, Sukuna remarked, tearing clothes is still tearing, so don't move recklessly. DK Wugue anxiously protested, am I a pervert? How could I possibly like men? DK Wugue, calm down, indeed I am a pervert. Suguru Geto Omega, no need to feel sorry, just join in. Rimen. Don't fixate on whether I am male or female, smiley face. Chapter 1. Blueberry Yogurt. In the outskirts, the forest was shrouded in darkness. The moon hanging above was missing a fragment. Beneath several indistinguishable corpses, fresh crimson blood stained the earth, while the distinctive cool breeze of a summer night swept through, rendering the air eerily silent. Tiske, they die so easily, worthless insects. Having effortlessly dealt with the ineffectual sorcerers, Sukuna couldn't be bothered to glance back, instead pocketing his hands and slowly stepping into the shadows of the woods. At that moment, an unusual distortion occurred in the space behind him. Sukuna sensed something amiss and turned his gaze, only to see a person suddenly materialize amidst the corpses. A white-haired youth appearing remarkably young, clad in a blue kimono adorned with cloud patterns, his heterochromatic eyes filled with astonishment. After a few seconds, as if realizing he was impolitely standing atop someone else's corpse, the white-haired boy blinked and hurriedly sidestepped, bowing apologetically at a pile of bodies with a deep 90-degree bow. What a ridiculous fellow. Another sorcerer foolishly attempting to take his life? Sukuna's right index finger aligned with his other fingers, and with a leisurely flick, he unleashed a formidable slash aimed squarely at the youth. He then prepared to turn away, lacking even the desire to look back. However, the anticipated sound of flesh and bone being ruthlessly cleaved did not manifest. Instead, his strike seemed to be deflected by some invisible barrier, leaving the white-haired youth unscathed. Please refrain from attacking while others are quietly praying for the dead. You startled me. Sukuna heard the white-haired youth speak, his tone remarkably calm, exhibiting no trace of fear regarding the assault. The youth even had the audacity to turn around, his mismatched eyes locking onto Sukuna's, his expression momentarily puzzled. Who are you? Oh, am I being jested with? After a second bout of silence, Sukuna finally scoffed, I never expected there to be an admirable individual among this heap of useless sorcerers. Emerging from the shadows, a dangerous smile curled at the corners of his mouth, but it matters little, for I shall soon take your life. Just having crossed into the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, Tanjiro Hara wondered. Sorting through his chaotic thoughts, he inhaled deeply, hastily querying in his mind, what have you brought me into this time? Host, haha, this is the Jujutsu realm from 1,000 years ago, and the one before you is the king of curses, Sukuna. Oh. Tanjiro Hara momentarily processed this revelation. Exasperated, I arrive only to confront Sukuna? After such a long wait, is this really my turn? The system promptly clarified, no, you cannot kill him. Sukuna must survive. Tanjiro Hara felt numb. Oh, so every world's boss is untouchable. Indeed, it appears you have grasped the pattern. Oh. In the brief moment of communication with the system, Sukuna launched another attack as anticipated. The fierce slash carved a deep trench into the ground, the force of the air disrupting the environment as Tanjiro Hara reacted swiftly, leaping aside. Meanwhile, the dismembered remains of the corpses scattered further, the stench of blood intensifying. He maintained a calm demeanor as he observed Sukuna across from him. Sukuna was likewise scrutinizing him, surprised by his ability to dodge and evade, his reflexes prompting a flicker of intrigue within Sukuna as if struck by a thought. Sukuna's lips curled into a smirk laced with interest as he stepped forth from the shadows. Interesting, amidst a pile of worthless beings, one emerges who is somewhat presentable. But do not solely rely on defense. Employ your curse techniques against me. If you satisfy me, I shall ensure your remains are left relatively intact. Under the dim moonlight, Tanjiro Hara beheld Sukuna's full-formed a tall figure, a striking face adorned with two pairs of menacing red eyes, radiating a condescending superiority, clad in an elegant white kimono that belied his brutal nature. His body etched with peculiar tattoos. What's there to stare at? What do 4 eyes matter? He had encountered beings with 6 eyes before. The unconventional tattoos were hardly unfamiliar. Thus, these elements failed to instill fear. Instead, he felt an odd sense of familiarity. Tanjiro Hara rubbed his forehead. Thankfully, Kokushibo and Akaza were absent. He was momentarily disoriented, feeling as though he had stepped into an alternate reality. Little brat. Seeing the boy remain unresponsive for a while, Sukuna called out irritably, Did you not hear my words? I instructed you to attack me. This way I can help you, little brat, fully comprehend what it means to be utterly overpowered, to understand the futility of an ant attempting to shake a tree, or a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The more Sukuna spoke, the more his smile radiated an unfathomable peril. Evidently, Tanjiro Hara absorbed the system's warning, harboring no intention of engaging Sukuna in combat. He tilted his head, scrutinizing the taunting Sukuna, and remarked appreciatively, You must excel in your cultural studies. Sukuna. This was the third time. Even a Buddha would be hard-pressed to restrain his anger. Chapter 2. Exhausted, he found a seat for himself. In a fleeting moment, the shadow of Sun Yao vanished from the spot he had just occupied. Beneath the nebulous, silvery moonlight, Sun Yao leapt into the air, delightfully observing the white-haired sorcerer below as he glanced left and right, only to abruptly lift his gaze to lock onto him. However, it was too late to evade. As Sun Yao descended, he heavily landed upon the white-haired sorcerer, causing the ground to implode beneath them, raising a cloud of dust and sending cracks sprawling like a spider's web. 2 seconds later, Sun Yao leisurely bent his legs and sat down atop the sorcerer's lower back. He cast a glance at the figure sprawled on the ground, seemingly unresponsive. Had those defenses he employed been mere one-time spells? A nonchalant expression washed over Sun Yao's face as he propped his chin on one hand, his gaze drifting off to the distance. Utterly mundane. He had anticipated a modicum of amusement, yet was met with such a lackluster display. If one grew weary from standing, they ought to seek a seat themselves. What compelled them to rush over and occupy his? Just then, a somewhat muffled voice reached his ears. It belonged to the white-haired sorcerer, whom he had presumed to be unconscious. Sun Yao. Ah, so you are still conscious. Yusuji Tamahisa, forced into the dirt, attempted to struggle, but the weight of this blueberry yogurt was akin to that of a semi-trailer. Were it not for his desire to feign submission and avoid drawing Sun Yao's attention, he would not be in such a predicament. However, he was aware that his masquerade should not cost him his life. Unbeknownst to him, his futile act of pretense was far more conspicuous in Sun Yao's eyes than the pile of dismembered sorcerers nearby. Sun Yao found himself somewhat amused by this diminutive figure beneath him. The fact that he could still speak with a semblance of composure marginally pleased Sun Yao, yet his struggles were far too exaggerated. He ought to be more honest. Sun Yao's languid voice paused briefly as he extended a hand with blackened nails and, in a swift motion, severed Yusuji Tamahisa's left forearm with precision. In an instant, Tamahisa felt the chilling rush of blood gushing from his left side, staining his pristine garments crimson. His eyes widened in shock. Sun Yao regarded him with an air of leisure, a palpable mockery glimmering in his gaze. Have you been rendered speechless? To remain silent is indeed a disappointing display. Sun Yao's crimson eyes shifted back to the front, filled with disinterest as he awaited the moment the sorcerer could no longer endure the excruciating pain and cried out. Perhaps he would even beg for mercy, only for Sun Yao to find him bothersome and end his life. However, after a considerable wait, none of Sun Yao's imagined scenarios materialized. Instead, he discovered that the white-haired sorcerer had vanished without a trace. Were it not for the blood left behind and the severed limb, he might have doubted the reality of the situation. What kind of spell enabled such an escape? Sun Yao pondered, deeming that the sorcerer had been fortunate this time. Yet, should their paths cross again, he would be met with misfortune. Subsequently, after a long day of exertion, Sun Yao meticulously selected and only retrieved the intact half of Yusuji Tamahisa's arm to take back to his abode, his late-night snack. Upon his return, Lime was poised to greet his returning master when he suddenly witnessed Sun Yao casually toss an object in his direction. Lime, not daring to be negligent, caught it with both hands and upon inspection, was taken aback. Was this all there was? Had Sun Yao's appetite waned, leading to a loss of appetite? As Sun Yao's most devoted servant, Lime felt a pang of anxiety and promptly reflected on what might have gone amiss in his culinary skills. He hurriedly took the severed arm to process it, intent on improvement. Before long, having washed away the blood, Lime gazed at this fresh ingredient, momentarily mesmerized. The hand was quite exquisite, with fair skin, slightly larger than a woman's, yet undeniably masculine, with long fingers that bore little flesh. Moreover, was it due to heightened muscle tone that the middle finger stubbornly remained elevated? It seemed impossible to suppress. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yusuji Tamahisa sat in the ink spirit realm, lost in thought. Uncertain of which part Sun Yao might choose to maim next, he had retreated into this realm. He felt no pain in his arm, for the sensation had been swiftly muted by the ink spirit's powers. Otherwise, he could not have maintained such calmness in Sun Yao's presence. Thanks to regenerative healing, the wound was mended. Considering the likelihood of encountering Sun Yao again, he opted not to regenerate his severed arm, lest he attract attention, though he doubted that Sun Yao would remember a mere insect he had encountered only once. For now, he would merely assume the role of Yonghua, exploring this world. Before long, the air outside shimmered with a disturbance, and Yusuji Tamahisa emerged from the alternate dimension, landing steadily on the ground. The sky had yet to brighten, and he found himself still within the woods. Sun Yao had departed. The scent of blood lingered heavily in the air. Tamahisa scanned his surroundings, suddenly noticing a shadow writhing in the distance. The massive silhouette approached at an alarming speed, akin to a train racing along its tracks, reaching him in the blink of an eye. What a colossal maggot! Yasuji Tamahisa gazed up in astonishment. No, in this context, it should be referred to as a cursed spirit. The grotesquely hideous cursed spirit gaped its abyssal maw wide at him. Thank you for your patience, Lord Sunyao. After meticulous and devoted preparation, Lime reverently presented a pot before Sunyao. He lifted the lid and stepped back, clearly unwilling to intrude upon Sunyao's dining experience. Sunyao, reclining leisurely, propped his eyelids open and glanced into the pot, his expression momentarily halting. Lime immediately bowed. I beg your pardon for the surplus. Sunyao, no. I find it quite satisfactory. Chapter 3. The Source of Cursed Power. Lime had not processed the severed arm. To him, the finger seemed a tad unruly, particularly the oddly raised middle finger, which made him feel uncomfortable, as if he were being offended by an unseen force. He feared that presenting it would simultaneously offend Lord Sunyao. He wondered if Lord Sunyao had noticed that gesture when he brought back the severed arm. Or perhaps it was precisely because that oblivious individual had used such a gesture to offend Lord Sunyao that he was met with his demise. Regardless of the truth, after careful consideration, Lime took the liberty of replacing it with other provisions. Sunyao, of course, noticed the difference in ingredients. Yet, he could not muster the energy to care, for the flavor was indeed to his liking. After a few bites, Sunyao naturally reclined to rest. Although the sorcerers who had sought him out today were all dead, he nearly forgot that one had managed to escape. However, given the reckless behavior of those sorcerers, who flew towards their demise like moths to a flame, it was merely a matter of time before that escaped one met the same fate. He was in no rush to tidy up. On the contrary, he found himself intrigued by the sorcerer's spell. What manner of enchantment had allowed that individual to block his strike, while remaining stationary? TSK, could he not have trained with more diligence, employing his spells more frequently for Sunyao to observe? To be so frightened by the loss of a hand that he vanished without a trace, truly, how cowardly. With this thought, Sunyao could not help but express a hint of disdain. Rimen quietly tidied up the aftermath, and then, with great thoughtfulness, prepared a bath for Sukuna. After all, it is more beneficial for an adult to unwind in a warm bath after dealing with troublesome adversaries in the evening. Lord Sukuna, the bath is ready, Rimen announced. Upon hearing the voice, Sukuna slowly sat up. However, instead of promptly rising, he cryptically remarked, Today, I let a sorcerer go. What? Rimen exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. In the past, Sukuna had ruthlessly eliminated every sorcerer that crossed his path without leaving any survivors, let alone allowing one to escape. Sukuna languidly continued, to be precise, he managed to escape from my grasp by some means. Rimen's heart jolted once more. Could there truly exist someone capable of evading Lord Sukuna? The hand I brought back belongs to him, Sukuna nonchalantly added, and that sorcerer seemed rather peculiar in my eyes. His defensive techniques, extraordinary physical prowess, and... Upon hearing this, Rimen decisively stated, I will find out who he is at once. As Sukuna's sole subordinate, Rimen was not only a masterful cook, but also possessed a keen insight into the subtleties of human behavior, and thus he resolved immediately. Yet he quickly bowed in apology. I am sorry for interrupting your conversation. Sukuna dismissed the triviality with a nod. Proceed with your inquiry. Rimen hesitated. May I be so bold as to inquire about his appearance? Sukuna's description was succinct. Male with white hair, aside from the color of his eyes. He bears a striking resemblance to you. Rimen ground his teeth in contemplation, his emotions becoming complex. It appeared that this individual shared a similar type to him. However, there was no cause for alarm. After all, not everyone could easily remain in the presence of Lord Sukuna. Thus Rimen assured him earnestly, rest assured. I will bring him to you. He could discern Sukuna's mild interest in the white-haired sorcerer, understanding that for now, it would be prudent not to eliminate him, but rather to present him to Sukuna in hopes of pleasing his lord. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, a resounding crash echoed as a heavy object fell to the ground, causing the writhing cursed spirit to come to a complete standstill. Its body, resembling a mushy tomato, began to swell until, with a loud bang, it exploded, showering the area with an unknown liquid. The quick-thinking Kamishiro Narumi, who had managed to evade the blast, observed his hands. Well, one hand as his left hand had yet to be restored. I sense a peculiar power emanating from within me, he realized. It was this very force that had penetrated the cursed spirit's body, causing it to disintegrate. After a moment of reflection, he marveled. Is this what they refer to as cursed energy? The system excitedly responded, indeed. My host remains as astute as ever. Wait, what? Kamashiro's expression turned to one of further astonishment. He had traversed various worlds, not being born in this one. How had he suddenly acquired cursed energy? The system explained, you see. This is what we call automatic world setting completion, my host. However, that is not the main point. Aren't you curious about how your cursed energy came to be? Feeling the system's palpable anticipation, Kamashiro responded, oh, how did it manifest? He vaguely recalled that cursed energy primarily stemmed from negative human emotions. How could he have accumulated so much negativity in such a short span? That was impossible. He was a bright and cheerful boy. Then he heard the system hastily declare, you were just used as a stool by the old man and ruthlessly had your hand severed. The resentment that erupted in that moment could have slain 10 evil sword immortals. Kamashiro was left speechless. The system added, and those evil sword immortals were all crushed to death. Thus, it was clear where his cursed energy originated. The system continued with enthusiasm, moreover, your body contains chakra. And the ninjutsu learned from the world of Naruto can be utilized independently without conflict. Is that so? Kamashiro pondered for a moment, instinctively attempting to form the hand signs for a transformation technique. Suddenly realizing his left hand had yet to be restored, he refrained from attempting such a feat, and obediently used a regeneration technique to regrow his left hand. Then he transformed. He became a woman. Although his facial features remained largely unchanged, his striking white hair morphed into familiar long black locks. Remembering how he had been exposed while cross-dressing to deceive Kabutsuji Musen due to his flat chest, he made sure to accentuate his female characteristics this time. His grayish-white left eye changed to match the blue of his right, making him appear more like an ordinary person. The system watched in bewilderment. Host, why did you transform into a woman? Because I heard Lord Sukuna has a penchant for women and children. Are you offering yourself to him? Absolutely not. It's merely to facilitate a closer approach, and to make my face more familiar. After all, if I were to present myself in my original form, wouldn't that invite trouble? With the transformation complete, Kamashiro flexed his wrist and turned to walk deeper into the forest. I am hungry. I should find something to eat first. As for cursed energy and techniques, I can study them after I've filled my stomach. Moreover, was Sukuna considering him a sorcerer? No wonder, upon his appearance, Sukuna had attacked him and insisted he use techniques against him. Rimen wandered nearby, the breeze carrying with it traces of curses and an undeniable scent of blood. That must be where Lord Sukuna had taken action. He approached that direction, hoping to uncover some clues. Just then Rimen spotted someone slowly approaching from ahead, a tall woman with black hair. Instantly he became alert. Chapter 4. Usurping your position. Rimen observed quietly, noting that the beautiful woman had blood splattered on her half-sleeve, and her blue kimono was dusted with grime, suggesting a recent skirmish. Was this the sorcerer that Lord Sukuna had mentioned? No, the various characteristics did not match at all. Neither her hair color nor her gender aligned with Sukuna's description. Unless Sukuna had completely reversed his perceptions, mistaking black for white and female for male. As this thought crossed his mind, Rimen quickly dismissed it internally. He could not think such disrespectful thoughts about Lord Sukuna. There was no way he could be mistaken. Therefore, this must be a sorcerer who had arrived later. Perfect. He would resolve this issue on behalf of Lord Sukuna, preventing these individuals from banding together to bother him further. Having just transformed moments earlier, Kamashiro was equally surprised that someone would appear in this desolate place at such an hour. Noticing Rimen's intense scrutiny, he furrowed his brow. What's this? Looking for a fight? Sure enough, in the next moment, Rimen launched an attack. Countless shards of ice surged toward Kamashiro, encasing his body in a frosty prison, leaving only his black head exposed. A sharp, icy spear pointed directly at his forehead. Rimen's tone was as calm as still water, yet filled with a chilling intent. Have you seen a white-haired sorcerer with a severed hand? Kamashiro's heart sank. They were indeed here for him. Unable to help himself, he scrutinized Rimen's appearance and skills, quickly recognizing him. Oh, this is the servant of Suku. But why is Rimen out looking for him in the dead of night? Is it an order from Suku? Surely not. Just because he escaped, the master has taken note of him? Are you mute? Rimen's eyes flashed with displeasure. Could you possibly move aside a bit? Yusuji Narumi spoke earnestly, attempting to prove he was not mute. His brow tingled from her pointed finger. Rimen had never encountered such an eccentric sorcerer. Even when facing death, he still fixated on trivial details. Answer my question, he said coldly. Yusuji Narumi frowned, his tone calm. I know who that type of sorcerer is. I have indeed seen him. Rimen's voice deepened. Where? He is right here. Yusuji Narumi acknowledged that what he spoke was the unvarnished truth, leaving it to Rimen to believe or not. After hearing this, Rimen swiftly turned to survey the surroundings. Yet, apart from the rustling wind and the cold moonlight, there was no one else present. Upon reflection, Rimen assumed the peculiar woman before him must be referring to him, as they both shared white hair. Are you deliberately mocking me? Rimen erupted with anger. The icy shards around him seemed to sense their master's agitation, emanating an even more chilling aura, especially the sharp ice extending from Rimen's fingertips, nearly piercing Yusuji Narumi's eyes. Suddenly, a flicker of torchlight ignited on the opposite side of the woods, accompanied by frantic voices. Over here. Hurry. My heavens, they've all perished. Quickly check for any suspicious traces. Realizing someone was approaching, Rimen understood it was unwise to linger. Fearing the woman before him might cry out for help, he adopted an impassive expression and, without a second thought, pinched her chin and stuffed his fingers into her mouth. The ice that sprouted from his fingertips quickly sealed her lips. The sudden stimulation to her throat made Yusuji Narumi feel as though his scalp had exploded. He could neither vomit nor breathe, feeling as helpless as a dying old goat. Rimen, however, showed no mercy. Yusuji Narumi silently endured the unexpected icy gag. Realizing Rimen was raising a hand to strike him unconscious, and promptly complied by closing his eyes. He was then roughly hoisted over Rimen's shoulder, and with a flash, the two vanished from sight. After a jarring journey, Rimen returned him to his dwelling. Yusuji Narumi quietly opened his eyes to find himself in a grand, spacious mansion, so devoid of life that it felt eerily desolate. Much like the stagnant pond in the courtyard overgrown with duckweed, exuding an inexplicable, sinister atmosphere. Suku is resting, disturb him, and I shall kill you. After ruthlessly tossing him into a room resembling a freezer, Rimen issued a warning, bound his limbs, and then closed the door behind him. Yusuji Narumi quickly surveyed his surroundings, forced into a prolonged silence, as he discovered numerous corpses, those of women and children alike, each one frozen by Rimen's ice magic. What rendered him mute was the sight of a severed hand defiantly raised with a middle finger. Good grief! Wasn't this akin to stepping into someone's food storage freezer? The entire scene was so ghastly it defied description. Early the next morning, Rimen arrived to open the door, intending to bring the sole living person inside before Suku to plead for mercy. Yet upon pushing the door open, Rimen blinked in confusion, momentarily questioning if he had entered the wrong room, for the frozen corpses were nowhere to be seen, including that strange black-haired woman. Sensing something amiss, Rimen's expression turned icy as he began searching for her. Ultimately, he found her on a small hill outside the mansion. Upon seeing the rows of freshly buried graves, Rimen slowly formed a question mark. Why did this person take it upon herself to bury the ingredients prepared for Lord Suku? How did she manage to escape her bindings and accomplish all this in silence? Rimen could not fathom it. He only knew that this woman was far from as weak as she appeared. Who on earth are you? Rimen could no longer contain his frustration and stepped forward, fixing his gaze on the person silently mourning ahead, ready to strike. Yusuji Narumi slowly turned around, offering a soft smile, effortlessly spinning a lie. As you can see, I am an ineffectual sorcerer without a home. But rest assured, I am not here to kill Lord Suku. I know that is an utterly impossible task. Rimen scoffed. Your self-awareness is indeed a rarity among sorcerers. Yusuji Narumi tilted his head. Is that so? Thank you for your compliment, Lord Rimen. Rimen's forehead throbbed with anger, a vein bulging. I was belittling you. Yusuji Narumi, however, remained unfazed, brushing the dirt off his hands and casually approaching Rimen. Let us have a contest, shall we? Lord Rimen? If you lose to me, how about I take your place? The sudden shift in topic caught Rimen off guard, and he immediately reacted, his expression darkening. Especially infuriating was the nonchalance in Yusuji Narumi's tone. Who does he think he is? Does he believe he can easily triumph over me as a sorcerer? To even contemplate taking my place to serve Lord Suku is sheer folly. Anger enveloped Rimen's eyes. Don't think I'll go easy on you just because you're a woman. Yusuji Narumi waved his hand dismissively. No worries. You may treat me as a man. Unleash your full strength. This statement was a blatant provocation. Rimen inhaled deeply, unable to contain himself any longer, as his palms crystallized with an ethereal blue power. When Suku heard the commotion outside, he strolled over with his hands tucked into his sleeves, only to find his sole servant engaged in combat with a black-haired woman. Previously, there had been no shortage of sorcerers seeking demise, and under his discretion, Rimen's capabilities were more than sufficient to handle them. Yet this time, after watching for a moment, Suku realized Rimen was not gaining the upper hand. Most of Rimen's attacks were evaded, proving ineffective. The young Rimen visibly displayed a hint of urgency. Are you only capable of dodging? Lost in concentration. He hadn't even noticed Suku had arrived, watching the battle for quite some time. Rimen stepped back. Suku suddenly commanded. Chapter 5. Put in more effort to learn. Before Rimen could react, Suku moved like a shadow, replacing Rimen in the fray. Understanding that his master was eager to face an opponent of merit, Rimen wisely withdrew. Suku's fists, enveloped in sorcery, were delivered with an effortless grace, yet each blow carried a devastating force. Rimen watched impassively, fully confident in the outcome of this confrontation. Suku's speed surpassed his own by leagues. The black-haired woman seemed unable to evade, taking a solid punch that sent her flying several meters before crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of debris. Without a moment's hesitation, Rimen prepared to collect the body. After all, the ingredients he had prepared for Lord Suku had been destroyed by this woman, so it was only fitting she should take responsibility for the aftermath. Yet, just as Rimen took a step forward, he was taken aback to see, as the dust settled, a figure rising. The black-haired woman not only survived but sat up as if nothing had happened. Rimen was astonished. Suku was somewhat surprised as well. At this moment, as Sukuna took a closer look, he realized that the woman in the distance bore a striking resemblance to someone familiar, her attire echoing that of the individual from the previous night. It was just that there were slight discrepancies. Siblings, perhaps? Yushima Naruhiko was oblivious to Sukuna's contemplations. He dusted off himself. Yet before he could discern clearly, a shadow loomed over him. Sukuna halted at a close distance, looking down from a height. Without waiting for a reaction, he instantly raised his hand, unleashing a strike imbued with cursed energy, descending from above. Just as it seemed poised to cleave him in two, a transparent shield materialized to intercept the blow. Seemingly affirming his suspicions, Sukuna curled his lips into a smirk. Commendable self-defense capabilities. However, as a sorcerer, your utterly non-offensive techniques are nothing short of worthless. Believing oneself to be formidable, yet merely capable of enduring blows. With such a one-dimensional approach to defense, he lost all interest in further engagement. Having finished his dull mockery, Sukuna scoffed, turning to depart. Unexpectedly, in the next instant, a bold hand grasped his wide sleeve. Simultaneously, a voice rang out, stating that from the outset, there had been no intention to confront him. Thus the studied techniques posed no threat. Sukuna paused in his tracks, tilting his head to gaze at the woman before him, whose beautiful azure eyes were filled with sincerity. Do not offend my master. Rimen rushed over. Upon seeing this, Sukuna's sleeve was immediately released. A flicker of irritation crossed his brow. He felt inexplicably slighted. Quite displeased. Are you implying that if you had studied offensive techniques, it would have posed a risk to me? Yushima Naruhiko. When did he ever say that? Clearly, he was merely paying a compliment to express loyalty. Before he could voice his thoughts on how the King of Curses had a penchant for overthinking, Sukuna suddenly crouched down in front of him. At the moment their eyes met, Sukuna displayed a cruel smile, saying, "Very well. I shall grant you the opportunity to study. Let us set the time frame to 6 months. After that, I shall assess your growth in strength. Do put in the effort to learn." Yushima Naruhiko looked utterly bewildered, and he was not alone. Rimen, who had rushed over, was equally perplexed. However, Sukuna showed no intention of elaborating further, appearing to act solely on impulse, indulging whimsically. "Rimen, take her inside." "As you command." Shortly thereafter, when Yushima Naruhiko was led into a pristine room by Rimen, he blinked in disbelief. Was it really that simple to gain entry? Rimen. Did Lord Sukuna intend for me to stay? Rimen's expression was devoid of warmth. Did you not hear the master instruct you to study new offensive techniques? Take this seriously. Despite the reprimand in Rimen's eyes, Yushima Naruhiko was merely a walking corpse. For 6 months hence, this audacious woman would undoubtedly meet her demise at Lord Sukuna's hands. For now, tolerating her for half a year seemed the only option. Just as that thought crossed his mind, Rimen noticed a shadow looming before him, the other party gazing at him earnestly. "Rimen, may I borrow a piece of your clothing?" Rimen frowned and coldly declined. How could a man's attire possibly suit a woman? Yushima Naruhiko, undeterred by such trivialities, had seemingly forgotten her current identity as a woman. After being refused, she sprawled out on the floor, lying in an unrefined manner. To Rimen, the pose was exceedingly unbecoming. Thus, with a mixture of disdain and warning, he admonished, "Let me tell you, since you are temporarily remaining by Lord Sukuna's side, refrain from unnecessary actions. Should I discover otherwise?" Yes. As if oblivious to the menace in his tone, Yushima Naruhiko lazily acquiesced, her response dripping with nonchalance. Rimen's expression darkened. Just as he was about to deliver another reprimand, Yushima Naruhiko suddenly sat cross-legged, gazing up at him. By the way, our duel was interrupted by Lord Sunua, and we have yet to determine a victor. Mentioning this matter irked Lime, and he replied with a stoic expression. Do you truly believe your evasive skills could surpass mine? Haha, perhaps I was overly boastful. Do not take offense. The adaptable Yushima Naruhiko began to ingratiate herself, smiling at Lime, then rising to her feet. However, in order for me to survive 6 months hence, I shall entrust the subsequent matters to you, Lord Lime. Lime sensed something amiss and asked with a rigid expression, what exactly are you entrusting to me? I implore you to teach me techniques that can effectively strike Lord Sunua. Yushima Naruhiko approached, extending her hand amicably to grasp Lime's. You would wish for me to please our master as well, wouldn't you? Lime's gaze gradually fell, and upon realizing his hand was being held, a flicker of exasperation flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, Yushima Naruhiko felt a chill. Her hands were ruthlessly encased in ice, effectively capturing her. I have no obligation to instruct you. Lime withdrew his hand from the icy shards with indifference. This is your own affair. Is that so? Yushima Naruhiko displayed a contemplative expression. If that is the case, I'll simply have to pay a visit to Lord Sunua. Lime. He had never encountered someone so fervently seeking their own demise. Enraged, he clenched his fists and took a deep breath, growling, Do not disturb the master. Remain here and wait. With that, Lime stormed off, returning shortly with a book, which he tossed to Yushima Naruhiko. Study this. If you have questions, come ask me. Yushima Naruhiko caught the book and casually flipped through a few pages. Lime, having fulfilled his duty, made to leave. Before departing, he glanced back at the one seemingly captivated by the book's content. The material within was obscure and complex. Unless one was a prodigious talent, the average person would require several days to comprehend it fully. Even if studied, mastering it in 6 months was utterly implausible, for techniques were not so easily grasped. Some individuals, aside from their innate abilities, might never learn new techniques throughout their lives. During midday, Lime circled back, intending to see if that individual was struggling with the book's content. However, upon opening the door, he found her peacefully resting with her head on the low table. Fast asleep. Hadn't he instructed her to be more attentive? How dare she sleep? With a darkened expression, Lime was about to explode when he caught sight of Sunua's figure appearing. Chapter 6: A Plaything. Lime immediately bent in a respectful bow to Sunu, intending to seize the opportunity to report about that unambitious individual. Yet, as he parted his lips, a languid voice interrupted. Lord Lime, here and here. I do not quite comprehend. Could you guide me? Lime froze, his neck stiffening as he turned to look. He met the gaze of Yushima Naruhiko, who had just been slumbering but now sat upright, eagerly seeking knowledge. This individual, who had just been dozing, how could she suddenly appear so earnest? Suanua's crimson eyes cast a casual glance, his gaze seemingly laced with appreciation. Quite the diligent one, aren't you? Lime gritted his teeth in silence. What diligence? Lord Suanua, do not be deceived by this woman. Soon, Suanua spoke with a mocking tone. Continue to apply yourself diligently, if only to delay your inevitable transformation into refuse. Though to me, the difference is negligible. It's merely a matter of time before your opponent succumbs to exhaustion. In summary, this woman, aside from her modest proficiency in defensive techniques, bears little distinction from those practitioners of magic. At most, she would endure a few more blows. Thus spoke Sunua, as he leisurely tucked his hands into his sleeves and strode away. The ample fabric of his female kimono not only failed to impart any semblance of femininity, but rather exuded an unmistakable aura of dominance, accentuated by the large butterfly knot tied at his back, which strangely conveyed a hint of elegance. Rimen could not help but clench his fists, internally agreeing wholeheartedly with Sunua's assertion. Well said, my lord. Within the confines of the room, Yusuji Naritaka remained unfazed by Sunua's sardonic encouragement. He set aside his book, rising to his feet, his countenance radiating the joy of a devoted admirer. Lord Sunua, yet before he could finish his sentence, Rimen extended a hand, unceremoniously blocking him from exiting the room. No disturbing the lord until you have achieved notable results in your training. Yusuji Naritaka tilted his head, perplexed. Why does your excellency use such an odd term as disturbing? Lord Sunua is not a woman. I doubt he would mind. Rimen closed his eyes, stifling his irritation, a vein throbbing at his temple. Are you so eager to shorten your life to half a year? Is that your haste to court death? Yusuji Naritaka blinked innocently. How could it be just half a year? My mother calculated my fortune, claiming I shall live to 100. Your mother deceived you. Rimen replied, his tone laced with a chilling undertone. At this juncture, his fingers began to itch, driven by an overwhelming urge to strike. He had thought this fellow would possess some discernment, yet upon hearing that remark he instead noticed the other's gaze momentarily blank, followed by a low chuckle. "What are you laughing at?" Limei's tone grew colder. Yusuji Naritaka inquired. "Does your excellency enjoy table tennis?" Limei, bewildered, responded, "What is that?" Yusuji Naritaka sighed. Disappointment evident. "It seems you are unaware." As he spoke, Limei's annoyance grew. At that moment, Yusuji Naritaka audaciously patted Limei on the shoulder, a faint smile gracing his face. "It's all right. I will accompany you to play in the future." Limei stood frozen, taken aback. After a lengthy pause, he finally dismissed Yusuji Naritaka's hand with a cold expression. To his surprise, he had not been met with a frosty reception. Regaining his composure, he found Limei had turned away in silence, walking in a different direction. "Your Excellency, you have yet to instruct me." Yusuji Naritaka instinctively sought to follow, only to discover that his feet were immobile. Upon looking down, he blinked in confusion. "Oh, so it seems I am frozen in place." System. To engage in such lengthy discourse with others, my host, you truly possess talent. Yusuji Naritaka replied calmly, "You wouldn't understand. This is how to cultivate good relationships." The system retorted skeptically. "Then why did you just laugh at him?" "I did not laugh at him. I merely found his words reminiscent of an old acquaintance named Ito, as her mother had deceived her since childhood." Excessive. When Limei returned, Yusuji Naritaka had long since thawed his frozen feet and resumed his seat. After perusing a book for some time, he felt a twinge of hunger. Just as he prepared to venture out in search of sustenance, a white kimono adorned with blue patterns descended from above, landing perfectly atop his head. As his vision plunged into darkness, he heard Limei calmly instruct him, "One must not appear disheveled before the Lord. Go wash yourself and change out of those tattered garments." Yusuji Naritaka swiftly removed the kimono from his head, glancing at it before narrowing his eyes in amusement. Limei's face darkened at his laughter. Before Limei could express his displeasure, Yusuji Naritaka remarked, "So? Your Excellency is the type who appears cold on the outside, but is warm within." He deftly shook out the fabric, clearly pleased with its style and color. Curiously, he inquired, "But Your Excellency, did you not claim to lack spare clothes for me? Where did this come from? It appears to be covered in dirt." Limei replied expressionlessly, "It was just unearthed from a grave." Yusuji Naritaka's hand trembled at the implication. "So, it was removed from the body of a woman he had buried?" It seems the notion of Limei being warm-hearted was premature. He mused, "Well, I believe my own attire could be washed and mended for further wear." Yusuji Naritaka knelt to fold the clothing neatly, adding, "Additionally, I would like to request permission to step outside." Seeing him reject the clothing offered, Limei observed quietly, saying nothing until he heard Yusuji Naritaka express his desire to leave. "Do you think you are on holiday here? You must understand that you are merely a plaything temporarily kept by Lord Tsunuwa." Yusuji Naritaka shook his head. "Do not use such ambiguous terminology." He confidently carried the neatly folded garments toward the exit, unperturbed by Limei's icy gaze. "If you believe I will resort to underhanded tactics, perhaps you should join me?" Limei had no interest in accompanying him. However, considering he had yet to locate the sorcerer with the severed arm, perhaps this individual might possess some knowledge. So he chose to follow. Thereafter, Limei watched as Yusuji Naritaka burned the garments by the grave before darting into the woods to catch a wild rabbit. "Your Excellency, look at this white rabbit. Its eyes are red. Does it not resemble Lord Tsunuwa's eyes?" "Not at all," Limei replied. Yusuji Naritaka stroked the rabbit's fur. "I find it rather adorable. Yes, let us keep it." Limei frowned, perplexed. "Why catch it if you do not intend to eat it? What a waste of effort." "There are alternatives." Yusuji Naritaka indicated a distant river, suggesting it held fish and shrimp. Limei was left speechless. He simply watched Yusuji Naritaka cradle the rabbit. As he observed, a sudden heaviness settled in his heart, for this rabbit appeared more akin to a domesticated pet than a wild creature. Just then, the rabbit turned its head and met Limei's gaze, prompting him to feel a surge of ominous energy emanating from it. Chapter 7. The rabbit shatters into ice. Limei swiftly reached out, roughly seizing the rabbit by its ears, and before Yusuji Naritaka could react, he flung the creature into the air. A chilling frost instantaneously enveloped the rabbit's body, freezing it solid, and with a crisp shattering sound, it was reduced to fragments, raining down like small beads of ice. Yusuji Naritaka exclaimed, "If I am not allowed to keep it, why the outburst?" He had no fondness for rabbit ice shards. However, as he finished his complaint, he sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. He furrowed his brow, turning to Limei. "Your Excellency, do not move," Limei warned in a hushed tone. rising to his feet as he beheld 7 or 8 rabbits converging from all directions, their eyes glinting with frost. These rabbits possessed a striking uniformity, white fur and red eyes. They gazed up at them, and beneath their seemingly innocent exterior, their demeanor transformed into something ghastly. Their fur bristled like needles, emitting a sharp, discordant cacophony, and most disturbingly, their red eyes morphed into a menacingly captivating shade of purple. Yusuji Naritaka's expression darkened. Indeed, these were the shikigami of a sorcerer, and there were quite a number of them. The rabbits maintained their stance, refraining from launching an attack. Disturbed by their cries, Rimen immediately prepared to retaliate, intent on freezing these rabbits into ice sculptures as he had done before. However, as his cursed energy began to coalesce in his palm, he felt an agonizing grip around his heart, as if it were being mercilessly squeezed, causing the energy to dissipate. What is happening? Why can I not cast my technique? Do not force the use of cursed energy. Nishimoto Narukami ascended to support the astonished Rimen, for it seemed as though you were under some form of control. If that boundary is crossed, my lord Rimen, you would suffer a backlash. According to Nishimoto Narukami, the gazes of these rabbits possess formidable control abilities. Rimen, skeptical, turned and inquired, then why are you not under their influence? I too have been affected. Nishimoto Narukami indicated the purple aura enveloping them both. I simply chose not to wield my cursed energy. Thus I remain unscathed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Rimen inhaled deeply, only to hear Nishimoto Narukami suggest, in this passive predicament, it would be prudent for me to escort you away, my lord Rimen. Instantly Rimen's brow furrowed, his gaze filled with disdain for Nishimoto Narukami. He forcefully shrugged off Nishimoto Narukami's grasp, defiantly attempting to gather cursed energy once more. As the sole attendant of the dual-faced Shikigami, Rimen's prowess far surpassed that of ordinary sorcerers, and he naturally was undeterred. With an overwhelming surge of cursed energy, the ground rapidly erupted with white frost, the expanding icy surface slithering after the rabbits like serpents, suddenly unleashing a multitude of ice shards that encapsulated all the rabbits in an unyielding embrace. Rimen coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body swaying unsteadily. See, ignoring the wisdom of the elders will cost you dearly, Nishimoto Narukami quipped as he steadied him. Rimen shot a cold glance at him, just as a swarm of sorcerers, approximately 20 in number, emerged from the surroundings, armed with an array of cursed tools and weapons. They encircled them menacingly, their eyes filled with malice directed at both Nishimoto Narukami and Rimen. The portly sorcerer at the forefront laughed heartily, deriding Rimen. Is this the extent of the skills possessed by the servants of the dual-faced Shikigami? To be ensnared by mere cunning rabbits, and foolishly inflict harm upon oneself with cursed energy? Hearing the contemptuous taunts from the corpulent sorcerer, Rimen's expression darkened, the indignation palpable. What do you mean by extent? His voice deepened, just as the frozen rabbits began to shatter one by one. Witnessing this, the portly sorcerer's demeanor shifted dramatically. Seizing the moment before the rabbits transformed into shards of ice, he hastily dismissed the summoning, salvaging whatever he could. Whereas the dual-faced Shikigami, the sorcerers demanded of Rimen, pressing for information about its whereabouts. Of course, Rimen remained silent, not out of fear for their intent to harm his master, but rather to prevent them from disturbing her tranquility. As they persisted in their demands, Rimen, his expression impassive, retorted, "Who do you think you're up against?" Infuriated by his defiance, the agitated sorcerers resolved to teach Rimen a lesson. Suddenly, in their line of sight, a dark-haired woman effortlessly hoisted the injured Rimen onto her shoulder, and turned to flee without uttering a word. The sorcerers exchanged glances, quickly realizing the situation and hurriedly pursued the pair. "Why are you running?" Rimen exclaimed, incensed. Nishimoto Narukami feigned innocence. "I sincerely apologize, my lord Rimen. Have you forgotten that I am only proficient in defensive techniques? I cannot contend with so many sorcerers." As Rimen was about to retort that this did not imply his inability, he was jolted by the movement, coughing violently, the metallic taste of blood flooding his mouth. Hearing this, Nishimoto Narukami continued to run, deliberately elongating his tone. "Do not overexert yourself. Though fleeing may be disgraceful, it is indeed pragmatic." Each word ignited Rimen's fury further, compounded by the indignity of being carried so effortlessly by a woman. Is this fellow truly a woman? Just then, a swift sorcerer caught up, gritting his teeth as he summoned cursed energy to unleash an attack, attempting to halt Nishimoto Narukami's escape. However, they found that every assault was thwarted by a barrier. While the sorcerers were left in disbelief, Nishimoto Narukami took the opportunity to seek Rimen's approval. "How about it, my lord Rimen? Do you not feel a sense of security?" Rimen, however, offered him no semblance of gratitude, stating, You cannot withstand even a single strike from my master. Though he voiced this, Rimen was acutely aware that the barrier had indeed held firm. He had witnessed it. Yet, he firmly believed that it would falter against the amplified cursed energy of the Shikigami. Contemplating this, Rimen, now somewhat recovered, calmly stated, "Put me down." To his surprise, Nishimoto Narukami earnestly refused. "No, carrying you is swifter than helping you walk, Rimen." Amidst their exchange, the sorcerer's relentless attacks continued to rain down. Unsure of how long Nishimoto Narukami's barrier could withstand such onslaughts, Rimen resolved to end this swiftly. Suddenly, the sorcerers froze, their expressions stiffening. There it is. The dual-faced Shikigami. Nishimoto Narukami turned to see the figure of the Shikigami on the opposite side. Its gaze swept over the surroundings, landing on the sight of Rimen being carried by Nishimoto Narukami. Even the usually indifferent king of curses paused momentarily, intrigued. What a lively scene, he mused, raising an eyebrow. No sooner had he spoken than the sorcerers, sensing an opportunity, hastily gathered their strength and turned to launch their assault on the Shikigami. Facing the onslaught of cursed attacks, the Shikigami effortlessly evaded, a disdainful smirk gracing its lips. Watch closely, this is what an offensive technique looks like. Its nonchalant words seemed to mock the sorcerers, suggesting their efforts were childish play, while simultaneously instructing the defensively inept Nishimoto Narukami to observe closely. The Shikigami raised a hand, conjuring a blazing inferno between its palms, the orange flames rapidly coalescing into a massive bow. With a mere nudge, it unleashed a devastating attack that obliterated the lives of every sorcerer in an instant. They emitted a brief, agonized cry before being reduced to a heap of charred ashes. Witnessing the Shikigami's unfaltering gaze as it dispatched so many with such ease, Nishimoto Narukami stood dumbfounded, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Just then, the Shikigami's crimson eyes fell upon him. He quickly composed his expression, adopting an appearance of reverence and admiration. "Your technique is truly flawless, my lord Shikigami," he added, although there is a slight flaw. The mere suggestion of a flaw caused Rimen to tense up. Perched atop a pile of ashes, the Shikigami remained unfazed, its crimson gaze unwavering. Propped on its chin in an air of superiority, "What flaw?" Nishimoto Narukami, sincere in his response, remarked, "The area of effect is too vast. The nearby trees have caught fire." As he spoke, he hastily set Rimen down. "My lord Rimen, please extinguish the flames. It would be unfortunate if they spread to our residence." Rimen speechless. "After all this, you are concerned about that?" The Shikigami's gaze faltered momentarily. Why does this woman's tone seem so familiar? Chapter 8. A flourishing return. Ever since yesterday's escape, when he had hoisted Rimen onto his shoulder and publicly showcased his prowess, Nishimoto Narukami felt a subtle shift in Rimen's demeanor towards him. For yesterday, he had no name and was merely addressed by Rimen as you. That woman, your existence. Now he found himself queried for his name. This was Chapter 8. And witnessing the question finally posed to him, Nishimoto Narukami looked at Rimen innocently, a radiant smile gracing his features. "Just call me Narukami, my lord Rimen." "Do not jest with me," Rimen shot back, tossing a rabbit at him. Ushimachi Naritaka cast his gaze down upon the gray-furred hair, long since rendered lifeless. It appeared that Rimen was still brooding over the ambush orchestrated by the sorcerer's Shikigami the previous day, harboring considerable resentment. Thus, this unfortunate rabbit had become the object of his ire? As he pondered this, Rimen fixed his gaze on him and inquired, "Can you cook?" Ushimachi Naritaka fell into a peculiar silence before nodding honestly. "I can manage the culinary methods of the living, but not those of the underworld." Rimen responded with a raised brow, clearly perturbed. Understanding that he was alluding to the preparation of women and children for Sukuna, Rimen's expression turned frosty as he retorted, "With your skills, you are hardly qualified to oversee Lord Sukuna's meals." "That's splendid," Ushimachi Naritaka blurted out. Rimen immediately regarded him with skepticism, prompting him to sigh. What a pity. Thereafter, Rimen left him to his own devices, confident that he could manage his meals independently. Ushimachi settled in comfortably, occasionally pestering Rimen, who, exasperated, would freeze him into a solid block. Yet Naritaka would still wear a grin as his head peeked out. "Lord Rimen, may I regale you with a joke?" "Be silent." Rimen had no desire to listen. However, Ushimachi tilted his head and remarked, "Have you not noticed that if you reverse your name and consider my predicament, it forms a word?" Rimen shot him a cold glance. As his gaze met the innocuous features of Ushimachi, his mind involuntarily began to unravel what that could be. Yet, after several seconds of contemplation yielded no answer, Rimen's expression grew even more frigid. Noticing his silence, Ushimachi raised an eyebrow and casually continued, "The answer is mainly frozen people." "Did you guess correctly?" Upon the conclusion of his words, an unusual silence enveloped the air. Ashimachi, upon lifting his gaze, found Lime staring at him with an intensity that seemed to convey a desire not only to freeze him but to end his life. In the next instant, Lime retaliated with an attack. The frozen surface crackled loudly, yet the trapped individual did not shatter into pieces. Instead, as the ice gradually fell away, he leisurely brushed off the remnants from his clothing. Lord Lime, your temper is quite formidable, but you have unwittingly inspired me with a new technique. Lime frowned, his expression dripping with condescension. And you, a woman who understands nothing, wish to create your own technique? Ashimachi blinked, and what of it? Lime deemed him to be indulging in fanciful thoughts. Ultimately, Lime disregarded his words. Ashimachi did not expect Lime to believe him. He was merely jesting, finding amusement in Lime's irritation. As for Sukuna, he remained indifferent. Sukuna, in turn, was equally unconcerned with him, perhaps even unaware of his name. Under Lime's watchful eye, he found it challenging to even catch a glimpse of Sukuna. No matter, it was far more crucial to venture out and become acquainted with the control of cursed energy. That night, while everyone else slumbered, he left a female doppelganger within the residence and, reverting to his original form, stealthily slipped out. The vast, dense forest was devoid of any cursed spirits. Yet, the silence was unnerving. As Ashimachi wandered, he suddenly sensed an intensely palpable and malicious gaze upon him. It felt akin to an invisible giant hand crushing his throat. Each pore on his body reacted instinctively, erupting with goosebumps in response to the encroaching malevolence. What is that? Ashimachi turned to look, and before his vision could focus, a towering shadow descended upon him. In an instant, it was upon him, so close that he could distinctly discern the defined musculature of its abdomen, the cavernous mouth, and the enigmatic black markings that spanned its chest. Who dares to roam naked in the night? He mused, lifting his gaze to meet Sukuna's crimson eyes, which regarded him with the disdainful perspective of a giant surveying an ant. At that moment, Sukuna, for reasons unknown, had transformed into his true form, possessing 2 faces and 4 robust arms. The left and right faces bore stark differences, creating an oddly discordant appearance. Yet due to his immense size, these features appeared strikingly formidable rather than grotesque. Upon realizing he was confronting the dual-faced Sukuna, Ashimachi's vision darkened. Before he could react, Sukuna pressed his white head down with a single hand, and with tremendous force, he was slammed against the ground. Without permission, you shall not raise your head. How vexing. You little brat, he thought, just as he had during their initial encounter, when he was once more forced to taste the dust. He struggled. The reverted Sukuna seemed heavier than before, and frustration bubbled within him. I told you not to charge at me haphazardly. Do you think I wish to look up at you? Sukuna, unfazed by Ashimachi's discontent, maintained his grip, his crimson gaze fixated on the unscathed left arm of his captive. Interesting, he mused. In these recent days, no sorcerers have dared to trouble me, and I was beginning to grow weary. Lime has sought no information on this white-haired sorcerer, assuming he is too frightened to show himself. Yet here you are, brazenly appearing in this forest once more, having learned nothing from our previous encounter. Sukuna raised a hand to adjust his slicked-back hair, his long dark nails nearly grazing Ashimachi's exposed neck. His grin was reminiscent of amusement, yet his tone carried an air of indifference, the malice in his gaze swelling like an ocean. Let me witness your true capabilities. If you attempt to flee again with your peculiar tricks, I shall. At that moment, Sukuna abruptly halted his speech, and Ashimachi felt the pressure on his head ease. He was still grappling with the fact that Sukuna remembered him so vividly when he suddenly noticed numerous cursed spirits emerging in the vicinity. Each one appeared grotesque and bizarre. In stark contrast to Sukuna's languid demeanor, these abominable entities trembled in sheer terror, quaking as if they were about to disintegrate. One particularly dim-witted creature, with its enormous head tilted in curiosity, took a step forward, only to be effortlessly obliterated by Sukuna's hand. They seem quite eager for a feast, Sukuna remarked. Ashimachi's heart sank, fearing Sukuna intended to cast him into the throng of curses. However, Sukuna's tone dripped with disdain as he added, now that I have you pinned, they dare not move. Come, little brat. Sukuna slowly rose, beckoning him with a finger. Show me your full strength. Should I find your performance satisfactory, I shall eliminate them all for you. But if you choose to flee, they will immediately swarm the villagers and slaughter them. Upon hearing this, Ashimachi's eyes widened in surprise, struggling to comprehend Sukuna's logic. Nevertheless, recognizing that Sukuna, with his dual faces, acted on whims of life and death, he complied and stood up. Sukuna loomed above him, cutting through the pleasantries, suddenly closing the distance. Chapter 9. Please leave a good review for the accompanying pill. A punch narrowly grazed Ushimachi's face, and he reacted swiftly to evade it. Yet before he could catch his breath, Sukuna charged again. Each punch, enveloped in cursed energy, struck with agility and explosive force, igniting bursts of white sparks in the air. All of his attacks were effortlessly deflected by a transparent, unyielding shield, yielding no effect whatsoever. The presence of Sukuna was hardly surprising. He recognized this fellow's defensive technique, which struck him as somewhat familiar. It dawned on him that the woman in the residence also possessed similar abilities. It was evident that these two individuals were indeed connected in some manner. However, Sukuna was disinterested in delving deeper, as he found himself in a state of inexplicable exhilaration. It had been quite some time since anyone had withstood his onslaught. Those who had previously sought to vanquish him had either been reduced to mere fragments, or had become lifeless corpses beneath his feet. Without exception, they were simply too weak, so feeble that he preferred to end the confrontation with a single strike rather than prolonging the encounter. Now at last, a challenger of slightly greater strength had emerged, and Sukuna wished to savor the experience a while longer. Thus he refrained from exerting himself fully, his expression and gaze exuding an air of leisure. Yet, the confidence and arrogance underlying his nonchalance were impossible to conceal. Sukuna's towering figure moved with remarkable agility, his punches lacking the intent to kill, resembling more the playful demeanor of someone toying with a kitten, each movement imbued with a delightfully indulgent enjoyment, all while maintaining an elegant allure. Realizing that Sukuna had yet to unleash his full power, Yusuji was remarkably composed, displaying little emotional fluctuation and no trace of panic. If the Lord wished to play, he would indulge him. With no viable escape, as the cursed spirits lurked nearby, he needed to devise a solution. To further amuse the King of Curses, he deliberately lowered his defenses and engaged Sukuna in a pure contest of physical prowess. However, he somewhat overestimated his own physical resilience. In an instant, the searing pain akin to flames jolted his nerves, and the skin on his arm split open, blood oozing forth. Fortunately, the numbing sensation and regenerative power allowed him to merely furrow his brow at first. Yet Sukuna, with his 4 keen eyes, swiftly noticed the change in his condition. A flicker of surprise passed through his crimson gaze as he paused, raising an eyebrow. At that moment his expression sharpened with focus. Quite impressive, he mused. Tonight's surprises were abundant. Put forth more effort, and perhaps I shall become enamored with you. Yusuji replied, please speak normally, O King of Curses. Without delving further into Sukuna's demeanor, he cautiously looked around, suddenly pinpointing a direction, vanishing in an instant and dashing forth. The cursed spirits, rendered immobile by Sukuna's presence, were taken aback by his sudden assault. Before they could react, one by one, they collapsed to the ground, observing Yusuji abandon him to strike down the useless cursed spirits. Sukuna's lips twitched, his gaze becoming complex, a blend of irritation at being overlooked and an icy ferocity emanating from his red eyes. Slay them all, and the villagers shall not find safety because of it. You cannot prevent their future emergence. Seeing Sukuna resting his chin on his hand, casting scornful jibes, Yusuji remained undeterred, assuring himself that he had cleared the cursed spirits before slowly turning his gaze back to Sukuna. Very well, let us continue. The 5 words, delivered in a calm and simple tone, caused Sukuna's brow to twitch. A surge of uncontrollable excitement for battle welled up within him. When Rimen arrived, drawn by the commotion, he was struck with astonishment. Lord Sukuna was engaged in combat with a white-haired sorcerer, who astonishingly could withstand Sukuna's techniques. Rimen's expression grew grave. Could such a being truly exist? The scope of the battle was immense, making it difficult for Rimen to approach, as the speed of the exchanges was too rapid to comprehend. Just then, a tremendous explosion rang out, the cold night air swirling with the acrid scent of smoke. Dazzling light rapidly engulfing a portion of the forest. Fierce flames roared, crackling and filling the air with a pungent, charred aroma. Zing. Torrents of water surged forth like a waterfall from the ground. In the instant of their collision, dense white smoke billowed forth like a fog, obscuring visibility. Meanwhile, Yusuji's clear and serene voice resonated, do not recklessly ignite the mountains. I saved you this time, but it will not happen again. Sukuna's eyes widened in surprise, followed by a soft chuckle emanating from his throat as he stood aside, silent. However, his crimson eyes remained fixed on his opponent. This fellow's cursed energy was far too weak to conjure such a grand technique. Yet his strength was undeniably tangible, not mere showmanship. What a peculiar individual. Rimen, witnessing the unfolding scene, grew increasingly astonished. How was it that this sorcerer, who had not been instantaneously vanquished by Lord Sukuna, could engage him in a back-and-forth exchange? Had the Lord been deliberately holding back? In truth, Sukuna had initially restrained himself to avoid an instant kill, but upon realizing the opponent's strength, he simply relished the battle. At that moment, Sukuna discerned a crucial observation. You do not resemble a sorcerer. Not far away, Yusuji blinked and replied, I never claimed to be a sorcerer. Sukuna frowned. Rimen was taken aback. Have you ever encountered a sorcerer with such weak cursed energy? He added nonchalantly. Sukuna clicked his tongue in displeasure. Indeed. This little brat was quite irksome. Then who are you? Rimen demanded, clenching his fists, his voice laced with caution. Yusuji glanced at Sukuna, who had been his adversary for so long, and stated, I am merely a playmate. Rimen was taken aback. Are you satisfied? If so, remember to give a 5-star review. Farewell. With that, he effortlessly slipped into the shadow realm, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Rimen stood dumbfounded. This person was undoubtedly of no ordinary status. He turned to Sukuna, seeking clarity but was met with a sudden shock, his eyes widening in reverence as he bowed his head. For Sukuna was smiling, a smile of pure malevolence adorning his asymmetrical face. Have you seen it now, Rimen? Rimen quietly lowered his gaze and nodded. He had arrived late and had not witnessed much, but he began to grasp what piqued the Lord's interest. Meanwhile, Yusuji hurriedly returned to the estate, dispelling his doppelganger and reverting to his female form before collapsing into a deep slumber. The following morning, Rimen yanked him from bed, exclaiming, Rise, you worthless creature. Grow stronger to please the Lord. Ha. Chapter 10. Techniques are imitations, names are mere replicas. Pleasing, of course, refers solely to prowess. He is incapable in other aspects. According to Rimen, both he and Sukuna believed that his female form was connected to the white-haired individual from the previous night. That night of their encounter. Did you not mention having seen that person? Who exactly is he? Under Rimen's pressing inquiries, Yusuji blinked, his azure eyes reflecting a hint of innocence. While he spun a lie effortlessly. He is my brother. Upon hearing this, Rimen furrowed his brow in contemplation. The resemblance between the two was indeed striking. Their defensive techniques quite similar. However, Rimen regarded the person who had slept through the night, mercilessly critiquing, he is so strong, and you are so weak. Considering the gap between you, how can you sleep soundly at your age? Yusuji replied. Such eloquence, are you preparing for the entrance exams? Following this, Rimen earnestly inquired about a multitude of matters. Kamishiro Nariyuki maintained his composure, fabricating a false identity for himself. After all, when venturing into the world, one's identity is a construct of one's own making. His fanciful tales were promptly reported to Sukuna by Rimen. Sukuna expressed surprise. A cursed anomaly? Indeed, the woman, Azako, claimed that in the womb, he nearly devoured her, his twin sister, in order to survive. From the moment of his birth, he was regarded by the family as an omen of misfortune, referred to as the cursed child. Eventually, he was expelled from the family, and in recent years, the clan was annihilated, leaving only the two of them. Listening to these words, Sukuna felt as though he had been subtly insulted, yet he possessed no evidence. However, that fellow was undoubtedly peculiar. Despite his feeble curse power, he possessed a plethora of skills. Sukuna, in his towering stature, sat half-reclined, exuding an air of relaxation as he delicately sipped from a cup of tea, placing it aside afterward. His crimson eyes, shrouded in the vibrant glow of the flames, appeared even more bloodthirsty and callous. It seemed he ought to capture him next time for a thorough interrogation. Casually expressing his thoughts, Sukuna lay down, turning away. No longer concerned, Rimen nodded, unwavering in her faith in Sukuna's capabilities. Surely, the adult would apprehend that individual. Yet 2 months passed, and the peculiar white-haired, heterochromatic man had not resurfaced, seemingly vanished, with no trace of him to be found. Unbeknownst to them, that very individual was currently clinging to Rimen. My lady, what is the unfolding of your domain? It is something you will never comprehend throughout your life. Moreover, kindly remove your filthy hands. I shan't warn you again. Rimen inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the urge to retaliate. This woman had indeed accumulated considerable pressure over the past 2 months, yet she could not simply eliminate her, as it would dampen Sukuna's spirits. Thus, each day, Rimen endured her incessant pestering, teaching this and that, regardless of whether she grasped it. As long as the instruction was given, it was only through this teaching that she realized the woman seemed entirely inept, lacking proficiency in both refining and unleashing curse power, resembling nothing more than a novice. In truth, Kamishiro Nariyuki was indeed a novice. Fortunately, he comprehended quickly, otherwise, an irate Rimen would have resorted to administering icy treats once again. Does Lady Rimen not favor my appearance? I find it rather agreeable. Upon hearing this, Rimen felt a twinge of strangeness. Before she could ponder further, Kamishiro Naruyuki seized her arm, eager to show her something new he had devised. Reluctantly dragged to the courtyard, Rimen was met with Kamishiro Naruyuki dramatically presenting his right palm. In mere seconds, curse power coalesced, forming a spherical azure light in the center of his palm. Sensing the undeniable turmoil of curse power within, Rimen's eyes widened in astonishment. Though silent, she was certain that if this technique were unleashed upon an adversary or a curse, it would wield considerable might. Had this woman genuinely devised a new technique? What is this technique? Kamishiro Naruyuki replied with a grin. I call it the Whirlwind Ice Stick Initiation. Dual style of Jiraiya. Rimen interjected, what an absurd name. A mere imitation? Kamishiro Naruyuki raised an eyebrow, adding, it is a proud creation of our fourth-generation village chief. A grand name serves little purpose. Rimen retorted without hesitation. It must have substance. Before she could finish her sentence, Kamishiro Naruyuki hurled the technique like a stone. Upon release, the luminous sphere struck the courtyard wall, exploding in a cloud of dust and debris, leaving Rimen's expression darkened. Reconstruct the courtyard immediately. Yes, my apologies. On the platform above, Sukuna observed the scene with an air of satisfaction, resting his chin on his hand, an enigmatic gleam flickering in his profound gaze. It appeared not to be without merit. Perhaps the talent had yet to be fully realized. Would it grow to match that of her brother? Do not be vexed, Lady Rimen. It seems someone approaches. Just beyond the ruined courtyard wall, in an open area, a group was gradually drawing nearer. Soldiers and officers, armed with bows and arrows, vigilantly surveyed their surroundings for any anomalies. A relatively composed man donned a dark cap, clad in light-colored attire, wielding a bat-like fan. However, when Rimen and Kamishiro Naruyuki suddenly appeared, he was so startled that he fell to the ground, panic-stricken. Upon realizing that the figures before him were merely a white-haired man and a black-haired woman, rather than the rumored merciless monster, he exhaled in relief. Kamishiro Naruyuki peered ahead. They seemed to be from the palace. Rimen's tone was frigid. No matter who they are, any who dare disturb the adult must die. With those words, he turned to Kamishiro Naruyuki, his icy gaze fixed intently. This time, I grant you the opportunity. Seize this chance to make a good impression before the adult, and perhaps you may survive when the 6-month period concludes. I refuse. Chapter 11. Voluntarily imprisoned. The man's eyes betrayed evident terror. He gazed incredulously at the white-haired youth before him, who was clad in a simple white monk's robe and a black outer garment. He could not fathom how the other could speak of slaughter so nonchalantly. Seizing the moment while the black-haired woman remained still, the panic-stricken man hurriedly confessed, Please do not kill me. I was sent to deliver a message. Rimen's eyes narrowed, glimmering with a dangerous sheen. A message? The man nodded vigorously. Rimen replied indifferently, One will suffice. The man's eyes widened in shock. Just as he was about to speak, he was momentarily paralyzed by the sight before him. For in an instant, another towering figure stood before them, and its appearance was anything but human. How could a normal person possess 2 faces, 4 eyes, and 4 arms? This was indeed a monster. The others stood frozen in fear. Sukuna's crimson gaze surveyed the scene with disdain as he spoke calmly. You have raised your head too high. Upon hearing this, the man's mind erupted with alarm bells. An instinctive urge for survival compelled him to lower his body without a moment's thought. In the next instant, a sharp, crisp sound of flesh and bone separating echoed from behind, blood spraying forth and splattering upon the onlookers. In a mere second, 2/3 of the group lost their heads, their bodies collapsing heavily. Those few who had survived by instinctively ducking were so horrified by the ghastly spectacle that they dropped their weapons and fled. The man too wished to escape, but he found himself paralyzed by fear, unable to stand. He felt as though his breath were stalling, his entire being trembling uncontrollably. Desperately, he buried his head, hoping the monster before him would not take notice of him. Yet at that moment, a hand silently settled upon his shoulder. The man nearly fainted from terror. Summoning what little courage he had, he looked up, only to be met with a strikingly beautiful face and a gentle woman's voice. Sir, what message do you wish to convey? Overwhelmed by a barrage of sensory stimuli, the man stared blankly at Kamishiro Naruyuki, momentarily rendered speechless. Rimen clicked her tongue. Kamishiro, you handle those fleeing individuals. Lady Rimen truly knows how to delegate, Kamishiro Naruyuki grumbled as he prepared to depart. However, his long sleeves were seized by the terrified man, clutching them as if they were a lifeline. Cease your insolence, you wretched creature. With a swift movement, Rimen sent the man sprawling to the ground, blood spewing forth as he writhed in agony, teetering on the brink of life and death. Yushima Seiya fell silent for a moment, then suddenly called out, "Lord Sukuna." Sukuna cast a sidelong glance, his gaze imbued with an overwhelming sense of authority. "What is it?" Yushima Seiya adopted a serious tone, attempting to persuade. "I wish to demonstrate the spatial technique my brother possesses." Upon hearing this, Sukuna's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a flicker of intrigue. "May I use that messenger?" Noting the child's politeness, Sukuna's crimson gaze concealed his true thoughts. "Do as you wish." Yushima Seiya bowed in gratitude and approached the man. The man, mistaking his intentions for a final strike, turned pale and fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. However, Yushima Seiya merely gestured, and the man vanished in an instant. Laimi gasped in astonishment. A technique that makes one disappear? That night, he had indeed witnessed the white-haired individual escape by becoming invisible. Could it be attributed to this spatial technique? No, Sukuna dismissed the notion with disdain, for that individual could evade his cursed energy with but a blink. "Apologies, Lord Sukuna. But I have yet to advance in that regard. My technique currently only targets the deceased." Yushima Seiya explained that he had only recently discovered the ability to encompass the living, while traversing into the space for instantaneous movement would require extensive practice. Hearing such nonsensical claims, Sukuna's tone suddenly took on an ambiguous quality. "So you could confine me as well?" Yushima Seiya was taken aback, quickly flattering. No one would dare to act so recklessly. Yet Sukuna shot him a sidelong glance, appearing before him with an irrefutable command. "Initiate it. I wish to witness it firsthand." "Why must you witness everything?" On the surface, Yushima Seiya dared not defy the order and reluctantly confined Sukuna within the ink spirit space. "You have all seen." It was his own request. After the act, Yushima Seiya turned to Laimi, who stared at him with wide eyes, innocently blinking. His intention had been to save the man on the verge of death, hence the pretense before Sukuna. Little did he expect Sukuna's erratic thought process would lead him to voluntarily seek imprisonment. Perhaps it was time to escape. If Sukuna were to be confined, the world of curses would meet its conclusion. No, he almost forgot there was still that troublesome brainchild. Had it been born yet? And where was it? As he pondered these questions, Sukuna found himself in a realm of corpses and rivers of blood. The crimson water barely reached his ankles, reminiscent of blood, while the landscape was littered with shattered remains. It bore a striking resemblance to his own domain. Unbeknownst to Sukuna, this environment was a manifestation of his inner world. Yushima Seiya's ink spirit space, also known as the ink spirit illusion, occasionally connected to another realm, revealing glimpses of the extraordinary. In simpler terms, the ink spirit space could be likened to an enormous beehive, with countless small chambers. Each individual drawn within would be placed in a separate compartment. Unless he, the master, intentionally gathered them, those entering would remain isolated from one another. Otherwise, the man who had entered earlier would have witnessed Sukuna's arrival and succumbed to despair. It was all mere imitation, devoid of any offensive capability, dreadfully mundane. Once Yushima Seiya summoned Sukuna back from the ink spirit, Sukuna scoffed, remarking, "Is this where the disparity between you and your brother lies? I sincerely apologize, I am still quite feeble." Sukuna crossed his arms, his hands languidly resting at his sides. As he regarded the woman before him, her head bowed in apparent remorse. Time is fleeting, half a year is not much. Satisfied to see her body tremble, Sukuna continued, "Will your brother come to collect your remains then?" His tone was as languid as a lion basking in the warm sunlight. Yet beneath it lay the cold blood that could crush and shred at any moment. "Our sibling relationship is strained." Yushima Seiya knelt, implying that his brother would not come. After all, it would be quite laborious if he were to experience a split. With his chin resting on his hand, Sukuna wore a bemused smile. "We must test this. Should you fail to attract even him, I could eliminate you right now." Sukuna's fingers formed a classic gesture indicative of a lethal strike. Yushima Seiya's expression stiffened at this declaration. Chapter 12. A mere gesture. "That was quite perilous, Lord Laimi. I nearly faced death at the hands of Lord Sukuna." Outside the sunlit corridor, Yushima Seiya walked alongside Laimi, his tone tinged with a hint of grievance. With only a slight distance between them, Laimi cast a cold, piercing glance at him. "I was not the one who faced death. You were the one in peril. Moreover, should you not release your grip, I shall send you down before the master." Yushima Seiya. How could a carbon-based life form at 37 degrees utter such frigid words? Ultimately, Sukuna had refrained from striking, as his repeated assurances had persuaded Sukuna to spare him. What a farce. Had I known Sukuna harbored such interest in men, I would not have donned a disguise as a woman. "Oh dear host, your words seem rather misplaced. Spare me your nonsense. I will only endure this charade for another 3 months. Once the half-year mark arrives, I shall depart this cursed place." I refuse to live in constant anxiety beside Sukuna. I long to resume my long-lost modern life. Thank you. Host, how did you know the system is upgrading, no longer confined to the past century? But host, do wait a moment. Once the upgrade is complete, I shall share everything with you, and we will venture into the future together. Ignoring the insatiable system, Yoshimasaya stood resolutely, no longer feigning weakness, and calmly inquired, speaking of which, what shall we do about the new trial offerings? What? Laimi furrowed his brow in confusion. It pertains to the messenger's words. He mentioned that he was sent to invite Sukuna to the Peace Palace as an object of worship for the new trial offerings. Given Sukuna's immense power, many sorcerer families who sought to confront him suffered great losses, yet they found themselves utterly powerless against him. This instilled fear within them. Leading to this approach, not only would it showcase their lack of hostility towards Sukuna, but it would also foster a peaceful and amicable relationship, ultimately avoiding any provocation of Sukuna. Laimi's frown deepened at this revelation. He turned to Yoshimasaya, nearly shouting, "Next time, inform me of such important matters sooner." Yoshimasaya wore an apologetic smile, having momentarily forgotten in the wake of the master's intimidation. "My sincere apologies." Observing his earnest gaze, Laimi gritted his teeth, inhaling deeply to swallow his reproach, and swiftly departed. Subsequently, this matter reached Sukuna's ears through Laimi. However, Sukuna would never heed anyone's directives or commands. He held no interest in the affair, and thus chose to disregard it. Meanwhile, those from the outside persisted in their attempts, arriving in waves. Yet, they were unable to reach Sukuna's residence, for they were dissuaded along the way. "Approach any closer, and you shall meet your demise." A figure with white hair and mismatched eyes materialized before them, serving as a stark reminder. One among them scrutinized the newcomer, simultaneously alert and inquisitive, asking, "Aren't you a subordinate of the fallen?" "Strictly speaking, no," the other replied, shaking his head. With a mere flick of his finger, a haggard man appeared in the blink of an eye. They gasped in astonishment, recognizing him as the very individual who had first brought people to this place, inviting the monstrous Lord Sugawara. So he had not perished after all? "Take your people back. If you must return, bring a capable sorcerer with you." A capable sorcerer? The sorcerers from several clans had been nearly annihilated by the fallen. How many skilled ones remained? And to what extent did capable imply? Against the fallen, none could truly be considered formidable. They were oblivious to the true intention behind the white-haired youth's words. On the subsequent 2 visits, although they did bring sorcerers, none seemed to meet the white-haired youth's standards. He would leap from the trees to personally assess the sorcerer's abilities. Too weak. Embarrassed, they were once again compelled to retreat. On the 4th occasion, they deliberately summoned a high-ranking sorcerer from the Abe family. Acceptable, the white-haired youth merely noted with a glance, refraining from further action. This time, they finally succeeded. A collective sigh of relief swept through them. The white-haired youth took the time to admonish them, upon arrival. Regardless of your status as officials or royal members, do not hold your heads too high. Lower your stance voluntarily, and refrain from uttering any disrespectful or threatening words. Otherwise, you shall all perish. As they regained their composure, the white-haired youth had already vanished. His final 5 words hung over them like a suffocating shackle, and they proceeded with trepidation, the youth's warning echoing in their minds. "Lady Lime, someone has arrived." Soon after, they heard a woman's voice from a distance. Looking ahead, they saw a dark-haired woman diligently building a wall, her sleeves rolled up. Beside her stood a boy with white hair styled in a sisterly fashion, seemingly supervising her work. At first glance, they mistook him for the one who had repeatedly warned them. However, when the boy turned to regard them with a cold stare, they suddenly realized he was not the same person at all. Lime's gaze was calm yet icy, truly bothersome. Neru, with a grunt, placed a stone into position, finally completing the blown-up wall. "Can I take a break now?" "Not yet, do not slack off." Lime shot him a glance. Neru immediately understood that she wanted him to address this group of people. Fortunately, he had previously dispatched a shadow clone in his original form to intercept and caution them. "My apologies." The leader promptly knelt with the others, lowering their postures to the utmost, sincerely expressing their intentions. Neru felt a sense of satisfaction, pleased with his preventative measure. Yet, Lime clicked her tongue in impatience. However, she did not immediately explode, for what caught her attention was the individual standing, unbowed among them. Neru followed her gaze to the Abe family sorcerer, who had not knelt, feeling a twinge of annoyance. "Allow me," he volunteered, brushing the dust from his palms as he stepped forward. He only needed to engage in combat with this sorcerer to establish a semblance of parity. There was no need to truly kill him. A mere demonstration would suffice. The sorcerer, seeing this, wasted no time in assuming a stance, brandishing an eye-catching scythe-shaped artifact. Was he cosplaying as the Grim Reaper? Unfortunately, the real Grim Reaper, Suku, was now looming behind Neru, his familiar hunting attire sending an ominous chill. You are a sorcerer from the ape family? Upon noticing Suku's sudden appearance, the previously arrogant sorcerer's countenance shifted dramatically, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. By the time he processed the situation, his legs had turned to jelly. Yes, I am from the ape family. Suku stepped past Neru, his imposing figure radiating an intimidating aura, his tone languid. Oh, so you haven't all perished. The sorcerer felt an impending sense of doom and ceased to feign bravado. Wisely kneeling on the ground, casting aside any notion of sorceress dignity, Suku scoffed, making no move against him. Neru felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet soon, Suku's next words sent a jolt of apprehension through him. Bring the one who intercepted you before me, and I shall grant your request. Chapter 13. Establishing one's position. As he uttered this, Suku deliberately called out to Neru, Neru. Yes. Neru immediately bent his knee, nodding in half-kneel compliance. Suku languidly instructed, go with these individuals, and bring your brother. His words were nonchalant, but Neru's heart began to race with unease. How did Suku know someone had intercepted these people? Was he watching from the shadows all along? Why hadn't he intervened earlier? Neru tilted his head in confusion, unable to fathom the situation. Nevertheless, Suku's directive to accompany these individuals granted him a measure of freedom to transform. However, just as he contemplated this, Suku suddenly changed his mind, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. No, I will go with you to find that individual. Since Suku intended to join, Lime as his servant, would surely not remain idle. Thus, amidst the trembling group, the three of them followed at a leisurely pace. Upon reaching the intersection where they had been intercepted multiple times, the surrounding woods lay silent, devoid of any sign of others. We do not know that person. The awkward leader attempted to engage Suku in conversation, reiterating their request. However, upon meeting Suku's emotionless crimson gaze, the words caught in his throat, swallowed back. He felt that any further speech might lead to his demise. It seems he has already departed, Lord Suku, Lime observed, scanning the vicinity. Yet Suku remained resolute. I can sense that he is still here. The King of Curses lifted his gaze, his eyes fixed on a tall tree not far away, his expression chilling. Neru's eyelashes fluttered slightly, an air of guilt enveloping him. When he had transformed back to his original form, he had leaned against that very tree for a moment. Could Suku have sensed that? The residual curse energy nearby? Let's split up and search, Neru suggested, regaining his composure. With Suku present, the others dared not linger and promptly divided into several groups. Neru chose a direction and calmly entered the woods, and before long he collided with the sorcerer from the Abe family, who was floundering about like a headless fly. Upon seeing him, the sorcerer instinctively tensed in defense. No need to be afraid. I do not wish to fight you. Neru promptly raised his hands to convey his intentions. Noting that he appeared to be a woman, and was associated with the notorious Suku, the sorcerer shed the humility he had displayed before Suku, her face now filled with disdain. You, a woman who assists the wicked, should have long since ascended to paradise. The irate sorcerer unleashed a tirade of vitriol upon Neru. After all, it was just the two of them in that moment. The sorcerer felt it was an opportune time to eliminate one of her enemies. The formidable fallen angel was beyond hope of being slain. Yet this woman seemed to possess a feeble curse power, appearing weak and fragile. Thus, ending her life should pose no challenge. Observing the intense murderous intent radiating from the sorcerer's eyes, Kamishiro Nari furrowed his brow. Before he could utter more, the sorcerer had already launched an attack. Concerned that the commotion might attract Sukuna, Kamishiro Nari intended to seize the opportunity to incapacitate the sorcerer. However, before he could execute his plan, another's sorcery surpassed his speed. In the blink of an eye, the sorcerer before him was solidly encased in ice, his eyes wide with despair and terror. It was as he suspected. He would not behave submissively. A cold voice emanated from behind Kamishiro Nari, and he turned in shock to see Rimen. After a brief moment, a relieved smile spread across his face. Is it that you cannot bear to see me bullied, Lord Rimen, that you intervened? Rimen approached, standing beside him, casting a sharp glance. You should have simply eliminated him as you did last time when you blew up the wall. Kamishiro Nari shook his head. How could I dare to kill without Lord Sukuna's command? After saying this, he gazed at Rimen for several seconds. Rimen, feeling uncomfortable under his scrutiny, furrowed her brows. What is it? Kamishiro Nari chuckled softly. Were you quietly following me all along? It seems, Lord Rimen, you are quite concerned for my well-being. Does this not suggest we share a bond as good partners? Rimen glanced down at their clasped hands. Partners? You ought to clarify your position. With that, Rimen, disinterested in further conversation, encased him in ice just as she had the sorcerer, and proceeded to walk ahead alone. Once Rimen's figure vanished from sight, the chilling white ice enveloping Kamishiro Nari was suddenly engulfed by a layer of emerging black flames. This scene left the sorcerer across from him in stunned silence, only to witness the ice melt and shatter, revealing Kamishiro Nari, unharmed, brushing off his clothing. He then advanced slowly toward the sorcerer. Believing he was about to be killed, the sorcerer's face turned ashen, and he cried out for mercy, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. He understood that Sukuna's two underlings were not to be trifled with. Disregarding the sorcerer's desperate pleas, Kamishiro Nari inched closer, ultimately halting before the trembling sorcerer. I bear you no hatred. I shall not take your life. Do not be obstinate. Cherish your own life. He raised his hand, intending to use his ink spirit's black flames to dispel Rimen's freezing curse. The sorcerer, perceiving the sincerity in his words, widened his eyes in disbelief, a surge of uncontrollable joy and gratitude welling up within him. Yet at that moment, a towering figure descended without warning, landing squarely atop the sorcerer's frozen form. Instantly, the ice shattered like glass, and the sorcerer's body was torn asunder. Everything transpired so swiftly that Kamishiro Nari had no time to react. He stood dumbfounded, watching Sukuna, as if unperturbed, embrace his arms and scan the surroundings, utterly oblivious to the fact that he had just crushed another's body beneath his feet. Sukuna had no need for such awareness. Despite this understanding, witnessing the sorcerer's mangled remains, particularly the relatively intact head that rolled pitifully by his feet, caused Kamishiro Nari to choke back a gasp. Whether sorcerer or ordinary human, life in the face of such power was undeniably fragile. What happened? Did you not encounter that fellow? Sukuna inquired, turning back to him. Kamishiro Nari, suppressing his emotions, shook his head. No. I was just engaged in a skirmish with this individual. Sukuna showed no interest in delving into the reasons behind their conflict. He merely sensed the sorcerer's cursed energy nearby, but found no one present. Suddenly, Kamishiro Nari felt a shiver run through him. He looked up to find Sukuna fixated on him, an ominous glint in his gaze. Chapter 14. It seems dead but not truly dead. In an instant, silence enveloped the air, not a whisper breaking the tranquility. Kamishiro Nari and Sukuna locked eyes. The atmosphere shifted, becoming palpably tense, akin to a taut string poised to snap. What's wrong? Why do you look at me like that? Kamishiro Nari pondered, though Sukuna remained silent. Yet, to maintain his gaze on Sukuna felt inappropriate. Just as he prepared to feign nonchalance and divert his attention, Sukuna abruptly spoke. It seems I have overlooked something for quite some time. Sukuna's tone was calm, even languid, yet the malice underlying his words sent chills down one's spine. That fellow seemed to align with the sorcerer and humanity. Before the last words left his lips, Sukuna's figure transformed into a wraith-like shadow, appearing behind Kamishiro Nari. There, several soldiers, having wandered into the area unwittingly, stood oblivious. Upon raising their eyes, they were immediately met with an overwhelming, unmistakable pressure emanating from the King of Curses, akin to a surging tide, unstoppable in its force. The sheer suffocating aura easily rendered them incapacitated, their faces pale and bodies trembling uncontrollably. Sukuna paid no heed to their fear. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and flicked his fingers. The soldiers before him, unable to emit a single cry of pain, found themselves dismembered, meeting their demise instantaneously. Sukuna's figure vanished once more. What had begun as a search for someone had transformed, in an instant, into a one-sided massacre orchestrated by Sukuna. Those scattered throughout the forest, still clinging to life, remained blissfully unaware that Sukuna had changed his mind. Kamishiro Nari suddenly realized that Sukuna intended to leverage the lives of others to draw him out, not merely to see through his disguise. Sukuna's actions were so swift and unrestrained, leaving no trace behind, that Kamishiro Nari did not immediately grasp that the intent was to kill. As he pursued, he noticed more lifeless bodies strewn about. Sukuna did not wait for anyone. It was unimaginable that he would seize someone by the throat, threatening them to reveal themselves. This man slaughtered wherever he went, a demeanor that suggested he was merely counting how many he had killed before anyone dared to show up. Kamishiro Nari hastily formed hand seals, creating two shadow clones, with each figure darting in different directions. Meanwhile, the leader, bewildered, led his soldiers in circles, utterly unfamiliar with the white-haired youth obstructing their path. Their aimless search, akin to headless flies, seemed futile. At that moment, a chilling wind swept through, whispering like a phantom. In broad daylight, The shadows of the trees behind them appeared to conceal something dreadful, panting as it prepared to emerge from the darkness. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, the leader gripped his weapon tightly, wary and alert, signaling his subordinates to advance cautiously. The next instant, a massive serpentine figure, 2 meters wide and as thick as a python, surged forth like lightning, opening its gaping maw to mercilessly devour the 2 soldiers. Blood erupted like a fountain, and the leader, paralyzed by the sudden horror of witnessing a cursed spirit consume his men, felt his legs weaken, rooted to the spot, unable to flee. The remaining 2 soldiers, though unable to perceive the curse, were struck with dread as they witnessed their comrades' bizarre and gruesome demise. The leader, his face contorted with terror as if he had seen a ghost, instinctively turned and fled. Yet the insatiable curse spirit was far from satisfied. It pivoted its massive form and lunged into the air, its gaping maw, reeking of decay, aimed squarely at the remaining leader. The leader, paralyzed with fear, lost all composure. In that critical moment, a brilliant white light sliced through the air like a sword, cleaving the cursed spirit's immense body into several segments. Like a puppet with severed strings, the pieces fell limply to the ground, twitching feebly before finally succumbing to stillness. Behind the monstrosity, the figure of Sukuna emerged, ghostly and ethereal. Mistaking Sukuna for his savior, the leader hurriedly prostrated himself, fervently expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for saving me. I am truly grateful." However, Sukuna paid him no heed. His gaze fixed upon another figure standing behind the leader. "This is only the 8th. Should I commend your timely arrival, or chastise your tardiness?" Just a few meters away, the true form of Itadori Yuji stood quietly, his white hair glinting like silver frost in the gentle breeze, and within his ashen eyes, emotions swirled like a tumultuous tide. "Why are you so insistent on this?" he questioned Sukuna, a hint of helplessness and confusion lacing his voice. "We are not connected in any way." Sukuna, unfazed, merely beckoned with his finger. "Only the strong are deserving of my respect. If you wish for these remaining souls to survive, then accompany me in battle once more." Such was the capricious demand of a curse king of such magnitude. Itadori, glancing at the leader whose face had turned ashen, sighed. "My assistance does not come cheap. Be prepared." Sukuna, though unable to comprehend the specifics of Itadori's words, understood the essence of his concession, a smirk curling at his lips. "Halt!" On the other side, Rimen had captured a shadow clone. Observing the white-haired youth come to a standstill, Rimen immediately concentrated his cursed energy, preparing to unleash a jutsu. Yet the figure abruptly turned, tilting his head in inquiry. "What is it, Rimen?" The familiar tone conjured the image of a dark-haired girl in Rimen's mind, and he nearly conflated the two. But recalling that Ye was frozen elsewhere, Rimen dispelled the thought and coldly replied. "Sukuna is seeking you. I am aware. I am currently engaged with him." Just as Rimen was about to angrily retort against the absurdity of the situation, a tremendous commotion erupted in the distance. This desolate wilderness was suddenly engulfed in towering flames. "Another fire has been set." Rimen heard Itadori's shadow clone grumbling, who then shook his head and waved casually. "I'm off, Rimen." Rimen contemplated pursuing, but then halted, abruptly shifting direction. Upon arriving at his destination, he found it already ablaze. Through the billowing black smoke, Rimen barely discerned a charred head, indistinguishable as male or female. His expression shifted slightly. Ye would not have been caught in Sukuna's jutsu, reduced to ash, would she? Did she not possess defensive techniques? Rimen furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings, finding nothing. Just as a weight settled in his heart, a more significant impact surged forth, and he could faintly hear Sukuna's manic laughter echoing from above. Rimen was compelled to vacate the area, lest he become collateral damage in the ensuing battle. An hour later, when calm returned, no safe place remained in sight. The leader, trembling in a corner of the courtyard, finally grasped why they had desperately sought to establish a cordial relationship with this entity. If this monster were to become an adversary, the others would stand no chance of survival. Who exactly were these two terrifying beings, the white-haired youth and Sukuna? Strangely, the white-haired youth seemed to have been aiding them. Meanwhile, Rimen had no time to ponder the presence of outsiders who had fled to the courtyard for refuge. He remained respectfully in place. Minutes later, Sukuna appeared, tousled hair indicating a recent struggle, his palm outstretched, contemplating his curled fingers. "My lord Sukuna," Rimen promptly inquired, "did he perish?" "No," Sukuna replied nonchalantly. For he had not acted with the intent to kill. Rimen deduced that the other had likely escaped into another dimension, sated by the thrill of battle. Sukuna approached the leader, who was nearly burying his head in the ground, and languidly uttered, "Considering the lengths that fellow went to ensure your survival, I shall grant your request." The leader, upon hearing Sukuna's words, was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears as he repeatedly bowed in gratitude. Sukuna, however, waved dismissively, turning to depart. Rimen, observing Sukuna's retreating figure, hesitated, intending to discuss the charred head and the encounter with the white-haired youth's clone. Yet, as he took a few steps, a familiar voice called from beyond the freshly repaired courtyard wall. "My lord Sukuna, Rimen?" Sukuna displayed no interest in the approaching female version of Itadori, merely glancing toward the source of the voice before ignoring it. Rimen, watching the figure leap onto the wall, felt a jolt of surprise. "You're not dead? Huh." Itadori seemed slightly out of breath, having just engaged in a fierce battle with Sukuna, which was indeed physically taxing. "When did I die?" Hearing the question, Rimen struggled to find his words, recalling the severed head. That was the head of a sorcerer from the Abe clan. Itadori, clearly sensing the weight of Rimen's words, smiled. "So Rimen, you returned to the scene to look for me? It seems we do share a bond after all." "Not at all," Rimen replied flatly, denying it. Sukuna cast a sidelong glance at Itadori, who was shamelessly jesting with Rimen. 2 seconds later he closed his eyes, ran a hand through his slicked back hair, and departed without another word. The Shinto ritual known as the Nine-Name-Sai, originally referred to as the Daikosai, is a mysterious imperial ceremony conducted only once in the emperor's lifetime, a tradition that has persisted since the Nara period. Sukuna's acceptance of the Nine-Name-Sai led him to be smoothly invited into the palace. As a servant, Rimen accompanied him inside, while Itadori, the nominal attendant, shamelessly entered the palace as well. They resided within the Heiankyo Palace for a month. As an object of veneration during the Nine-Name-Sai, Sukuna was remarkably docile, refraining from any acts of violence. However, today was an exception, as a bold woman, emerging seemingly out of nowhere, dared to embrace Sukuna and even stroke his head. Itadori, watching from the sidelines, blinked in surprise. Chapter 15. Congratulations to you. The newcomer was Wan, who had instantly fallen for Sukuna's duality. She possessed a captivating and alluring visage. Yet, witnessing Wan's impulsive and audacious actions, Rimen's expression soured with disdain. Without hesitation, he unleashed a fierce strike. "Cease this at once, you shameless wretch." Rimen's voice rang out with contempt and fury. In response to Rimen's sudden attack, Wan exhibited remarkable agility, gracefully leaping aside to evade the blow. Thus it was that Wan, clad only in a flimsy robe draped carelessly over her shoulders, moved, causing the already translucent fabric to part, revealing most of her form unabashedly before the eyes of onlookers. Such impertinence! Onishima Narumi swiftly averted his gaze while firmly grasping Rimen, hastily shielding the child's eyes with his palm. Rimen, however, pushed his hand aside, displaying no hint of embarrassment at the sudden view of a woman's body. Her eyes filled solely with impatience and indignation. Suaju, too, regarded this unexpectedly unveiled woman, lazily propping his chin on his hand, his crimson gaze heavy and devoid of any lascivious sentiment, as if observing a mere slab of inconsequential flesh. "What are you doing?" Wan stood up, a confident and brazen smile gracing her lips as she declared to Suaju, "It's all right. With me here, you shall never feel lonely again." A perplexing scene unfolded. Rimen, unable to contain her frustration, launched another attack, but Wan deftly evaded her, the robe she wore nearly slipping from her shoulders. "Sister, for heaven's sake, put on your clothes properly." Onishima Narumi was at a loss as to where to direct his gaze. The Heian era was indeed one of abandon, even to the point of public nudity. One pointed at Rimen, boldly proclaiming, "From this day forth, I shall stand beside Suaju. My words will ensure he never wears that lonely expression again." Onishima Narumi cast a curious glance at the back of Suaju's head. Lonely? He had not perceived that at all. Instead, he saw only freedom and invincibility in those eyes. Perhaps sensing his furtive gaze, Suaju turned his head, his fiery red eyes coldly scrutinizing Narumi. The latter promptly adopted an apologetic demeanor, as if to convey his innocence. "Do not provoke me." Suaju frowned in neanche. A warning directed not only at Narumi, but also at Wan. Yet Wan remained unabashed, continuing her relentless chatter, even going so far as to propose marriage to Suaju. Witnessing Wan's radiant smile and her heartfelt declarations, Onishima Narumi subtly tugged at the fidgety Rimen's sleeve. "A proposal seen, my lady." His implication was clear. Rimen should refrain from attacking for the moment, allowing him to savor this spectacle. Before Rimen could respond, Wan noticed him and, upon seeing a beautiful dark-haired woman beside Suju, burst into tears. This sudden outburst left the three utterly bewildered. The composed Suaju maintained his stoic expression. Where had this erratic woman sprung from? Wan, not even taking the time to wipe her tears, loudly declared to Suju, "If we marry in the future, you must not take a concubine." She expressed her desire to be Suaju's legitimate wife, immediately outlining wedding details and appointing Rimen as the chef for the banquet. At this point, Suaju's dwindling patience had been completely exhausted. Rimen, keenly aware of Suaju's mood and unable to tolerate Wan's insolence, charged forward, seemingly intent on slaying Wan where she stood. Witnessing this sudden escalation, the two servants trailing behind were struck with fear, their faces devoid of color. Yet, faced with the tense standoff, they dared not intervene and could only shout in desperation, "Stop! Don't fight!" Alas, their pleas fell on deaf ears. As Wan and Rimen exchanged blows, the robe that had been precariously draped over Wan finally fluttered down like a butterfly taking flight, landing softly on the ground. In a flash, a white bathrobe, miraculously appearing from nowhere, enveloped Wan, thoroughly concealing her inadvertent exposure. "Step aside, you," Rimen gasped. "This unrefined woman must be taught a lesson." "Wait a moment, my lady," Onishima Narumi swiftly intervened, resolving the chaos before retreating to the sidelines. Wan stared blankly at her attire, astonished that not only had she been covered, but her waist had also been cinched without her awareness. The servant who had been attending to Wan stood in shock. It was indeed the most properly dressed moment for Miss Wan. Pondering, Wan bit her thumb, her gaze fixated on Onishima Narumi a few steps away, clearly vexed. "Who are you?" she inquired. To which Onishima Narumi calmly replied, "Just an ordinary person." Wan, petulantly stamping her foot, pressed, "I meant, what is your relationship with Suaju?" Onishima Narumi tilted his head slightly, clarifying, "Strictly speaking, I have no particular relationship with him." Wan appeared unconvinced. "Then why are you by his side?" "Oh, we have a 6-month agreement." "What?" Wan's eyes widened in disbelief, her lips pressed tight. Seemingly unwilling to accept that Suaju would entertain such a ludicrous arrangement with another woman, Onishima Narumi, however, had no intention of elaborating further. Turning to retreat behind Suaju. At that moment, Wan called out to his back, "I will be the one to marry Suaju in the future." "Oh, is that so?" Onishima Narumi paused, blinking in confusion. "Congratulations then?" His demeanor suggested he remained impervious to her words, igniting a surge of fury within Wan. In an instant, she dashed toward him like the wind. Seeing Wan shift her target of aggression, Rimen felt a pang of anxiety. Thankfully, all of Wan's attacks were effectively repelled by Onishima Narumi's shield. With no time to gauge Suaju's expression, and sensing Wan's refusal to relent, he swiftly turned to flee in the opposite direction. Wan, enraged, gave chase. As the two figures grew distant, Rimen moved to follow, only to be halted by Suaju's low exhale. How utterly tedious. Almost as if on cue, Onishima Narumi's figure circled back nonchalantly. Rimen gasped, "How did you?" "Just a bit of misdirection," he replied calmly. In truth, he had merely used a shadow clone to shake Wan off. Suaju glanced at Onishima Narumi, feeling a stir of unease at the recent events, sensing that something was amiss. While conversing with Rimen, Onishima Narumi noticed Suaju's gaze upon him, and looked up. The half-concealed intensity in Suaju's eyes bore an unsettling depth, chilling to the bone. The air grew eerily still for several seconds. At last, Onishima Narumi's sincere voice broke the silence. "I apologize for inadvertently upsetting the young master's fiancée." Suaju's brow twitched slightly. "Just like that fellow. His manner of speaking is quite displeasing." He mused, "Are all siblings alike?" Subsequently, they continued their stay in the Heiankyo Palace. Each day, Wan would come to see Suaju, or more accurately, to harass him. However, she was consistently thwarted by Rimen, who would not hesitate to engage her in battle at the slightest provocation. As a mediator, Onishima Narumi found himself repeatedly urging both parties to refrain from violence. During these moments, Wan would turn her ire toward him, transforming a 1v1 into a 1v2 in an instant. Thankfully, their encounters had not escalated to a deadly level, as neither side was intent on a fight to the death. Due to the seamless cooperation between Onishima Narumi and Rimen, one would immobilize one while the other would transport the incapacitated one to an alternate space before discarding her. What a bothersome woman. After their recent collaboration, Shima Nariyuki intended to randomly select a location for the summoning when Sunua emerged from within the dwelling, arms crossed. A trace of irritation flickered across his brow, indicating that if Nariyuki continued to dally, Sunua might take matters into his own hands. Such tasks were hardly suited for Sunua. Rimen would have gladly stepped in. Yet, every time he was poised to take decisive action, Yako would, whether intentionally or not, obstruct him. Thus, he had yet to eliminate the offending woman. If only Lord Sunua were to give a clear directive, Yako would no longer be able to interfere, right? With an inner sense of anticipation, Rimen awaited Suno's command. However, only a few paces away, Shima Nariyuki suddenly turned around, interrupting his thoughts. Lord Sunuo, is there something amiss? Sunuo cast a sidelong glance. I wish to advance our 6-month agreement to today, Naruyuki stated. Chapter 16. The Descent. Just moments ago, after a prolonged silence, the system finally relayed encouraging news. Host, the upgrade has been successfully completed. Do you wish to traverse immediately? Hearing this, Shima Naruyuki's heart raced. After such a lengthy wait, news had finally arrived, and he could hardly contain his eagerness. Yet upon inadvertently noticing the two figures nearby, his expression faltered momentarily. Perhaps I should wait a little longer. His 6-month agreement with Sunuo was still unfulfilled. Although the Lord might not regard this minor commitment with much importance, after a brief contemplation, Naruyuki resolved to advance the agreement nonetheless. Sunuo clearly grasped the peculiarity of Naruyuki's request. The King of Curses appeared momentarily taken aback. Then, regaining his composure, he remarked, "Oh, have you grown so confident in your abilities? Would you like me to commend you?" Sunuo did not rush to take action, maintaining his languid demeanor. Yet his chin lifted slightly, and his icy gaze bore down, creating a stifling pressure. Beside them, Rimei's expression shifted dramatically, revealing a hint of shock as he glanced between Naruyuki and Sunuo, a subtle tension coursing through him. "Yako, have you lost your mind?" Rimei attempted to dissuade him gently, aware that if Lord Sunuo truly decided to act, it would likely result in either death or injury. However, Shima Naruyuki merely smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "Fear not, Lord Rimei, I shall not perish. We shall meet at the altar shortly." With that, his figure dissipated like smoke, vanishing into thin air. Rimei's eyes widened in astonishment. Has Yako learned to flee like her brother? Is that why he dares to make such a request before Lord Sunuo? Surely, he does not intend to rely on this tactic to appease the Lord? Sunuo stroked his chin thoughtfully, a derisive chuckle escaping him. The weather darkened, clouds gathering ominously, and the surroundings fell into silence, save for the faint chirping of cicadas carried by the gentle breeze. At a spacious altar, Sunuo sat reclined, arms crossed awaiting. Rimei stood attentively nearby. Yet after a considerable wait, the expected individual had yet to arrive. Had they fled? The crimson depths of his closed eyes slowly opened, revealing a distinct displeasure. Just as Sunuo believed he had been stood up, a white figure gracefully descended a few steps away, the air around him warping. Upon landing, the newcomer tousled his hair and chirped, "Not good. It seems a heavy rain is imminent, and it just had to happen now." Recognizing this familiar face, Rimei's expression hardened. Every cell in his body immediately on high alert. "You are Yako's brother. What brings you here? Where is Yako?" Rimei scanned the vicinity, finding no other presence. When he refocused, an unusual face with heterochromatic eyes loomed silently close. Rimei's pupils constricted. His body instinctively reacted defensively, his palm enveloped in potent curse energy, striking fiercely at the pale neck of the figure before him. Clang! As anticipated, the blow met the opponent's sturdy shield. Rimei's expression tightened. He prepared to leap back and create distance for another attack, only to find his hand firmly grasped by the other. With his movements restrained, Rimei's heart raced with alarm. Yet at that critical moment, no attack was directed at him. Instead, a calm voice echoed, "After spending this much time together, it seems Lord Rimei's temper remains rather volatile." As he spoke, Shima Naruyuki blinked, such a strong reaction. "Have you truly been startled by my appearance?" Rimei's pupils trembled, utterly confounded as to why this individual would address him with the same tone as Yako, despite their limited encounters. At that moment, Naruyuki casually released Rimei, turning his gaze toward Sunuo. Sunuo rested his chin on his hand, observing him thoughtfully. The two exchanged a silent gaze. Eventually, the thickening tension in the air was broken by Sunuo's low, gravelly voice. "Ah, so that is how it is. I should have figured it out sooner." He chuckled softly, raising his hand to smooth his hair, seemingly to soothe his own irritation. However, his tone dropped to an ominous level. "But I have never been toyed with like this before. Your deceitful behavior is quite irksome, little brat." "What?" A shocked Rimei struggled to comprehend the situation, while Sunuo had already risen, casting a lofty gaze upon Shima Naruyuki. Naruyuki held his head high, undaunted by Sunuo's foreboding stare, no longer feigning humility. He wore an innocent smile that served as a response to Sunuo's speculation. Seeing that acknowledging smile, the hue in Sunuo's red eyes darkened, an unsettling murderous intent swirling within. So, why the sudden halt in this charade now that it has escalated to this point? Upon hearing Sunuo's inquiry, Naruyuki replied succinctly, "Because there are more pressing matters to attend to. I can no longer squander time here with you." Sunuo narrowed his eyes, probing further. "What is your purpose in approaching me?" The white-haired individual tilted his head in confusion. Well, one might say it was born from a moment of curiosity. Besides, I had no other options at the time. After all, he knew only Sunua, who served as his intended target for rescue. Curiosity? Sunua had never encountered such a rationale before. Throughout his existence, he had been surrounded by those desperately attempting to end his life, and those paralyzed by fear of him. Suddenly sunolanat closer. His red eyes piercing like needles into the owner of the heterochromatic gaze. Observing the genuine emotions within, he found nothing else to discern. Thus, the King of Curses felt somewhat perplexed. Did this individual harbor no desire to kill him? Yet, from their prior encounters, Sunua had not sensed any murderous intent. If it was merely curiosity, did it imply this fellow had not unleashed his full potential? What were the true limits of his power? As he pondered, Sunua edged closer, nearly touching Naruyuki's face, then languidly remarked, "To decide to be honest now, does that imply you possess other choices?" Shima Naruyuki replied, "What are you talking about? That's quite peculiar. One cannot phrase it that way." Moreover, he was now uncomfortably close. He frowned, unaccustomed to the situation, and prepared to evade with a tactical lean, unaware that Sukuna was simultaneously reaching out to seize his throat. Just then a dark, unidentified substance shot towards them like a swift arrow. Sensing the danger, Sukuna retaliated with a swift grab, effortlessly blocking the attack. It turned out that the unclothed one had rushed back in a frenzy. Finally, she had emerged. Boldly pointing at the visible Sukuna, Wan's face broke into a joyful smile. However, her smile froze abruptly upon noticing Sukuna standing alarmingly close to a white figure. Yet, Wan had no time to ponder the origins of this woman. Once more, she invoked her technique, summoning two thick, pitch-black entities that crashed heavily onto the altar where Sukuna stood. The altar shattered instantly, leaving a large crater in its wake. The two contrasting figures darted in opposite directions amidst the debris, landing firmly. Yusuji Toru landed right beside Lime. Sukuna floated gracefully to the side, and sensing the momentum, Wan maneuvered her technique to leap towards Sukuna. Yusuji Toru observed the fierce battle between Wan and Sukuna, when suddenly he felt an intense gaze fixated upon him. Turning his head, he indeed found Lime silently glaring at him, her eyes filled with indignation from deception. "Lady Lime, spare the pleasantries." Lime abruptly interrupted him, unleashing her icy curse with a sweeping motion. In the chaos, Wan leaned on her waist and playfully stuck out her tongue at Sukuna, teasing, "Are you avoiding me? It's been several days since we last met." This slightly flirtatious behavior irked Sukuna. "Why should I wish to see you? We have a betrothal oath, do we not?" At this moment, Wan's expression softened, her tone turning exceedingly gentle. Sukuna tilted her head, furrowing her brow. "I don't recall agreeing to anything. No matter. I shall remind you with my love, allowing you to feel the warmth of true affection." A suspicious blush crept onto Wan's face, her gaze sincere and emotional, evoking a profound sense of her deep feelings for Sukuna. Yet, Sukuna maintained a stoic expression, her crimson eyes brimming with disdain. What a delusional woman. While they paused to converse, the battle on the other side raged on fiercely. The expansive ice had significantly lowered the temperature in the air, causing the structures surrounding the altar to suffer extensive damage. Sukuna took a moment to glance over, observing that the young imp was indeed toying with Lime in their duel. "Don't look elsewhere," Wan muttered in dissatisfaction. Sukuna gazed at the boldly exposed Wan and inquired, "What do you want?" "To be with you," Wan declared, suddenly filled with exuberance. "I would do anything for you." Sukuna dismissed her indifference, simply asking, "Even if it means being killed by me?" Wan, exuberant as a love-struck girl, replied, "Of course. I would give you everything, with the condition that you must fall in love with me." Before Wan could finish her sentence, Sukuna's patience waned. Then perish. A moment of silence enveloped them. Suddenly, a deafening crash resonated as a figure soared in a parabolic arc, colliding violently with the wall. Blood splattered across the surface. Yusuji Toru cast a casual glance at the grim scene, his expression momentarily stunned. Lime, witnessing the same sight, was compelled to halt. With her last breath, Wan leaned against the stone wall, a peculiar smile of twisted happiness gracing her bloodied lips. Yusuji Toru rushed to Wan's side, but before he could act, her blood-soaked hand grasped him tightly. Her eyes, fading with life, bore into him as her lips moved, though he could not discern her words. In the next instant, Wan drew her final breath. Chapter 17. The Assistance of Suguru Geto. He draped a covering over Wan's lifeless form. At this moment, the sky finally opened up, rain cascading down to wash away the bloodstains on the ground. Yusuji Toru remained silent for a moment, then turned to Lime beside him, filled with confusion. "Did she just curse me?" Lime did not respond directly. Seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, she gathered her cursed energy, and in the blink of an eye, Yusuji Toru found himself frozen in place. The razor-sharp ice pressed against his brow, perilously close to his vulnerable left eye. Yet, in the face of such a threat, the white-haired youth remained unflinching. "Is this not how you dealt with me when we first met, Lady Lime?" Upon hearing his taunt, Lime's eyes flashed with a fierce glint. "Stop joking. What do you truly intend to do?" "Do not be angry," Yusuji Toru replied innocently. "I truly have not done anything wrong." Reflecting on their past encounters, Lime found herself momentarily at a loss for words. The rain seemed to intensify. Chilled droplets streamed down Yusuji Toru's lashes, and as he half closed his eyes, he saw the towering figure of Sukuna before him. Raising his gaze, Sukuna's four fiery red eyes blazed down at him, their depths shrouded in inscrutable darkness. "Mischievous little imp. Your time has come." Sukuna effortlessly unleashed a slash, and in an instant, the head of the individual before him was severed. Strangely, however, no blood erupted from the severed neck. Sukuna's eyes widened in surprise. His first reaction was disbelief that the imp had not summoned a shield to defend himself, allowing him to so easily sever his head. Yet Sukuna soon realized he had been deceived once more. As the head fell, it emitted a loud thud, and a cloud of white smoke dissipated, revealing that the head and body had transformed into two pieces of wood right before his eyes. Sukuna's gaze darkened. "Cursed little imp. You truly possess some skill." Had he escaped once again? He needed to hide well this time, lest he be caught again. Lime watched in astonishment, her throat tightening for reasons unknown, rendering her speechless. Seeing the decapitated figure transform into wood, she unwittingly felt a sense of relief that she hadn't even recognized herself. Meanwhile, Yusuji Toru sat calmly atop a drenched rooftop, seemingly unfazed. Substitution techniques are truly effective. "By the way, this rain is coming down rather heavily. Is someone crying?" "Stop being curious, host. Do you wish to traverse now, or remain here?" "No staying. I've already exposed my identity. Remaining here would serve no purpose." He stood up, paused for a moment, then cast one last glance at the fleeting peace of this era. He then lowered his head and smiled. "All right. Let us depart." Spring 2006. Tokyo, Japan. The night market streets thrummed with life, neon lights shimmering brightly. In the depths of a shadowy alley, the unabashed sound of a curse being devoured echoed, teeth grinding through flesh and bone, sending shivers down one's spine. "Exorcise." In his heart, Suguru Geto chanted, extending his left palm as a surge of potent cursed energy enveloped the grotesque curse before him. A brilliant light ignited, illuminating the alley as if it were day. With a gulp, the area returned to its former tranquility, as he stepped over the sadly mangled corpse of a hapless passerby. Suguru Geto raised his eyes to the towering buildings above. There, it seemed, someone was crying. The aura of curses hung heavily in that place. A few seconds later, a curse resembling a flying fish ascended, effortlessly lifting Suguru Geto high into the air upon its back. As his vision expanded, following the repugnant aura of the curse, Suguru Geto deftly maneuvered the cursed spirit towards the eastern direction, arriving at the epicenter of the malevolent energy. Peering through the shattered glass of a broken window, he beheld a pink, insect-like cursed spirit bound tightly. In the center of the room, a white-haired youth clad in a white t-shirt was gently comforting a frightened, weeping little girl, patting her back. It was peculiar. Had he been the one to restrain the cursed spirit? Could he perceive curses? Before the doubtful Suguru Geto could voice his thoughts, the white-haired boy seemed to sense his presence and turned to meet his gaze. In the stillness of the night, both were momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, the writhing cursed spirit broke free and lunged towards the two inside the room, exclaiming words of affection, asking for kisses. Without hesitation, Toji Fushiguro scooped up the little girl and dashed towards Suguru Geto's position. Geto leapt down and instinctively shielded them both with his outstretched hand, providing a profound sense of security. However, the little girl, startled by the flying fish cursed spirit manipulated by Geto, sniffled and erupted into a fit of tears. There was no time for further explanations, so Geto called out. Fushiguro nodded, covering the little girl's eyes while simultaneously leaping onto the back of the flying fish cursed spirit. Instantly, the spirit soared away with them. After approximately 3 minutes, in the tranquility beside a street lamp below, the little girl, having adjusted to her surroundings, finally ceased her crying. Yet her tiny hand remained firmly grasping the hem of Fushiguro's shirt, unwilling to let go. It was quite a coincidence that he had just moved to Tokyo from the countryside after half a year, and was still organizing his luggage when he sensed the cursed energy emanating from above. To avoid instilling a sense of violent dread in the child by eliminating the cursed spirit in her presence, He had simply bound the pink spirit for the time being, planning to retreat with the girl before returning to deal with it, unaware that Suguru Geto would arrive. Now they were safe. Geto emerged from around the corner and approached them. Looking at the timid little girl, he knelt down, his gaze gentle as he tousled her hair. "Are you alright?" Perhaps influenced by his kind tone, the girl relaxed her tense expression and turned to hug Geto, shaking her head. Geto felt a bit helpless. Children indeed gravitated towards handsome men. Hearing this sound, Geto looked up and succinctly inquired, "Siblings?" "No, I don't know her." Fushiguro explained briefly that he had just moved in today and had rushed to investigate the unusual commotion from above. "Thank you for handling the situation earlier." Upon hearing this, Geto's fox-like, elongated eyes scrutinized him as he straightforwardly asked, "What is your name?" "Toji Fushiguro." "I am Suguru Geto." With their introductions complete, Geto lifted the little girl with one arm and extended his other hand amicably. Fushiguro, momentarily taken aback by Geto's heterochromatic eyes, shook hands with him. "Nice to meet you." "You can see those things, can't you?" Geto asked with a smile. "Yes, I can see them." As Fushiguro calmly nodded, Geto gazed into the beautiful heterochromatic eyes beneath the streetlight, feeling an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. "Aren't you afraid?" Just as he uttered these words, a voice, laced with a hint of playful mockery, echoed from a few meters away. "Geto, why are you taking on the role of a babysitter without us?" "Oh, is this the child's mother?" Chapter 18. Unable to become a mother, why not be my junior instead? Under the dim glow of the street lamp, Wataru Watanabe strolled over with his hands casually tucked into his pockets. He paused, bending down without a second thought, invading Fushiguro's personal space as he inspected his face from left to right. His cerulean eyes behind black glasses met Fushiguro's grayish heterochromatic gaze, brimming with evident interest. A few seconds later, Watanabe blurted out, his words polite yet curious, "Is your grayish-white left eye blind?" Fushiguro's eyebrows twitched slightly. "No, it's natural." He gently pushed Watanabe's handsome face away, taking a half step back, as the other's breath brushed against him. "Watanabe," Suguru Geto interjected, coming to the rescue, "that's too close. And I believe you should be the one most capable of discerning another's true gender." At this remark, Watanabe, who had been joking, merely pouted and straightened up. He then turned to Geto, his observant gaze shifting to the little girl in Geto's arms. "So you're not really a babysitter?" Geto replied seriously, "At my age, how could I possibly be a babysitter?" "Ah, then let me play with her," Watanabe exclaimed, reaching out his hands playfully towards Geto. His request appeared as if he were treating the 3 or 4-year-old girl as a plush toy. Just as Geto hesitated, he noticed that the little girl, already captivated by Watanabe's striking features, eagerly stretched out her tiny hands toward him. In that moment, a thought from earlier resurfaced in Geto's mind. Fushiguro had mentioned that children like to be close to handsome men. It seemed to hold true. "What are you two doing?" Suddenly, 2 stern voices erupted, and a young couple hurried towards them. "Who took my child down here?" A sudden chill ran down Fushiguro's spine as he exchanged a swift glance with Geto. In unison they pointed at Watanabe, who was joyfully playing a game of lifting the little girl high in the air. Watanabe, caught off guard, merely smiled foolishly. At 8 o'clock in a bustling establishment, Watanabe lamented, "Why am I the one being treated like a kidnapper, while you two escape unscathed?" He leaned back in his seat, resembling a languid white cat, mumbling complaints. Sitting opposite him, Geto showed no signs of remorse. "It's just a minor detail, no need to dwell on it, Watanabe." "Where's Shoko?" Watanabe changed the subject. "She got pulled away by a singer," he answered lazily, craning his neck, the dark lenses reflecting a blinding light. He cast a glance at Fushiguro, who was ordering food for them not far away. "How did you meet the child's mother?" Ignoring the term child's mother, Geto explained, while exorcising curses. "He happened to be on site protecting that little girl." "Protecting? Ah, he can see curses?" "Yes." Watanabe stroked his chin, pondering. As Fushiguro returned with their orders, Watanabe greeted him with a bright wave. "Hey there." Fushiguro, bewildered, paused at the edge of the table, unsure whether to sit with Geto or Watanabe. Couldn't he these close friends sit together and leave him a spot? "Come over here, Fushiguro." Watanabe, with an assertive reach of his long arm, effortlessly pulled the indecisive Fushiguro into the seat beside him, wrapping an arm around his shoulder. "I've heard everything from Geto. Since you cannot become a mother, how about being our junior?" "Huh? What are you talking about?" Fushiguro blinked in confusion, taken aback by the sudden shift in conversation. According to Watanabe, those who could see curses and bravely confront them were truly exceptional talents. It is truly a pity not to attend Jujutsu High. Nariyoshi Kamishiro slowly brushed aside the hand that Satoru Gojo had placed on his shoulder, questioning if this was the time for him to recruit students for the school. Mr. Gojo. What? Gojo's voice was low, and he swayed like a playful cat, seemingly not hearing clearly. Nariyoshi feigned ignorance and raised his voice, inquiring, I was wondering, what exactly is Jujutsu High? Gojo chuckled in realization but appeared somewhat bored, responding, if you're not from one of the three major families but rather an ordinary person, I must elaborate on the school every single time. Of course. I'm not implying that you, Nariyoshi, are ordinary. It's just that judging by the reaction described by Suguru, you must have encountered numerous curses over the years, right? Hence, you're able to remain calm, and even lend a helping hand to others. Nariyoshi did not deny this. Just then, the waiter brought out their meal. With newfound enthusiasm, Satoru Gojo had to pause the conversation, and upon seeing the lemon meringue pie served, his face lit up with delight. For someone with a sweet tooth like him, this place was a brief paradise. Suguru Geto, with his head bowed, had a variety of fast food before him, among which a colorful ice cream sundae stood out, its sweet aroma wafting through the air. Suguru, you look a bit tired, perhaps indulging in these could alleviate that. Suguru looked astonished at Nariyoshi across the table. After making this comment, Nariyoshi flashed him a gentle smile, and said no more. Suguru instinctively touched his cheek. Was his fatigue that apparent? The ever-impetuous Satoru Gojo pinched a fork between his fingers, pointed at Suguru, and playfully warned, be careful not to overindulge. It might upset your stomach. I could assist with that. You're so annoying, Suguru replied with a narrowed smile, firmly refusing, and then picked up a spoon, bringing his hands together to savor his dessert. As the three continued eating, Satoru Gojo did not forget to incessantly discuss Jujutsu High. So what do you think, Nariyoshi? I have no thoughts. What? Really? Gojo was momentarily taken aback by the outright rejection, staring in disbelief at the person beside him. He had poured considerable effort into his words. How could it have no effect? Immediately, Gojo fixed his striking cerulean eyes on Nariyoshi, demanding why? Give me a suitable reason. Watching Gojo lean closer without regard for personal space, Nariyoshi suddenly understood the feelings of Rimen, when he had been so persistently bothered. How incredibly irritating this was. On the surface, I seem to be of a similar age to you, he said, clearing his throat sheepishly. If we continue like this, I could address you both informally, by your names. But if I were to actually become your junior at Jujutsu High, Satoru, you would definitely compel me to call you senpai, wouldn't you? Gojo blinked in surprise, then stifled a laugh, shaking with mirth, before bursting into hearty laughter, unabashedly slapping the table. Lower your voice, Satoru. Suguru could no longer bear it. The exaggerated laughter had drawn the attention of many guests, and he worried they might be asked to leave soon. Did you hear that, Suguru? Even though it's our first meeting, Nariyoshi seems to understand me quite well. Suguru felt a sense of kinship. Not only Satoru, but Nariyoshi also seemed to grasp his preferences. Was it mere coincidence? How could it be that both of them just happened to align so perfectly? Chapter 19, Eye-Poking. After finally laughing enough, Satoru Gojo casually wiped the corners of his eyes with his fingers and suddenly adjusted his expression to one of feigned seriousness. At first glance, he indeed appeared convincingly earnest. Oh, hold on, don't be so quick to reject the title of senpai isn't that crucial. As he spoke, Gojo removed his glasses, unexpectedly revealing his eyes. Beneath his thick, snow-white eyelashes lay a pair of stunningly deep cerulean orbs, as clear and captivating as the vast night sky. Nariyoshi stared blankly for 2 seconds before snapping back to reality. Do you take me for a little girl? I want to be easily swayed by a handsome face. He inhaled deeply and acting nonchalant, turned his gaze away to continue eating. Upon hearing this, Gojo was taken aback, then stretched his neck, self-aware enough to bring his handsome face closer. His eyes, which seemed to see through everything, fixed intently on the side profile of Nariyoshi, who remained indifferent. Nariyoshi tightened his grip on the spoon, swallowing hard, feeling slightly damp under Gojo's gaze. However, he maintained his composed demeanor and said nothing further. Suguru, observing from the side, interjected once again. Satoru, if you want to eat that, it's right in front of you. Alright. Gojo sighed as if conceding and leaned back in his seat. He casually draped his arm over the back of the chair, tilted his head back, and closed his eyes, saying, not wanting to be called senpai is fine. You can simply call me by my name. Is that so? He paused. Satoru? Gojo suddenly opened his eyes. Suguru was sitting directly across from him. However, it was clear that the inquiry laced with a hint of confusion was not made by the dazed Suguru. Gojo quickly turned his head, noticing that Nariyoshi had finished eating, and was now wiping his mouth with a napkin. It's definitely you, I assenti it? Nariyoshi tilted his head to meet Gojo's gaze. Raising an eyebrow, his seemingly aloof heterochromatic eyes revealing a hint of warmth and gentle amusement. I've heard Suguru call you that repeatedly. It seems you two are quite good friends. Of course. Suguru and I are the ultimate duo, Gojo declared proudly, crossing his arms and nodding his head regally. Suddenly, he fixed his gaze on Nariyoshi, stealthily leaning closer. What's up? Having been approached so persistently, Nariyoshi decided he wouldn't evade any longer, remaining still, allowing Gojo to do as he pleased. Gojo stopped mere inches from his nose, enticingly extending a finger, raising his tone. Hey Nariyoshi, why not call me senpai just once? No. Oh come on, you've already called me by name. What's the harm in calling me senpai just this once? Nariyoshi firmly refused, determined to prevent Gojo from making any further strange demands. Suguru watched Gojo's relentless pursuit, trying to coax Nariyoshi into calling him senpai or senior, and could not help but chuckle, shaking his head lightly. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the three parted ways. Before leaving, Nariyoshi exchanged contact information with Satoru and Suguru. As he walked home, the night breeze felt refreshing. At that moment his phone vibrated. He took out his sliding phone to check, and saw that the message was from Satoru Gojo. However, before he could open it, a sudden chill coursed through his heart, making him shiver involuntarily. It felt as though something lurking in the shadows had taken notice of him. And Nariyoshi gripped his phone tightly, instinctively raising his head to scan his surroundings. Yet apart from hurried passers-by heading home, he noticed nothing unusual. He furrowed his brow. A mere illusion? As he held his breath in anticipation, preparing to gaze at the towering skyscraper in the distance, an almost imperceptible aura of a curse suddenly wafted through the air. Yusuji Narita's senses instantly heightened, leaving him no time to peruse the message from Gojo Satoru. He swiftly tucked his phone away and darted off in a chosen direction. At that moment, atop the high-rise, a figure donned in monk-like garb, with a strikingly refined visage and a white, bobbed hairstyle, stood silently. The exquisite features blurred the lines of gender, rendering it difficult to discern whether the being was male or female. As another figure vanished from sight below, a sense of familiarity struck Rimen, prompting her to turn away, without further contemplation. Pursuing the faint trace of the curse, she departed the bustling city, arriving at the sparsely populated outskirts. Yusuji Narita approached the edge of a bridge, surveying the surroundings before stepping onto the edge of the railing and leaping down. In the absence of streetlights, the inky darkness of the bridge's underpass obscured all visibility. However, an unpleasant stench assaulted his senses, evoking a visceral sense of revulsion. In an effort to comprehend the situation, he advanced a few steps, and in an instant, the surrounding scenery morphed dramatically. He found himself in a dimly lit area strewn with crumbling remnants of walls. A domain. Perhaps. Piles of skeletal remains and decayed limbs lay beneath his feet, the fetid odor penetrating his sensitive nerves. In this eerily silent realm, even his own breaths resonated with unsettling clarity. Covering his nose, he peered ahead, only to see a ghastly spirit with a strikingly pale body and large crimson eyes turn to face him from a few meters away. Those enormous, glimmering orbs, almost engulfing its entire head, radiated an unsettling innocence. The color of its eyes struck him as oddly familiar. If one were to categorize its strength, it would likely be a grade 1 or higher cursed spirit. No, it would be more appropriate to classify it as special grade, considering this spirit resided in a domain that even some special grade spirits lacked. Regardless, there was no time to ponder how sorcerers had overlooked the presence of such a spirit here. Adhering to his principle of performing good deeds, Yusuji Narita cautiously descended the Hill of Bones. Observing that the spirit, rather than exhibiting fear, approached him instead, it suddenly spoke. Little ghost. Eyes leave them behind. The words came out in a stilted manner, as if the spirit had yet to adapt to human speech. This request was not one to be easily granted. Tilting his head, Yusuji Narita swiftly summoned a long, white-bladed sword adorned with cloud patterns into his right hand. He weighed the blade, the Nichiren sword that had followed him through 2 worlds, as memories surged like a tide. Encountering a special grade spirit was a rare opportunity. It was time to test the blade infused with cursed energy. He had refrained from using the Nichiren sword during his battle with Sukuna, fearing the elder's violent tendencies might damage it. Surely, this spirit could not compare to Sukuna's formidable strength. Thus he need not worry about the sword's integrity. Leave it to me, the spirit exclaimed excitedly as it lunged forward. Yusuji Narita halted, and with a swift arc of his sword, the blade sliced through the air with a piercing sound. The sharp tip pierced flesh, and blood erupted in a spray. He felt a twinge of confusion. How was it so weak? The domain itself seemed not yet fully formed. Meanwhile, Rimen had followed the trail, sensing the chaotic fluctuations of cursed energy in the air. A horde of lower-level cursed spirits had gathered around. With a click of his tongue, Rimen declared, "Don't get in the way." In the blink of an eye, those lowly spirits were dispatched with lethal efficiency. Stepping over a field of their corpses, Rimen leaped down from the high bridge. In that moment, the powerful curse energy that had previously surged vanished without a trace. Under the moonlight, the dimly lit underpass fell into an eerie silence, devoid of any unusual sounds. Rimen stood frozen, his pupils dilating in shock. He could no longer sense Sukuna's cursed energy. What was happening? Chapter 20. If you want it, I shall give it to you. Someone had eliminated the cursed spirit hidden here. Who was it? A sorcerer? As Rimen pondered this with heightened vigilance, a shadow emerged from the depths of the shadowy underpass. The figure moved with a light step. Who? Rimen's eyes widened, recognizing a white silhouette that stood still. Due to the lighting, the lower half of the figure was illuminated by moonlight, while the upper half remained cloaked in darkness, obscuring its features. Beep beep. At that moment, the figure's phone rang. Rimen watched as the figure nonchalantly retrieved the device from their pocket and answered the call. Hello? What's the matter, Satoru? My apologies. I was busy with other matters and haven't had the chance to read your message. Haha, how are you so adept at charming others? Considering we've only known each other for 2 hours? Hearing the crisp, gentle voice of the youth on the other end of the line, Rimen felt an unsettling sensation as he observed the figure amiably coaxing the person on the phone, laughing and chatting. It dawned on him that this was the same individual he had glimpsed atop the skyscraper. The silhouette was familiar, the voice somewhat reminiscent. Yet Rimen couldn't quite place where he had encountered this person before. This person must also be a sorcerer, right? Had he been the one to eliminate the cursed spirit here? If so, it was highly probable that Sukuna's finger had fallen into this individual's hands. Yet, why could he not sense even a trace of the Great One's cursed energy? Little ghost. Rimen abruptly interrupted the conversation, tilting his head in a provocative manner. It was you, wasn't it? Taken aback by the inquiry, the figure hesitated briefly before hastily ending the call. Understanding the implication of Rimen's question, they nodded slightly. Yes. I happened to notice it, so I eliminated it. What of it? The nonchalant tone of the response incensed Rimen. He raised his hand in a threatening manner and coldly inquired, "Did you see a finger on that cursed spirit?" "A finger? Oh, indeed there was. Do you want it?" The figure replied leisurely, stepping closer. Gradually, their full appearance was revealed, illuminated by the interplay of streetlight and moonlight. The night breeze rustled, lifting the soft white strands of hair at their forehead, revealing exquisite, fair features and uniquely colored eyes that sparkled with a tranquil clarity, evoking memories from Rimen's past millennia. An unnatural silence enveloped the surroundings. The moon hung partially obscured by drifting clouds, casting fragmented shadows. The swaying silhouettes of trees at both ends of the bridge conveyed an inexplicable chill. It's you. The specifics of the figure's appearance had grown hazy in Rimen's memory over the years, yet the lingering impressions remained indelible, and upon a clear view, recognition surged forth. Narita. The addressed Yusuji Narita was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Rimen would remember him so distinctly. He regarded Rimen with a friendly smile, conceding, "Indeed. It is I, Lord Rimen." The familiarity of the title caused Rimen's pupils to constrict sharply, a whirlwind of astonishment coursing through him. Compared to a millennium ago, Narita's appearance had transformed. After all, he bore another's flesh and thus possessed another's visage. How could this individual recognize him at a glance? What manner of being was he? Rimen's hand, poised to launch a technique, trembled slightly. Resolutely he clenched his jaw, deciding against reminiscing and instead resolved to seize Sukuna's finger without delay. "Hand over that finger." Yushima Narita inquired earnestly, "Do you truly desire this, Lord Rimen? Spare me the trivialities." Rimen replied coldly. Despite some perplexing matters, particularly those concerning Yako, nothing was of greater significance than the collection of Lord Sukuna's fingers, which would allow him to resurrect in his full glory. As he spoke, Rimen summoned his cursed energy, preparing to launch an attack. He was acutely aware that Yako possessed the ability to match Lord Sukuna in combat. Perhaps he was not a match. But how could he know without attempting? Embracing such a reckless mindset, at the very moment he initiated his curse, a finger was casually tossed his way. The long, sharp, ebony nail unmistakably belonged to Lord Sukuna. Rimen swiftly leapt into the air, hastily catching the finger. When he regained his composure, he realized that Yushima Narita had already reached the high bridge, elegantly waving to him from below. "The finger is yours, Lord Rimen. I shall return home now. Perhaps we shall meet again." The entire archway seemed to resonate with the calmness of his voice. Rimen looked up, his expression frozen in disbelief. He could scarcely comprehend how effortlessly the situation had unfolded. What was that fellow truly contemplating? Eager to unravel the mystery, Rimen dashed to the high bridge. But the path was empty. Where could the other have vanished? Yako had undoubtedly retreated to that alternate space. Indeed, Rimen's thoughts were accurate. Upon eliminating the cursed spirit, Yushima Narita had momentarily been taken aback when he discovered the finger of Sukuna falling from its body. So, it was a finger-cursed spirit. No wonder it could attain such a high grade. Sukuna's fingers were inherently enticing to curses, and he could not simply flaunt them while returning to the city. Thus, he had cast the esteemed finger into the cursed realm. This was also the reason Rimen felt the absence of Sukuna's cursed energy as he pursued him. Speaking of which, today seemed to be filled with familiar faces from various aspects of life. By the time Yushima Narita returned to his fourth-floor abode, it was already past 10 o'clock. After a brief hot shower, he sat on the couch, towel-drying his hair, with a small black cat resting on his lap. He blinked in confusion. An inkling of forgetting something nagging at him. He hadn't yet checked for news from Wataru. He quickly retrieved his phone and scrolled through Wataru's messages. There was an address awaiting him. Wataru had also appended a note. Narita, take a taxi here tomorrow. Nah, just stay at home. I'll come pick you up at 10 with Jet. The idiot driver might struggle to find this godforsaken place. The address Wataru provided corresponded precisely to the location of the Jujutsu High School. He distinctly remembered not agreeing to accompany Wataru to the school. Early the next morning, around 7, while still at home, Yushima Narita faintly heard someone bellowing unabashedly downstairs. Hey Narita, are you up? The sun is shining. What floor do you live on again? TCH. Did Jet not ask clearly yesterday? Seriously, if you don't speak up, I might have to knock on every door. Observing Wataru's eager demeanor, Jet, who trailed behind, remarked, Wataru, this is disturbing the peace, and I want to be responsible for the complaints. Wataru paid no heed, and proceeded to pound on the door of the second-floor apartment. Who is it? A high school girl preparing for school opened the door, staring up in astonishment at the stunning white-haired young man, her toothbrush comically falling from her mouth. She squealed, blushing furiously. Hey, not my problem, Wataru dismissed her, swiftly moving on to the next door. Bang! 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 Narita, I'm here. Where are you? Come out and greet me. Wataru shouted as he continued his raucous knocking, finally reaching the middle apartment on the fourth floor. The curious little cat leaned forward, its azure eyes surveying the closed door. Could it be here? His unabashed knocking eventually drew the ire of some residents. Can't you just call instead? If you keep shouting and banging on doors, we might just move out. It seemed the one searching was a high school student. Is he the same high school boy who was rumored to be dating our Hanako? Hanako, the girl who had been struck dumb by Wataru's striking appearance, was still giggling. Darn it, I'm going to catch him and ask him about this. The agitated father of the girl burst from his apartment. Sensing trouble, Narita quickly whispered to his friend, run. Narita wisely jumped into the car. Jet, feeling exasperated, approached Wataru, who was poised to wreak havoc on the next resident. Wataru, trouble is coming. Huh? Just as Wataru expressed his confusion, the door suddenly swung open, and Yushima Narita hastily grabbed the two individuals outside, pulling them into his apartment. With a thud, the door closed behind them. The three exchanged startled glances, the atmosphere inexplicably thick with silence. Outside, the searching father murmured in confusion, finding no one in sight, and soon stomped off in frustration. Meow. Jet looked down to see the small black cat affectionately rubbing against his feet. It was no larger than a palm, its diminutive size melting hearts. What's its name? Jet inquired, crouching down to gently scratch the kitten's chin, eliciting a satisfied purr. Cole. I found it when I was living in the countryside, Narita replied. Noix? At that moment, Wataru effortlessly grasped the little black cat by the scruff of its neck, lifting it to point at the two developing bells. Isn't there something here? Yushima Narita responded with a puzzled expression. Chapter 21. Is there really a distinction among this family of three? Observing Wataru, the master of mishearing, Yushima Narita recalled Wataru's earlier antics of knocking on doors and shouting his name. Even if Wataru displayed no embarrassment, Narita could not help but feel a wave of mortification wash over him. He inhaled deeply, striving to quell his awkwardness, and politely invited the duo to sit down before asking, Wataru, didn't you say 10 o'clock? Why so early? Wataru sprawled comfortably on the couch, crossing his legs nonchalantly. I rarely wake up early to pick you up, you know. I called, but your phone was off. Jet chimed in. Wataru thought something might have happened to you, so we rushed here from the dorm. We were relieved to find no lingering cursed energy. Upon hearing this, Yushima Narita placed a hand on his forehead. Ah, I'm sorry. I got so absorbed in my phone yesterday that it died and shut off. I haven't turned it back on since charging it. Noticing Narita's seemingly apologetic and frustrated expression, Wataru's demeanor shifted momentarily. Then he waved his hand dismissively. I forgive you. But Wataru's voice trailed off, his azure gaze fixed intently on Yushima Narita. He recalled that before hanging up the previous day, there had been someone else with Narita, a person who had referred to him as Little Ghost. Yet now, there was no one else in the house. The small space felt overwhelmingly cramped. Do you live alone? Yes, alone. What about your parents? I have none. I'm an orphan. At this revelation, both Wataru and Jet, who had been fondling the cat, were momentarily taken aback. The atmosphere turned somewhat tense. I'm sorry. Gojo Satoru, feeling somewhat exasperated, ran his fingers through his hair, only for his expression to suddenly brighten. In that case, you should definitely heed my advice and head to Jujutsu High. Following this, Gojo began to enthusiastically recount the impressive features of the dormitory at Jujutsu High, spilling out details like beans from a bamboo tube. Naturally, compared to his own home, it was far inferior, but it was certainly preferable to being cooped up in this small house. Moreover, one could make friends there. Admittedly, the work involved was a tad more perilous than that of an average student. Taking care of ordinary people who are not sorcerers could be quite the challenge. However, I despise preaching, so I shall leave it at that. Just as he finished speaking, his phone buzzed in his pocket. On the other end of the line was the voice of Kinji Hikari, who had been waiting in the car for quite some time. Have you two scoundrels been locked up by someone's father to live as house husbands? Gojo scoffed. What nonsense. I have no interest in that. While Gojo was on the phone with Hikari, Noritoshi Kumo turned to the side to glance at Suguru Geto. The little cat, Cole, was comfortably perched on Geto's lap, enjoying the gentle strokes of his hand. This heartwarming scene radiated a cozy warmth, even making the coldest of corpses seem to emit a gentle heat. Kumo couldn't help but smile. It appeared that Cole was quite fond of Geto. Geto paused briefly before chuckling. Yesterday you called me Suguru. Have you changed your mind? Kumo nodded and replied honestly, people should always find ways to grow closer. That is how one becomes good friends. Geto, taken aback by this revelation, lifted the small cat high in the air, allowing him to gaze down. In his line of sight was Kumo, who was looking up at Cole with a gentle expression. At that moment, with a blink, Cole's long eyelashes shimmered slightly. After observing for a while, Geto spoke. You don't necessarily have to heed Gojo's words, Kumo. It's essential to make your own choices, in every aspect. Being a sorcerer is inherently a dangerous profession. Although jujitsu exists to protect non-sorcerers, not everyone who possesses cursed energy and is unafraid of curses must become a sorcerer. Each year, numerous sorcerers perish in battles against curses, and none have ever died without regrets. Living as an ordinary person is not without its merits. They can handle protecting the weak. Meow. A soft, melodic meow brought Geto back to reality. Cole tilted his head curiously at him. Geto then withdrew his arm, cradling the little cat in his palm against his cheek, gently rubbing against it. Kumo blinked in bewilderment. For a fleeting moment, it felt as though Cole and Geto's shadows had melded into one. The resemblance between the two was striking, save for the tuft of fur missing from Cole's forehead. Sensing Kumo's gaze, Cole responded by playfully swishing his tail and meowing at his owner. Kumo instinctively reached out, using his thumb to gently scratch Cole's fluffy head. Geto had initially intended to return Cole to Kumo, but seeing his hand extended, he remained still, allowing Kumo to finish. Kumo habitually scratched the kitten's chin, his expression turning contemplative as he asked Geto, "Is it permissible to keep cats in the Jujutsu High dormitory?" Geto was momentarily taken aback. Did this imply that Kumo was considering enrolling in Jujutsu High? Before he could clarify, Gojo's frustrated voice rang out nearby. Geto, Hikari left on his own. It seems we'll have to take the subway, and then a taxi back. Gojo continued, his tone incredulous. Those old geezers are incredibly strict with Hikari. It's barely been a moment, and they've called him back. What the hell? Gojo's speech faltered as he caught sight of the two on the sofa. His eyes widened in disbelief behind his sunglasses as he scrutinized Kumo and Cole. What's this? Are you two playing house with a family act? Kumo responded with a puzzled expression, while Gojo smirked mischievously. That cat really resembles you, Kumo. Geto, accustomed to Gojo's erratic behavior, set Cole down with a calm demeanor, saying, you can keep a cat in the dormitory. However, students often go on missions, so the kitten may lack sufficient care. Kumo expressed his disappointment. I see. Geto nodded in understanding and then suggested, I have a solution. During your time at Jujutsu High, we can find someone to foster Cole. And you can visit whenever you have the chance. After hearing this, Kumo pursed his lips. I don't have anyone reliable here to take care of the kitten. Geto, now more convinced that Kumo was considering enrollment, offered, if you trust me, you can leave Cole at my home. My parents will take excellent care of him. Kumo glanced at Geto, then at Cole, who seemed to understand the conversation, wagging his tail. He smiled softly. Thank you, Geto. I appreciate your help. Geto's lips curved into a slight smile. Let us proceed with this arrangement. Hey, don't ignore me. Gojo protested loudly, breaking into their conversation. Geto rubbed his ears, which had been affected by Gojo's volume, and apologized. Sorry, Gojo, but I can't accompany you both anymore. Gojo shot Geto a disdainful look. Why would you abandon me at a time like this? Geto's eyes sparkled with excitement. I'm taking the kitten home for a bit. Please take Kumo to school. I'll catch up with you later. Gojo's eyes widened behind his sunglasses, realizing the implication. He had been talking incessantly since last night, yet had received no clear response. How could Geto conclude that Kumo was going to Jujutsu High during a mere phone call? It was blatant favoritism. Gojo shot a glare at Kumo. What's with you? Does your feisty little white cat also want its chin scratched? Of course. Didn't he reach out to touch Gojo? Shortly thereafter, Geto, cradling the cat carrier, waved goodbye as he left. Kumo grabbed his phone and exited the house alongside Gojo. Considering the prospect of enrolling in Jujutsu High, it might be inconvenient, but it would allow him to protect the original characters closely. That was certainly a point in its favor. Hello, I'd like to order 3 portions of edamame cream from Kiku, please. Certainly. After receiving the dessert bag from the clerk, Kumo promptly paid and turned to exit the shop. Outside, Gojo was still on the phone. His nearly 6-foot frame standing tall and conspicuous. Passers-by couldn't help but cast frequent glances in his direction. What a hassle. I'm still out here handling business. And no one else seems to be available. As the person on the other end continued speaking, Gojo's irritation grew. He abruptly hung up the phone with a sharp snap. At that moment, a hand extended towards him, offering the dessert bag. Gojo's eyes instantly lit up. His displeasure transformed into delight in an instant. Ah, you bought it just in time. Kumo, you truly know my penchant for sweets, don't you? Observing Gojo gleefully accept the bag, Kumo modestly replied, just a little. Before he could mention that the bag contained not only Gojo's portion, but also one for Geto and another for the yet-to-be-met Hikari, Gojo exclaimed, regrettably, I am currently burdened with a task that prevents me from immediately indulging in these delights. And I am unable to make my way to the school for the time being. However, Kamishiro Naruki nodded in understanding, saying, it's all right, go handle your task first. As soon as he finished speaking, Satoru Gojo suddenly suggested, why not join me? Naruki waved his hand dismissively, replying, I don't see the necessity. After all, aren't you capable of effortlessly dispatching cursed spirits? It would be pointless to witness the commotion. Yet in the next moment, Gojo effortlessly seized the back of his collar, pulling him forward. Standing at just over 170 centimeters, Naruki felt like a helpless chick in the presence of the nearly 190-centimeter tall Gojo. To make matters worse, Gojo casually draped an arm around his shoulders, leaning in as if all his weight were pressing down on him, rendering escape impossible. Don't worry, let's go. I'll keep you safe, he assured. Thus began yet another day of grappling with the emotions of the past. It seemed a moment of reflection and repentance for past actions was in order. Chapter 22, The Unreliable One. From the window. A cursed spirit was observed within an elementary school in Tokyo. Just yesterday afternoon, 4 elementary school students had gone missing after school, leaving their anxious parents to search fruitlessly before turning to the school administration, only to discover that the children had indeed vanished. This news spread rapidly throughout the campus, causing an uproar. Upon learning of the situation, high-level personnel swiftly arrived on the scene, confirming the presence of a powerful and malevolent curse. To prevent further panic and the emergence of negative emotions, the relevant authorities liaised with the school to expedite the evacuation of students from classrooms, justifying it as a disaster drill. As Gojo and Naruki rushed to the scene, the clock struck 8:33. The evacuation efforts were proceeding with great urgency, leaving the bewildered students in a state of confusion. Outside the school gates, a sharply dressed assistant supervisor in a crisp black suit caught sight of Gojo from a distance. His expression tightened, quickening his pace as he approached Gojo with a tone tinged with urgency and respect. Young Master Gojo, you have finally arrived. However, Gojo appeared indifferent to him, casually cradling a bag filled with snacks in one hand while the other gently patted Naruki's back in a seemingly reassuring manner. Can you see it, Naruki? The curse energy emanating from over there, Gojo said nonchalantly. Following his gaze, Naruki peered into the distance, where a thick, purplish-black mist enveloped the entire teaching building, resembling a swirling cloud of darkness. It felt akin to a sinister abyss, poised to devour any life that dared approach, instilling a sense of dread and oppression. I can see it, and the feeling is quite intense, making me uncomfortable, Naruki remarked, furrowing his brow. It seems that what Jiro said was indeed correct. Gojo sighed lightly, a contemplative smile gracing his lips. The assistant supervisor, standing nearby, displayed signs of anxiety, hesitating before summoning the courage to further elaborate on the situation. Gojo's demeanor shifted to one of irritation, his 6 eyes hidden behind his sunglasses losing their brilliance. Without hesitation, he firmly grasped the supervisor's head. His expression darkened, resembling that of a quintessential villain. You called me here in haste, yet the evacuation is far from complete, and the curtain remains drawn. Are you jesting with me? My valuable time is not to be squandered. The chastised supervisor swallowed hard, his expression filled with regret. Gojo, uninterested in lingering, quickly detected the presence of a grade 1 curse lurking within the school, and intended to resolve the matter swiftly. As he prepared to depart, the assistant supervisor's voice urgently interjected, Wait, young Master Gojo, for children are missing. We must ascertain their safety. Gojo, visibly agitated, replied, I am aware. His azure eyes scanned the innocent faces of the children retreating from the school grounds before he adjusted his sunglasses and added, That is precisely why I said protecting these weaklings is quite the challenge. His impatient remark sent beads of cold sweat down the supervisor's brow. Fortunately, Gojo was still committed to addressing the situation. By this time, the students had nearly completed their evacuation. Assessing the distance to the rooftop of the teaching building, Gojo instructed, Naruki, I am about to initiate my technique. If you're frightened, close your eyes. No sooner had he spoken than he seized the back of Naruki's collar, and their figures vanished from the spot, leaving the bewildered assistant supervisor behind. Oh no, the curtain has yet to descend. Young Master Gojo, he exclaimed. By the way, who was that white-haired boy beside young Master Gojo just now? A first-year student? A member of the Gojo family? I've never seen him before. He hasn't been registered yet, has he? Utilizing the technique Ko, they executed a successful short-distance teleportation to the rooftop. As Gojo's long legs touched the ground, he released his grip on Naruki, ready to speak, only to find that the boy had vanished in the blink of an eye. Ah! Gojo exclaimed in surprise. He then stroked his chin, realizing it must be the effect of a barrier that forcibly separates individuals. Meanwhile, Naruki, who had not closed his eyes, landed on the ground only to discover that Gojo was nowhere to be seen. Could he be playing a disappearing prank on me? He thought, vexed at the mischievous Gojo. Fortunately, his suspicion of Gojo's antics was soon dispelled. As he walked down the classroom corridor, he noticed that this was already his 3rd time passing by Class 2B. This was no prank. It was as though he had encountered a wall of ghosts. Pondering this, he turned to glance out the left window. The light shone brightly, illuminating the flower bed outside, suggesting that he was on the 1st floor. However, as he carelessly approached another window, he realized that from this vantage point, he was actually on the 2nd floor, or perhaps even higher. The view outside reflected a massive, leafy treetop, a stark contrast to what he had seen moments ago. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoed through the area. Naruki stepped onto the windowsill, and upon the windows shattering, he discovered that outside was not the playground, but another classroom radiating a malevolent curse energy. Yet it was empty. In the next instant, the sounds of glass breaking multiplied. As he began to search the surroundings, he suddenly heard the distant cries of children. In a vacant classroom, a towering 2-meter-tall humanoid curse sat before 4 trembling, pale-faced elementary students, who were crying helplessly. Children who struggle academically ought to be educated, the curse declared, its voice quivering more than the steps of a neighbor's elderly relative. In an instant, it gently snapped the arm of a short-haired boy, causing blood to gush forth amidst his screams. The curse, however, reveled in its delight. Who will be next? It asked, brandishing the severed, bloodied limb like a harbinger of death, pointing at a girl on the verge of fainting. A look of terror and despair etched on her face. It's your turn. Just as the curse was about to act, a hand silently climbed onto its shoulder. The cursed spirit trembled and stiffly turned its head. In that moment, it locked gazes with a pair of cold, heterochromatic eyes. To be frank, those despicable teachers who resort to violence against students deserve obliteration. At that very moment on the playground, a girl clad in a red and white shrine maiden outfit stood beside Satoru Gojo. Gojo, I must say, while your abilities are indeed formidable, could you perhaps consider the feelings of others when you act? The person right under your nose has vanished, and yet you still have the leisure to indulge in desserts. Shouldn't you hasten to their rescue? Satoru Gojo took a hearty bite of his sweet treat, cheeks bulging as he mumbled, "It's only the weak who require immediate salvation. Like you, the songstress. I certainly do not need your assistance, and you ought to speak to me with more respect." The elder songstress felt her forehead throb with anger, nearly wishing to poke her fingers into Gojo's nostrils. Just then, a tall girl with a high ponytail approached. Gojo casually reached into his bag and generously offered a sweet to Mei. He didn't forget to deliberately turn to An and say, "There are none for the songstress. Who would want one anyway?" and shot him a disdainful look. Mei remarked, "The barrier has been established. The true situation here is not visible from the outside. May I inquire if the child who came with Gojo is truly within?" Upon hearing this, Gojo paused mid-bite. While others might be oblivious, he discerned through his 6 eyes that the child Changyi possessed a commendable amount of cursed energy. However, the 6 eyes failed to detect the specific curse techniques he wielded. Moreover, he noticed an inexplicable flame, darker than ink, burning within the grayish-white left eye of the spirit. What that was he couldn't ascertain just yet. Nevertheless, this cursed spirit was merely a standard grade 1. Changyi shouldn't be immediately annihilated by it, right? Just as Gojo was lost in thought, contemplating the passage of time, Suguru Geto arrived on the scene. Gojo promptly shared his sweet with Geto and casually inquired, "Has the eggless charcoal made its way to your place yet?" "Well, it's called coal now, and it does have eggs, 2 of them." Anne's expression twitched upon overhearing their absurd conversation. What on earth were these 2 scoundrels discussing so nonchalantly in front of a girl? Geto glanced down at the sweet in his hand, then surveyed their surroundings, his inquiry piercing through to a certain someone's essence. "Where is Changyi?" As Gojo savored his sweet, he felt as though he had momentarily lost all sense of taste. 2 seconds later, he tossed the unfinished portion of his sweet to Anne. "What are you doing? It's all slobbery and filthy." Ignoring Anne's disgruntled background noise, Gojo addressed Geto. "It's time to save the day, Geto. Bad boy. Let me educate you." The humanoid cursed spirit, twitching in its final moments, muttered in a daze. Changyi looked down at it with a cold gaze, his tone defiant as he replied, "I'm afraid there aren't any teachers left to educate me at my age. You can rest easy now." Just as Changyi was about to turn away, the ground beneath him began to tremble violently. 2 remaining semi-conscious children instinctively clutched their heads in terror and helplessness. He immediately moved to shield them within the protective barrier. The ground continued to collapse, dust and debris swirling around them, yet they were spared from harm. Suddenly, the surroundings brightened dramatically, especially above them, as the dawn's early light cascaded down around 9 o'clock, instilling a profound sense of comfort. "Changyi, I'm here to rescue you," Gojo proclaimed, striding onto the rubble, backlit by the incoming Geto. Geto was using a large off-white, insect-like cursed spirit to shield them from a cascade of falling concrete walls. "Oh dear, are you crying?" The moment Gojo noticed a glimmer of moisture in Changyi's eyes, he craned his neck to inquire. Changyi blinked, not shedding a tear. It was merely the sudden brightness of the sun that had momentarily overwhelmed him. "Are you all right?" Geto approached, extending a hand to help him up. Changyi shook his head, observing his condition, and recalling Gojo's unreliable behavior of merely spectating. Geto was about to say something comforting when he spotted the lifeless first-grade cursed spirit trapped beneath the rubble. He hesitated for a moment. However, rather than concern for how this first-grade spirit met its demise, the more pressing matter was to get the injured students to medical care as swiftly as possible. Just then, he noticed Changyi crouching down, seemingly intent on picking up the injured student. "Gojo, let us lend a hand," Geto urged. Gojo grabbed hold of the 2 frightened elementary students, scoffing, "Can you walk at all, little ones? Do you want me to carry you out?" Just as he was saying this, Gojo's expression suddenly stiffened, and he turned his head in surprise. Noticing Gojo's sudden silence, Geto instinctively looked over as well, his own astonishment mirroring Gojo's. For there, in their line of sight, Changyi was not picking up the poor student with the broken arm. Instead, his palm was gently placed over the injury. Miraculously, under his care, the lost arm of the injured child began to regenerate and heal. Witnessing this spectacle, Gojo instinctively fished out his phone, his fingers deftly tapping away as he dialed a number. The line rang for 2 seconds. Meanwhile, in her dormitory, Shoko Yeri, who was smoking a cigarette, answered the call only to hear Gojo say, "Hello Shoko, if you don't step up your game, your position is about to be usurped." Confused, Shoko slowly typed out a question mark. Chapter 23. Run Obedient Jr. "I'm calling to see who is available to head over and exorcise the curse." Yet, not only was that curse resolved by a new student sorcerer, who hasn't even been registered yet. But you two also went ahead and demolished his school's teaching building. Gojo, you didn't even wait for the barrier to be completed before rushing in. And you left the new student trapped in the first grade cursed spirit's domain, merely watching without offering immediate assistance. Sitting before them, Yaga Yoshinobu meticulously enumerated the transgressions of the troublesome students from that morning. With each emphasized syllable, his fists grew increasingly tense. While Gojo sat obediently, feigning compliance, he suddenly raised his hand and declared loudly, "Teacher, can we drop the subject of destroying the school already? We still..." Before he could finish, a loud bang echoed above him as a puffed-up bag formed on his head. "Gojo Lamen. Wah!" Geto remarked. Yaga bellowed, "Immediately write me a 2,000-word self-reflection." Meanwhile, in the quiet classroom, Chungyi sat alone in silence. He propped his head up, feeling drowsy with boredom. "Hello." At that moment, a vibrant voice rang from the doorway, prompting him to open his eyes. There stood a spirited boy with a black mushroom haircut, radiating energy. Chungyi observed him for a moment, only for his gaze to shift to another individual beside him, a striking blonde boy with a side part. It was none other than Nanami Kento and Hyukiyu. "Greetings." Out of courtesy he stood up, but before he could continue, Hyuka grasped his shoulders firmly. "I heard about what happened this morning. You single-handedly dealt with a first-grade cursed spirit. That's incredible. Are you from a sorcerer family?" "I am indeed from a non-sorcerer lineage." Hyoharayu's eyes widened in astonishment. "That makes you even more impressive. What a coincidence, for I too hail from a non-sorcerer family." After exchanging names and becoming acquainted, Hyoharayu took a seat and began to chat animatedly with Kamishima Narumi. In contrast to Hyoharayu's vigor and loquacity, Nanami, seated nearby, appeared somewhat subdued and reticent. Moreover, in their first year, despite being classified as such, there were only the three of them in this cohort. Had Kamishima Narumi not enrolled in the high school, their numbers would have been even more dismal. Once familiar, he was escorted by the administrator to register his cursed energy, completing all the necessary enrollment procedures, followed by dormitory allocation. The dormitory was a single room styled in a traditional Japanese manner, equipped with a basic bed, a desk, and a cupboard. Upon entering, one could also observe 3 sofas, 2 small and 1 large. The kitchen and bathroom were adequately furnished, with the sole drawback being the absence of a television. Seated on the sofa, Kamishima Narumi perused his phone, glancing at a photo sent by Suguru Geto. It depicted a small kitten named Koten, capturing a moment of its life at the Geto residence. In the image, Suguru Geto's parents were gently caressing Koten, creating an exceedingly heartwarming scene. It seemed Suguru was attempting to reassure him, the owner, in this manner. However, merely placing the cat in their care to enjoy free meals felt somewhat inconsiderate. As he contemplated purchasing a gift to express his gratitude to the Geto family, he was suddenly added to a chat group. Satoru Gojo, in a fit of irritation, snapped a pen in half. "Ugh. I really don't want to write a single word of this dreadful reflection." To which Shoko Yeri, calmly lighting a cigarette, replied, "You must take responsibility for your own actions." Suguru Geto chimed in, sharing cat photos X1. Satoru Gojo continued to grumble. "Haven't the curses been dealt with? All the students have been rescued, albeit some are missing limbs. Why on earth must I write such a pointless reflection?" Shoko Yeri, exhaling smoke leisurely, struck a nerve. "This operation against the first-grade curse and the student rescue had nothing to do with you, did it? Wasn't it all carried out by that prospective first year?" Satoru Gojo fell silent. Suguru Geto, sharing cat photos X2. Satoru Gojo, now resorting to childish antics, pleaded, "Shoko, help me write it please. I've only got 2,000 words left, 1,998 to go." Shoko Yeri, disdainfully typing with a cigarette in her mouth, replied, "You can just put down reflection as the title, right? Not a chance, I haven't done anything wrong." Suguru Geto, sharing cat photos X3. Satoru Gojo, now furious, picked up his phone and typed furiously, "Geto, why do you keep sending pointless photos?" Suguru Geto responded, "They're not for you. They're for the newly arrived Narumi." Satoru Gojo mouth agape in shock. Shoko Yeri, amiably greeting in the group, "Hello Narumi." Kamishima Narumi replied, "Hello Yeri-senpai. How polite and seemingly strong. What a treasure has the school found," Shoko mused. However, to protect the child from unsavory individuals, she was about to advise him to steer clear of this troublesome duo when she noticed Satoru Gojo's message pop up first. "Hey Narumi, which dorm are you in?" Seeing this question, Shoko Yeri, who could almost read Satoru Gojo's mind, swiftly typed a response and tagged her junior. "Don't tell him." Yet before she could hit send, Kamishima Narumi's message appeared, in XXX. Shoko Yeri facebombed. Should she commend the child for his fast typing, or lament the rapid internet speed? Run was the last piece of advice she could offer her obedient junior. Kamishima Narumi stared at the words on the screen, perplexed as to why he should run. But by then, Satoru Gojo had already arrived at the dormitory door. Hey Narumi, help me write this reflection. The white cat enticed. Kamishima Narumi Satu. I believe this is something one should write for oneself. Seeing him unresponsive, Satoru Gojo quickly resorted to his theatrical talents. The cat, feigning distress. Just this once. I beg you. The cat feigned tears. QQ. Though aware it was all an act. Kamishima Narumi could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy, and finally grasped the meaning of Shoko's words. He sighed helplessly at Satoru Gojo and queried. How much do I need to write? 2,000. Alright, take a seat. The cat triumphed. Hee. Before long, a new message appeared in their group chat. It was a photo of a six-eyed, white-haired figure gleefully posing for the camera, alongside another white-haired individual with heterochromatic eyes diligently writing. Upon seeing the message, Shoko Yeri felt a mix of exasperation and disdain. Truly a scoundrel capable of exploiting his juniors. Suguru Geto. Sharing cat photos XN. Chapter 24. The Square of the Dormitory's Curse. The reflection had indeed been written. Yet the handwriting of the two was utterly dissimilar. Upon receiving the reflection, Yaga Yoshinobu discerned the discrepancies, his expression contorting as he swiftly clenched his fist and delivered a forceful blow to Satoru Gojo's head. Thud. Satoru Gojo. Disgruntled, protested. What was that for? Yaga Yoshinobu. Did you think I was oblivious? Satoru Gojo, feigning surprise with one hand over his mouth. Oh. So you haven't lost your wits after all? Yaga Yoshinobu, rewrite it. You must compose it yourself. Satoru Gojo. Holding the reflection deemed unsatisfactory due to the differences in handwriting, sulkily pouted. Writing it himself was no issue. It merely meant copying what Narumi had written. How simple. He feigned to leave, but Yaga Yoshinobu suddenly interjected. Leave that reflection here. Write it in your own words. Do not think to merely replicate someone else's. Having had his thoughts laid bare, Satoru Gojo, realizing the situation had escalated, he promptly unfolded the reflection, intending to read through it to memorize the content. To his surprise, his teacher was quick on the draw, snatching the reflection from his hands and crumpling it into a ball. Fortunately, at that moment, the administrator hastily called, requesting second-year students to undertake an off-campus task immediately. Satoru Gojo seized the opportunity to negotiate with Yaga Yoshinobu, cheekily claiming that he had to complete a mission, and thus could not write the reflection, pleading for leniency on his behalf. Yaga Yoshinobu, appearing quite irked, Satoru Gojo, adopting a stance of feigned ignorance, turned away, waving his hand as he strolled out. Upon reaching the corridor, he spotted Suguru Geto and Kamishima Narumi waiting beneath a tree. Gojo, how's the reflection coming along? Suguru Geto inquired with concern. Kamishima Narumi, who had been discussing Koten with Suguru, also found himself curious about the question. Satoru Gojo approached, silently observing the two before breaking into a grin, and giving an exaggerated thumbs up. Suguru Geto exchanged incredulous glances with Kamishima Narumi. The latter innocently asked, Geto, does our teacher Yaga perhaps have presbyopia? How could a reflection with such differing handwriting be accepted? Suguru Geto shook his head. The truth was evident in the new bump on Satoru's head. There's a new task, Geto. Satoru Gojo leaned casually against his close friend's shoulder, tilting his head to gaze at Kamishima Narumi. The more he beheld the young man's similarly soft, white hair, the more his hands itched. Thus, he casually reached out to ruffle his hair, chuckling playfully, oh, upon returning from the mission, I shall bring you a little something. Yusuji Naritaki blinked in surprise, then brushed aside the hand atop his head, his heterochromatic eyes fixated on a certain insufferable decay. Don't presume to act with impunity simply because of your height. Do you take me for a child? However, Wataru Gojo nonchalantly spread his hands, his tone irritatingly smug. If you're dissatisfied with your height, then perhaps you should eat more, striving to surpass me and Ojet as well, though the odds of that happening might be zero. Yusuji Naritaki felt a pang of heartache, for he indeed would not grow any taller, unless he employed transformation techniques. Noticing the frown etched across Yusuji Naritaki's forehead, Suguru Geto hurriedly pulled Wataru Gojo away, saying to him, if there's anything, contact us by phone. Naritaki, we shall take our leave now. Alright, take care on your way. Rest assured, I and Jet are the strongest. The duo waved goodbye, their figures gradually fading into the distance until they vanished entirely. On their way to the mission, Wataru Gojo sighed. What a pity, Naritaki isn't in our year, otherwise we could have teamed up. The distinction of grades is not a primary limitation, Suguru Geto remarked. It's merely that Naritaki is a first-year newcomer, and there are many things he has yet to grasp from the higher echelons, making it unsuitable for him to accompany us on frequent outings. Wataru Gojo shrugged dismissively, scoffing. Jet, do you truly believe what you just said? Naritaki has already single-handedly taken down a first-grade curse. You witnessed the cursed corpse, and so did I. That hardly qualifies as novice-level work, does it? I assert that those old geezers must have their eyes on his healing techniques, hoping to covertly mold him into a second Naobito. Suguru Geto remained non-committal. Staying at the Jujutsu High, while protected by barriers, also meant losing one's freedom, and that is hardly a favorable situation. As night fell, with the moon shining brightly and stars sparse, deep within a forest far from the city, a man was continuously wailing in agony. Please, I beg you, stop. Why must you do this? Tears streamed down his face as his entire body was buried beneath the soil, leaving only his head exposed. Half of his face had been maliciously skinned away, his stiff muscles incapable of expressing any other emotion. The executioner, a curse user, showed him no mercy. As a killer, it is essential to thoroughly understand the structure of human anatomy. The sharp instrument sliced through taut skin. The blade scraped against the skull, producing a chilling sound. Once the task was complete, the curse user tidied his tools and carelessly discarded the corpse, walking away without a backward glance. As he strolled, he felt the night air was particularly cold and eerie. Before long, he suddenly stepped on something hard beneath his feet. It did not feel like a branch nor a stone. Squatting down for a closer inspection, he discovered it was a finger. The nail was dark and sharp, resembling nothing from a typical human. There's a cursed aura about it. Is it a cursed object? What powers does it possess? Curiosity piqued. He picked up the finger as if it were a treasure. However, as he raised his head, a boy clad in a white t-shirt silently appeared before him. I say, old man, that thing in your hand is no good. It's quite dangerous. Hand it over to me. The curse user jumped in shock. Casting a defiant glance at Yusuji Naritaki, don't spout nonsense, brat. Is that thing yours? Well, not really. Whoever sees it and picks it up owns it, so you, the latecomer, can go play in the mud. Seeing that the curse user, unfamiliar with the finger of Sukuna, was intent on courting death, Yusuji Naritaki felt no need for courtesy. He tilted his head and inquired, that man over there, you killed him, didn't you? I did. So what? If you don't know your place, you'll be next. Almost the moment those contemptuous words fell, the curse user's squat frame was suddenly sent hurtling through the air by an unseen force. His internal organs felt as if they had been rearranged in the chaos. Yusuji Naritaki strolled over nonchalantly, retrieving the finger of Sukuna that had fallen to the ground. He barely glanced at it when he heard the curse user shouting angrily, hurling curses that he could not quite make out as the sounds around him began to blur. Then, his consciousness was forcefully dragged into a mysterious realm. As his vision shifted, he beheld a mountain of shattered corpses. Water, as red as blood and barely reaching his ankles, bathed the surroundings in a stifling dark crimson hue. Atop the towering mound of corpses, sat a man dressed in a white kimono, his face resting against the back of his hand. Upon witnessing this scene, Yusuji Naritaki felt his breath catch. What the hell? How did I suddenly end up in Sukuna's domain? Just as he fervently pondered the reason, Sukuna seemed to sense his presence and slowly opened his crimson eyes. Chapter 25, Empathic Restraint. An audacious little brat intruding into my domain. What a uniquely foolish method of seeking death. Yusuji Naritaki remained silent, attempting to bury his head like a quail. From Sukuna's lofty vantage point, he appeared as if bowing in deference. Observing the boy's perceptiveness, Sukuna refrained from immediately harboring murderous intent. He gazed down at the white-haired head. It has been so long. This is the first time my domain has been breached by an outsider. Sukuna was somewhat curious as to how this child managed to accomplish such a feat. You may speak now, little one. Hearing Sukuna's permission, Yusuji Naritaki's eyes flickered with confusion. He was at a loss for words. All he wanted was to leave. Sukuna's brow furrowed in displeasure. Was this child rendered mute by his aura? Why was there no response? How did you get in, and what transpired outside? Sukuna asked straightforwardly. However, several seconds passed without a reply. Sukuna's gaze darkened ominously. Do not provoke me. If you are not truly mute, I shall kill you if you remain silent. As those words echoed, Sukuna noticed the boy below finally lifting his head slowly. Having finally gained an audience, he would not hastily end the life of someone who seemed oblivious to the situation. Otherwise, who knows when he would find another to interrogate? Wouldn't you agree? Sukuna scrutinized the boy's distinctive heterochromatic eyes, narrowing his crimson gaze. You look somewhat familiar. Yusuji Naritaki felt a lump in his throat. He inwardly hoped Sukuna wouldn't remember him. Otherwise it would be an endless cycle. But contrary to his wishes, is that you, Yuji? Sukuna's voice deepened. Yusuji Naritaki's eyes widened slightly. At that moment, Sukuna stood up from the pile of corpses, and in the blink of an eye, his figure teleported to stand before him, stirring up a gust of wind. As their gazes locked, Sukuna unhesitatingly raised his arm, seemingly striking down casually, yet with immense lethality concealed within. Clang! The blow was deftly intercepted by a transparent shield, and the collision of their forces sent shockwaves rippling across the crimson water beneath them, causing it to ripple in concentric circles, confirming the identity of his opponent. Sukuna's lips curled into an ominous smile. What are you doing? Yusuji Naritaki's eyes remained fixed on Sukuna, feeling utterly exasperated. Given the current situation, could you perhaps tone it down a notch? The term convergence is conspicuously absent from Sukuna's lexicon. He only knows that the unmasked individual before him, devoid of pretense, speaks with audacious arrogance. However, having previously been unable to vanquish his opponent, the prospect of doing so now with merely a finger's strength seems even more daunting. Sukuna has no intention of engaging in a head-on confrontation. He retracts his arm, smooths his slicked-back hair, and nonchalantly declares, I require a vessel. I am aware. Yusuji Chikage replies, furrowing his brow, but I will not procure one for you. Sukuna's gesture halts, and he suddenly chuckles. Interesting indeed. Aren't you aligned with the sorcerers? In that case, I am more than willing to disclose the precise method to annihilate me completely. In a flash, Sukuna reappears atop a mountain of corpses. The enormous, sinister skeletal structure looming above him, coupled with his disdainful gaze surveying the ants below, instills an involuntary tremor in one's legs. Yusuji Chikage, however, merely twists his neck, feeling as if his cervical discomfort has been alleviated. I will inhabit the vessel, and you sorcerers can devise a method to gather my fingers, compelling the vessel to consume them one by one. When the day arrives that you have amassed them all, you may destroy the vessel, and I shall naturally perish along with it. Yusuji Chikage inhales deeply, his tone resolute. I refuse. A shadow flickers across Sukuna's gaze. Having articulated his plan so thoroughly, he cannot fathom why this individual remains unyielding. Yusuji Chikage, of course, would not be ensnared so easily. In the original narrative, Sukuna's vessel, Itadori Yuji, is still quite young. And should Sukuna truly resurface through this vessel, countless lives would be lost. Was the Shibuya incident not tragic enough? Thus, before allowing Sukuna's resurrection, measures must be taken to temper his unrestrained malevolence. He glances at Sukuna, perched atop the heap of corpses, and waves his hand dismissively. Our reminiscing ends here. I must take my leave. After all, that cursed sorcerer is still alive. Sukuna makes no attempt to hinder him. He understands that the other can exit through spatial techniques. Even an interception would be futile. So he crosses his arms and silently observes as the figure vanishes from sight. The realm of existence becomes tranquil once more, leaving him in solitude. After a lengthy silence, Sukuna, bored, props his chin up and closes his eyes again. Yet, at that moment the space below shifts, and the individual who had departed reappears. Sukuna opens his eyes, feeling a sense of bewilderment. He is not alone in his confusion. Yusuji Chikage is equally perplexed. He finds himself unable to leave. Still have something to say? Sukuna's voice penetrates the air, tinged with a hint of displeasure. However, I have no inclination to listen to your trivialities. Yusuji Chikage's expression stiffens. Sukuna, now lacking patience, coldly scrutinizes the figure below him when a thought suddenly strikes him. Sukuna's gaze shifts, almost instantaneously transforming. Hey Chikage, you find yourself unable to exit my realm of existence, do you? Yusuji Chikage's heart skips a beat at the revelation. Sukuna, however, grows increasingly convinced of his hypothesis upon witnessing the other's silence. Shall we strike a bargain? More accurately, a mutual binding. Yusuji Chikage's face stiffens as he asks. What do you mean? Sukuna explains, I shall send you out. In exchange, you will relinquish your body to me for 10 minutes. Yusuji Chikage responds, what? You wish for me to become your vessel? Absolutely not. Sukuna's gaze turns icy. Do you intend to remain in my realm for eternity? I have no desire to accompany you, Yusuji Chikage retorts. I do require your assistance to exit, but you must propose a different condition. The so-called binding necessitates mutual consent to be established. As he does not agree to the current terms, Sukuna cannot compel him. A second later, Yusuji Chikage observes Sukuna's seemingly reluctant gesture as he beckons him with a finger. Fine, let us alter the terms. Let it be a shared perception. Yusuji Chikage asks, what is that? Sukuna's intention is clear. Since there is no vessel available, and this individual refuses to yield his body for 10 minutes. They will instead establish a means of mutual awareness. After all, there is no urgency in this moment. Noticing the other's hesitance to immediately acquiesce, Sukuna's displeasure becomes evident. This is already a concession on my part. Do not push your luck. Who is truly pushing their luck? Yusuji Chikage remains speechless. Eventually, he concedes, fine, let us proceed with that. It is merely shared perception after all. He reflects that it is preferable to relinquishing control of his body, allowing Sukuna to unleash chaos. Thus, the binding is established. In an instant, his perspective shifts, and he exits Sukuna's realm of existence. Yusuji Chikage blinks. Looking down, he discovers that his left hand has been severed by a sharp blade, blood gushing forth. You little brat. The cursed sorcerer on the ground retaliates with a weapon, aiming to sever his head. However, a figure moves faster than the sorcerer's attack, piercing through the cursed sorcerer's body like a tempest. The sorcerer's eyes widen in shock, fixating on an androgynous face. Rimen nonchalantly withdraws his hand and delivers a kick that sends the cursed sorcerer flying. Just as the sorcerer breathes his last in disbelief, he turns to face Yusuji Chikage. Yusuji Chikage also regards Rimen, raising an eyebrow in surprise. What brings you here? Lord Rimen? Have you come seeking fingers again? Rimen remains silent, his expression impassive as he gazes at Yusuji Chikage's bleeding stump. This cursed sorcerer is pathetically weak. He cannot fathom why Chikage did not raise a shield, allowing himself to be so easily maimed. Moreover, he appears to be conversing without a semblance of pain. In truth, Yusuji Chikage is unaware of his injury due to the pain being suppressed. Yet Sukuna, sharing this perception, is increasingly irritable, for he can feel everything. Although this minor pain is inconsequential to him, the fact that he has been injured by such a feeble opponent is particularly vexing. Did you so eagerly agree to the shared perception binding just to provoke my ire? Sukuna questions. I assure you that was not my intention. However, your remark did inspire me, Yusuji Chikage replies. Sukuna? At that moment, Sukuna's urge to kill intensifies dramatically. Very well, I was merely distracted when I was injured. It will not happen again. After assuring Sukuna, Yusuji Chikage ceases their mental dialogue. With a mere thought, he regenerates his severed hand right before Rimen's eyes. Rimen raises an eyebrow but refrains from commenting, feeling somewhat superfluous. Even if he had not intervened, Chikage would undoubtedly have survived the cursed sorcerer's attack. Give me the fingers. Dismissing any further contemplation, Rimen succinctly states, this may prove difficult, Lord Rimen. I shall keep this one for myself. Rimen's expression suddenly turns cold. Why? Yusuji Chikage replies nonchalantly. Because I just had a discussion with Sukuna. While some matters remain unclear, we truly need a medium for communication now that we have established a binding. As he speaks, he stores the finger he is holding into the realm of ink. Rimen's expression shifts entirely incredulous. What nonsense are you spouting? You are not Sukuna's vessel. How could you converse with him? Just as he spoke, Rimen suddenly froze in place. Did you say you just had a conversation with the adult? Indeed, Yusuji Naritaki replied, scratching his head. The moment he picked up this finger, his consciousness was inexplicably drawn into the realm of his existence, nearly unable to escape. Rimen now understood why this guy had been dazed earlier, even losing a hand in the process. He gradually composed his excited expression, yet his gaze remained fixed on the other, as if trying to ascertain the truth of the words being spoken. Is it Rimen? Sukuna suddenly interjected, adopting an authoritative tone. Entrust your body to me. Absolutely not, Yusuji Naritaki retorted. I've already stated that I am not your vessel. One minute, Sukuna insisted. Not even 10 seconds would suffice. Rimen stared blankly as Yusuji Naritaki conversed with himself, seemingly bargaining with someone. In the next moment, the other abruptly closed his eyes and fell silent. Soon, a familiar black pattern emerged on his fair, pristine face. When he reopened his eyes, the left remained grayish-white. But the azure right eye had transformed into a crimson hue unique to Sukuna. Rimen's eyes widened in shock, and he quickly knelt in respect. Lord Sukuna. Rimen. That fellow Yako is quite peculiar. Let us heed his words for now. As you command. Chapter 26. Another day to incite anger between master and servant. At the pizzeria, Yusuji Naritaki and Rimen sat across from each other, the atmosphere serene. He leisurely savored a slice of pizza, while Rimen gazed for an extended period before finally inquiring. What is your stance on this matter? Sukuna, who heard Rimen's question, also awaited an answer. Yusuji Naritaki chewed thoughtfully, his unfocused gaze suggesting he was lost in contemplation. Yet it appeared more like he was daydreaming. Sure enough, after a lengthy pause, The two companions found themselves awaiting a response that never came. Frustrated, Lime lowered his voice. The concept of a stance is rather profound. I only act in accordance with what I believe is right. Yusuji Naritaki casually picked up another slice of pizza and took a bite. Just then his phone buzzed. He fished it out of his pocket and began answering a call from Hybra. Yes, come over. I'll send you the location. Observing the ongoing phone conversation, Lime's expression grew increasingly somber. However, recalling Lord Suqua's instruction to follow the other's lead, he took a deep breath, relaxed his tense shoulders, and refrained from further comment. Hey Naritaki. Shortly thereafter, a cheerful voice rang out at the entrance as Hybra approached, waving enthusiastically. Upon getting closer and noticing another person at Yusuji Naritaki's table, Hybra abruptly halted. What's going on? Yusuji Naritaki frowned. Hybra stood at attention, apologizing. Sorry. I didn't realize you were on a date. Yusuji Naritaki exclaimed. A date? Exasperated, he seized Hybra, and before he could offer any explanation, Hybra turned to him, leaning in conspiratorially, and inquired, Is this your girlfriend? Yusuji Naritaki's eyes widened in disbelief. Clearly, Hybra had mistaken Lime for a girl. The feminine appearance certainly left little room for doubt. He was unsure what gender Lime should be considered now that he had taken on a corporeal form. Naritaki, your taste is quite commendable. She is incredibly cute. Yusuji Naritaki wished fervently to cover Hybra's mouth, thinking, Don't say such things, boy. It could lead to trouble. It was not at all what he imagined. He quickly clarified. Then shifted the topic. In any case, let us head to meet Nanami. Sure. Hybra, not wanting to dwell on the matter, smiled and waved, indicating he would wait outside for him. Once Hybra had left, Yusuji Naritaki felt the temperature at the table drop several degrees. This was not good. Aren't you currently mingling with sorcerers? Lime's cold words dripped with sarcasm. Yusuji Naritaki chose not to argue further. Instead, he silently regarded Lime. Lime found his quiet scrutiny infuriating. Hey Naritaki. Speaking of which, if you were to visit a public restroom, would you go through the pink entrance or the blue one? Given Hybra's earlier misunderstanding, the inquisitive Yusuji Naritaki couldn't help but ask. As soon as he spoke, an eerie silence enveloped them. Lime, who had been impatient moments ago, now wore a blank expression. Under Yusuji Naritaki's intense gaze, Lime slowly tilted his head, revealing a chilling, silent smile. He had reached the point of rage-induced amusement. All right. I'll pretend I never asked. Yusuji Naritaki, sensing the tension, cleared his throat and stood up. Hybra is still waiting outside. I must take my leave. Farewell, Lord Lime. He had just taken 2 steps when he seemed to remember something and turned back. Oh, by the way, could you settle the bill, Lord Lime? I forgot to bring any money. Lime's clenched fists crackled ominously. Before he could unleash his anger, the provocateur had already strode away, strolling through the bustling streets at night. Hybra enthusiastically recounted the details of their task, stating that the curses they were to exorcise consisted of 1 second-grade and 3 third-grade curses, asserting that it posed no challenge whatsoever. Yusuji Naritaki nodded attentively. What about you? Hybra inquired curiously. Me. Yusuji Naritaki hesitated at the question. Before he could formulate a response, Suqua's voice emerged, laced with a hint of provocation. Just tell him you killed a curse user and obtained my finger. Suqua seemed to scoff. After all, you are comrades. Deceit is not an option. It was Lime who killed the curse user, and by the way, your resentment seems a bit heavy. Could it be that you are still brooding over the trick I played on you? Just as Yusuji Naritaki was about to respond, he felt a silence enveloping his mind. Suqua appeared disinterested. Realizing that retaliating against the silence would be futile, Yusuji Naritaki refrained from further provocation. By the way, Naritaki, do you have time this Saturday? Yes. Why? Hybra replied, brimming with enthusiasm. Let us have a team-building event with our first-year class. All right. The next day, Friday morning, the high school administrator approached Yusuji Naritaki, presenting him with the newly prepared summer uniform. It was a basic style, having not requested any additional designs, and it fit him well. After dressing as a woman. Now you're playing the role of a student. Is acting your profession? The familiar mocking voice of Suqua echoed in his mind. Yusuji Naritaki slowly adjusted his attire in front of the mirror, ignoring the comment, which only served to irritate Suqua further. Yet he felt powerless against the other. However, knowing that Lime was diligently searching for his finger, and with the day of his rebirth drawing closer, Suqua decided to temporarily endure the aggravation. I will wait. Once I regain my freedom, I shall teach this fellow a lesson. Noting the silence that lingered in his mind, Yusuji Naritaki understood that Suqua was sulking. As he twisted the doorknob while wearing the high school uniform, he purposely initiated conversation. The weather is quite pleasant today. I currently have no pressing matters. Shall we go out for a stroll? Sukuna. What do you mean? Yasuji Naritaki intended to introduce Sukuna to modern life ahead of time. After all, Sukuna is a person from 1,000 years ago. Although he believes that Sukuna does not require his guidance, it does not hinder his own desire to venture out and have some fun. In any case, since Sukuna shares his feelings, everything he sees, hears, touches, and even tastes can be experienced by Sukuna in real time. Speaking of which, this arrangement is quite economical. For instance, by purchasing a single ticket, it appears as though there is one person, while in reality there are two. It is indeed the best way to evade fare. I have no interest in turning. Sukuna's words abruptly interrupted the whimsical thoughts of Yasuji Naritaki. You should do whatever you wish. I see, then let us first indulge in something you despise. Yasuji Naritaki said thoughtfully. Sukuna? This fellow Yako is clearly trying to provoke him. He must be confident that he cannot escape at the moment, thus behaving recklessly. Sukuna's expression darkened as he scoffed. I have nothing that I detest. This statement served as an invisible retort. Yasuji Naritaki nodded as he walked, acknowledging that Sukuna is inherently indifferent to anything beyond himself. How could he have anything to loathe? Then sleep, and refrain from speaking in my head without cause. It is quite nerve-wracking. Sukuna. Chapter 27. Hurry and tell me I'm handsome. After leaving the prestigious school, Yasuji Naritaki took a taxi to the cinema alone. He casually selected a film, chose a seat in the middle, purchased a portion of popcorn and a cola, and entered to watch. The vast movie screen reflected shifting light as the film progressed, casting varying shades upon his calm face. Afterward, he quickly hailed another taxi to the amusement park, where he experienced every attraction listed on his ticket. 3 hours later, he sat quietly atop a carousel, its gentle rotation nearly lulling him to sleep. At that moment, Sukuna's piercing words echoed. Do you not have any friends? He slowly opened his eyes, his heterochromatic gaze flickering. I simply relish my own company. What does it matter whether I have friends? Just as some individuals prefer to cocoon themselves at home, watching television and browsing the internet, while others enjoy socializing with friends. Each has their own choice. As he spoke, the carousel came to a stop, allowing him to elegantly dismount and touch the ground. However, Sukuna, as if having seized upon a flaw, countered, if you are alone, why not simply stay in your dormitory? Observing Yasuji Naritaki's peculiar silence once more, Sukuna felt a surge of satisfaction. Witnessing this fellow stumble was more gratifying than slaying 100 adversaries. What do you wish to convey? Yasuji Naritaki furrowed his brow. That I am as lonely as you? Upon hearing the word lonely, Sukuna's eyes darkened abruptly. Yasuji Naritaki continued reminiscing. I once thought you were lonely and contemplated marrying you, but someone seemed unappreciative and ended up killing me. He raised an eyebrow, asking, isn't that so? Sukuna. At that moment, the cursed king's previous sense of satisfaction dissipated entirely, replaced by a surge of anger. Sukuna's eyes twitched at the corners, his crimson pupils brimming with murderous intent. Suddenly, the one who provoked his ire added, yet physical loneliness is far better than mental solitude. I have no such troubles. Moreover, now I have you here. Who would imagine that the king of curses has formed a bond of empathy with another? No matter how displeased we may be, we can only temporarily irritate each other. So bear with it. If it becomes unbearable, consider alternative bonds to replace it, if you wish. Yasuji Naritaki, sensing the conversation waning, noticed Sukuna had fallen silent. He called out to Sukuna several times, but received no response. What's going on? Has he fallen asleep again? He frowned, reluctantly abandoning the conversation as he made his way toward the amusement park's exit. Just then, Sukuna's malicious voice boomed. You think you can separate from me using such pathetic provocation? Yasuji Naritaki. What else? Should I relinquish control over my body to you? Would that not only strengthen the bond? Sukuna was well aware that this was impossible. Yako was cautious after all. However, realizing this fellow held significant reservations about their shared empathy, Sukuna's anger was momentarily quelled. He decided against engaging in new bonds with this individual, resolving to irritate him to the utmost instead. You speak too much. Silence yourself. If you persist, I shall not spare you. The threatened Yasuji Naritaki blinked, showing no signs of retreat. After leaving the amusement park, he ventured to even more locations. Observing modern marvels, he instinctively transformed into a tour guide, chattering away about what everything was to Sukuna. He even insisted that Sukuna look at the airplane soaring across the sky above. Sukuna was nearing his wits' end with his incessant chatter. What a country bumpkin. The threats were ineffectual. He was utterly unrestrained. Surely, this was his way of attempting to provoke Sukuna into proposing a new bond? A foolish and tedious endeavor. Meanwhile, Yusuji Naritaki emerged from a game store with a plethora of games. It was clear that bringing them back to the prestigious school was not feasible. It would appear as though he were neglecting his studies. He decided to take them to the previously rented apartment instead. However, Sukuna was correct. He had no friends to play with. Perhaps he should reach out to Lord Lime? He mused, stroking his chin. Yet he had forgotten to exchange contact information yesterday, and had no idea how to find him. As he wandered aimlessly down the street, he was suddenly seized by a pulling force at the nape of his neck. Ah, caught! The cheerful voice of Satoru Gojo rang out from behind him. Yusuji Naritaki tilted his head in confusion, first spotting Suguru Geto smiling at him from a diagonal angle. It's really you. Indeed, Gojo and I were not mistaken. It's a bit unusual to see you in the prestigious school's uniform. Ha! He smiled at Suguru Geto. Just as he was about to say more, a hand firmly grasped his face and turned him in another direction. Satoru Gojo approached, leaning in closely to scrutinize him, looking almost like a wandering spirit. His complexion rather poor. He flashed a teasing grin. I hope you haven't engaged in any strange activities? That's because I've been playing alone all day. I'm exhausted. Cool me. Extend your hand. Satoru Gojo suddenly released his grip, speaking mysteriously. Yusuji Naritaki, puzzled, complied and stretched out his hand, palm open. Instantly, a chill enveloped his palm as Satoru Gojo gently placed something within it. This is the souvenir I promised to bring you. Be sure to thank me. It was a small charm, finely crafted, featuring a white cat wearing sunglasses, sitting adorably, utterly charming. Yusuji Naritaki gently closed his palm, unable to suppress a smile. Satoru Gojo, feeling perplexed, inquired, what are you laughing at? Because this cat resembles you. It gives me a rather nuanced feeling. Satoru Gojo. What do you mean? Are you saying you don't like it? Someone's face suddenly fell, marred by a frown as they grumbled. Even if you dislike it, just accept it. No. I truly adore it. It's quite endearing. Thank you, Wutao. Kamishiro Naritake carefully tucked the gift into his pocket, a faint smile gracing his lips, while his typically calm and different-colored eyes sparkled with delight. Wutao's throat caught momentarily. What do you mean cute? Something that resembles me should be described as remarkably handsome. You better call me handsome. Wutao then began to playfully pinch the smiling face before him. Though his tone appeared angry, his expression was clearly one of jest. Observing the reddening face of the individual being teased, Suguru sighed and quickly intervened to redirect Wutao's attention, rescuing Naritake from his predicament. You bought a plethora of games, Naritake. It's hard to believe you enjoy gaming. Upon hearing this, Wutao's curiosity was piqued, and he released Naritake, turning his gaze towards the bulging bag in his hands. Without hesitation, he snatched it away. With so many, how long will it take to play them all? And some aren't even the latest releases. Are you feeling nostalgic? Naritake's eyes flickered slightly. I bought them on a whim. If I play them alone, I'll likely tire of them quickly. So there's no need to worry about it interfering with other matters. Wutao paused, and so did Suguru, as they considered Naritake's sensitive background as an orphan, having just moved to Tokyo, and immediately joined the school. Ironically, when they first called him to the school, they had been on a mission and hadn't met him. A hint of melancholy flashed in Wutao's gaze. What kind of games can one enjoy alone? Let's compare gaming talents. He clutched the bag to his chest, claiming it as his own. If you don't step up your game, I will undoubtedly crush you. Naritake tilted his head and asked, is the strongest duo also the strongest in gaming? Of course. Come on, Suguru, let's show him. Suguru quietly watched as Wutao embraced Naritake and swaggered away, a resigned smile gracing his lips. Wutao was caring for Naritake in his own unique way, displaying a keen sensitivity. In Naritake's mind, Wutao and Suguru had previously been mere acquaintances and classmates, but now they had truly become friends. After all, kindness is a potent weapon, especially since both of the strongest individuals are gentle souls, a detail Naritake is well aware of. Hence, the tables were about to turn, as he had just mocked Naritake for having no friends. Ha ha ha. Chapter 28. You think of a way. On a night within a small room on the 4th floor, the boisterous laughter of Wutao erupted as he dominated in a game. Ah ha ha. Ha 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 ha. His unabashed laughter pierced through the air. It was so disruptive that it annoyed Sukuna, who was sitting alone with his chin resting on his hand. TSK, those bothersome little brats. Is this game really that difficult? I could learn it in a couple of glances. He marveled at how Naritake could be bested by such a low-level player. Was he truly incapable? Or was he up to some trickery? In truth, it was the former, as his gaming skills have never been exceptional. Fishing, combat, and losing at chess were his norms. However, under Wu Tao's ridicule, Naratake felt a flush creeping up his face. He sensed himself turning red with embarrassment. This was infuriating. One more time. He gritted his teeth and closed his eyes to start the next round. Losing repeatedly had become addictive. He was determined to reclaim his dignity. Even when Wu Tao agreed to let him switch to a different game midway, he still couldn't secure a win. This was not a matter of the game. It was clearly a question of skill. Why had he foolishly agreed to compare gaming talents with Wu Tao? As Naratake lamented and reflected, an inexplicable drive compelled him to grip the game controller tightly, refusing to concede. Wu Tao, keep your voice down. You might disturb others. Suguru, seated on the couch sipping tea, couldn't bear the racket and kindly interjected. Ha! I refuse. Winning means I must laugh without restraint. Wu Tao confidently and rapidly manipulated the controller, dismissing any notion of restraint. Suguru had intended to further explain that Wu Tao's loudness not only disrupted the atmosphere, but also affected his opponent's morale. Naratake was not their enemy. He could afford to ease the pressure, otherwise, such treatment would deter opponents from wanting to play with stronger players in the future. But when he noticed Naratake's face suddenly flush bright red, Suguru was taken aback, completely unaware of the cause. He instinctively thought Naratake was upset due to Wu Tao's taunts. In reality, it was Sukuna who had directly initiated a mocking mode. Pathetic. You can't win even one round? The sudden derision startled Naratake, and the frustrations he had been barely containing surged to the forefront of his mind. Why are you watching me play games? This experience was akin to being in a chaotic exam, and suddenly noticing the proctor lingering at your desk, not leaving, and peering closely at your answers. It left his already frazzled mind in utter disarray. The sensation was dreadful. He wished he could cover his paper and shoo away the idle proctor. If you can't do it, then switch. Sukuna scoffed, his tone laced with malice and provocation. Naratake was taken aback. Huh? Switch with someone else. Just stay out of it. With a kick, he sent the abacus beads flying into Sukuna's face, and Naratake took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. Before long, he was defeated once more, and he finally surrendered, letting go of the controller. Am I too weak, or are you too strong? Did that even need to be asked? Clearly, I am the strong one. You really talk a big game. Naratake, seated, held back his irritation, slowly rising to his feet, stretching his neck, and casting a pleading glance at Suguru, his expression serious. Suguru, I can't do this anymore. It's your turn. Suguru noted the flush on his face had subsided and his demeanor returned to normal, momentarily feeling as though he had imagined it all, finding it somewhat intriguing. Self-regulating, Quite swift. Finally deciding to seek help from the sidelines, Suguru squinted and smiled, his already narrow eyes seemingly disappearing. Naratake, rubbing his forehead in frustration, glanced at the smug Wu Tao beside him. There was no choice. Losing too much had affected his mindset, and he was solely focused on winning back his pride, unaware that Wu Tao was unwilling to give him any leeway. Like a relay race, he slumped his shoulders, approached Suguru, patted him on the shoulder, and then dejectedly sank onto the couch. It's in your hands now. Before Suguru could respond, an impatient Wu Tao had already begun to boast. Relying on Suguru won't he help? This guy hardly plays games, and I will definitely win. Oh really? Seizing the opportunity, Naratake turned to fan the flames among his friends. Suguru, he looks down on you. As Suguru Geto rose and walked over to assume his position, he declared, now Satoru, let us engage in a match. Satoru Gojo chuckled arrogantly, preparing himself, I assure you. I won't hold back. Thus commenced the battle between Suguru Geto and Satoru Gojo. Unsurprisingly, the still inexperienced Geto swiftly lost the first round. Amidst Gojo's mocking laughter, he composed himself and began the second round with poise. However, the dynamics of the second match unexpectedly shifted, resulting in a tense standoff. Kinji Hikari widened his eyes in astonishment, unable to contain his excitement, and promptly seated himself between the two to observe. This brat possesses greater talent than you, Sukuna remarked. Also watching the spectacle, Hikari responded with confusion. In an instant, Sukuna sensed the visual connection abruptly vanish. It turned out that Hikari had closed his eyes, resolutely denying the king of curses the opportunity to instigate trouble. Sukuna, rendered speechless, acknowledged the deliberate blocking of visual input, although unable to see the action. Both individuals could discern the situation from Gojo's increasingly agitated remarks. Wait, how can a 42-hit combo be interrupted? Have you secretly honed your gaming skills, Geto? Gojo questioned incredulously. Geto replied, not at all. I merely observed Kinji's numerous mistakes earlier and deduced some strategies, nothing more. Gojo paused, then burst into hearty laughter. That won't matter. You can only last a bit longer than Kinji. I will still defeat you. Geto retorted seriously. Is that so? Bring it on, Satoru. Nearby, Hikari's eyebrows twitched in frustration. Enough, you two. What on earth are you babbling about? He nearly forgot that beneath Geto's seemingly gentle and kind exterior lay a sharp wit that rivaled Gojo's. And in fact, surpassed it when it came to sarcasm. Ultimately, Gojo narrowly triumphed in the second round. Unsurprisingly, the brash youth reveled in his victory. His triumphant laughter echoing throughout the room. I did my best, Geto shrugged. Hikari, having already opened his eyes, offered some consolation and handed over a cup. Don't mind it. To be honest, you're way better than me. After all, he had lost a match in mere minutes. Just as Geto accepted the cup, a sudden figure rushed in like the wind, a white cat pinning Hikari to the floor. Hey, what about mine? Does the victor not merit a drink offered by the vanquished? Gojo scoffed, easily subduing the one beneath him, his azure eyes brimming with dissatisfaction. He incessantly pinched Hikari's face, demanding an explanation. This reminded him of a previous incident where unequal treatment had occurred, back when he insisted Kinji join the high school. Now it seemed, the same scenario was unfolding anew. Kinji was unable to escape Gojo's grasp, his typically composed demeanor turning flush with embarrassment. How can I serve you water if you won't get up? This isn't basketball, where a little girl needs to deliver drinks. Gojo retorted naturally. What are you saying? If you don't get up to serve me, why should I let you rise? Come on, think of a way. Gojo urged. The solution is for you to get off me first. Hey, plead with me. Satoru. What? Are you upset? Watching Gojo's antics with another, Geto, unfazed, leisurely sipped from his cup. The distance that once separated the three had suddenly diminished significantly. Just as laughter filled the air, a loud knock echoed at the door, nearly shaking the frame apart, coinciding with Gojo's laughter. Hikari and Geto exchanged glances, a silent agreement forming as they both turned their gazes toward Gojo, determined not to answer the door. Gojo's laughter abruptly ceased. Meanwhile, a man outside, disturbed by the ruckus, paced impatiently in his slippers, plotting to deliver a stern warning to the impudent youths once the door opened. Just as he prepared to speak, the door clicked open. What are you? The man began. But his words were swallowed back as he was met with Gojo's glowering expression, darker than his own. Is there a problem, sir? Gojo inquired, towering over the man. The man, startled by being scrutinized like refuse, faltered, his bravado evaporating. At that moment, the door was pulled open further by another hand, Geto, resting a hand on the doorframe. His eyes narrowed under his bangs, offering a deceptively warm smile. My sincerest apologies. We have already advised him, Geto said, overwhelmed by the imposing presence of both tall figures. The short, stout man retreated, his earlier aggression dissipating entirely. Under the scrutinizing gazes of Gojo and Geto, he gulped nervously, conceding defeat and retreating, muttering under his breath, TCH. What kind of upbringing do these high school students have? They show no respect for their elders. This society is truly pathetic. Geto grasped Gojo, who seemed poised to engage in further friendly discourse, and advised, it's getting late, Satoru. Let us invite Kinji to join us for dinner. Turning to look inside, they found Kinji already seated on the floor, answering a phone call, his expression momentarily stunned. The higher-ups are summoning me to treat someone? Yes, please hurry back to school. In the end, he had no time for dinner, and hastily bid farewell to his friends, rushing back to the high school alone. Observing this, Sukuna interjected. Is your enjoyment derived from being directed by others? I fail to understand why someone as powerful as you would heed the commands of the weak. He found it utterly absurd and tedious that in this era, status was not determined by strength. Beneath a star-studded night sky, a car glided smoothly along the desolate country road. As Kinji reclined in the back seat with his eyes closed, seemingly ignoring Sukuna's question, he appeared to be resting. In the dimly lit crimson realm of Sukuna's domain, he raised his scarlet gaze, fixating on something unseen ahead. Don't pretend you can't hear me. I'm not pretending. I simply have no desire to engage with you. My mood is rather pleasant, and I wish to avoid any quarrels. Sukuna furrowed his brow, his expression tinged with distaste and confusion. How can you remain in good spirits after being so thoroughly defeated in a game? Of course, Kinji replied, opening his eyes, his tone cheerful as he turned to observe the fleeting scenery outside. In games between friends, winning or losing is not the essence. It merely serves as a means of bonding. A moment of frustration is sufficient, but there is no need to dwell on it afterward. Upon hearing the phrase dwell on it, Sukuna felt somewhat insulted. Yet, discussing past grievances seemed futile now. With numerous doubts regarding the other's motivations and identity swirling in his mind, Sukuna maintained a relaxed posture, resting his chin on his hand atop the metaphorical mountain of bones. Since one possesses strength, one should act freely and trample upon the worthless ants who dare to shout at oneself. What do you call this subservience toward others? Upon hearing this, Yusuji Naritaki simply smiled. Apologies, but it seems my interpersonal relationships have been quite satisfactory. There are no worthless ants shouting at me, nor am I bowing in deference. To this retort, Sukuna responded with a disdainful scoff. Just as their spirited exchange continued, the driver's quivering voice finally broke the tension. Excuse me, who exactly are you talking to? The driver trembled, nearly frightened to death. Accepting a late-night fare to this desolate outskirts was already daunting enough. Yet, shortly after the passenger boarded, he began to speak to himself. It certainly did not appear as though he was addressing anyone. Could it be that there was someone else in his vehicle? Yet he had indeed only picked up this one passenger. Ah! Yusuji Naritaki finally realized what had just transpired, his face flushing slightly. It was akin to a person in a public space donning headphones, intending to play their favorite tunes, only to discover halfway through that the music was blasting through the speakers for everyone to hear because the headphone jack was improperly connected. I'm so sorry. I was on a call just now. Did I disturb you? In an effort to reassure the timid and pitiful driver, a composed Yusuji quickly found a suitable excuse. The driver finally exhaled, the intense suspicion and fear in his eyes dissipating. Yet he still found it peculiar. Who takes a call without bringing the phone to their ear? Chapter 29, Sukuna. This fellow has more faces than I do. Please stop ahead. Yusuji prepared to alight by the roadside and walk back to the high school. The outskirts of Tokyo are just like this, especially since the school is nestled deep within the mountains. It would be unfair to trouble the timid driver any further. It would be best to let him finish his shift and return home to rest. Seeing that he was genuinely about to get out, the driver hesitated, casting a worried glance. After all, the passenger was still a student. How about I take you a bit further? No need. The road ahead is narrow and difficult to navigate, and it would be even harder to turn around. Here is perfectly fine. Are you really sure? The driver asked. Feeling conflicted, Yusuji smiled gently. Yes, it's fine. Please drive safely on your way back. The night breeze began to stir, and his soft white hair danced in the moonlight, appearing to shimmer with a radiant silver glow. The driver was momentarily mesmerized. Coming back to his senses, he awkwardly rubbed his nose. Well, I'll be off then. Yusuji nodded. As the driver turned around, clearly in a better mood, Yusuji had already walked a fair distance in another direction. Sukuna felt that he had witnessed quite a display of this person's multiple personas throughout the day. At home, he interacted with the two sorcerer kids with ease, seamlessly blending in. Yet outside, he exhibited a courteous and amicable demeanor toward complete strangers. Only in his presence did he casually throw out remarks that could leave one speechless, each word seemingly a challenge to his patience, leaving one feeling quite unsettled. Overall, Sukuna found himself in a rather unpleasant mood. He even began to miss the way this fellow had pretended to be a woman to deceive him, showing a respectful attitude alongside Rimen. That was the most agreeable sight. Where were we? Yusuji's question abruptly interrupted Sukuna's train of thought. The King of Curses boredly closed his eyes, his suppressed tone notably low. I am not your conversational tool. I have no interest in recalling such matters. Oh. Then let us discuss something else. Seeing Yusuji make his own decision, Sukuna felt an involuntary twitch at the corner of his eye. Do not provoke me. Yusuji replied innocently. I am not provoking you. Is this not a normal conversation? After all, it can be quite frightening to walk alone at night. It's better to have someone to talk to. Sukuna. The notion of fear was of course feigned. Sukuna had seen through it long ago. After that, regardless of what this fellow said, he chose to remain silent, simply watching to see how long he intended to ramble on. Fortunately, the tirade was brief. Yusuji received a call from his homeroom teacher at the school gate urging him to hurry. Knowing he was nearby, the homeroom teacher even rushed over to meet him. The injured party was one of the auxiliary supervisors, who it was said, had been deliberately left in a state of partial recovery by the higher-ups to assess the authenticity of his healing technique. Although he was aware of the injuries beforehand, upon hearing that the higher-ups insisted on keeping the injured in pain a little longer for him to treat, Yusuji furrowed his brow. If he were in the auxiliary supervisor's position, he might have already been mentally crafting eloquent phrases directed at the higher-ups. Then, he was led by the homeroom teacher to the medical room. Upon opening the door, there indeed lay a person on the hospital bed. The auxiliary supervisor had accidentally been bitten by an emerging cursed spirit, resulting in a severed arm, and was now unconscious. If it weren't for the heart monitor still beeping, one could easily mistake him for deceased, given his pallid complexion and complete lack of response. the only difference being the absence of a sheet to cover his head. Let us begin. The homeroom teacher opened the camera, pointing it at the hospital bed, evidently preparing to record the upcoming scene for the higher-ups. Yusuji, unfazed, approached the bedside with composure and extended his hand. A wondrous glow ignited in his palm, and soon the auxiliary supervisor's mangled arm returned to its original condition. As the witness to this moment, the homeroom teacher could hardly conceal his excitement. Well done, Naritaki. You may go rest now. He put away the camera and gave Yusuji's shoulder a hearty pat, his eyes gleaming with admiration. After leaving the infirmary, the time was precisely 9 o'clock in the evening. Yusuji approached a vending machine, purchased a can of orange juice, and sat on a nearby chair to sip it. He tilted his head back, lost in thought as he gazed at the night sky for quite some time. At that moment, he heard Sukuna's mocking voice. Is this how sorcerers now ascertain a person's abilities with such petty tricks? What's wrong with that? Job applicants still need to present their resumes, Yusuji replied. I don't mind. You seem to be the one who has an issue with it. He paused, raising an eyebrow. Are you defending me? This remark was, of course, a light hearte diest. He had no expectation that Sukuna would offer him any commendation. To his surprise, Sukuna, with an expression of calmness, replied in a noticeably lowered tone. Of course. Yusuji's gaze at the night sky faltered. Had he heard correctly? Sukuna actually said of course? I said I respect the strong, Sukuna continued, as if responding to Yusuji's astonishment. Be proud. I acknowledge your strength. Upon hearing this, Yusuji fell silent for a moment, then unexpectedly offered Sukuna a genuine smile. Is that so? To receive the acknowledgement of the King of Curses is indeed an honor. Although he was merely expressing gratitude for the compliment, it inexplicably provoked irritation. Sukuna sighed helplessly, overwhelmed by a sense of powerlessness and frustration akin to having his fists tied. Forget it. Let us just go along with this fellow for now. Noticing Sukuna had quieted down, Yusuji smiled brightly and subsequently closed his eyes, falling into silence. Just as he was on the verge of dozing off against the backrest of the bench, a voice suddenly emerged from one side. Ah, I found you. It was the voice of Suguru Geto. Chapter 30. Let's have some earthly delights. As Suguru approached, Aizawa Nagao not only perked up but also revealed a hint of surprise in his gaze. Geto. What's the matter? He straightened his posture, nerves taut. Assuming something must have gone awry. Nothing much, Suguru replied casually, one hand languidly tucked into his pocket. His usual half-tied bun had come undone, strands of hair cascading freely over his shoulders. He had shed his black uniform jacket, now donning a crisp white shirt. And his fashionable lantern pants not only complemented his form, but accentuated the length of his legs. Heading out for a fashion show at this hour? Aizawa stared, momentarily taken aback, seizing the opportunity as Suguru halted before him. He blinked, his expression one of confusion. Then upon closer inspection, he noticed that Suguru was clutching two different colored plastic bags in his other hand. For you, Suguru said with a gentle smile, extending the white bag toward him. Aizawa accepted it with both hands, cradling the bulging bag in his arms. Curious, he peered inside to find an abundance of food, bread, sandwiches, fried chicken and fries, and even several bento boxes. Is this for me? His confusion deepened. Yes, Suguru nodded, settling beside him. You were called back by the homeroom teacher in such a hurry that you probably haven't had dinner yet, right? That is true, Aizawa admitted. After his brief visit to the infirmary, his hunger had subsided, and he had been too engrossed in idle chatter with Shoko to remember dinner. Some of it was bought by Wutiao, some by me. We didn't know what you liked, so we just picked up a variety, Suguru explained. Looking at the generously filled bag, Aizawa felt that it was anything but a casual gesture. The unexpected thoughtfulness caused an invisible string in his heart to resonate. Thank you, he murmured, lowering his gaze in gratitude. Upon lifting his eyes, he met Suguru's smile. What's with the expression? Suguru mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully as he glanced at Aizawa. Wutiao was right. He said you would immediately express your gratitude upon receiving it. To prove his point, he even mimicked your expression in front of me, and it was spot on. For reasons unknown, the term obedient seemed utterly disconnected from Wutiao's character. Yet Aizawa found himself envisioning Wutiao's face as he dutifully thanked him. His mind froze for a second, a peculiar image surfacing. How odd. It must have been influenced by the recent incident when he was writing a reflection for Wutiao, and was swayed by that pitiable, cat-like facade. After all, there was no way that guy would exhibit a shred of shame while showcasing his grievances with such a grandiose expression. Don't mimic him. At a loss for words, Aizawa resignedly pulled out a piece of bread and began to munch on it. Suguru observed him quietly, before breaking the silence. How's the upper management situation? Did they mention anything else? No. Not really. Aizawa summarized the events concerning the infirmary. Suguru frowned slightly, then remarked, that is how the upper management is. Some decisions are utterly incomprehensible, but there's no need to dwell on it. Aizawa nodded in agreement. Beneath the night sky, the two sat in serene silence for a while. He continued to eat, while Suguru reclined comfortably against the backrest, inadvertently revealing the bag beside him. The bag was a soft pink, adorned with a charming orange kitten, compelling Aizawa to glance at it twice. Seeing the cat, Aizawa was reminded of the white cat keychain Wutiao had given him, causing him to squint and smile. Now it was Suguru's turn to look at him quizzically. What's wrong? Geto, what did you buy in that bag? Why is it that color? Suguru blinked in surprise, instinctively retracting his grip on the bag. His expression tinged with a hint of embarrassment. This is the bag from the pet toy store, he replied coolly. I bought some toys for Koten. Planning to take them home for him tomorrow. Aizawa's eyes widened. A twinge of guilt washed over him. Here was Suguru, the cat enthusiast, showing more concern for Koten than he, the owner, had. All he had done was toss a bottle cap for Koten to play with. And that little fool could entertain himself for ages with it. Would you like to go see him together? Suguru suddenly inquired. Aizawa was momentarily taken aback. Having been mulling over that exact question when Suguru brought it up, he nodded eagerly. Yes. Suguru quickly pulled out his phone to inform his parents that he would be bringing a friend home to see the kitten. See you tomorrow then, for now. Let us head back to the dorm and rest well. Sure. The following morning, Aizawa was the first to visit the supermarket, carefully selecting red flesh grapefruit, dragon fruit, and pairing them with persimmons and apples as gifts. After all, one should never arrive empty-handed when visiting a friend's home for the first time. He also picked up some pet treats for Koten. When Suguru spotted him at the subway station, laden with bags of various sizes, his eyes widened in surprise. The vibrant red bags were far more conspicuous than the pink one he held. Ah wait! As if recalling something, Aizawa turned and dashed away. Upon returning, he was clutching a box of pastries. That's enough, Aizawa. Suguru quickly grasped his arm, fearing he might think of yet another item to purchase. He then helped carry some of the burdens. Upon arriving at Suguru's home, his mother was taken aback by the sight of the two boys and stood at the door, stunned for several seconds. Come in. Since it was Saturday, Suguru's father was also home. The couple exuded warmth and kindness, having nurtured Suguru's gentle demeanor. Hearing Aizawa's voice, Koten, who had been frolicking on the balcony, hurriedly scampered over, his little paws clutching Aizawa's pant leg as he eagerly attempted to climb up, meowing with delight. After 3 months. How is it that you still can't leap? Silly cat. Aizawa chuckled, lifting Koten from his legs and gently placing him down. The kitten flopped onto the ground, exposing his belly, rolling around while his round golden eyes gazed at Aizawa enticingly. Mind your privacy. Aizawa playfully covered the kitten's sensitive areas. After receiving a pleasant petting, Koten began to purr contentedly. When Aizawa withdrew his hand, the kitten climbed back onto his lap, persistently kneading him. Witnessing this delightful scene, Suguru's family couldn't help but smile affectionately. Suguru's mother even whipped out her camera to capture the moment. Aizawa looked up, blinking in confusion. Taking pictures is your mom's long-standing hobby, Suguru sighed. She has recently taken a liking to photographing Koten. Some of the pictures in the group chat were taken by her. Upon hearing this, Suguru's mother, adjusting her camera, shot a knowing look at her son. Oh. Come on, Suguru. You've taken quite a few pictures too. Why do you make it sound as if I'm the only one enchanted by our adorable Koten? Caught off guard, Suguru stammered. Abandoning her petrified son, Mama Suguru adjusted her angle with a smile and remarked, I never expected the master of coal to be such an adorable child. Come look this way now. Suguru Geto held his forehead, the trembling locks of hair at his brow betraying his helplessness. Mom, perhaps it's time to stop. Don't worry, don't worry. Alright. Now just like this. The clicking of the camera shutter echoed as the scenes of the white-haired youth and the little black cat's heartwarming interactions were captured in time. Suddenly realizing the time, Mama Suguru exclaimed, Oh dear, it's already this late. I must hurry to prepare dinner. As she rushed into the kitchen, now had a moment of relief. The coal, feeling its task accomplished, struggled to leap down, promptly bouncing over to Suguru Geto, affectionately rubbing against his hand. No shukled. You little rascal really knows how to spread your charm everywhere. You wouldn't he come here for nothing, would you? Thus, it was only natural that he stayed for lunch at the Suguru household. Delicious hairy crabs awaited. He delicately cracked off a crab leg, savoring the tender, white meat. Opening the shell revealed the golden crab roe, along with fried shrimp, leaving him thoroughly satiated. Not tasty, hard to swallow. He suddenly heard Sukuna's disdainful comment, nearly choking on his soup. Are you critiquing again? He replied, trying to maintain a calm facade, concealing the anomaly from Suguru Geto and the others at the table. Sukuna scoffed, I've never had such tasteless things on my dining table. Oh, no wonder you claim to have no disliked foods. It seems you haven't really eaten much. Now retorted sharply, Sukuna. The irritation he had managed to suppress surged forth once more, as expected. That guy. Sukuna's expression darkened, the very light of the cursed domain dimming with his foul mood. Yet now, seemingly oblivious to having provoked Sukuna, continued his banter, digging up old grievances. Speaking of which, you did take back my severed arm, didn't you? The Curse King's gaze faltered momentarily, his head tilting in confusion. A large question mark seemingly popping up beside him. It was evident that Sukuna had forgotten this minor detail. Now was utterly exasperated. For heaven's sake, please consume something from the human realm. Taking advantage of Sukuna's sudden silence, now hurriedly finished his meal. Thank you for the hospitality. I'll come to play again now, soon. As they descended the stairs together, Suguru Geto whispered, Now, are you returning to Jujutsu High? Just as Now was about to nod, Sukuna's voice broke the silence again. Hey! Now this lord senses the presence of a finger. Go find it. Not merely a statement, but an order delivered with an air of entitlement. Now's eyebrows shot up. No way. Finding the finger is Lord Rime's job, and I need to return for the first-year team-building event tonight. Ignoring Sukuna's command entirely, he and Suguru Geto continued towards the station. For a while, Sukuna remained silent, which struck Now as peculiar. Why is he so obedient? Something's off. Just as he pondered this, a faint scent of curses wafted nearby. Before he could discern its source, a thunderous collapse erupted from the Suguru residence, followed by a series of explosive sounds. Chapter 31. Are you angry? Yes, you're angry. In an instant, the house crumbled into a heap of ruins. The tremendous noise drew the attention of many passers-by, with neighbors fleeing their homes in terror. To the shocked eyes of ordinary onlookers, it appeared to be an explosion caused by a gas leak. What happened? I don't know. Were there people inside? Call for help. No. Witnessing several grotesque cursed spirits writhing amidst the rubble, felt a surge of urgency as Suguru Geto instinctively activated his cursed techniques. Instantly, two massive cursed spirits erupted from the abyssal darkness, charging fiercely toward the adversarial spirits among the debris. Get back! Now shouted, hastily directing the crowd to disperse. Even though people couldn't see the curses, they needed to avoid any collateral damage. And Geto's parents the coal. No need to save them. They're already dead, Sukuna remarked nonchalantly, propping his chin on his hand. Didn't I say? I sensed the presence of a finger. In truth, as soon as they arrived, Sukuna had vaguely sensed it, but seeing Now busy forming connections with humans, he had refrained from mentioning it immediately. Not out of respect for Now's enjoyment, but because his finger, being a special grade cursed object, had an inherent attraction to cursed spirits. After some time, Now was ready to leave with the sorcerer, and only then did Sukuna speak. If you had listened to me and searched for my finger first, you might have encountered those cursed spirits and dealt with them promptly. Then perhaps those two humans could still be alive. Sukuna's crimson eyes gleamed with pure malice, a wicked smile spreading across his face. Shut up. Now his expression suddenly grave, reprimanded Sukuna coldly for the first time. Sukuna's smile faltered slightly, yet his inner delight surged. Excellent, Now was finally angry. Just continue to live with your guilt, bustling about, yet unable to save anything. How tragic. Tragically beyond measure. Unabashed, Sukuna let out a low laugh from his throat, mocking Now without restraint. Amidst the malevolent laughter, Now clenched his fists, regaining his composure and refraining from further dialogue with Sukuna. In a flash he vanished from sight, reappearing near Suguru Geto. The two low-level cursed spirits had already been exorcised by Geto, and amidst the rubble, he directed his spirits to lift the debris as they quickly searched for the Suguru couple. Soon Geto's anxious expression froze in shock. Following his gaze, Now spotted the lifeless body of Cole in the corner. The little cat's form was unrecognizable, blood darkening its fur. The once lively and adorable creature was now a mere shadow of itself. Now's gaze went rigid, frozen for 2 seconds, his heterochromatic eyes flickering with a glimmer of painful struggle. Keep searching, Geto. I promise you, your uncle and aunt will be alright. As long as there's breath, there's hope for salvation. Seeing Now's calm demeanor, Geto's pupils constricted slightly now. A subtle tremor reverberated through the air. Yusuji Naramesa offered a nod of encouragement to Suguru Geto. After considerable effort, The Geto couple was located before the ambulance arrived, and fortunately, the two unconscious individuals were still alive. This was attributed to the earthquake-resistant lightweight materials used in the construction of their home. However, the sudden emergence of the cursed spirit from the ground was utterly unforeseen. It had devoured Suguru's mother's legs entirely, from the thighs down. Suguru's father fared slightly better. Without a moment's hesitation, Naramesa activated his regenerative healing ability to commence rescue efforts. Suguru watched in astonishment as his mother's legs instantly regenerated. He understood that while some individuals could perform reversal techniques on themselves, they were often incapable of healing others. This discrepancy was partly due to differences in usage habits, and also because the recipient could reject the healing energy. Moreover, reversal techniques were categorized by rank. Some could only mend minor injuries, while others could restore severed limbs in an instant. Individuals like Naramesa, who could not only heal others but also swiftly reconstruct severed limbs, were undoubtedly at the pinnacle of reversal techniques. Yet, why was there no discernible fluctuation of cursed energy during the activation of the technique? Just then a clear, crisp voice interrupted Suguru's heavy contemplation. "It's all right, Geto." Naramesa rose and patted Suguru's shoulder, his expression unperturbed, seemingly unaffected by the exertion. "The ambulance seems to be on its way. For safety's sake, let's have your parents checked at the hospital." Suguru finally exhaled, the tension lifting, but soon his gaze fell. "Naramesa, thank you, but they're coming." Naramesa waved to the approaching medical personnel from the ruins. Suguru swallowed his words. He cast a furtive glance towards the location of the coal-black corpse, feeling a pang of sorrow. Shortly thereafter, the Geto couple was loaded into the ambulance, and as a family member, Suguru naturally accompanied them. Naramesa chose not to follow. He retreated to a corner, gazing at the solitary body of the coal-black cat. "I'm sorry." With a heavy sigh, he gently stroked the now cold head of the feline for the last time. "I couldn't save you." Wrapping the cat's body in a towel, Naramesa departed alone. He sought out a nearby lush tree, dug a small grave, and meticulously buried the cat. Witnessing this, Sukuna was utterly perplexed. "It's merely a dead cat. What is this fellow grieving about?" However, he couldn't deny the impressive feat of reviving two humans who were destined to die. He had exaggerated the situation to provoke this individual, yet it seemed he was merely mourning a cat. Boring. Just as Naramesa and Suguru temporarily departed, a figure stealthily appeared at the Geto household. It was a mysterious woman with a stitched scar on her forehead. After glancing around, she approached a shattered flower pot, rummaged in the soil, and retrieved a dried, dark red finger. The woman contemplated the path ahead before hastily departing. No sooner had she left than Rimen followed closely behind. The cursed energy fluctuations from Sukuna that she had sensed moments ago were now gone. Yet there was residual cursed energy here. Had a battle taken place? "Rimen, my lady?" At that moment, Rimen heard a familiar voice. She turned to find Naramesa's gaze locked onto hers. Rimen frowned. Could the cursed energy fluctuations she had sensed earlier emanate from him? Under her intense scrutiny, Naramesa spoke, "Looking for a finger? There's indeed one nearby. I haven't taken it yet, so you might want to search for it yourself." Rimen hesitated before replying, "There's no cursed energy fluctuation. The finger doesn't seem to be around." "Oh, is that so?" Naramesa inhaled and ran a hand through his hair, his usually amiable tone now low and cold. "Are you trying to deceive me?" This was not directed at Rimen, but rather a question posed to Sukuna. Sukuna retorted disdainfully, "I have not deceived you. I did sense the finger." "Then where is it?" Sukuna's voice dripped with a hint of provocation. "Who knows? Perhaps it was taken while you were burying that cat. That would indeed be your oversight. After all, if you fail to retrieve my finger, the curses drawn to it will harm more humans, which indirectly makes it your negligence. You needn't provoke me further. I am not burdened by guilt. I am merely here to take a glance. I had no intention of searching for your finger." Under the intense sunlight, Naramesa's expression was particularly frigid. Rimen had never seen him like this. He was either grinning or feigning innocence, provoking irritation. This expressionless demeanor was unexpectedly disconcerting and unsettling. What transpired between Naramesa and Sukuna? Sukuna, too, wore no smile now. What was he doing? Shouldn't he be collapsing into despair and hysteria instead? It seemed this fellow had remarkable emotional stability. Not long after Naramesa boarded the subway, Suguru, having ensured his parents were settled, called him. "Naramesa, how are your parents?" Naramesa was the first to inquire. "Thanks to you, the doctor said there's nothing serious. Just a bit of anemia." "That's wonderful news. Are you already on your way back?" "Yes. I arranged to meet with Nanao and the others for a first-year team-building activity at 6 o'clock. I can't linger here any longer." At this point, A silence enveloped the phone. For 3 or 4 seconds, the atmosphere remained still until Suguru suddenly spoke, the coal-black cat. I buried it beneath the tallest tree in your park. That silly thing always loved to sleep under big trees when we stayed in the countryside. Was my decision a bit hasty? No, of course not, Suguru quickly dismissed. Gripping his phone, he found it hard to continue. Upon returning from the hospital to the utterly devastated state of his home, it was already past 6 in the evening. Naramesa must have started the team-building event by now, Suguru thought as he made his way to the nearby park. Spotting the tallest tree Naramesa had mentioned, he approached and noticed that the soil beneath it had indeed been disturbed. Pausing for a moment, Suguru crouched down, and as his fingers brushed against the soil, he suddenly heard a soft meow. His eyes widened in shock. At that moment, an orange cat leaped down from the tree and dashed away. Suguru's expression darkened. He had just thought he heard the coal-black cat's voice. Perhaps all kittens sound similar. Beep. The sound of his phone interrupted him. Upon answering, he was met with Wataru's disgruntled voice. Suguru, why are you taking so long to get home? Don't get too addicted to cat cuddling. What's wrong? Why so silent? I can't return immediately. Suguru replied calmly, have you encountered Naramesa at Jujutsu High? Wataru's tone was heavy with confusion. No I haven't. I am somewhat concerned about him, remarked Suguru. Geto Satoru Gojo, though initially perplexed, sensed an unusual undertone in Geto's voice. Soon after, Geto explained to Gojo that he had returned home today with Tamiya Yusuji to visit the kittens. What? You and Tamiya went home to see the kittens without inviting me? Gojo's voice rose in protest. There's no chance left, Gojo. Koten has passed away. Chapter 32. I came specifically for you. After hearing the entire sequence of events from Geto, Gojo blinked behind his sunglasses, looking rather bewildered. What kind of cursed spirit could possibly evade Geto's senses and cause chaos at his home? Not only did it nearly endanger Geto's parents, but it also led to Koten's demise? That is precisely what happened, Geto sighed, his tone softening. I fear I cannot leave just yet. I shall explain the situation to Teacher Yaga. I must rely on you to handle matters concerning Tamiya. In that moment, upon witnessing Koten's lifeless form, although he said nothing, Gojo felt the weight of Tamiya's sorrow. Koten must have represented something far more significant to Tamiya than a mere pet. Geto's unspoken thoughts were understood by Gojo. With a tone brimming with confidence, he declared, leave it to me. I shall surely pull him out from the shadows of despair. In the bustling sushi restaurant, the first-year students were engaged in a team-building exercise. The head teacher was absent due to other commitments, leaving only 3 students present. Yuhibara, an exuberant and lively boy, kept the atmosphere vibrant, and Tamiya Yusuji graciously engaged in conversation, ensuring laughter and merriment flowed freely at the table. Oh, so you also have a cat, Tamiya? Yes. I've had one before. Hibara beamed, giving a thumbs up. My little sister has a cow cat. That sounds quite challenging, Yusuji replied. It requires regular exorcisms. Hibara chuckled heartily, then shrugged, saying his sister's situation was rather unique. Despite coming from a non-sorcerer family, she could see curses. She even planned to attend Jujutsu High. But he had vehemently discouraged her. He had given her a cat to keep her company, fearing she might feel lonely with him away from home. That is quite thoughtful, Yusuji affirmed. Hibara, curious, inquired about the specifics of Yusuji's cat. What kind is it? Male or female? How old? A black male cat, just over 3 months old. Wow. Mine is a female, about 5 months. We should let them play together sometime. Ah yes. As if 2 parents were matchmaking for their cats. The more composed Kinji Hikari silently sipped his tea and enjoyed his sushi. Suddenly, he felt a gentle pat on his shoulder from Yusuji. What about your family, Kinji? Hikari lifted his gaze, acutely aware of 2 pairs of curious eyes fixed upon him. The pressure was palpable. Hibara, interested, eagerly repeated, Hey Kinji. Do you have any pets at home? Yes, Hikari replied in a calm tone. I have cattle. Yusuji couldn't help but chuckle. Hibara, oblivious to the underlying meaning, asked, Oh, so does your family run a ranch? At that moment, Hikari's phone buzzed. Upon checking, he noted it was a call from the second-year Satoru Gojo, prompting him to step aside to answer. Moshi Moshi Hikari? What's up? He found it curious, as they hadn't formed a close bond. They had merely exchanged contact information due to some overlapping tasks. They hardly communicated otherwise. Hearing the background noise on Hikari's end, Gojo instantly realized their team-building exercise hadn't concluded. He stated directly, Count me in for the first-year activity. Hikari's composed demeanor flickered with confusion. But Gojo unhesitatingly demanded the restaurant's location. Yusuji was still unaware that Gojo was on his way. After concluding his conversation with Hibara, Yusuji inadvertently began to drift off. When he reached for his teacup to refill it, he accidentally knocked it over. I must say, to me, though Hibara appeared to be nothing more than a sunny, cheerful boy, he possessed a keen intuition. He steadied the teacup and kindly poured hot tea, remarking, I noticed you seemed a bit distracted since the team building began. Is something wrong? Upon hearing this, both Yusuji and Hikari paused, their attention drawn. Yusuji smiled helplessly, it's nothing. I'm just a bit tired from the journey earlier. Ah. You traveled from afar? Hibara exclaimed. Seeing Yusuji nod, the naive Hibara accepted the explanation without further doubt and cheerfully gave him a thumbs up. Don't get bogged down by worries. Just focus on what you can do, and that's what truly matters. Thank you, Hibara, Yusuji replied, lifting his teacup. Feeling invigorated by Hibara's enthusiasm, a smile gracing his lips. Feeling slightly bashful, Hibara scratched his head, leaning back slightly before glancing at Hikari. Kinji, why don't you say a few words? Hikari calmly replied, there's no need to repeat what's already been said. It would only sound redundant. Especially since someone will soon arrive to chatter away. Who? Almost as soon as Hibara finished speaking, Gojo arrived. Tall and striking, he instantly became the center of attention merely by standing at the doorway. His azure eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, scanned the room until they landed on Yusuji. And he waved casually hey to Miya. Yusuji thought he must be mistaken. Why was Gojo here? How did he even know he was present? 10 minutes ago, he had requested the location, and Yusuji had wondered why he suddenly took an interest in someone else's team-building event. Realization dawned upon him. Gojo had come specifically for him. As he spoke, Hikari seemed to clarify Yusuji's confusion. Yusuji was struck by the sight of Gojo, akin to a celebrity, being blocked at the entrance by curious patrons and excited staff members. Ah, he is so tall. Is he an athlete? Can he take off his sunglasses? Gojo, with effortless charm, removed his glasses, revealing his long, thick eyelashes and captivating azure eyes, which sent the surrounding crowd into a frenzy of delight. Watching Gojo, fully aware of his own allure and posing for attention, Yusuji quietly turned his gaze away. Hikari did the same. Gojo-senpai is quite popular, remarked Hibara without reservation. Before long, overcoming the enthusiastic crowd, Gojo strode over with purpose. Hibara immediately stood to greet him, but Gojo, without a word, seized Yusuji's face, turning him to face him directly. Then he leaned in closely, scrutinizing Yusuji's face. More specifically, he focused on those heterochromatic eyes. Suddenly overwhelmed by Gojo's striking beauty, Yusuji felt his heart skip a beat. Even if your eyes are captivating, you shouldn't stare at someone from such a close distance, Gojo. He steadied himself and replied. You don't seem to notice any signs of my sadness. Gojo's brows subtly furrowed as he continued to observe Yusuji. As the cat expressed its dissatisfaction with a soft grunt, it tightened its grip and asked, why has your phone powered off? Yusuji Narumi blinked in confusion, responding innocently. It's out of battery. Wataru Gojo seemed momentarily taken aback, then smirked as he settled into the seat beside Akihira. He stretched his long legs and remarked, you're even better than I initially imagined. When I heard from Jet about your parents' accident, I worried you might fall into despair over the loss. I was even considering how to comfort you on my way here. Yusuji Narumi tightened and loosened his grip on the teacup repeatedly. You've already been in touch with Jet. Then, Gojo nodded. Yeah. Is your family alright? With the house in ruins, I wonder where they're staying. They're mostly fine, Yusuji replied. Gojo ran a hand through his hair, relieved that Narumi had been at the scene to provide timely assistance. Otherwise, it would have been another tragedy added to the list. As Gojo observed Narumi's calm profile, his tone softened. Are you really okay? I'm fine, no need to worry, Narumi assured him, stating that he had grown accustomed to farewells. Upon hearing this, Akihira and Nanami exchanged glances, finally understanding why Narumi had said he had returned from afar for a team-building activity. He had been saving lives. Not wishing to dwell on the heavy topic, Gojo stretched lazily and nonchalantly changed the subject. You guys have eaten enough for the year, right? Come on, I'll treat you to something else. Just remember to call me senpai or senior now. Nanami firmly and respectfully declined. I need to return to the dorm. Akihira, with a voice clear and eager, chimed in. What are we having? Gojo-senpai? Gojo merely smiled in silence. The pressure of calling him senpai now fell upon Narumi. Looking at Gojo, he asked, can I go back to the dorm with Nanami? Of course not, Gojo replied, effortlessly grabbing the back of his collar. I came specifically for you. If you leave now, it would be a wasted trip. Thus, Nanami returned to the dorm alone, while the other three prepared to depart for their next destination. As if fearing Narumi would escape, He walked out of the sushi restaurant still held by Gojo. The latter casually draped an arm around Narumi's shoulders, leaning into him. You still haven't called me senpai yet. If I do, will you let go? Narumi asked. Of course. Gojo replied. Narumi hesitated, and Gojo instinctively loosened his grip. A glimmer of anticipation in his eyes hidden behind his sunglasses. However, after pondering for a moment, Narumi ultimately sighed and turned to leave. Forget it. I feel like you won honor it anyway. Gojo was momentarily stunned but quickly caught up with his long strides, exclaiming, Ah, so you do understand me. Narumi soon felt the weight of Gojo's presence on his shoulder again and glanced at him, puzzled. Why do you have to lean on me? Well, it's because of your height. It's quite comfortable for me, Gojo replied. Narumi realized he shouldn't have asked that question. Observing that he did not push him away, Gojo's smile broadened. This scene left Akihira in shock. He had not realized how close Narumi and Gojo were. Yet, while some delighted in this camaraderie, others felt discontent. This feeling is quite unpleasant. Why not just kick him away? Narumi, however, chose to ignore Suwon's demands, remaining silent. Hey Narumi. Still there was no response. Are you still mad, you guy? Suddenly, Akihira exclaimed, pointing in surprise at a figure across the street. Isn't that Narumi's girlfriend? Gojo's eyes widened at the mention of girlfriend, curiosity piqued. Girlfriend? Where? Narumi, coincidentally, had also glanced toward Rimen across the street. Like with Suwon. He did not intend to greet her. Gojo, however, noticed Rimen and could clearly sense the powerful cursed energy emanating from her. Is Narumi acquainted with such a person? And a girlfriend at that? She's not my girlfriend, Narumi clarified wearily. I told you before, it's not what you think. Akihira, feeling a bit embarrassed, apologized. Sorry. I spoke too soon. Seeing Narumi turn to leave, Akihira curiously asked, Aren't you going to say hello? Not necessary, Narumi replied. Listening quietly, Gojo, who had hoped for some gossip, merely shrugged in disinterest. Oh well, we'll talk about it later. Meanwhile, Suguru had waited at the hospital for several hours until the Shigeru couple finally awoke. A weight lifted from his heart. When he inquired about the events, his mother, having brushed close to death, displayed visible fear as she glanced at her unscathed legs, bewildered. Suguru briefly explained Narumi's assistance, causing tears to well in his mother's eyes. We owe that child so much, it seems like coal. Gripping his sleeve tightly, Suguru fell silent. After finally calming his parents, Suguru sat on a bench in the hospital corridor, his head bowed low, shrouded in shadow. Just then a soft, clear meow broke the silence, causing Suguru to look up abruptly, spotting a small black figure peeking around the corner. Chapter 33. Have I captivated you? The following morning, Suguru received a call from Gojo. I'll be back in the afternoon. Compared to his earlier heaviness and fatigue, Suguru's voice now sounded much lighter. Sitting in the cool courtyard, Gojo idly toyed with his sunglasses while casually holding the phone. Tilting his head, is everything resolved? Yes, last night brought some unexpected gains, Suguru replied. Gojo's curiosity was instantly piqued, his posture straightening. What is it? Suguru smiled gently. I'll tell you when I get back. Hey, why are you being so cryptic? Gojo scoffed, disdain evident in his expression. Nearby, several servants of the Gojo household quietly awaited their young master's continuation of the call. Two young ones could hardly contain themselves, stealthily wiping the sweat from their brows under the sun, only to be scolded by an older servant with a glare. Gojo continued his conversation with Suguru, completely oblivious to the fact that the servants were waiting to move their belongings into the dorm. They could only stand there, as if they had committed a wrong, enduring the tension of their situation, feeling helpless. How is Narumi doing? Suguru inquired, his tone laced with concern. Gojo reclined leisurely, his azure eyes reflecting the vast blue sky. Much better than I expected. I was so close to having him call me senpai last night. But at the critical moment, he regretted it. The thought ignited Gojo's competitive spirit. He was determined to find a chance to make Narumi comply and call him that. Upon hearing Satoru Gojo's sudden and peculiar decision, Suguru Geto felt a pang of exasperation. Don't bully Kinji, Gojo. Satoru chuckled lightly. Fear not. I am not that sort of person. I won't treat him as a mere idol. After a brief phone conversation with Suguru, Satoru closed his eyes, contemplating ways to make Kinji refer to him as senpai. Tempting him with food? No, Kinji appears rather frail and short. He clearly doesn't belong to the category of those who relish food. What about gifting him the latest video game? Alas, that too seems impractical, for he is utterly inept at gaming. Is there any method to ensure he obediently heeds my commands? Satoru inquired of the several servants from the Gojo household standing nearby. Caught off guard by their master's unexpected query, The servants exchanged bewildered glances. Young master, has someone dared to defy you? The eldest servant asked solemnly after a moment. As if a grave matter had arisen. Satoru scoffed, it has nothing to do with defiance. I merely wish for him to comply with my request, just this once. This only left the elder servant more perplexed. At that moment, a younger servant spoke up, just cater to his preferences, young master. If you can make him happy, he will likely acquiesce to reasonable requests. Satoru was well aware of the principle of catering to one's preferences. He had just pondered it. The issue lay in his complete ignorance of Kinji's likes and dislikes. Thus, with a crestfallen expression, Satoru lamented. It is precisely because I do not know that I am asking. Just take your useless items and return at once. Waving them away as if shooing away small animals, Satoru disregarded the servants. The servants, caught in a quandary, realized that they could not return without delivering the items as ordered, especially not with everything intact. Young master, these are merely clothing and food items. They won't take up much space in the dormitory. The elder servant bravely attempted to persuade him. Satoru straightened his neck, fixing an intense gaze upon the elder servant without a word. His cerulean eyes, unshielded by sunglasses, paired with his deliberately aloof demeanor, exuded an air of pressure. The elder servant gulped nervously, abruptly silencing himself. Yet he did not retreat. Instead, he seemed resolved to endure the standoff. Young master, he resumed. If you would only. Satoru leisurely donned his sunglasses. If you wish to stand there, then stand. I am leaving. Rising, he stuffed his hands into his pockets, humming a nonsensical tune, ready to depart when suddenly he halted. He turned sharply, locking eyes with Kinji Hikari, who was approaching, his figure partially obscured by the trees. Kinji was startled by Satoru's abrupt movement. The 6 eyes of the Gojo family indeed possessed a 360-degree view. He was detected even before he drew near. What mischief are you plotting by sneaking up on me? Satoru swiftly closed the distance, leaning in unceremoniously, scrutinizing Kinji through his sunglasses. I am not sneaking. I am merely an innocent bystander, Kinji protested, pushing Satoru's face away, insisting he not come so close. What's wrong with being close? Satoru retorted, somewhat displeased. It's just that it makes me dizzy. Satoru raised an eyebrow, his mood inexplicably lifted as he smirked, extending his arm to firmly drape over Kinji's shoulder. What? If you think I'm handsome, just say so. Isn't that what I just said? Kinji replied, lifting his gaze to meet Satoru's earnest, dual-colored eyes, momentarily taken aback. Really? Satoru questioned, astonished. Indeed, Kinji affirmed, avoiding Satoru's gaze. Curiously observing the servants who stood stiffly like they were on a timeout, Kinji glanced down, catching sight of the family crest on their attire, finally realizing they were from the Gojo household. Hearing Kinji's reply only deepened Satoru's grin. So, have you fallen for my charm? Kinji turned back to Satoru, casting a quick glance before intentionally resting his chin on his hand in contemplation. Why the deliberation? Satoru exclaimed, seizing Kinji's face to force him to meet his gaze. You ought to answer without hesitation. Yes. Haha, Kinji chuckled, unable to move under the weight of Satoru's affectionate hold. No laughing. Satoru commanded, taking a breath as he unceremoniously squeezed Kinji's face. Soon Kinji's voice, laced with exasperation, broke through. Alright, let go, Satoru. I need to meet up with Nanami and the others. Not a chance. Satoru protested, firm in his desires. Unless you call me senpai first. Kinji was baffled by Satoru's fixation on that title but, in an effort to end the playful banter, decided to acquiesce to his request. Satoru-senpai, could you please release me? The voices of the 2 different individuals coincided almost perfectly. Satoru's eyes widened in surprise. Seizing the opportunity while he was momentarily dazed, Kinji deftly broke free, darting a few steps away before waving back at Satoru. I'll take my leave now, Satoru. And don't keep the elder standing under the sun for too long. Hey. Wait a moment. I didn't catch that. Satoru shouted, snapping back to reality, but Kinji had already sprinted off into the distance. Now, the pressure fell squarely on the elder servant. When Satoru yanked the elder's collar with a dark expression, the elder was drenched in sweat, nearly bereft of his senses. He had observed his master, the white-haired youth, laughing and joking with Kinji and felt a sense of astonishment. Contemplating whether to speak up, he was taken aback. Never mind. Satoru suddenly released his grip, straightening the elder's wrinkled attire. There will be other chances. Having come to a realization, Satoru began confidently directing. Take the clothes to my dormitory, and the food to another location. The servants' faces brightened with renewed purpose. Upon returning to the Jujutsu High dormitory that evening, Kinji stood before a pile of items stacked at the entrance, his expression one of confusion. Chapter 34. How could one resist the allure of the bell? Just as he pulled out his phone to inquire who had mistakenly delivered the items, he suddenly felt something gently tugging at the hem of his pants. Lowering his gaze in bewilderment, he found himself staring into a pair of round, golden cat eyes. The little creature looked up, expectant and joyful. Kinji froze momentarily, his heterochromatic eyes blinking in surprise. Who had brought a kitten to Jujutsu High? Upon closer inspection, he realized this kitten bore a striking resemblance to a certain coal-colored feline. Seeing that Kinji was not only staring but also looking around as if searching for its true owner, the anxious little creature began to circle him, yearning for some affection. Meow. 2 urgent meows echoed, and suddenly, a pair of jet-black wings sprouted from the little creature, lifting it into the air. However, its flight was unsteady and awkward, as if it were still getting acquainted with its newfound appendages. Wait, have you really taken to the skies? Kamiyama Seiya quickly extended his hand and firmly grasped the little cat that was about to fly off haphazardly, pulling it into his embrace. It was only then, having regained his composure from the initial shock, that he realized this was not an ordinary kitten. It was a cursed spirit. Stay still, he gently admonished, stroking the cat's head. Understanding his words, the kitten ceased its squirming, its wings fluttering obediently before folding away. Kamiyama Seiya inspected the kitten thoroughly, then crouched down and tentatively called out, "Cole?" Meow. The kitten responded enthusiastically, bouncing in place and instinctively pawing at his knees. Is it really Cole? Kamiyama Seiya's eyes widened in disbelief. Meow meow. The response was now decidedly affirmative. What on earth has happened to you? Confused yet elated, he lifted the kitten high into the air. The kitten tilted its head, its golden eyes naively peering over his shoulder. At that moment, Suguru Geto's deep voice resonated nearby. I encountered Cole at the hospital. It seems to have been following me. Suguru Geto slowly approached Kamiyama Seiya's side, then crouched down to gaze at the little cat. As for the reason Cole became a curse, it was likely due to the owner's unwavering desire to prevent its demise. Kamiyama Seiya stiffened momentarily. So that's how it is. Although he had feigned indifference to Cole's death, a lingering sadness remained. After all, no matter how brief, there had been a bond. Suguru Geto nodded. Kamiyama Seiya blinked, setting Cole down and taking hold of its 2 front paws, gently massaging its soft little pads, his smile radiating warmth. Regardless of the circumstances, welcome back. Meow. Cole's vocalization was drawn out and melodious. At that moment, Kamiyama Seiya turned to ask, Geto, did you absorb Cole? Yes. This makes summoning easier, and allows me to bring it into the Jujutsu High. Otherwise, unregistered cursed energy appearing within the barrier would trigger an alarm. Then Cole might be the weakest of your many cursed spirits, Kamiyama Seiya remarked. Suguru Geto paused slightly. While that was indeed true, absorbing Cole was not for the purpose of summoning it for battle. Combat prowess was inconsequential. He hesitated, quietly observing the interaction between Kamiyama Seiya and the kitten who had transformed into a cursed spirit. As if touched by the scene, Suguru Geto smiled genuinely. However, his expression soon shifted to one of intense focus. He instinctively tightened his grip, a peculiar tingling sensation coursing through his limbs. He abruptly lifted his gaze, only to witness Cole sprawled on its back, exposing its belly while Kamiyama Seiya affectionately rubbed its tummy. Suguru Geto's face flushed crimson. Cole wriggled in delight, rolling from side to side, utterly adorable. Kamiyama Seiya contemplated whether to give the little one another affectionate pat, when he heard Suguru Geto calling him Seiya. For some reason, the tone wavered slightly. He turned to see Suguru Geto covering half his face with one hand while the other rested on his stomach, his expression oddly strained. He quickly halted his petting, concern etched on his face. Geto, what's wrong? Are you unwell? Stomachache? No. Suguru Geto endeavored to keep his voice steady, taking a deep breath to calm his heated mind. Just as he was about to reveal the truth of his initial resonance with Cole, Wataru Watanabe's voice suddenly interrupted from nearby. What are you two doing squatting here? Counting ants? No, we're observing Cole. Suguru Geto decisively swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. When he returned in the afternoon, he had already informed Wataru Watanabe about Cole's transformation into a cursed spirit. Upon learning that the unexpected discovery he mentioned was this, Wataru Watanabe expressed his approval. A deceased kitten returning to life, albeit in another form, was still a new source of comfort. Is that so? Then I want to see too. Wataru Watanabe rushed over, scooping up the small, innocent Cole and lifting it high. It seems to have grown a bit in just a few days. Has the bell developed as well? Upon hearing this, Suguru Geto's expression soured. Wataru Watanabe, who was about to flick Cole's bell, furrowed his brow. What are you doing? Suguru Geto clenched his fists, forcing a smile. I advise you not to flick it. Not a chance. The defiant Wataru Watanabe prepared to act. In a split second, Cole flapped its little wings in a panic, swiftly slapping Wataru Watanabe's face with a wing before stumbling back into Kamiyama-sei's embrace. Seeing the kitten safely nestle into another's arms, Suguru Geto exhaled in relief. Yet in the next moment he shuddered, his expression becoming peculiar again. His ears felt hot, and his heart raced as if engulfed in flames. Meanwhile, Kamiyama-sei remained oblivious, holding Cole securely, patting it to provide a sense of safety. Watanabe, is this yours? Yes. Why? Wataru Watanabe, one hand covering the cheek Cole had slapped, extended his other arm, attempting to stealthily reclaim Cole. If he didn't flick that bell today. It felt as though ants were crawling all over him. Kamiyama-sei had already noticed Wataru Watanabe's furtive movements, and raised his hand to shield Cole. How did it end up with me? Is your dorm too cramped? Of course I'm giving it to you to eat. Wataru Watanabe replied, his enthusiasm waning as he pouted. Kamiyama-sei was somewhat taken aback. Thank you, but I have plenty of nourishing food. I shouldn't need it. Do you think I need it? Wataru Watanabe leaned forward, his azure eyes piercing through his sunglasses, as if asserting his towering height meant he had no need for such things. So you should eat more and grow taller. Wataru Watanabe straightened up, ruffling Kamiyama-sei's hair. Kamiyama-sei retorted, compared to you I'm short. How infuriating. Just then he felt a sudden lightness in his arms. Wataru Watanabe had swiftly snatched Cole, while he was distracted. Watanabe. He hurriedly pursued. Meow. Cole mewed in alarm. Suguru Geto sighed in exasperation. Chapter 35. Words can be rough. But not too rough. Fortunately, the tumult concluded with a successful defense of the bell. As he walked back to the second-year dormitory with Suguru Geto, Wataru Watanabe strolled leisurely with his hands in his pockets. Suguru Geto cast a glance at the fresh, large red envelope perched atop his friend's head. I forgot to mention something to you, Watanabe. Wataru Watanabe, who was initially puzzled by the seemingly good-natured demeanor, found it amusing that after successfully reclaiming the cat, he might still get hit. His heterochromatic eyes brimmed with seriousness, reminiscent of a protective little cat. Quite interesting. It seemed he would need to tease him again next time. With that determination, Wataru Watanabe showed no signs of reflection. Hearing Suguru Geto speak again, he snapped back to attention and casually asked, what is it? I have a resonance with Cole since I absorbed it, Suguru Geto replied. To speak frankly, I too felt an urge to take action against you just now. Satoru Gojo. Behind his sunglasses, his azure gaze suddenly froze wide-eyed. He promptly emitted a resounding query. Huh? Suguru Geto, with an air of nonchalance, cast a fleeting glance at his friend, opting for silence as he strode forward. Gojo stood pondering for a moment before his shoulders slumped. I find it curious that Sukuma would insist on reclaiming the bell for Cole. But it turns out it's to defend yours, Geto. Suguru Geto abruptly halted. Gojo, caught up in the moment, approached him perplexed. What's going on? It was then that he noticed Geto's face contorted in disdain directed at him. Quickly, Geto composed himself and remarked. Gojo, sometimes your words lack finesse. Moreover, Tsukumo is unaware of my connection with Cole. I haven't had the chance to inform him, and you arrived just then. After processing this, Gojo decisively pulled out his phone declaring, I shall inform him right now. Geto gasped, hastily raising a hand to stop him. No, this matter is too peculiar. It's best if we keep it to ourselves. No one wishes to have reservations while petting a cat. Gojo stroked his chin, casting a sidelong glance at Geto. Can you endure it, Geto? Geto hesitated for a moment before replying. A simple pet or hug doesn't bother me. After all, Tsukumo wouldn't be as preoccupied with Cole's bell as you are, Gojo. Gojo acquiesced after a few seconds. Alright, since you insist, I shall reluctantly keep the secret. Geto nodded in agreement. Though Gojo had been persuaded, not long after Geto returned to his dormitory for a rest, he was suddenly tagged by Shoko in their group chat. Shoko. How does the connection feel, Geto? Geto. He knew Gojo's loose lips would spill the beans to Shoko. Meanwhile, Tsukumo, lying on his bed and perusing his phone, noticed the group messages and opened them, startled by the mention of connection. However, upon realizing that Shoko had tagged Geto and not him, his racing heart calmed. Only 3 people were aware of his connection with Sukuna. No one else would make baseless assumptions and he felt no guilt. Cole, at that moment, was flapping its tiny wings, practicing how to fly proficiently, oblivious to any concerns. Thus he decided to lurk in the small group chat for a while. There's nothing particularly special about it. Geto's message popped up. But Gojo said your face changed during that time. Shoko typed straightforwardly, was it exhilarating? Geto. Tsukumo? What on earth were they discussing? Just then, he noticed Shoko had tagged him. Shoko, how is Cole doing, Tsukumo? Realizing Shoko was already aware of Cole's situation, Tsukumo typed, quite well, practicing flying in the dormitory. Is that so? Don't forget to give the little kitty a bath, inside and out, thoroughly, Shoko emphasized. Sure. Cursed spirits don't need baths, Geto's message followed. Don't mislead Tsukumo, Shoko. To deter Shoko from continuing, Geto even sent a meme of a smiling face with a vein popping on the forehead. Shoko took a puff of smoke unfazed. You're angry, come see Gojo. Just as Gojo, having perused the records, sent a meme of an angry thumbs up. Shoko. You're bolder than I am, he declared. Shoko with a look of disdain typed. Compared to you two, I'm much more restrained. Don't follow our example, Tsukumo. Seeing this message, Gojo grew displeased and quickly retorted. Don't be fooled, Shoko. Tsukumo is actually a seemingly obedient person. He even hit me not long ago. That is commendable, Shoko replied. If possible, hit him a few more times. I hit you because you insisted on offending Cole's bell, Tsukumo stated. Offending? Gojo nearly leaped off his bed. I was merely attempting to foster a closer relationship. Shoko in realization. Cole hasn't he fallen victim to a scoundrel's hands, has he? Tsukumo? No. Shoko took another puff. So Tsukumo, you saved Geto. Tsukumo was left bewildered, surrounded by question marks. Ha. What does this have to do with Geto? Meanwhile, Geto had been silent for quite a while, seemingly preoccupied with something else. Gojo continued to stir up mischief in the group chat. Shoko, uninterested in the antics of a certain white-haired scoundrel, patiently comforted Tsukumo. I'll buy you some kikufuku tomorrow. Is that all? Am I such an easy person to placate? Oh, so you're not? Well, next time Gojo has a reflection, I'll help him write it. Gojo. See, I told you he is not truly obedient, right? Shoko. On the first day of April, around 10 in the morning, the sun shone just right. The trio from the first year of Jujutsu High received a mission to immediately rush to a wealthy family's residence to exorcise a grade 2 curse. Thus, Tsukumo set off with his newly acquired pet Cole. As they walked down the street, they suddenly noticed a little girl struggling to hold onto a balloon that was snatched away by the wind, soaring into the air like a distant ship. Observing the scene, the dumbfounded girl burst into tears. At that moment, Megumi Fushiguro glanced up, feeling powerless as he sighed. So high. As soon as his words fell, a small black figure deftly soared upward. Don't cry, the balloon will come down soon. Look, Tsukumo crouched down to reassure the child, pointing at the sky. The little girl couldn't see the cursed spirit that was Cole, only noticing that the balloon seemed to be tugged down by some mysterious force. Eventually, it descended to a reachable height, and Tsukumo grasped the string, returning the balloon to the girl. Here you go. The little girl beamed through her tears. Thank you, big brother. They then continued toward their destination. Fushiguro was still a bit astonished. I thought you had a normal cat, not a cursed spirit. Tsukumo smiled, ruffling Cole's head, which wore an expression eager for praise. Seeing this, Fushiguro, in disappointment, leaned on Kento Nanami's shoulder. Then we can't become in-laws, can we? Cats and cursed spirit cats must have reproductive isolation, right? Speaking of which, where are your cattle, Nanami? Fushiguro inquired. Nanami replied, let me remind you. Your cat and my cattle not only have reproductive isolation, they're even from different species. Fushiguro chuckled. I was asking if it meant it's a cursed spirit. That is definitely not the case, Nanami replied solemnly. Tsukumo, at this moment, withdrew his hand from Cole's head, turning thoughtfully in another direction. Across the crowd, Rimen was silently watching him. Oh, it's that girl again, Tsukumo. Does she have something to say to you? Tsukumo frowned. Taking advantage of the traffic light, Rimen walked directly toward him. Are you going to ignore me and walk away like last time? Upon hearing those words laced with resentment, Fushiguro immediately sensed a whiff of gossip. In order to avoid disturbing the parties involved, he took Kaneda Neru and waved his hand, saying, Neru, let us wait for you ahead. What does Lady Lime wish to convey? Have you encountered the woman with sutured scars on her forehead? A weight settled in Kaneda Neru's heart, yet he feigned ignorance. I have not seen her. Lime made a request. I need to report to Lord Sukuna. Not now. Kaneda Neru firmly declined. I have tasks to attend to, and my companions await me ahead. The word companions caused a twitch at the corner of Lime's eye. Simultaneously, Sukuna's mocking laughter echoed, just a second-tier cursed spirit, and it requires 3 sorcerers to deal with it. Let someone else take over. I shall handle it for you. Kaneda Neru harbored doubts about Sukuna's malevolence and lightly retorted, switching to another ghost? What a jest. Does even the King of Curses celebrate April Fool's Day? Sukuna, what nonsense. Chapter 36. Tisk unpleasant. Rest assured, even after the task is completed, I will not allow you to emerge. The last time I agreed was merely to ensure you made an appearance, to inform Lime that what I said was true. There is no necessity this time. Kaneda Neru paused to contemplate, then began to coax, unless you guarantee that when you embody my form, you shall not harm others. Sukuna's crimson gaze flickered. A new constraint? Yes, that is one way to understand it. Upon hearing this, Sukuna, who had been lounging amidst a pile of bones, gracefully leapt down, the large bow at his back fluttering slightly. Very well, let us proceed thusly. He continued, when I chant the binding incantation, you shall relinquish your body to me for 1 hour. In return, I promise not to kill. No, 1 hour is too long, half an hour at most. Sukuna, arms crossed, resignedly ran his fingers through his hair. "'Tis fine as you wish." Sukuna had casually suggested an hour, expecting the other to negotiate down to 10, or even 5 minutes. He was utterly unprepared for the willingness to grant him half an hour, especially with the added constraint of not killing. He could refrain from taking lives, but what of Lime's presence? That fool Neru had fallen for it. Just as a wicked smirk crept onto Sukuna's lips, he heard Kaneda Neru say, "When you take control of my body, do not style my hair into a slick back. It looks dreadful. Sukuna. And please show some courtesy. Refrain from referring to yourself as this lord at every turn." Sukuna. Ha. What difference does that make from impersonating that fool Neru? Sukuna was not inclined to comply. After this nagging exchange, Kaneda Neru explained the new constraint to Lime, who nodded in understanding. Before temporarily departing, Lime cast a complex gaze at Kaneda Neru. "Neru, I shall remain nearby." Kaneda Neru waved dismissively and proceeded to find Huibara and Nanami, intending to exorcise the curse together. Merely a second-tier curse. It posed no significant challenge. After a successful exorcism, they quietly observed the auxiliary supervisor negotiating with the affluent individuals in the villa. Being a sorcerer is, after all, just a profession. While the risks are high, the rewards are equally staggering. Huibara stretched lazily and in an excited tone, asked, "It's noon. What shall we eat? How about some taiyaki? Too sweet." Nanami replied with his preference, "Steak and Spanish garlic olive oil shrimp are the best." "Great. I'm fond of those," Huibara readily agreed. Nanami responded, "Then I shall inform the auxiliary supervisor that we are leaving." As he watched Nanami turn to walk away, Huibara noticed another person standing quietly beside him. Realizing he had yet to inquire about the other's opinion, Huibara enthusiastically patted the person's shoulder. "Neru, what do you think of Nanami's lunch suggestion?" Before he could finish, the individual suddenly raised his head, speaking in a low, arrogant tone. "I'll give you a second. Step aside." Huibara froze. "Huh?" Although uncertain of the situation, his instinct for danger prompted him to withdraw his hand and stand at attention, apologizing loudly, "I'm sorry." Sukuna, visibly displeased, rubbed his forehead. He completely disregarded someone's instructions and swept his bangs upward. Now the black markings on his cheeks and forehead became even more pronounced. His formerly neat and clean nails transformed into a bizarre shade of blackish purple, with black markings wrapping around his exposed wrists. The shift in his demeanor was stark. His crimson right eye now radiated impatience and contempt, as if regarding mere ants. "Lime!" Sukuna called out into the air. Lime, who had been lurking nearby, promptly materialized. "Let us find a place to converse." "As you command." Witnessing Sukuna and Lime stride away, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, Huibara was left utterly stunned, unable to utter a word. Not only him, but even Cole floating nearby, trembled in fear. The King of Curses emanated an evident aura of terror that resonated from the depths of the soul, overwhelming other curses. What just happened? Did I misjudge? Huibara pondered, tapping his head in confusion, feeling as though his thoughts were tangled. Surely he couldn't have been mistaken. Neru had indeed transformed into a completely different person. Even his voice had changed, and his girlfriend had suddenly appeared as well. So, what exactly was going on? The little kitten, unlike humans, was incapable of such complex thoughts. It merely recognized that its master was drifting further away. Thus, enduring the intense fear, the anxious Cole stumbled towards the direction where Sukuna had gone. Noticing the little creature approaching, Lime's expression turned cold. Just as he raised his hand to dispose of the insignificant little curse, Sukuna surprisingly intervened. "That's a pet of Neru's. No need to kill it. Let it follow." Sukuna, after all, was indifferent. Although killing this pet, which had only recently become a curse, would certainly cause Neru considerable distress, which would in turn amuse Sukuna, he sensed that the aftermath would be troublesome. Upon hearing Sukuna's words, Lime glanced at Cole. recalling that he had indeed seen this cat-like curse beside another individual. Thus, he dismissed the matter of Cole entirely. Subsequently, the master and servant casually found a fast food restaurant to sit. Cole kept a distance of 4 or 5 meters from them, ensuring they remained in sight, but never encroaching on their space. Has that fellow Genso sought you out? The individual Sukuna referred to was the woman with sutured scars on her forehead, as Lime had mentioned. Lime nodded indeed. Lord Sukuna's fingers are now spread across various locations. Despite many years of open and covert endeavors, he has only managed to locate 4. Recently, when Genso sought his cooperation, Sukuna had looked down upon this individual, who had merely concealed himself for a millennium. This person was cunning, and one could never be sure if such cunning would be directed against his own kind. Therefore, Lime had not readily agreed. He held no particular inclination towards forming alliances, having grown accustomed to operating solo. However, Genso had asserted that he possessed a suitable vessel for Sukuna's reincarnation. Rime's heart stirred, yet after a moment's hesitation, he resolved to first inform Lord Sukuna of this matter. He had yet to divulge to Kinjaku that Lord Sukuna was currently entangled in both binding and communication with another individual. That fellow truly possessed a knack for survival. Sukuna spoke cryptically. Rime respectfully inquired whether an alliance with Kinjaku would be prudent. Otherwise, he could ascertain the identity of the vessel in question, seize it, and if it did not meet the criteria, he would personally confront Kinjaku for retribution. A preliminary investigation was in order. Sukuna casually lifted a glass of cola resting before him, taking a sip, only to furrow his brow as a look of perplexity flickered in his crimson eyes. He pondered why Yako had such a penchant for this kind of refuse. Moreover, the temperature was amiss. He recalled Yako preferred it chilled. Could it be that the taste varied with temperature? Just then, a sudden vibration emanated from his pocket. He retrieved it to find a device that emitted light. One Yako frequently played with. Quite intriguing indeed. Sukuna adeptly pressed the answer button, leaving Rime utterly astonished. He quickly realized that his lord must have learned this from another person. As the call connected, Wataru's panicked voice erupted. Sukuna, come save me. Yaga-sensei is taking April Fool's Day too seriously, and has punished me with a 5,000-word reflection. He couldn't attend. Sukuna's tone was dismissive, almost dripping with disdain. Who are you? Wataru's brow furrowed as he detected something amiss in the voice, his tone suddenly turning grave. This unusual reaction caught the attention of Suguru beside him. I have no words for insects. The voice transmitted through the receiver was both unfamiliar and bore an innate regal arrogance. Ha! Wataru's irritation surged, and the half-finished can of soda in his hand crumpled under pressure. Just as he was about to retort, the call was abruptly disconnected. Wataru, what's wrong? Suguru inquired. However, Wataru remained silent, his expression darkening as he gripped his phone tightly, fingers flying over the screen as he furiously redialed. He must confront that audacious individual who dared to call himself this lord. The moment Sukuna hung up, he was immediately bombarded by Wataru's relentless barrage of calls. Glancing at the flashing phone on the table, Sukuna, suppressing his irritation, grabbed it and crushed it in his hand. Now, with his ears unencumbered, they could resume their conversation. The half-hour mark was approaching. It was time to execute their plan. As you command, my lord. As the words left his lips, Sukuna closed his eyes. The black patterns receded like a tide, and when his eyes reopened, the master had returned. The first thing Chuya saw was his phone in ruins. Hey, come out. What do you want? The tone of Sukuna, now back in his own domain, was languid, his eyelids barely lifting. His complete disregard for his actions darkened Chuya's expression, prompting a succinct reply. Compensate me for my phone. After a brief silence, Sukuna, disinterested, replied, ask Rime for it. Chuya instinctively glanced at Rime, who was already prepared, producing a card to hand over. This sudden gesture eased his frustration. How embarrassing, Lord Rime. You feign modesty. Rime replied coolly, no need for gratitude. I do this for Lord Sukuna. Upon hearing this, Chuya accepted the card without hesitation, knowing that in addition to the phone costs, the King of Curses owed for accommodation and companionship as well. After stowing the card away, he seized the cola before him, taking a hearty gulp. Given that they had just dispelled the curse and it was nearly mealtime, he saw no reason to refuse, especially as Sukuna had ordered food but was not eating. Observing such disregard for trivial matters, Rime's gaze faltered. That was something his lord had consumed. Yet Chuya felt no qualms. After all, regardless of who drank it, it was his body being used, and the saliva on the straw belonged solely to him. What difference did it make? Still, Rime felt an odd sensation, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Sukuna, much like Chuya, was indifferent. In fact, observing Chuya eat with such seriousness, he interjected coldly, "It's unpalatable." "Indeed it is." To Sukuna's astonishment, Chuya concurred with the king of curses. "Next time, remember to order it iced, not at room temperature. Change the burger to crispy chicken legs and garlic chicken frames." Sukuna scoffed, "None of that appeals to me." Chuya, surprised, retorted, "Who said it was for you? This is what I like. Since whatever you eat ends up in my stomach, naturally I choose what I prefer." Sukuna. How unpleasant. At that moment Cole, observing from a few meters away, sensed the oppressive atmosphere dissipate, and promptly leapt into Chuya's embrace, mewing in distress and grievance. "It's all right, don't be afraid." Watching the individual across from him comfort the cursed cat, Rimen clenched his fists, unable to speak. He had nearly obliterated that cursed spirit on the spot. Fortunately, Lord Sukuna had intervened, otherwise he and Yako would not be sitting here in tranquility together. Chapter 37. That is not a knock at the door, you foolish cat. After satisfying their hunger, and leaving the fast food establishment, Chuya turned to purchase a new phone. The convenience of card payments was undeniable. Upon acquiring his new device, the first thing he did was request Rimen's contact information. Rimen stood silently motionless. "Lord Rimen?" He waved his hand in front of him in confusion. Yet, Rimen remained unresponsive. After a moment of stalemate, the nearby staff exchanged odd glances, whispering to one another. Chuya, with keen hearing, caught snippets of their conversation. Though quite handsome, it seems the girl he is flirting with has no interest. Chuya. If this continued, it might be considered harassment. Moreover, the two appeared misaligned, more akin to siblings. Good grief, how could he be mistaken for flirting with beautiful girls? Chuya was so flustered he opted to cough awkwardly, lowering his head, intending to make a hasty exit. Suddenly, Rimen snatched his phone away. With remarkable efficiency, Rimen entered his contact details on Chuya's device. Done, Rimen stated. "I was just lost in thought." "Oh." Chuya blinked in surprise, accepting the returned phone. "I'll reach out more." Rimen added, "Make sure to check your messages, that way, Lord Sukuna will see them too." "All right." As Chuya nodded in agreement, Rimen casually glanced to the side, where the two stunned staff members were still reeling from the encounter. They exchanged nervous shivers, clearly unsettled by Rimen's intense gaze. Oblivious to Rimen's subtle actions, Chuya turned to leave, only to accidentally bump into a tall, handsome man with black hair, muscular build, and a scar on his right cheek. With a slight bow of his head, he gazed into the depths of the green-eyed boy's eyes, whose penetrating gaze rendered one hesitant to make any sudden movements. That undeniable aura compelled the flapping coal-black creature to timidly retreat behind Tsushima Seiya. Fushiguro Megumi was engaged in a phone conversation. Upon colliding with someone, he had no intention of sidestepping or taking a detour. His path was resolutely straight. 10 million? Megumi exclaimed incredulously, his eyes briefly flickering to the uniform of the student he had bumped into, as well as the feline curse spirit following alongside. He realized the implication. After earning that sum, I shall indulge in 2 days of rest. Surely, it would be spent in a flash. The man on the other end of the line remarked, commenting disdainfully that one should not squander money before it has even warmed in their pocket, implying that he was ill-suited for picking up fortunes that fell from the sky. Megumi, displaying an expression of indifference, promptly terminated the call. Glancing back, he noted the student had yet to yield the path. After a moment of contemplation, he reached out to pull the student aside, only for another hand to swiftly intervene. Tsushima felt a tug at his neck, followed by the distinctly displeased voice of Watanabe Wataru, resounding from above. Don't casually strike up conversations with strange older men outside. Confused, Tsushima tilted his head and muttered softly, I wasn't striking up a conversation. Aside from their exchanged glances, he had not uttered a single word to Fushiguro Megumi. Watanabe pouted in annoyance, his cerulean eyes scrutinizing the figure of Fushiguro Megumi across from him. Surely, the individual who answered the call for Seiya could not possibly be this man. I feel as though I've seen you somewhere before, Watanabe remarked casually to Megumi. This was met with an unrelenting retort from Tsushima. Wataru. That's classic pickup line material. Watanabe shot back, don't ruin my game. He immediately turned to grip the shoulder of the other person, mischievously tousling their hair. With a disdainful inquiry he added, who styled your hair? That weary age vibe is quite something. Tsushima's expression stiffened. It dawned on him that he had been parading around with an audacious pompadour for some time. His face flushed crimson, akin to a killer masquerading in public, only to be confronted with the awkwardness of an acquaintance. Although it was not he but Sukuna who had been acting the part. No one had bothered to inform him, nor had he glanced in a mirror. Hadn't they all warned the king of curses against styling his hair upward? At a loss for words, Tsushima felt bewildered and ultimately raised a hand to shield his eyes. Thankfully, Sukuna had only styled his hair and had not ripped his clothes. Watanabe observed the shift in Tsushima's expression intently. Behind his sunglasses, his emotions momentarily stuttered, feeling somewhat awkward as he halted his actions. Why the blush? It's making it hard for me to continue teasing you. Megumi instantly recognized Watanabe as the six-eyes prodigy of the Watanabe family. Those distinctive eyes were unmistakable. I've heard your bounty exceeds 100 million. Suddenly, Megumi spoke, compelling Watanabe to shift his gaze, his expression noticeably changing behind his shades. The voice sounded distinctly different from that of the individual who had previously referred to himself as this lord. It appeared he was not the same person. Is that some truly so desirable? Watanabe's gaze lowered, his tousled hair nearly obscuring his brow, giving him a somewhat pensive demeanor, while a brazen smile lingered at the corner of his lips. That might be a fanciful dream. Megumi did not respond immediately. At that moment his phone rang insistently. Seizing the opportunity while Megumi answered, Tsushima grabbed Watanabe's arm, leading him away from the scene. Watanabe was not there to cause trouble anyway. Since childhood, he had encountered many curses yearning for his life, yet those greedy individuals were invariably petrified into inaction before him. As for the man from earlier, even if he knew Watanabe was the bounty of over 100 million, what could he do? At this moment, Watanabe was not concerned about the formidable Megumi either, but instead turned his gaze to the contemplative figure beside him. They were currently seated at an outdoor beverage shop. Tsushima was gently stroking the coal-black creature, who eyed Watanabe warily. Having just feared Fushiguro Megumi, the creature was now on guard against Watanabe's potential mischief. Overall, the little feline felt utterly exhausted. Watanabe, however, paid little mind, extending his arm to effortlessly lift the coal-black creature from the small round table, casually asking, "Do you know that fellow, Seiya?" "I don't know him, but I've heard of him," Tsushima replied, his gaze fixed on the creature's flailing paws. Fortunately, Watanabe merely restrained the creature's errant claws without further harassment. Fushiguro Megumi, curse user assassin. Upon hearing those simple 8 words, Watanabe's brows shot up in disbelief, his azure pupils reflecting clear dissatisfaction. "So you hurriedly pulled me away because you feared this person could pose a threat to us?" Tsushima smiled yet remained silent. Watanabe, left without an answer, felt his irritation rise. His hand slackened, allowing the coal-black creature to seize the opportunity to escape his grasp, retreating behind its master. Now it was Tsushima who found himself pinned by the towering Watanabe. "An hour ago, a strange fellow used your phone to answer my call. Who was that?" Tsushima recalled it was Sukuna and replied, "Oh, just an old man." Watanabe's eyes widened. That deep voice, that disdainful tone. How could he possibly be an old man? Even if he calls himself this lord, he doesn't give off that vibe at all. Yet Tsushima blinked innocently. He is indeed an old man. But not the old man you think. "Don't arbitrarily give me nicknames," Sukuna's voice echoed, clearly displeased. "Understood, just 2 bowls of plain noodles," Tsushima responded. Sukuna's murderous intent surged, but the one who had provoked him was currently appeasing another. "The phone was broken by that old man, so I bought a new one." As he spoke, Tsushima produced his phone, rapidly inputting a string of numbers. Watanabe's phone began to vibrate instantly. "New number, Wataru. Save it." Watanabe was momentarily taken aback. "What? You've memorized someone else's contact information?" "Not really," Tsushima replied. "I only remember yours and Jie's." After all, they were the initial 2 to exchange contact details, and he had taken a fleeting glance at that time. Watanabe's pent-up frustration dissipated slightly, yet his expression remained sour. "What's the deal with that Fushiguro Megumi?" Tsushima glanced at his phone. "The movie I bought is about to start. Do you want to join Wataru?" An astute observer could easily tell he was shifting the topic. Watanabe's expression darkened. "You better clarify your words first. There's no time. We can talk while watching." "But who talks during a movie?" As Watanabe sat there with popcorn, his head spinning from the tension, it suddenly dawned on him that he had been played. He sprang to his feet, instantly garnering the ire of those seated behind him. The coal-black creature deemed him rude, daring to step onto Watanabe's shoulder in an attempt to push him down. Tsushima swiftly pulled Watanabe back down into his seat. "What's going on?" The cerulean gaze scrutinized him, amidst the lingering murmur of complaints that had yet to subside. Satoru Gojo, for once, began to articulate his thoughts in a hushed tone. "Come on, keep telling me more about that Fushiguro." This matter weighed heavily on his mind. He could not fathom why it seemed as if the opponent had already presumed Fushiguro was superior to him without even engaging in battle. Noritoshi Kamo, seated nearby, could not quite decipher Gojo's words, the sound of the movie drowning him out. As Gojo prepared to raise his voice, an unsettling sensation crept over him, prompting him to pout and type a message on his phone instead. Upon reading Gojo's fervent inquiry, Kamo was taken aback. Why are you so curious? Because it feels like you think I'm weaker than him. The aura emanating from the feline-like Gojo was reminiscent of a cursed spirit's resentment. Kamo could only respond through text. Gojo, you are strong, and you will become the strongest in the future. But the path to becoming the strongest is often fraught with suffering. Gojo furrowed his brow, regretting his question. Why are you starting to sound like an old man? Preaching philosophy? Kamo smiled softly, continuing to type. What I mean is, I don't want you to get hurt. Your safety is the hope of many. Gojo stared at the message, his head snapping up. The flickering light of the movie cast a serious, gentle expression on another's face. Kamo continued to type. Though physical wounds can be healed with techniques, the memories of pain do not simply vanish. Moreover, before he could finish, Gojo abruptly stood up, provoking yet another round of complaints from the audience behind them. Where are you going? Kamo, disregarding politeness, called out loudly amidst the commotion. I'm just going to the restroom. Gojo said coolly, hands in his pockets as he strode away. A short while later, the cool water splashed against his face as Gojo braced himself against the sink, staring intently into the mirror. The reflection revealed a calm expression, yet peculiarly, his cerulean pupils appeared constricted, with a faint blush lingering on his cheeks. Why does the water feel increasingly warm? Gojo pondered, curiously touching his face. After a few minutes, he emerged to find Kamo waiting outside. Is the show over? Gojo approached with purposeful strides, now composed and devoid of any other reaction. No, the plot unfolded in a manner more disappointing than I anticipated. I no longer wish to sully my eyes with it, Kamo replied. Let us head back, Gojo. Gojo, having lost all interest in the film, realized he had barely absorbed any of it, and thus, the two departed together. However, midway, Kamo skillfully veered into a dessert shop. Gojo had sent an assortment of treats from his family, and although the few return gifts from Kamo were nothing significant, having something was better than nothing. Forget it. I'll just pretend I've forgotten, Gojo thought, grinning as he received the treats. He generously chose not to pursue the matter of Fushiguro any further. Instead, he hung on to another person while bringing up his lengthy 5,000-word reflection. Kamo turned his head, eyes widening. Did you break some celestial law? Why do you have to write so much this time? Suddenly confronted by those mismatched eyes, Gojo felt as though he heard a knocking sound. Hud. Chapter 38. Am I a pervert? Indeed. Nagi, I seem to be experiencing some bodily issues. Just as Gojo called out, Nagi was engaged in conversation with Maki and Mei. What kind of problem? Nagi inquired calmly, raising her head. As Gojo entered the classroom, he was about to speak when Maki, who had endured Gojo's antics, seized the opportunity to mock him. If there's something wrong, you should probably see a doctor. She gestured towards her head. Gojo halted, pouting before retorting. My intelligence is already at a high level, no need for a hospital checkup. Maki, on the other hand, might want to consider it. Who is talking about your intelligence? Maki was infuriated. Mei, pulling the angry Maki back, turned gracefully to Gojo. If you're feeling unwell, I can call for emergency help. But you'll have to cover my appearance fee and travel expenses. No need, I'm perfectly fine. Maki, her face a picture of confusion, rebutted. Weren't you just saying to Nagi that you have some issues? What on earth is going on with you? Gojo stifled a yawn. That's exactly what I want to find out. Maki retorted. I see you're just bored and looking to mess with us, Gojo. Then describe what doesn't feel right, Nagi suggested. After a moment's thought, Gojo replied. I inexplicably heard a knocking sound yesterday, and it lasted quite a while. Maki's expression shifted instantly. A ghost? Mei and Nagi remained composed, with Nagi continuing to inquire. Where did you hear it? In the cinema. Maki gasped, covering her mouth. How could there be knocking sounds in a cinema? Gojo, did you encounter that thing? Is Maki really that timid? Gojo teased. Then Miss Mei must have it tough. Mei simply smiled and shook her head, while Maki's face flushed with anger. Gojo, you. Maki, there's something on your back, Gojo said, his expression earnest as he pushed his sunglasses down to stare at the space behind her. Maki nearly jumped out of her skin. She reached back, finding nothing there. Realizing she had been pranked by Gojo, she angrily rolled up her sleeves to settle the score. Mei intervened just in time, while Gojo resumed his conversation with Nagi as if nothing had happened. Not just in the cinema, I also heard it outside the dessert shop. It was quite thrilling. Nagi pointed out without hesitation. To be precise, that knocking sound is likely the rhythm of your heartbeat. So my body is indeed experiencing issues, right, Nagi? Gojo lamented, cradling his forehead. This phenomenon was new to him. Then why did you go to the cinema yesterday? Nagi asked while pulling out a cigarette, pinching one between her fingers. I was dragged there midway, and the movie was not only dull but even the water in the restroom became increasingly warm. Nagi paused in her action of lighting a cigarette, her gaze scrutinizing Gojo intently. Still excited? Did the film have stimulating scenes? Absolutely not. I just said it was boring. As Nagi sparked her cigarette, she began to analyze slowly. Alright, it seems you've encountered someone who has caught your interest. Hence this reaction. Gojo froze, taken aback. The now quiet Maki stretched her neck curiously. What? Gojo has someone he likes? Which unfortunate girl is that? From another school? Or perhaps a family member? Gojo unceremoniously pushed Maki's head aside, visibly irritated. Stop spouting nonsense. I have no interest in getting to know girls. That makes sense, Maki mused, glancing at Gojo with a hint of disdain, utterly unable to envision him in a romantic encounter. Gojo scoffed dismissively. So you're mistaken. It's a guy. Nagi's unexpected declaration left everyone stunned. Gojo's head snapped around, while Maki was left flabbergasted, disbelief etched on her face. Mei maintained her calm demeanor, a smile playing on her lips. Did I guess right? Nagi took a leisurely drag from her cigarette, then pulled out her phone. Looks like I need to call Jet. What do you want to say to Yuta? Wataru Fushiguro slammed the table in annoyance. Did you really think that my heart's desire was Yuta? The songstress could not help but admonish. Scoundrels should consume their own toxicity and refrain from spreading it to others. Wataru was not pleased with that. At that moment, Shoko Itadori remarked, the person who dragged you to the movies is the reason you're feeling unwell. You even went to the dessert shop with him, right? He treated you to sweets. At this juncture, the budding detective Shoko already had a suspect in mind. To my knowledge, aside from Yuta, the only other individual who can enjoy your company and buy you treats is none other than... Who? The songstress leaned in with curiosity. Shoko elongated her voice, it's... At that moment, Wataru appeared dazed. As he noticed that Shoko was about to reveal the identity, he swiftly grasped her hand and brought a cigarette to her lips, signaling her to smoke and refrain from speaking further. Then Wataru disdainfully declared, Am I a pervert? How could I possibly be infatuated with a guy? Forget it. I suppose I should visit the hospital later. He mumbled to himself before calmly turning on his heel and sauntering out of the classroom, hands tucked into his pockets. Shoko, with a cigarette in her mouth, watched him as he walked away. Bored, Wataru eventually meandered to the expansive playground. Not far away, two figures sat side by side on the stone steps. The little cat, Cole, flitted about with its tiny wings, joyfully circling around Suguru Geto and Toji Fushiguro. The two were engrossed in a conversation about Geto's parents. Toji had requested Suguru to send him the photos of Cole that were taken earlier, as the little cat was now a cursed spirit, and ordinary cameras could no longer capture its image. Thus, the previous photos had become particularly precious. As they eagerly flipped through the photos, Cole peeked at the illuminated phone screen, occasionally meowing in agreement, completely unaware of the approaching Wataru behind them. By the way, where's Yuta? Toji asked. He mentioned he wasn't feeling well, and went to see Shoko, Suguru replied. Toji paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind, when suddenly Cole seemed to sense something unsettling, and dove into Toji's embrace seeking refuge. What's wrong? Toji gently patted the little cat's back, before he could turn around. Suguru remarked, Yuta, you might want to reassure Cole, otherwise it will always react this way when it sees you. Not happening. Wataru, having approached, plopped down, his long legs taking up 3 steps. He propped his chin on his hand, his azure eyes looking towards Suguru. What were you discussing just now? Toji smiled lightly. I was asking Geto about those cat photos taken by your mother. I wanted a copy. Oh, is that so? Wataru replied nonchalantly, then took a moment to assess his own heartbeat. No abnormalities, and he certainly hadn't heard any knocking. Shoko was indeed speaking nonsense. I suppose I won't be growing any. As he spoke, he extended a finger towards Cole, who evaded him left and right, refusing to let him touch it. The cat even growled, attempting to bite Wataru. Yet, despite Cole's quick reflexes, they were no match for Wataru's superior agility. After several attempts, success eluded him each time. Nonetheless, Wataru had no intention of ceasing his playful pursuit. Cole was becoming increasingly distressed. Toji watched this scene with amusement. Well, if it's to grow, it must absorb a certain amount of cursed energy to level up from grade 4. But for now, it's quite fine. A little cat should live without worries. Imitating Wataru, he reached out to poke Cole's round face. The little cat, caught off guard, took a playful bite of his finger, realizing it had bitten the wrong person. It quickly released its grip and licked Toji's finger apologetically with its rough tongue. Fortunately, the little cat hadn't bitten down hard, so it didn't hurt. Wataru derisively teased, "You silly creature." Toji laughed without taking offense. Meanwhile, as they interacted, Suguru had turned his head away, resting his chin on his hand. Lost in thought, silent for a while. "By the way, Yuta," Toji turned to Wataru, "I've sent you the document with the 5,000-word reflection. Remember to transcribe it." Wataru's gaze sharpened. He had completely forgotten about that. The person before him exhibited concern in his heterochromatic eyes. "Are you alright? What did Shoko say?" Mentioning Shoko made Wataru's pupils tremble. Excited. "Encountered someone who makes your heart race. And that person is a guy." Shoko's earlier words echoed in his mind like a haunting melody. Fortunately, his sunglasses masked any emotion in his eyes. "It's nothing really." Just as he uttered this, Wataru felt another hand cover his own resting on his thigh. Toji earnestly said, "If you're still feeling unwell, I could check you out. Just a touch. And my healing energy will flow through your meridians." Wataru stared blankly at him. He heard a knock at the door, and after a brief silence he conceded, "Yes. I do need you to check." Chapter 39, The Renowned Double Standards of Six Eyes. Not far away, Shoko the songstress, and Meimei were stealthily hiding behind a tree. Meimei was on top, Shoko in the middle, and the songstress at the bottom, all peering curiously at the scene on the steps. "Didn't Yuta say he was going to the hospital? Why is he here?" "Oh, the one sitting in the middle is a first-year student, right? The one Yuta tricked." The songstress whispered, her memory still vivid. Shoko nodded, "That's definitely Toji. It seems this junior can also reverse techniques," Meimei noted. "So it's reasonable for Yuta to ask him." "That's not just asking." The songstress pointed out, "Clearly he's already showing signs of illness." From their vantage point, Wataru appeared somewhat awkward and suspiciously his face was flushed. The songstress had never seen Wataru in such an awkward state, nearly dropping her jaw in surprise. Shoko, however, observed with certainty, "What a fool. Such pure innocence." Toji, oblivious to the changes in Wataru's expression as he stared at him, set Cole down. Having received consent, he was currently channeling his energy to check on Wataru. Moments later he remarked, "You're quite healthy, Yuta, so if you feel unwell, could it be psychological?" Wataru remained silent. The air around them was eerily still. Toji withdrew his hand, his brow furrowed in confusion. Before he could comprehend the situation, Wataru suddenly pressed his head down. "Why don't you take a look at yourself? The back of your hand feels like it's on fire from where you touched me." "Huh." He blinked. "Then I'll." However, Wataru's hand pressed down harder, not allowing him the chance to lift his head and see his own expression. "It's not for me to see. It's for you to see." Upon hearing this, Toji was even more perplexed. "But I'm fine." "Quickly tell him to move his hand away." Due to the shared sentiment, the host of the cursed spirit felt quite irked. As if someone were forcibly pressing down on his head. Observing his master being bullied, the coal-black cat let out a fierce growl and sank its teeth into the sleeve of Satoru Gojo. "What's the meaning of this? Release me at once." Suguru Geto, having regained his composure, turned just in time to catch a glimpse of the lingering flush on Gojo's face. "Is he angry? It doesn't seem so." Gojo, with one hand firmly pressing down another white head, used his other hand to swat at the retaliating cat, embodying the image of a reckless, unruly troublemaker. "Do not bully my adorable junior, you scoundrel Gojo." The songstress could no longer tolerate this and immediately leaped from behind a tree to loudly condemn the injustice. Gojo's hand trembled momentarily, and his expression shifted. Upon noticing that not only the songstress, but also Shoko and Mei were hiding behind the tree, Gojo let out a dismissive huff. "What are you all stalking me for?" "Naturally, we wish to see who might fall victim to your mischief," the songstress retorted disdainfully, surprised to discover it was a first-year junior. "Moreover, judging by your earlier demeanor, are you a pervert?" Hearing the songstress echo back his earlier words, Gojo fell silent. Then, lifting his chin, he readily admitted with a hint of provocation, "I am, so what?" The songstress was left dumbfounded by Gojo's unabashed transformation. Meow. In the midst of this standoff, a soft meow suddenly broke the tension, redirecting the songstress's attention. "Ah, a little kitten. So adorable, so adorable. Let me hold it." She excitedly dashed forward, only to be intercepted by Suguru Geto at the last moment. It was one thing for the coal-black cat's owner to pet it, but he couldn't bear to experience the shared sensation of being petted by others. The songstress glared angrily at Geto, who understood the reason behind her fury. Shoko then suggested, Songstress-senpai, let it go, perhaps we should just leave. Quickly now. Gojo waved his hand impatiently at the songstress. Gritting her teeth, she swiftly ran to stand before Noritoshi Kumo. Remember to fight back when you're bullied. If all else fails, just steer clear of them. She pointed an accusatory finger at Gojo and Geto. Noritoshi smiled slightly, appearing genuinely attentive. Thank you, Songstress-senpai. The songstress's eyes widened, feeling as if her soul had been cleansed by his gentle smile. Truly, Gojo is despicable. Ha! It seems rather lively over there. At that moment, Yu Hibara and Kinjaku Nanami were passing by the playground and inadvertently heard the commotion. Are they arguing? Upholding the principle that all students of Jujutsu High should coexist harmoniously, the exuberant Hibara decided to investigate the situation. Upon approaching, he spotted Noritoshi at the center of it all. Hibara suddenly recalled how the other had glared at him fiercely just the day before. I'll give you 1 second, get lost. He later recounted this odd incident to Nanami, who merely frowned and offered no further comment. He hadn't given it much thought anyway. After all, they were reliable companions, even if their attitudes were sometimes lacking. Hibara raised his hand cheerfully to greet everyone, while the songstress, Shoko, and Mei departed together. At this moment, Noritoshi felt Hibara's gaze upon him. Following this, the latter placed a hand on his shoulder. What? Noritoshi was puzzled. Much like earlier when he overheard the songstress and Gojo's argument, he couldn't comprehend the terms pervert or troublemaker. Oh, Hibara was confused, wondering if today was one of Noritoshi's more amiable personas. He leaned in for a closer look. Indeed, the dark markings on his face had vanished, and his eyes were back to their usual hue. Haha, Noritoshi. Just as Hibara was about to continue, he suddenly felt a chill creeping up his back. Someone had grabbed him from behind, pulling him in the opposite direction. Gojo, with a somewhat rough motion, said, Why are you standing so close while speaking? It's not like I can't hear you. My apologies. As Gojo pulled Hibara away, he approached another person from behind, expertly playing the spoiled child. Writing 5,000 words is too much. Noritoshi, help me write half. No way. Noritoshi refused, stating that differing handwriting would lead to discovery. After all, last time, you had a bump on your head. Gojo's face turned crimson at being exposed. The coal-black cat turned to look at Suguru Geto, meowing as if to mock Gojo's notorious double standards. Geto replied nonchalantly, You do know his brain doesn't function properly. Meow. The coal-black cat nodded in agreement. However, this was not the end of the matter. Though Shoko inadvertently awakened Gojo to the specific reason behind the knocking sound, he remained skeptical for a while. Yet upon realizing the truth, he accepted it faster than anyone else. The strongest is indeed the strongest, always one step ahead in this regard. So what should I do? Gojo leaned forward like a cat, resting his chin on another's shoulder. His sunglasses slipped slightly down his nose, revealing his cerulean eyes, which held a hint of petulance. Truly a cat, isn't he? Reacting, Noritoshi casually reached up to stroke Gojo's soft hair near his ear, his tone gentle as if soothing a child. Alright. I'll think of a solution for you. And don't lean on me so much, you're a bit heavy. Gojo's ears turned as red as if they had been scalded, resembling a steamed shrimp. The coal-black cat stared in shock, while Geto sighed in silence. Unaware of the emotional dynamics at play, Noritoshi remained oblivious. At that moment, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out to find a message from Rimen. The content included a hotel address, complete with the room number. Come here tonight if you're free. This is probably related to the cursed spirit. Seizing the opportunity, Gojo also read the message clearly, his expression instantly shifting to his familiar disgruntled face. TCH, who is this Rimen to send such suggestive messages to Noritoshi? Around 7 in the evening, Noritoshi arrived at the hotel front desk according to the address. He walked in calmly, followed by 2 shadows, hiding behind a car. Gojo slightly adjusted his sunglasses, his gaze fixed on the hotel entrance, using all 6 of his eyes. Why are you secretly following him? Suguru Geto asked in confusion. I accidentally caught a glimpse of Noritoshi's message. Someone invited him here. As he spoke, Gojo, feeling vexed, worried that Noritoshi might be deceived into some scheme. Geto displayed a look of disdain at this assumption, knowing that Noritoshi was not that kind of person. However, to be safe, I'll send a cursed spirit to keep an eye on things. A swirling black hole appeared beside him, and a green frog-like cursed spirit jumped out. Chapter 40. Are we eating brains, friends? Arriving at the room outside, Noritoshi calmly knocked on the door. After a few seconds, a woman's voice faintly responded from within. He paused, suspiciously checking the room number on his phone again. Indeed, it's here. The door clicked open, and Rimen appeared. Her cold expression suggesting she was not particularly pleased. "Come in," she instructed him. Standing hesitantly outside the door, Yusuji Nariyuki furtively cast a glance into the room. "This doesn't seem right. Have I arrived too early? Has everything inside been properly addressed?" He leaned in, lowering his voice to inquire. Rimen was completely oblivious to his words. It wasn't until the next second that she heard Yusuji Nariyuki softly utter, "I never expected that your Grace Rimen would have such needs. Indeed. If one were to seek a public restroom outside, would it be through the blue entrance?" Instantly grasping his meaning, Rimen's eyes twitched involuntarily. In the next moment, Yusuji Nariyuki felt a tightening grip around his neck, as Rimen, with a scowl, nearly dragged him into the room. Once his feet touched the ground, he focused his gaze and noticed a young woman seated in a chair, smiling at him, a conspicuous scar from stitches adorning her forehead. Yusuji Nariyuki's heart sank. No. How could that brainless creature be here? "It seems another uninvited guest has arrived," Kenso slowly interjected. "He is different," Rimen swiftly countered. Kenso's gaze, a mixture of scrutiny and realization, broke into a smile. "So you did contact her in advance. It appears this uninvited guest is solely me." Rimen, seemingly ignoring Kenso, wore an expression that silently affirmed his words. Yusuji Nariyuki blinked, initially comprehending that Kenso had sought them out en route, and had only just arrived a few minutes ago. Rimen was evidently wary of Kenso, hence she refrained from engaging him further. She hadn't even mentioned the matter of Sukuna. Today he had dressed casually for the appointment. Unless one were to investigate deliberately, it would be impossible to discern that he was a student of the Jujutsu High. Kenso, unaware of his identity, noticed the seemingly familiar rapport between him and Rimen, and a glint of cunning flickered in his eyes. "Is this child also a curse user? Ha!" While asking Rimen for a drink, Yusuji Nariyuki turned, displaying a puzzled expression. "What is a porridge master?" Upon witnessing his demeanor, Rimen understood that someone's penchant for feigning innocence had resurfaced. Coincidentally irked by Kenso's troublesome presence, Rimen opted not to intervene further. Instead, she calmly poured a glass of water for the other person, seemingly permitting him to continue his charade. Kenso pondered aloud. "If you are not a curse user, how could you possibly have ties to her?" "Oh, I am a suitor of your Grace Rimen," persistently pursuing her contact information at a mobile phone shop, Yusuji Nariyuki replied, pouring himself a glass of water. Rimen's hand trembled, causing her to spill some. His eyes widened suddenly, unable to suppress his incredulity at the ease with which he spun such a lie. What nonsense is this guy spouting? Yusuji Nariyuki maintained a composed expression while gazing at Kenso. This fabrication momentarily stymied Kenso's usually agile thought process. Kenso chuckled. "Is that so? Then before pursuing someone, one ought to understand everything about them. Otherwise, one might encounter unexpected circumstances." "Isn't that what I'm doing?" Yusuji Nariyuki retorted, holding his water cup. "Little did I know that this lady had already beaten me to it. If it's not too much trouble, might you kindly take your leave now?" At this dismissive request, Kenso's smile faltered, and a visible vein popped on his forehead. "What are you saying?" Kenso furrowed his brow in confusion, though a flicker of cold inquiry gleamed in his eyes. "I am here sincerely to discuss an alliance. At present, I have little inclination to entertain a child's jokes." "Rimen." Kenso directed his gaze at Rimen, his calm voice laced with an undercurrent of threat. The cat curse spirit floating beside that child was undeniably real, indicating the other party was not a non-sorcerer. Yet he could not fathom why neither of them seemed to welcome him. This was Kenso's conundrum. And why else? Naturally, it was due to their aversion. "Oh no, it seems I've been found out, your Grace Rimen." Yusuji Nariyuki coolly sipped his water and glanced at Rimen. "Then I am at a loss to assist. You'll have to devise a method to expel this fellow yourself." Rimen, unable to restrain herself, crushed the cup in her hand. After finally regaining her composure, Rimen sat expressionlessly in a nearby chair. It would have been better if Yusuji Nariyuki hadn't intervened at all. It only served to stir her emotions and create unrest. Glancing again at the frog-shaped curse spirit peeking from the ceiling, Rimen raised her hand, poised to eliminate it without mercy. However, a small shadow fluttered its wings, joyfully approaching the ceiling and engaging in a conversation with the frog spirit in a language that was neither feline nor amphibian. Seeing this, Rimen promptly withdrew her hand. She recognized that this little creature was a small curse spirit nurtured by Yusuji Nariyuki, and held significant importance to him. Yusuji Nariyuki also noted the frog spirit, giving it a second glance as if he had suddenly come to a realization. "It's Cole's friend. Your Grace Rimen, please spare it," he implored. Rimen shot him a glance, ultimately relenting. Observing that neither of them intervened, Kenso naturally refrained from jeopardizing his rapport at this critical juncture. Thus, Cole and the frog spirit played for a while until the summoned frog suddenly disappeared into the ceiling. Cole, with wide eyes, desperately clawed at the ceiling. Brother, don't go. Meanwhile, on the other side, the returning frog spirit excitedly reported everything it had witnessed to Suguru Geto. Geto fell silent after listening. Geto, how are things inside? Wataru Fushiguro asked impatiently. Geto replied solemnly, Naruyuki is meeting with 2 women. What? Fushiguro exclaimed. Moreover, Naruyuki explicitly stated that he is a suitor of the other one, Geto added. What? Fushiguro gasped. Geto continued. Fortunately, the older woman eventually saw through the act and realized it was a ruse to drive her away. Fushiguro exhaled in relief, but then gripped the frog spirit irritably, declaring, If you ever give me a description that fails to hit the point again, I'll annihilate you. The frog spirit struggled, protesting lonely. Fushiguro suddenly activated his 6 eyes. Who are you cursing? Geto sighed in exasperation. Enough of the games, Fushiguro. It seems there's nothing amiss with Naruyuki. He is merely meeting a friend. No sooner had he spoken than an earth-shattering explosion erupted from the hotel. A towering orange flame instantaneously consumed numerous lives. Amidst a cacophony of human despairing screams, Kenso casually waved away the surrounding smoke, coughed a couple of times and spoke. Roka, do not overdo it. If you attract the sorcerers, things will turn quite ugly. In the center of the wreckage stood a single-eyed cursed spirit, unfazed. If they cannot be brought together, then why not eliminate them? However, as the dust settled, the 2 individuals remained unscathed. One of them even remarked to the other, Ah, your grace Rimen, look. It's balancing Mount Fuji on its head. Roka. Chapter 41, Sukuna, give this esteemed lord a number. Yet it resembled chocolate pudding more. Yusuji Naruyuki, tilting his head to assess, continued his commentary, then patted his stomach, realizing he was somewhat hungry. Rimen instinctively glanced at Roka, silently acknowledging the truth in his observation. Be serious. Rimen inhaled deeply, sometimes wishing to deliver a punch to Yusuji Naruyuki for his antics. Who is that human brat? Roka glowered at Yusuji Naruyuki from a distance, feeling an intense ire rising within her. Kenso contemplated, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts, as he too was unclear about Yusuji Naruyuki's precise identity. However, given how familiar he appeared with Rimen, he must be an old acquaintance. Could he have emerged from the river of 1,000 years? We shouldn't linger here any longer. Roka, your presence is currently ill-suited for exposure. Kenso suppressed his burgeoning curiosity, hoping Roka would depart swiftly. After all, being an unregistered cursed spirit in the realm of Jujutsu, it is wise to remain discreet for the time being. Luo, who was quite dissatisfied with Xuanzuo's hesitant decision, with merely 2 white-haired sorcerers in sight, eliminating them would require little effort. Just as Luahu was confidently sizing up the other 2, exuding a murderous intent, its gaze shifted downward and caught sight of the peculiar-eyed boy across from it, swiftly making a series of strange hand gestures. It appeared to be the formation of a technique before its activation. Was he aware of his impending demise and preparing for a futile counterattack? Luo, already envisioning the scene of its tormenting kill, felt a thrill of excitement. However, Kamiyama Naruhisa merely executed a water technique to extinguish the flames. At that moment, the sizzling sound of water meeting fire filled the air. That fellow seems quite formidable. He suddenly heard Sukuna's deep voice resonate in his mind. Realizing that the elder was referring to Luo, who, he readily affirmed, indeed quite powerful. Yet, it is unfortunate for it to always aim for the ceiling. Sukuna, in his innate domain, stroked his chin. Oh, is that so? Kamiyama Naruhisa saw through Sukuna's desire to confront Luo, who and remarked, I'm not praising you. Currently, your strength is but a finger's worth, hardly a ceiling, and you cannot defeat it. To add to your irritation, in certain fanfictions from Nanping, every protagonist tends to bully the present version of you. Sukuna? Cough, consider yourself fortunate that I haven't bullied you. Sukuna. After Kamiyama Naruhisa hastily uttered these words, he noted the eerie silence in Sukuna's response, which filled him with a sense of foreboding. Before he could say anything further, Sukuna suddenly began chanting the binding technique. The effect of restriction took hold abruptly. When Lime inadvertently turned her head, she was startled to see dark patterns sprawling across the face of the individual beside her. Lord Sukuna. The first act of this fellow Sukuna was to exhale a long breath as if releasing pent-up fury, tousling his hair, his words quite irksome. Lime was unaware of what they had exchanged through their shared binding moments earlier. However, when she caught sight of Sukuna raising his arm, his obsidian-nailed hand resting on the area of his chest where his heart lay. Her expression changed ominously. Sukuna's fingers slightly curled, his face exhibiting indifference. Just as he was about to tear through the obstructive fabric, piercing his flesh to reach his heart, he seemed to recall something and halted his movement. Lord Sukuna. Though Lime's demeanor remained calm, a slight tremor of tension flickered in her eyes. Fortunately, Sukuna eventually withdrew his hand, lifting his chin. His indifferent crimson gaze directed toward Xuansuo and Luo, who across from him. Long time no see. Xuansuo revealed a gentle smile akin to that of an old friend. Who is that? Luo, who, still perplexed, displayed a look of confusion. No sooner had he spoken than a massive cursed spirit soared into the night sky from the edge of a building emitting white smoke. Suguru Geto dramatically appeared, standing atop the head of the rainbow dragon. Utilizing the vantage point from above, Suguru Geto could clearly discern the four figures present. Although he was uncertain about the circumstances, the presence of such a potent cursed spirit warranted an immediate evacuation of the individuals involved. Thus, Suguru Geto lowered his center of gravity, adjusted his trajectory, and with the rainbow dragon, surged towards his target at breakneck speed. Naruhisa, are you alright? The one being questioned offered no reply. As Suguru Geto pondered this, he noticed the individual below calmly raising his head to gaze in his direction. It was clearly that person, yet he emanated an aura of danger. It felt as if he had transformed entirely. Suguru Geto's expression froze momentarily. Below, Sukuna, with a nonchalant gaze, observed the approaching rainbow dragon, elegantly and casually slicing the air with two fingers. Suguru Geto's pupils dilated. The rainbow dragon, despite its remarkable speed and resilience, was unable to evade the strike, sustaining a significant blow. Fortunately, it was not to the extent of being instantly vanquished. Sensing something amiss, Suguru Geto swiftly grasped the injured rainbow dragon's long whiskers, pulling away while warily eyeing the unfamiliar presence below. That was not Naruhisa. Who was that? Has he held back? Xuansuo inquired tentatively. The sight of Sukuna manifesting through another being surprised her. No wonder this peculiar-eyed human was so close to Lime. However, upon closer inspection, Sukuna's current state was not that of a corporeal form, but rather a binding with the host, briefly exerting control over the body. So that's it. With her thoughts quickly aligning, Xuansuo smiled subtly. Sukuna, uninterested in Xuansuo's probing, retorted in an annoyed tone. Though that fellow's condition prohibits me from taking lives, it doesn't state I cannot eliminate curses. Do not provoke me. Xuansuo instantly donned a faux apologetic smile. I have something you require. If you are amenable to reminiscing, let us find a quieter place to converse. Sukuna's gaze fixed intently upon Xuansuo. Then unexpectedly he replied, not going. Xuansuo was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a response. I shall grant you 5 seconds to vanish from my sight, Sukuna added, seemingly issuing an ultimatum. Luo, who had never encountered such audacity before, however, having gleaned from Xuansuo's conversation that this individual was the legendary Curse King Rimen Sukuna from a millennium ago, Luo, who felt an urge to engage in battle. Yet Xuansuo raised a hand to restrain it. You must find this feeling of suppression quite unfamiliar, she said, smiling at Sukuna. Should you wish to escape your current predicament, feel free to seek me out anytime. After saying this, Xuansuo signaled Luo Hu to retreat. Reluctantly, Luo Hu complied. However, out of the corner of its eye, it inadvertently spotted Suguru Geto poised in midair, and suddenly changed its mind. That sorcerer is rather bothersome. I will take care of him. Sukuna did not intervene. After all, that little demon was merely a classmate of Naruhisa, and had no bearing on him. Thus he saw no reason to concern himself. Bored, Sukuna closed his eyes and yawned, only for something to abruptly collide with his face. Upon grasping it, he discovered it was the cat curse spirit raised by Naruhisa. The audacious little coal cat, puffed up and meowing, seemed to be attempting to summon back its master's will. After observing the oblivious creature for a few seconds, Sukuna casually flicked his wrist, sending the coal cat flying. It fortuitously landed in the arms of Satoru Gojo, who had rushed over to rescue the individuals. Chapter 42. Are you going to destroy me? Friend. Who dares to recklessly throw an egg from such heights? Satoru Gojo cradled the trembling little body of the coal cat in one arm, marveling at how obedient the little feline was in his embrace for the first time. His cerulean eyes, concealed behind sunglasses, scrutinized the scene ahead with an air of inquiry. Sukuna turned his gaze indifferently in response. Meeting Sukuna's crimson eyes, which regarded him like an insignificant insect, Satoru Gojo's expression faltered, his brows knitting in confusion. Who is this person that bears such resemblance to Naruhisa? Upon noticing another individual's arrival, Sukuna felt a surge of irritation and clicked his tongue. Truly, It's always troublesome, no matter the era. I cannot tolerate sorcerers. Hearing that distinct, somber, magnetic voice, Satoru Gojo's nerves twitched, and he immediately recognized the source of his displeasure. Ha! You're the one who arrogantly claimed to be this lord when you answered my call that day. Sukuna maintained his indifferent gaze, neither confirming nor denying. From Yako's empathetic perspective, he recognized that the white-haired boy was the scion of the Gojo family, endowed with the rare 6 eyes. Under different circumstances, he would have certainly taken no mercy on this human named Satoru. However, now he found himself constrained by numerous bindings, and his own situation was far from favorable. Thus, he chose to refrain from engaging with the human on equal terms. Unlike Sukuna's indifferent demeanor, Rimen was fully prepared to confront Satoru Gojo, her expression grave. Satoru, who had fallen into silence, slightly bowed his head, the 6 eyes beneath his sunglasses keenly discerning that Sukuna's body was occupied by another. The only constant was the black flame in his left eye. What had changed was this fellow's technique and the surge of cursed energy. Had he inadvertently been possessed by a curse? What was happening? Just not long ago, everything had seemed perfectly fine. Meow. As if sensing the intense turmoil within Satoru's heart, the anxious Cole, for once, offered him a low, comforting meow. Satoru's eyes grew cold. Indeed, he could not act recklessly, for it would jeopardize Yuta's body. Was that why the red-eyed fellow appeared so emboldened? Satoru was rapidly becoming exasperated. We mean no disturbance. Kenjaku interjected, a gentle smile gracing his face. We shall take our leave first. He turned to gaze silently at Roka. Roka, who had been poised to strike at Suguru Geto, was now begrudgingly halted, his displeasure palpable. Hey, I can't just be commanded at will. I must take a life today. And whom do you wish to kill? Kenjaku inquired. Roka's sharp, singular eye scanned the surroundings, pointing toward the farthest end where Satoru stood. You reptile. Roka laughed confidently, revealing 2 rows of pitch-black teeth. Kenjaku responded dismissively, just a mere cat curse. It can wait for another time. We must depart now. Roka. Enraged, he turned away. Smoke billowing from the 2 volcanic vents at his ears. You jest too much. I was referring to that boy in sunglasses. I said it is not the right moment. Kenjaku's tone grew firm. Your actions will disrupt our plans. Mentioning this, Roka seemed to recall something. His large pupils filled with murderous intent froze, and he swallowed his words. Before departing, Kenjaku cast a glance at Suguru Geto in the air. Do not think of escaping. Suguru immediately summoned 3 ferocious cursed spirits, launching an attack on Kenjaku and Roka. A glimmer of interest sparked in Kenjaku's eyes. Cursed spirit manipulation was indeed a valuable asset. Roka, unfazed, extended his hand. Torrents of flames erupted from his palm, consuming the 3 cursed spirits in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Do not linger. Under Kenjaku's urging, Roka reluctantly withdrew from the scene. Suguru, intending to pursue, hesitated, realizing the expansive range of the cursed spirits' attacks, and given their location in a bustling area, any skirmish would inevitably result in greater casualties. Thus he hesitated, only to find that in the pitch-black night, Kenjaku and Roka had vanished without a trace. Suguru's heart sank heavily. That formidable strength seemed to belong to an unregistered special-grade cursed spirit. Hey, whoever you are, get out of Yuta's body right now. Satoru impatiently called out to Sukuna, regaining Suguru's attention. Upon landing, Suguru and Satoru stood side by side, their camaraderie forming a united front against Sukuna. Do you wish for him to return? Sukuna maintained his nonchalant demeanor. Then you shall have to wait a while. Ha! Satoru's tone rose in irritation. Suguru swiftly reached out to restrain him, his gaze fixated intently on Sukuna. The dark patterns on Sukuna's face were secondary. What truly mattered were the 2 red eyes situated beneath the outer corners. After a moment of intense contemplation, Suguru began to piece together Sukuna's identity. I believe I have discerned who you are. Sukuna cast a sidelong glance at Suguru, who seemed somewhat startled, raising an eyebrow. Satoru. Do you remember the King of Curses from a millennium ago? Satoru pondered, that 2-faced, expressionless fellow? Sukuna. Your name is incorrect, Satoru. Satoru complied, ruminating again. Was it called Rimen Sukuna? Sukuna. It is Rimen Sukuna. You fools. These 2 boys were utterly devoid of manners. Rimen was equally incensed by the banter between Suguru and Satoru, her pupils narrowing in indignation. Understanding that their master was bound by the constraints of not taking a life, Rimen resolved to personally discipline the 2 Jujutsu high students. Yet, in the next moment, Sukuna, expressionless, formed a rather peculiar hand gesture. Domain expansion. Sukuna murmured softly, his crimson pupils flickering with raw murderous intent. Fumetsu. Are you going to destroy me, friend? The domain's activation was abruptly interrupted by another voice. Sukuna soon felt his will begin to waver. His movements froze, shock washing over him as his eyelids slowly drooped with weariness. Yako, you. What? You wish to disrupt my name in such an inappropriate manner, and attempt to break free from your bindings, to unleash your lethal move? Get down. The other three sensed the abnormality in Sukuna's expression. The tension that should have been taut was suddenly released when Yuta's familiar heterochromatic eyes opened wide. At the very moment of consciousness returning, he instinctively smoothed down his iconic slicked-back hair. He then patted his attire. Good, not a shred of fabric was missing. Meow. Seeing him back to his normal state, the delighted Cole bounced against his face. Yuta hastily embraced the Cole. But he could not withstand the small cat's excited and affectionate licking on his face. All right. He turned his head, and Cole promptly swept across his lips. Yuta resigned, held the cat in his arms, supporting its rear, jokingly patting, "No mischief, little kitty." He found the earlier situation rather overwhelming. Little did he know, Suguru was even more overwhelmed. The moment he witnessed Yuta's return, he had prepared his questions, but the sudden empathy that washed over him left his mind blank. Suguru stood frozen, desperately trying to cover his forehead as his gaze remained vigilant toward Rimen. Holding the Cole, Yuta was about to lift his head, but suddenly found himself empty-handed, only to be confronted by an unparalleled handsome face. The Cole, ruthlessly tossed aside by Satoru, immediately grew displeased with him. Chapter 43, The Pure-Hearted Demon King. Satoru scrutinized Yuta from head to toe, frowning, resembling a disgruntled white cat, as he reached out to grasp Yuta's cheeks, continuously pulling them apart for confirmation. Satoru. Yuta, being tugged, struggled to articulate, "This is skin, not dough. I want to see where that infuriatingly talkative two-faced fellow has vanished to." Satoru peered left and right, still unable to recall Sukuna's proper name. Yuta's eyes brimmed with exasperation. He was about to remark that Satoru's nicknaming skills surpassed even his own when Rimen's sharp voice suddenly cut in. "You shall not disrespect our master any further." Satoru turned his head, only to find Rimen's icy attack closing in. Just as it seemed destined to hit its target, it was suddenly and forcefully halted, unable to advance. Satoru, with his unlimited domain activated, furrowed his brow, his cerulean pupils scrutinizing Rimen without restraint. It seems you are not merely a sorcerer, but rather a curse master. Is it not? Summoning Chingye to this forsaken place at the witching hour. Are you plotting something nefarious? Were that volcanic spirit and the woman with sutures your accomplices? Hearing Wazai Wujin accurately delineate the typical traits of Luogu and Guansua, the embodiment of the resurrected Sukuna, I felt an overwhelming sense of displeasure, intense and profound. The bloodthirsty and brutal instincts stirred within me, urging my sensitive nerves to break free from their shackles and annihilate every living thing in my vicinity. However, there is an obstacle. I must devise a means to eliminate Ye this time. Perhaps it would be wiser to approach Guansua with a calmer demeanor in the future. Observing Wazai Wujin's impudence, Limei's gaze was ablaze with fury and malice, the atmosphere between them charged with tension. At that moment, Suguru Geto, clutching a piece of coal, approached to stand alongside Wazai Wujin in confronting Limei. Recognizing that engaging in combat was ill-advised, time-consuming and fruitless, Limei endeavored to compose herself, suppressing her emotions as she decided to withdraw. Her gaze instinctively fell upon the central figure, Yusuji Chingye, yet he remained oblivious to her presence, preoccupied with ensuring Geto was unharmed after the recent skirmish with Sukuna and Luogu. Having regained his composure, Geto assured them that he was fine. Much like Wazai Wujin, questions about Sukuna's sudden emergence weighed heavily on their minds. Chingye recognized that this matter could not remain concealed forever. Yet he had not anticipated its revelation would come so swiftly. It was all the fault of that esteemed figure, who whimsically chose to recite the contract at such a moment. Had he merely stated the facts? Why was there anger? Limei suddenly called out to him. Chingye turned, but Limei had already turned her back, declaring, "I am leaving." No sooner had she spoken than she nimbly leapt from the edge of the ruins, her figure swiftly vanishing into the night. Chingye blinked in confusion, sensing that she had something to say. As he pondered what it could have been, his face was abruptly turned back to meet the discontented azure gaze of Wazai Wujin. Subsequently, under the unavoidable scrutiny of his dear friends, Chingye was compelled to disclose his bondage with Sukuna. Upon learning that they not only shared a temporary control over their bodies, but also a shared sensory connection, both Wazai Wujin and Geto were taken aback. Such a grave matter, and Chingye had not mentioned a word before? I will find a way to suppress him and prevent him from acting recklessly, Chingye vowed earnestly. Wazai Wujin was unconcerned about this latent threat. What bothered him was that a curse should be granted such latitude. Through your perspective, he can see everything? Wazai Wujin inquired. Qingye nodded. And Wazai Wujin immediately retaliated with a friendly gesture. Qingye responded, do not be too smug, curse. I will find a way to extricate you from Qingye's body. Sukuna. Will your body experience any discomfort? Geto asked with concern. No, Qingye replied, shaking his head, then paused before calmly asking, should we report this to the higher-ups? Wazai Wujin and Geto exchanged grave glances. In the next moment, Wazai Wujin grasped the head of the person before him, exclaiming, huh? Am I insane? If this matter leaks, those cowardly old fools will surely sentence you to death. Geto shared this sentiment. Hence, without further deliberation, the trio resolved to keep this secret for the time being. After all, they could not rely on those old relics. It was better to devise a solution themselves. In any case, do not feel burdened. With me and Geto around, nothing is insurmountable, Wazai Wujin assured. Right, Geto? Indeed, Geto smiled warmly. Wazai Wujin, brimming with confidence, tousled his own hair. Noticing that his companion had remained silent, Wazai Wujin paused, removed his hand, and adjusted his sunglasses to peer down. Qingye's eyelashes cast shadows beneath his eyes, and with each breath his expression appeared somewhat flustered. What is with that expression? Are you about to cry? Wazai Wujin leaned closer, a mischievous grin upon his face. Not at all, Qingye replied, regaining his composure and lifting his gaze to reveal a gentle smile, albeit slightly astonished that Wazai Wujin would utter such reliable and charming words. After all, this fellow was typically unreliable. He had not anticipated that upon hearing this matter, Wazai Wujin would so quickly choose to stand by his side. Qingye felt a mix of astonishment and uncertainty on how to respond. Upon hearing Qingye's reply and locking eyes for 2 seconds, Wazai Wujin suddenly retracted his smile, straightened up, and swiftly turned away. Wujin? Observing this reaction, Qingye paused, wondering if he had misspoken. However, from his vantage point, Geto vividly witnessed Wazai Wujin forcefully covering the lower half of his face with his hand, his eyes trembling, and his ears and neck flushed crimson. Geto, are you muffling the truth? The Cole scoffed, meow. Pure-hearted demon lord. After dealing with the hotel explosion incident and dining outside, the trio made their way to the subway station to catch the train back to the academy. It was only 8:30, and the subway was quite crowded. Remembering the situation between Qingye and Sukuna, Wazai Wujin, gripping the handrail, unabashedly turned his head and said, since you can share sensations with that guy, doesn't he that mean? Qingye, when you change clothes or bathe, he can see everything? Qingye replied, what business is it of yours? I never considered that. Because Wazai Wujin had spoken without lowering his voice, other drowsy passengers in the subway suddenly perked up, intrigued by the conversation. Wazai Wujin continued, seemingly oblivious to their attention. Isn't that quite disadvantageous? Qingye tilted his head in confusion, saying, we are all men. What loss is there in a glance? The shocked passengers gasped collectively. Wazai Wujin scoffed, of course there is a loss, for he has never seen it. Pondering this, he suddenly removed his sunglasses and plopped them onto Qingye's face. Qingye was momentarily blinded. What are you doing? I can't see like this. That's precisely the effect I was aiming for, Wazai Wujin stated with satisfaction. Believing it to be quite effective, he playfully wrapped an arm around Qingye, declaring in the future, wear these while bathing or just keep your eyes shut. Qingye assumed Wazai Wujin was merely jesting, adjusting the crooked sunglasses, and replied nonchalantly, it doesn't matter if I'm seen. After all, I've seen him too. Wazai Wujin's hand froze, his azure pupils widening in disbelief. After listening to this exchange for a while, Geto sighed. These two fools. What on earth are they casually discussing? Chapter 44, all blushed. Within the high school gymnasium, the resounding sound of dribbling echoed rhythmically from left to right, one following another. Qingye, unexpectedly dragged into a basketball game by Wazai Wujin, could not fathom how the atmosphere had abruptly shifted to one of athleticism. Having shed his high school uniform, Wazai Wujin donned a pristine white shirt, his tall stature strikingly prominent. Unfortunately, the student body was already sparse, and had this been an ordinary school, the gymnasium would have been filled with the excited shrieks of girls. Cradling the ball in both hands, Qingye calmly remarked, this would actually be a better time to call Hybra. Why? Afraid you might lose to me alone? Satoru Gojo spoke with an expression of pride and arrogance, declaring that even if summoned to assist, he would not be intimidated. Nakanishi Narutake chuckled softly, Gojo, be prepared. While my gaming skills may be lacking, my athletic prowess has always been commendable. Gojo paused for a moment, then playfully beckoned with his finger, is that so? Then let me see what you've got. Sitting idly by, Shoko observed the unfolding scene and remarked, this is precisely why Gojo is a fool. How could he ever hope to win someone over with such trivial banter? Has it begun? At that moment, Suguru Geto entered leisurely from the doorway, standing nonchalantly beside Shoko. It started a few minutes ago. Thankfully, Naritake's athletic instincts are sharp. He is holding his own against Gojo. After Shoko spoke, she donned the sunglasses entrusted to her by Gojo, glancing around. Wow, it's pitch black, she exclaimed. Geto observed in silence for a few moments and noted that the competition was indeed evenly matched. The previous night's incident involving Rimen and Sukuna had not been mentioned by either himself or Gojo. They had merely reported the appearance of an unregistered special-grade cursed spirit in the bustling urban area. The relevant personnel from Jujutsu High were already investigating the matter. Lost in thought, Geto was interrupted by the cheerful meow of Kuro, who fluttered over to nuzzle against his face. As he stroked the little cat, a vivid image from the previous night of Kuro licking another person flashed through his mind. Suddenly he grasped Kuro firmly. Meow. Kuro tilted its head in confusion. Geto closed his eyes, contemplating. Kuro, let's try to keep that to a minimum. He intended to discreetly advise the kitten against such behavior towards its owner. But before he could finish, Gojo's loud inquiry interrupted. So where did you see that guy's naked body? Nakanishi Naritake. Geto. Shoko, nearly dropping the sunglasses from her hands, exclaimed, what? Looking on, the two players who had been engrossed in basketball suddenly began to engage in a different kind of play. With Gojo leveraging his height advantage to assert dominance over Naritake, who was somewhat bewildered on the floor. When did I ever say I saw his naked body? Naritake protested. Huh, didn't you say that to me yesterday on the subway? Gojo had replayed their conversation in his mind all night, and even during the game. He couldn't shake off the frustrating disparity in perception. What was so appealing about a cursed body? The legendary Rimen Sukuna was said to possess 4 arms, 2 pairs of eyes and 2 faces. Surely, he was grotesque. Mine is far superior. I should be the one being looked at. In stark contrast to Gojo's self-inflicted turmoil, Naritake replied matter-of-factly, isn't it perfectly normal to see a man's upper body? Who hasn't been shirtless at some point? Gojo's expression twisted in disbelief as he pressed further. But what about the lower half? Of course, that's not the case, Naritake retorted. Shoko felt she had stumbled upon something unspeakable, and promptly stood up, tossing the sunglasses to Geto. I'll go get some drinks. And with that she hurried away. Realizing he had misunderstood, Gojo remained frozen in place, as if a nerve had snapped. He then seized Naritake by the collar, indignantly accusing him, if that's the case, why didn't you clarify on the subway yesterday? I didn't expect you to misunderstand like this, haha. Naritake laughed, offering no quarter. Seeing him so amused, Gojo felt his pride slip away, his face flushing with embarrassment. Stop laughing at me. He quickly reached out to playfully pinch Naritake's cheeks, leading to a back-and-forth tussle. Sukuna, equally irritated, thought, what on earth is this kid thinking? In a second I'll kick him away, he grumbled, displeased. Naritake, not one to kick people, ceased his laughter and gently urged, Gojo, get off me. You're pinning both of us down. Gojo abruptly halted, a visible displeasure surfacing in his eyes. Why did it sound as if Naritake and that cursed king were in cahoots? The more he pondered, the more unsettled he felt. Sukuna needed to be taught a lesson. However, such an endeavor would inevitably involve Naritake, so Gojo merely pouted and scoffed. Is he still complaining to you? Sort of, Naritake replied. Gojo frowned in disdain, feeling that discussing it only made him feel like he was playing around with a curse. When he wondered, would this cursed king finally leave? At that moment, the gym doors swung open, and a stern-looking Yaga Yoshinobu strode in with authority. Upon observing their antics, he immediately adopted a serious tone. Gojo, what are you doing? Bullying your juniors? Not at all. Gojo quickly reined in his provocations, helping Naritake to his feet. We were just playing basketball to build camaraderie, sensei. Yaga, well aware of his students' antics, scrutinized them closely. Seeing no other oddities, he refrained from further lecturing Gojo. Where's Shoko? She went to buy some drinks, Geto replied casually, approaching to return the sunglasses to Gojo. Yaga then addressed the two, you two will be responsible for this task. Upon hearing about an unexpected assignment on a day off, both Gojo and Geto turned away in unison, clicking their tongues in discontent. Is there an issue with your expressions? Yaga inquired. We wouldn't dare. They replied in perfect synchronization. Naritake quietly observed from the side, his gaze flickering with intrigue. As expected, Yaga soon mentioned the task regarding the star plasma vessel. Can I join? Naritake interjected suddenly, catching the attention of the three. Gojo quickly wrapped an arm around Naritake's shoulders, turning to Yaga earnestly, exactly, sensei. We need to bring a family member along. Yaga raised an eyebrow, puzzled. This junior doesn't he share the surname Geto, nor does he share yours, Gojo. When did he become your family? He regarded Naratake with a critical eye. You're the student who wrote that reflection for Gojo, aren't you? Gojo felt a chill run down his spine at the thought of this day arriving, while Geto smirked knowingly. Chapter 45. The Star Plasma Vessel Task to divert Yaga's attention. Gojo hastily suggested, Sensei. Can we not discuss the reflection any further? Let us focus on the task at hand. I am speaking to a first-year student. Gojo. Do not interrupt, Yaga retorted, his voice booming louder than Gojo's. With a resounding thud, Yaga's fist met his palm, silencing Gojo. Naratake cast a sympathetic glance at Gojo, whose head was now adorned with a fresh bump. Honestly, I believe this task carries significant weight. But Lord Tengen specifically requested the two of you, Yaga stated gravely. Just the two of us? Gojo's disinterest deepened. Is it truly impossible to bring a family member? He pressed, still adamant about the matter. Yaga shot him an exasperated glance, but appeared to deliberate seriously. As a teacher, he had a fair understanding of his students' capabilities. Although this first-year student had yet to be rated, his performance thus far suggested he was at least at the level of a semi-first-grade sorcerer, possibly even higher. After a brief moment of contemplation, Nightai acknowledged, this mission is indeed extraordinary. Having more individuals involved adds to our assurance. He continued. I will inform the first-year class teacher about the situation shortly. Wuto, Jia and Chung, please follow me. Nightai took the lead, turning away and guiding them forward. Upon hearing this, Wuto's previously sullen expression brightened instantly. Okay. He straightened his posture, and the throbbing pain in his head seemed to dissipate. However, the next moment, Nightai mercilessly dropped another bombshell. Do not let your guard down. There are actually 2 assignments this time. If we fail to execute them properly, the review will expand to 8,000 words. Wuto's smile vanished immediately. Ha! Are you trying to kill your students, teacher? He protested with evident dissatisfaction. Nightai added. If we complete the task successfully, the previous review will be nullified. Wuto's eyes widened in surprise. He then grumbled. Why didn't you mention that sooner? I've already copied 800 words from the document Chung provided. Suddenly Chung, who felt betrayed, exclaimed. You just revealed that yourself. I never admitted to anything. Nightai shot a sidelong glance. What did you say? The atmosphere grew noticeably tense. Summeryu, quick-witted, covered Wuto's mouth and wisely redirected the conversation. Let's discuss the details of the assignments first. Before long, Nightai led the 3 of them toward the classroom, explaining the assignments along the way. Meanwhile, under the clear blue sky, a gentle breeze wafted from the rooftop, bringing a hint of warmth, signaling the approach of summer. The previously calm state of mind seemed to be affected, mingled with a touch of restlessness and unease. I believe we should have a proper discussion. A woman's gentle voice suddenly shattered the tranquility. Turning around, Lime found the enigmatic Kenso, who had mysteriously reappeared behind her after vanishing the previous night, frowning slightly. The previous day's crowd and the interference from sorcerers had prevented them from having a proper conversation. Approaching Kenso, who appeared unfazed, she remarked. Lord Sukuna is not here at the moment. Kenso replied, that is of no consequence. You may convey my message to him since you are his only trusted confidant. He emphasized the last part deliberately, then suddenly feigned annoyance. No, wait, I almost forgot there was someone who briefly followed you a millennium ago. My recollection of her is scant, and I've forgotten her name. Speaking of which, did she perish? Kenso inquired with feigned concern. Lime's hand trembled slightly, but her expression remained impassive, her eyes glinting with a cold light. Why do you wish to investigate this? Kenso responded. I merely want to ascertain whether you are the sole individual in this world whom Sukuna can fully trust. Hearing this, Lime was momentarily taken aback. After a long pause, she replied, she has passed away. How could an ordinary sorcerer survive until now? Lime was reluctant to allow Kenso to delve further into this topic, believing that having only one servant for Lord Sukuna was sufficient. As for Yuta, he had never clearly stated his position, so there was no need to rely on him. Is that so? Kenso pondered, pausing briefly. The vessel I prepared for Sukuna is still too young. If there is another suitable option available, it would be prudent to seize it. That boy with the peculiar eyes who sought you out last night seems quite fitting, does he not? Have you considered using him as a vessel for Sukuna? Kenso's gaze bored deeply into Lime. Lime's eyes widened in shock, her face reflecting the stark realization. Her pupils narrowing to pinpricks. Using Yuta as a vessel? Upon further reflection, it indeed appeared to be the most viable choice at present. Moreover, if it were not for Yuta, she would have remained oblivious to Lord Sukuna's current connection with the outside world. However, Lime fell silent, her fists clenched. battling a tumultuous inner conflict. Regardless, he was not a familiar acquaintance, and thus there was no burden in doing so. I shall use this as a gesture of sincerity, Kinso remarked, retrieving 2 withered, dark red fingers from his person. I am certain Lord Sukuna is eager for you to fulfill this task. He cannot be content with merely a brief emergence. He bent down to place the fingers down before stepping back 2 paces, wearing a benign smile. Should you decide to take action, do inform me in advance. I am quite intrigued by the other student beside that boy who can manipulate cursed spirits. Yuta suddenly sneezed. It's broad daylight. The weather isn't even cool. Am I coming down with something? Summeryu turned and handed him the soda he had just bought from the vending machine, expressing concern. I'm fine. It feels like someone is speaking ill of me behind my back. Just as he joked, Summeryu also sneezed, his ears feeling warm. Yuta raised an eyebrow. Could it be that someone is talking bad about you as well? It seems so. We both need to be cautious, Summeryu replied, jesting. Huh? Yuta and Summeryu exchanged glances and smiled in unison. The coal flew carelessly in the air, wagging its little tail. The next moment, it was startled by the sudden appearance of Wuto. Cautious about what? Wuto interjected, inserting himself between the two and effortlessly snatching the unopened soda from Yuta's hand. Wuto. Yours is. Summeryu began, but Wuto had already pulled the tab, tilting his head back to gulp down a few swigs, sighing in relief. Huh? Wuto remarked, indicating he did not catch that. It's nothing. Summeryu resignedly handed the other can to Yuta. We were discussing the importance of safety in this mission. The Panshin sect and the organization Q, which comprises numerous curse sorcerers, are our adversaries in this assignment. What is there to fear? We are the strongest. Besides, with Chung joining us, there's no need to worry. The seniors will set a good example, Wuto declared confidently. So when we split up later, Chung, you'll come with me. Yuta thought for a moment. I'd rather stick with Jia. Wuto exclaimed, huh? Chapter 46. Misfortunes never come alone. The enclosed elevator ascended slowly, and Yuta quietly observed Summeryu, who was on the phone with Wuto. His choice to accompany them stemmed from the casual joke they had made earlier. Unbeknownst to him, an ominous premonition lingered. Thus, he felt the need to keep a closer watch, in case any unwelcome elements tried to intrude. The Panshin sect, being a non-sorcerer organization, did not warrant excessive concern. It was that required vigilance. I know, it's not a big deal, Wuto replied nonchalantly. Summeryu acknowledged with a casual his peripheral vision catching Yuta staring at him intently. He paused and tentatively asked, Chung, do you want to say something to Wuto? Upon hearing this, Wuto's heart raced with anticipation, unable to suppress his excitement. He thought to himself that when the call connected, he would surely inquire why Yuta had chosen Summeryu over him. However, Yuta simply waved his hand, denying no need. Yeah, you just talked to Wuto. Wuto, who had been prepared, felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, and his expression fell. The protest from the receiver was almost audible. Yeah. Hand the phone to him. The volume startled Summeryu, causing him to instinctively pull the phone away. Observing the scene, Yuta could easily imagine Wuto as a disgruntled cat. Fur bristled in displeasure. He could only stifle his laughter, and made a gesture to Suguru Geto as if to answer a phone call. Understanding the cue, Suguru handed him his phone. What's going on? He wondered, only to find an unusual silence emanating from Wataru Fushiguro's end. Naozumi Yusuji, confused, inquired again, Wataru. What's wrong? Yet still, there was no response from Fushiguro. Were it not for the ongoing call, he might have suspected the line had been disconnected. Could it be that the elevator signal was poor? Just as Naozumi was about to shift the phone to check the signal, Wataru's voice, feigning indifference yet laced with a slight stutter, finally came through. Don't talk suddenly in my ear. Naozumi blinked in bewilderment, finding this absurdly amusing. If one couldn't speak in the ear, then where else could they speak? Fushiguro's ears turned uncontrollably warm, yet he maintained a mock-fierce tone. Did you just laugh? No makingume. Naozumi then restrained his smile, adopting a tone of patience. Alright then, let us discuss this in person later. The phrase in person momentarily stunned Wataru. As he stood there, momentarily taken aback, Naozumi returned the phone to Suguru. In the next instant, his own phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out and lowered his head to inspect it. It was a message from an unfamiliar number. Vessel of flesh. This is the most suitable, chant the covenant and be reborn. His heart sank involuntarily. What kind of nonsensical message was this? Within the dimly lit domain of crimson hues, Sukuna clearly discerned these words. His scarlet eyes glinted. Ding. The elevator halted, arriving at the designated floor, and the doors opened automatically. Naozumi, pondering who had sent the message, followed closely behind as he exited the elevator. However, in the next moment he collided with Suguru, who had come to an abrupt stop ahead. In the dimly lit corridor stood two distinct figures. Naozumi curiously peered over Suguru's shoulder, only to lock eyes with Rime. Beside her, Kenjaku wore his ever-present disingenuous smile. What luck, just avoiding that six-eyed deity, he thought. Upon noticing the unexpected visitors, Suguru instantly raised a hand, shielding Naozumi within his protective perimeter. Observing this, Rime's expression faltered. Yet her eyes turned icy. Is Lord Rime still collaborating with her? Naozumi sighed softly. Rime clenched her fist, maintaining a prolonged silence. Only Kenjaku broke the stillness, encouraging. Don't wait too long. Opportunities are rare, seize the moment. At these words, Suguru's expression tightened, and a vortex of summoned cursed spirits began to swirl beside him. Naozumi, you go ahead and check, he instructed. Just as he spoke, a black-nailed hand casually rested on Naozumi's shoulder. Suguru's body instantly stiffened like stone. Over his shoulder, a crimson right eye quietly emerged. Sukuna, with a hint of impatience, said, "Speak quickly. I cannot guarantee how long I will remain unoppressed by that guy's will." Upon hearing this distinct voice, Suguru's pupils constricted. He swiftly commanded two snake-like cursed spirits to retaliate against Sukuna. However, Sukuna didn't even bother to glance. The spirits aimed at him were effortlessly dispatched. One offense is permitted, but consider it a warning, Sukuna remarked coldly, retracting his hand and casting a disdainful glance at Suguru. Kenjaku, wearing an understanding expression, said with a smile, "It seems Suguru has a task to attend to, doesn't he? You should hurry and not concern yourself with our matters." The thought of abandoning Naozumi in front of their adversaries was something Suguru simply couldn't entertain. His gaze remained tightly focused, nerves taut to the breaking point. At that moment, the frightened coal began to flap its tiny wings and bit down on Suguru's sleeve, pulling him insistently towards Rime and the others. Awakening from his daze, Suguru noticed his palms were slightly damp. He suddenly looked up. To his surprise, Rime and Kenjaku had stepped aside, clearing the path for him. Simu. The coal's grip tightened, as if urging him to move swiftly. With a difficult mental resolve, Suguru forced himself to dart past the two, hastening forward and retrieving his phone. "Wataru, the situation has changed. I'll provide detailed information later. First, confirm the status of Tsumiki." Bang! The crisp sound of a doorbell echoed, marking the countdown's end as the bomb detonated profoundly. "That sounds serious. Are you alright?" Kenjaku seemed genuinely concerned upon hearing the distant commotion. Rime, with her expression of indifference, brushed past him, striding directly towards Sukuna. She reverently presented the 4 fingers she had collected over the years, along with the 2 fingers given by Kenjaku, all meticulously preserved. Yet, this was still far from the 20-finger requirement. Kenjaku, unwilling to be left out, approached. "But you can rest assured, as our collaboration will soon yield the rest, aiding your return to peak condition." In response, Sukuna idly toyed with the 6 fingers, selecting one among them. Under the corridor's dim light, the shriveled, dark red finger exuded a more sinister and eerie aura. "If I consume all of these, I could smother Yuta's will and take possession of his body. It might be worth a try," Sukuna mused thoughtfully. "There have been instances of failure," Kenjaku interjected. "Should the reincarnation process face rejection, the vessel will collapse." Sukuna was well aware of this principle. "However, you and this boy should not experience such negative reactions, given your existing bond." Sukuna paid no heed to Kenjaku's rambling. He opened his mouth, preparing to swallow the finger. Just then, Rime called out anxiously, "Lord Sukuna." Sukuna halted, puzzled. Chapter 47. No danger, just a takeout. "No, it's nothing. My apologies." Rime's hand remained tightly clenched around her ample sleeve, not loosening for a moment. Despite feeling a whirlwind of emotions, her skin remained pale, showing no signs of redness, appearing remarkably composed. Until Kenjaku, ever the meddler, broke the tension. "Are you developing feelings for that boy? You seem rather reluctant." "That's absurd." Rime immediately shot Kenjaku a frosty glare. "I am merely concerned about the aftermath of the Lord's reincarnation." "There's nothing to worry about, Rime," Kenjaku replied with a smile, seemingly confident. "You'll find out soon enough." Sukuna listened to their exchange with indifference. However, the thought that if the reincarnation succeeded, that guy might be obliterated stirred a peculiar sensation within him. Few resonated with his intentions, but the one who dared to continually provoke his ire was undoubtedly Yuta. Sukuna gazed down at his fingers, pondering for several seconds without making a move. This impatience grew evident to Kenjaku. "Do you have any reservations?" Sukuna cast an unreadable glance at Kenjaku. Before he could respond, a small figure came barreling toward him, colliding heavily with his face. The returning Cole, emboldened, seized the cloth bag containing the fingers from Rime's hand and bolted away. Kinjaku's expression shifted dramatically. He instinctively reached out to eliminate the Cole. Yet, Rime decisively stepped in front of him. I'll go retrieve it. Surprisingly, Sukuna wasn't angered by the theft of the fingers. After all, he still had one in hand. So, while Rime pursued the fleeing Cole, he nonchalantly opened his mouth and swallowed the finger. He then closed his eyes, awaiting the ensuing reaction. Beside him, Xuanxua wore a smile on his lips, exuding an air of confidence as he remarked, I must ask a favor of you shortly. Please assist me in eliminating that peculiar Lu Hai sorcerer from earlier. All that is required is his demise, and I shall claim his lifeless form. Suqiao offered no reply, leaving the question of whether he had even heard the request hanging in the air. Xuanxua, unperturbed, held his breath in anticipation. However, mere seconds later, he was taken aback to see the figure before him clutching their throat, retching audibly. Xuanxua stood in stunned silence, struggling to process the scene. At that moment, Yusuji Nariyuki's stomach churned violently. As his fingers grazed his abdomen, his tongue belatedly registered the reality of the situation, leaving him no time to expel the contents. Unable to contain himself, he lamented, Do refrain from offering me such throat-scorching fare without my consent. It nearly brings me to the brink of death. Oh, you're awake. Suqiao remarked upon returning to the realm of the living, displaying an air of nonchalance as though he had anticipated this outcome. Rimen has gone in pursuit of that feline. Upon her return, make sure to consume those 5 fingers as well. Ha, do you suppose I'm indulging in trivial snacks? Such an airy attitude. I merely wish to gauge your limits. This is already my limit. Yusuji Nariyuki thought to himself, bemused by Suqiao's audacious notions. Faced with the reality of the finger lodged within him, he smirked, casting a wary glance at Xuanxua, who was fixated on him with a serious demeanor. Why? Despite having consumed the finger, did Suqiao's will seem diminished? His body showed no signs of collapse. What on earth was happening? Suqiao himself was perplexed. Yet after years of silence, he had grown somewhat philosophical. The strange sensation that had lingered in his heart dissipated. In some respects, Nariyuki's body indeed suited him as a vessel, though it was not irreplaceable. Upon further contemplation, he even remarked, You truly defy convention. No wonder I admire you. Nariyuki's attention was momentarily diverted by Suqiao's words, sending shivers down his spine. Behave yourself, he retorted, making a conscious effort to ignore the uncomfortable sensation in his throat. This felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of the time Muzan had manipulated him, forcing blood upon him to transform him into a demon. It was infuriating. Fortunately, his body had long since developed an immunity to such toxins, as Suqiao's fingers were indeed venomous to an ordinary person. Had he failed? Xuanxua scrutinized Nariyuki, utterly baffled. At that moment, Rimen returned, clutching the fleeing Cole in her mouth, the bag stubbornly held between her teeth. Lord Suqiao. As her voice rang out, her gaze met his mismatched eyes, leaving her momentarily stunned. It was not as she had imagined. Xuanxua began to contemplate retreating. Perhaps it was wise to wait a few more years. Or perhaps the insufficient number of fingers prevented the suppression of his self-awareness. Regardless, with the plan now exposed, he had grown cautious. Xuanxua waved his hand dismissively, relinquishing the chaotic situation to Rimen. Rimen curled her fingers, her hands growing weak as she gazed ahead. The figure before her had returned to normal. The dark markings on their face vanished, and the chilling, malevolent aura had dissipated, replaced by a familiar state. Seizing the moment, the Cole wriggled free from Rimen's grasp, joyfully bounding forward. Yusuji Nariyuki embraced the small cat affectionately, only to realize that Xuanxua had vanished without a trace. Understanding that Xuanxua had taken an interest in Suguru Geto, he had no time to exchange further words with Rimen, his figure disappearing in a flash. Rimen froze for a second, instinctively pursuing him, but soon halted. Nariyuki should have realized that he had allied himself with that stitched woman against her. Although everything was for Lord Suqiao, he had ultimately forsaken something nascent, choosing to harm another. Meanwhile, within the opened room, the shattered window had been rendered unrecognizable. Cold winds gusting inside. As Nariyuki stepped in, he beheld a round, pink cursed spirit ensnaring a white-hatted sorcerer, its enormous red lips desperately pressing toward the sorcerer's face. Come here for a kiss. Ugh, what a grotesque taste. The unfortunate sorcerer resisted vehemently, pleading, Please, let us talk this over. It's all my fault. Suguru Geto, ignoring the sorcerer's pleas, bent down to carefully place the unconscious Tenin Riko onto the sofa. Catching sight of someone entering from the corner of his eye, Geto initially assumed it was a companion of Q and prepared to defend himself, only to see the Cole mewing at him. As it meowed, The bag it held precariously slipped from its mouth. Naruyuki swiftly reached out to catch it. Seeing that he was unharmed, Geto's eyes widened in excitement. Naruyuki, are you all right? Naruyuki, however, was the first to inquire about Geto, glancing at the unconscious Tenenriko and Korwa Misato on the sofa, as though they had both succumbed to unconsciousness. Yes, I'm fine, but just to be safe, may I check on them? Naruyuki readily agreed. As he crouched down to examine Tenenriko and the others, Geto's expression grew increasingly complex. Had he once again managed to suppress the King of Curses through sheer will? What about those two in the corridor? Geto was inundated with questions, his brow furrowing as he struggled to swallow the words lodged in his throat. For a moment, Geto felt a pang of guilt for having abandoned them. Naruyuki, realizing this, blinked and dismissed it nonchalantly. That was the best decision, Geto. You need not feel remorse. Isn't it wonderful? Riko was saved, and I'm unharmed. Moreover, I'm glad I followed you. Who knows what might have transpired had I encountered Rimen and Schwansuo alone? He raised an eyebrow at Geto with a smile. It seems our premonition of sneezing back then was quite accurate. Seeing him so relaxed, not only unperturbed but also reassuring himself, Geto felt a flicker of emotion. His taut nerves began to ease. Yet in the next moment, a tingling sensation coursed through his abdomen. Glancing up, he noticed the coal sprawled on the sofa, proudly rolling over to show its belly, as if seeking praise. Geto quickly lowered his gaze, striving to steady his breathing. Inadvertently, he caught sight of the bag in Naruyuki's hand, and recalled that he had not had that bag earlier. Thus he shifted his focus and asked, "What is that, Naruyuki?" Naruyuki paused in his petting of the cat, glancing down at the bag. "Oh, it's takeout they sent over for us. I confiscated it for now." Geto raised an eyebrow in surprise. Chapter 48. The Master discovers the system. After confirming that the two girls were mostly unharmed, Naruyuki took the opportunity to dispose of Suchiao's fingers into the ink spirit space. He had no intention of consuming that again. One must consider the circumstances when torturing the throat. Geto witnessed the item vanish from Naruyuki's hand, his expression shifting to one of slight astonishment. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, understanding that everyone possessed their unique abilities, and saw no need to delve deeper. At that moment, a Q member, witnessing the pair engrossed in their conversation, completely lost their composure. In a fit of rage, their muscles slackened, and the pink curse spirit seized the opportunity to plant a large kiss on them. Ugh. Please let me go. I swear I won't do it again. I'll go home and farm instead. Jayashiro remained utterly indifferent to the pleas for mercy this time. He even turned his head slightly, feigning ignorance with a gesture that suggested he could not hear clearly due to his small eyes. Surely you heard that. The struggling member of Q was on the brink of collapse. Watching from the sidelines, Yusuji Nari chuckled softly. Then his gaze drifted thoughtfully toward the wide-open doorway. To his surprise, Rimen had not pursued him to demand his fingers. That was unlike him. Moreover, Rimen had previously refrained from allowing Sukuna to consume his fingers to possess his body. Yet today she had suddenly brought them along. It must be the instigation of that wretched Kinji Hikari. It seemed she was still attempting to incite Sukuna to eliminate Jia. Yusuji Nari's expression turned serious as he moved to sit on a somewhat tattered dark sofa nearby. Next time we meet, I intend to treat her to a knife. Sukuna, who had been feigning sleep, opened his eyes. Who was this fellow intending to invite for a knife? Ultimately, this statement was directed at the system. No problem. Host, we fully support you. Just don't actually kill her. The main storyline still requires her to stir the pot. I understand. Like how we handle that black curse next door. I'll find an opportunity to beat her a few times, then eliminate her later. Hearing the conversation, Sukuna pondered. Who is conversing with that fool? Yusuji Nari remained blissfully unaware that Sukuna could hear the system's voice. Just as he finished bantering with the system, Sukuna unexpectedly interjected. Who are you planning to kill? Who was that voice speaking to you just now? Yusuji Nari nearly faltered in maintaining his composure, his heterochromatic eyes widening slightly. The system quickly made its escape, leaving him alone to face Sukuna's glaring inquiries. You need not know. Once he regained his calm after the initial shock, Yusuji Nari chose not to elaborate further. This dismissive attitude greatly displeased the elder. However, sensing the momentary fluctuation in Nari's emotions, perhaps the existence of that voice was one of his secrets. Sukuna, leaning against a mountain of corpses, remained silent for a few seconds before suddenly laughing. Yusuji Nari heard that deep chuckle, and found it somewhat perplexing. What are you laughing at? Killing me is not a trivial matter. Do not indulge in fanciful thoughts, Sukuna replied. Ha! Yusuji Nari raised an eyebrow. Who said anything about killing you? If I truly harbored the intent to kill you, Why not have battled you to the death a millennium ago? Instead, I humbled myself and served you. Sukuna paused, furrowing his brow in confusion, struggling to comprehend the other's intentions. If he did not wish to eliminate him like other sorcerers, why not agree to find him a vessel for resurrection, as he had suggested? Not only that, but he had initially chosen to conceal the matter of the fingers, neglecting to report it to the sorcerers. Just moments ago, he had even played coy with that peculiar girl, secretly hiding his fingers. Which side are you truly on? Sukuna sought clarity on this issue. Noticing the Curse King's curiosity, Yusuji Nari effortlessly tossed the question back. And what about you? Where do you stand? Between curses and humanity? This seemingly innocuous inquiry evidently struck a nerve with Sukuna, whose expression soured noticeably. Are you jesting, fool? Do not be angry, Yusuji Nari replied. To put it simply, would you be willing to annihilate humanity for the sake of curses, allowing curses to replace all of humanity? Sukuna's gaze grew serene. The domain was always tranquil, allowing the other's voice to resonate clearly. Though the question appeared earnest, Sukuna could envision the innocent look in the other's eyes, accompanied by a smirk. The more he thought about it, the more irked he became. Yet after a prolonged silence, the Curse King merely sighed, filled with disdain. It was futile to discuss this with you. It holds no significance. He could not fathom what Nari was contemplating. Sukuna abruptly concluded the topic, flipping onto his side and closing his eyes to rest. After a while, he suddenly heard Yusuji Nari's clear and gentle voice resonate again within the silent domain. How could it be meaningless? This concerns whether our relationship can improve. Instinctively, Sukuna lifted his eyelids, his deep crimson gaze flickering like flames. What did he mean? Yusuji Nari could not continue as he was interrupted by Yashiro, who was leisurely brewing 2 cups of fragrant, thick black tea, extending one toward him. What was he contemplating? How to make the denizens of the underworld a bit more like those of the living realm. Yusuji Nari accepted the warm tea, holding the cup and sighing. Sitting beside him, Yashiro quirked an eyebrow. I thought you were worried about Satoru. Yusuji Nari chuckled lightly. Satoru is so strong. I'm not worried at all. It's just a pity I didn't get to see him in action. He must have looked quite impressive. Yashiro subtly observed his expression. If Satoru were here, he would undoubtedly feel immensely proud upon hearing this. Perhaps he would even blush and loudly protest against being laughed at. Yashiro took a sip of tea, thinking this. Satoru's innocent gaze, so easily seen through, seemed to escape Nari's notice entirely. Yet he was so indulgent towards Satoru, unknowingly possessing the ability to ensnare others deeply. Yashiro silently sighed, feeling anxious for his friend's tumultuous romantic journey. Of course, Yashiro's own heroic demeanor during rescues was admirable, too. Yusuji Nari also took a sip of tea, wholeheartedly praising him. He referred to those scenes in the original narrative. Indeed, they were undeniably impressive. Unbeknownst to Yashiro, his hand trembled slightly, causing ripples to dance across the surface of the tea. 2 seconds later, his slightly exasperated, elongated eyes turned toward the person beside him. How would you know? You weren't present. I'm merely imagining it based on appearances. Chapter 49. Ugly things that wish for beauty shall not prevail. Meow meow. The coal, fond of Yashiro, fluttered its tiny wings, nestling against Yusuji Nari's neck, nuzzling affectionately against its master as if agreeing with the praise just bestowed upon Yashiro. Yashiro's entire body stiffened, his gaze fixated on the steaming tea cup, remaining motionless like a mountain. Despite the shared connection, the sensation of physical contact felt too real, causing his mind to momentarily freeze. The tension from suppressing his feelings caused the veins on the back of his hand to subtly protrude. Fortunately, the coal, adhering to the principle of equitable distribution, scampered over to start nuzzling him. The strange connection faded, and Yashiro seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. He then fixed his gaze forward, lowering his voice. Nari, who are those 2 people in the corridor, and are they related to Sukuna? Yes. They are all considered curse users, Yusuji Nari replied candidly. Moreover, Yashiro, be cautious of that girl with the stitched forehead. Hearing this deliberate emphasis, Yashiro looked puzzled. What about her? Yusuji Nari succinctly stated. She has taken an interest in you. Yashiro was taken aback. With wide eyes, he felt an overwhelming urge to dig into his ears, questioning whether he had misheard. After a prolonged silence, he muttered, She is significantly older than I am. Please spare me. I am not suited for her. The glint in Suguru Geto's eyes hinted at a chill. Observing this, Noritoshi Kumo shook with laughter, his fair visage alight with unrestrained mirth. Geto, taken aback by the laughter, found himself at a loss for words. It was only a moment later that Kumo slowly set down his teacup, suppressing his amusement, and turned to look at him earnestly. Geto, inexplicably anxious under that gaze, felt as though serious matters were about to be conveyed. And indeed his instincts were not mistaken. To be precise, she has taken an interest in your curse technique. Kamospoke inagraveton. Her name is Kenjaku. Her technique allows her to exchange her brain, thereby swapping bodies. And she can also utilize the techniques inscribed within those bodies. Geto's heart plummeted. At the moment Sukuna awakened, she had already incited him to kill you. Thus, I pose a considerable danger to you now. Watching Kumo stroke his chin in contemplation, Geto struggled to contain his astonishment. Kumo, about this information. Hey, Geto. At that moment, Satoru Gojo's urgent voice erupted from the side. He approached, walking on air, and landed a foot atop the head of the sorcerer ensnared by the pink curse spirit. Exclaiming loudly, Kumo, what's going on? Abruptly halting, Kumo, blocked from view by Geto, waved cheerfully, I'm here. The cerulean eyes behind the sunglasses momentarily faltered. And in the next instant, Gojo zipped in front of him like the wind. He scrutinized Kumo from all angles, finally resting his gaze on the tip of Kumo's nose. Their eyes locking in a penetrating examination as he drew ever closer. Kumo could even discern Gojo's distinctly long, thick eyelashes. Gojo, if you get any closer, we'll end up as cross-eyed. In response, Gojo straightened up rapidly saying, oh, my heart is racing. Seems like it's really you. Understanding dawned on Geto. Kumo, bewildered, stammered. What? Without hesitation, Gojo plopped down beside Kumo, making the already cramped sofa even more congested. So, was that emotionless fellow subdued in time? Yes, thankfully without incident. Sorry to worry you, Kumo replied. What are you apologizing for? Gojo nonchalantly crossed his legs, his arm draped casually over the sofa, appearing as though he had embraced the person beside him. But this sudden appearance is rather bothersome. I need to think of a solution. Leaning his head back, Gojo glanced at Geto, intending to inquire if he had any ideas, only to find Geto's profile clouded with concern. What's wrong, Geto? Kumo and I were just discussing that woman with the stitches. Kumo succinctly relayed their previous conversation to Gojo. Initially, upon hearing that an older woman had taken an interest in Geto, Gojo had almost burst into laughter. However, when he learned that she intended to kill Geto and seize his body post-mortem for her own use, his expression darkened ominously. Does she seek death? Indeed, Kumo concurred emphatically. But she will not succeed, for he will keep a vigilant eye on Kenjaku. Of course, Gojo nodded confidently. He didn't even question how Kumo had acquired such knowledge. Instead, noticing Kumo relax against the sofa after speaking, Gojo's heart raced. Why the tension? It's not like I haven't embraced him before. Nevertheless, after a moment's hesitation, Gojo's fingers trembled slightly, and he swallowed hard, unable to make his move. Geto observed this scene unfold before him. He too had remained stunned by the conversation between the two. Yet, hearing both of them assure each other, a sense of calm settled over his previously anxious heart. Perhaps this was the comfort derived from trust in friends. Meanwhile, the little creature coal-eyed Gojo's fidgeting hand with disdain, as if mocking him. It took a bite of Gojo's sleeve, attempting to pull his arm away. However, Gojo remained steadfast, dismissively swatting at Cole. Unfazed, Cole retaliated, and the two engaged in a playful tussle. Hearing the commotion, Kumo turned curiously, only to find Gojo and Cole feigning innocence. One gazing skyward while the other stared at the ground. Oh, is that a star plasma? Gojo exclaimed, bouncing up like a spring, seeking an excuse to slip over to another yellow sofa. Observing the scene, Kumo cautioned, Gojo, keep your distance or you might get hit. What? Who dares to strike me? Gojo retorted, veins bulging in disbelief. Just then, the first thing that caught Riko Amani's eye upon awakening was a white-haired, handsome figure wearing sunglasses, leering at her from an uncomfortably close distance. Startled, she reacted instinctively, swinging her arm in a wide arc to deliver a slap to Gojo's handsome face. Smack. Kumo facepalmed, shaking his head. No matter how you slice it, Gojo, you asked for that. Chapter 50. A strong sense of self-management. Despicable scoundrel. You dare to threaten me. Riko sprang to her feet with a graceful flip, expertly assuming a defensive stance. Gojo clutched his reddening left cheek, veins throbbing on his forehead in disbelief. Kumo was actually telling the truth. Someone really dared to strike my handsome face. As an enraged Gojo prepared to retaliate, the composed Geto firmly placed a hand on his friend's shoulder, smiling kindly at Riko as he explained, Riko, please calm down. We three are not aligned with those individuals. Stop your nonsense. You all look like frauds, and that fringe is downright bizarre. And the one over there, silent with his face turned, looks like he has cataracts. Geto's smile shifted from congenial to incredulous. Kumo, caught in the crossfire, turned to Geto, bewildered. Wait, I don't have cataracts. Riko exclaimed, suddenly realizing her blunder. Before she could finish her sentence, Geto and Gojo, in perfect synchrony, seized her hands and feet, administering a playful twist akin to wringing out a cloth. Awakened by the commotion, Korwa hurriedly intervened to rescue his lady from her predicament. Meow. Cole, intrigued, inched closer, secretly admiring the girl bold enough to strike the formidable Gojo. When Riko looked up, she found Cole's round golden eyes fixed on her, and a sense of camaraderie blossomed. Oh, a little kitten. Cough, what is this? How can a cat fly? Suppressing her excitement, Riko feigned composure and asked. This is the technique of that peculiar fringed gentleman. Korwa explained kindly. Geto felt utterly exasperated. Could you please refrain from calling me that? Riko ignored him and reached out joyfully to pet Cole's head. Cole responded by nuzzling against her hand, meowing incessantly. Witnessing this, Geto initially felt indifferent, but when he saw Riko embrace Cole with unreserved delight, he could no longer contain himself. With a resounding thud, the Cole vanished into thin air, swiftly reclaimed by its master through the art of curse manipulation. What are you doing? Return the little kitten to me this instant. Absolutely not. Suguru Geto's demeanor was resolute. After all, the owner of the Cole was nearby, and a mere touch was sufficient. No more was necessary. Humph, I'm merely petting the kitten, not the owner. What difference does it make? The unspoken truth struck Suguru Geto, who smiled enigmatically. In any case, it remains a no. In response, Riko Amanai scrutinized him with a peculiar gaze, her wit sharp. Wow, not only is your hairstyle odd, but so are you. Geto's smile faltered as a vein throbbed on his forehead. It was then that Wataru Waki, having regained his composure, restrained his dear friend. This girl is even more aggressive than I anticipated, Suguru. Beside them, Toji Fushiguro squinted, stifling laughter for quite some time. Truth be told, he was somewhat curious as to why Geto was so protective of the Cole. Wasn't it merely for casual petting? Why was it unacceptable for Riko to touch it a couple of times? Earlier, the songstress had also been thwarted by Geto when she wished to pet the kitten. Shouldn't he temper his possessiveness? As he pondered, Riko Amanai boldly launched into her spirited monologue. Initially, Waki and Geto listened, but soon their interest waned, leading them to dig in their ears and pull out their phones. Changing wallpapers? Yes, it's Inoue and Kaori. Mine's Cole, Geto replied, revealing his wallpaper to Waki. Did you not cast a curse on it? Waki was puzzled. Geto merely smiled in silence. Waki, struck by curiosity, turned to inquire about Fushiguro's wallpaper. It's also Cole. Waki's brow furrowed in confusion. Fushiguro displayed his wallpaper, which differed from Geto's singular image of Cole. It featured him embracing the Cole in a tender moment. A mere glance revealed the source of the background's intrigue. Why was Geto there? Huh. Fushiguro glanced at the wallpaper, noticing Geto's small image in the top right corner. Before he could speak, Waki's expression fell, and he surged forward indignant. What about me? Fushiguro, pinned down, could only chuckle at Waki's plight. You weren't even at Geto's house that day. How could you appear? Waki considered this but retorted, I don't care. Think of something. He pouted, feeling unjustly treated. With his lashes fluttering behind his sunglasses, Waki excelled at feigning vulnerability in front of others. Ironically, the other person, fully aware of the act, was still quite taken in by it. Thus, Fushiguro contemplated for a moment and suggested, how about I take a picture for you next time, as a desktop background? Waki's head shot up. Imagining such a scene ignited a fireworks display in his mind. However, he maintained an air of aloofness. Make sure I look handsome in the photo. Beneath his cool facade, he was unable to suppress the nervous sweat accumulating in his palms. Fushiguro, meanwhile, added fuel to the fire, feigning to examine Waki's face. Don't worry. Even with your looks, it would be impeccable, even if taken with a home phone. Waki's expression brightened, thoroughly pleased with the compliment. His heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. The manifestation of his emotions evident in his suddenly flushed cheeks. What sound was that? Fushiguro thought he heard a noise akin to galloping horses. Moreover, why was Waki's face so crimson? Are you all right? He inquired, concerned. Waki shot up abruptly, forcing an air of calmness into his expression and tone. I'm fine. Why would I have any issues? By the way, Geto, what pose do you think would be best for the photo? Observing the entire exchange, Geto sighed inwardly. This is entirely self-inflicted, Waki, knowing full well you wouldn't be able to handle it. Meanwhile, Riko Amanai stared at them, wide-eyed and flabbergasted, then blushed in anger. Can you stop fooling around and listen to me? In the realm of curses, Sukuna's crimson eyes glinted with a chilling light. This little rascal Waki seemed to be toying with him. Why aren't you complaining about being pinned down today? Suddenly, Toji Fushiguro turned to Sukuna, who scoffed. Are you addressing me? If not you, then who? Wasn't there another person here before? Sukuna's curiosity was piqued. Yet Fushiguro replied, oh, that thing isn't human. The system interjected with a barrage of question marks, which Fushiguro ignored. Rime lost your fingers to me. There are still 13 scattered elsewhere. The time had yet to reach noon. Enrico Amani hurriedly departed for school. Once she was gone, Geto summoned the coal back into existence. Waki began to experiment with different poses for a photograph. Thus Fushiguro approached Sukuna to converse. He found Sukuna's calm demeanor rather perplexing. Why aren't you angry about the disruption of your corporeal plan? Upon hearing this, Sukuna's brows furrowed slightly with impatience. Is it your pleasure to see me enraged? Fushiguro unabashedly admitted, indeed. Sukuna replied. After a prolonged silence, he finally expressed, having seen the reality, I find little interest in killing you. He paused, as if exhaling a sigh. However, if you truly wish for death, I shan't hinder you. Ha? No room for negotiation? I still have much to accomplish. Sukuna. This fool is truly bothersome. Chapter 51. Do not recklessly believe what you read online. Afterward, no matter how Fushiguro called out, Sukuna ignored him. Fushiguro raised an eyebrow, his tone heavy with feigned despair. Cold violence is the root of emotional rifts. Don't ignore me. This sentiment made him appear somewhat pitiable. Sukuna. What nonsense are you spouting? He held no belief that he shared any emotional connection with Fushiguro, though he thought so inwardly, the king of curses. After a moment's pause, begrudgingly asked, what is it that you desire? If there was truly something, he preferred to address it all at once. Unperturbed by Sukuna's tone, Fushiguro blinked in surprise, then humorously remarked, the way you sound impatient is akin to an impotent husband questioning his unreasonable wife. At this peculiar analogy, Sukuna fell silent for a moment. Soon after, the king of curses let his expression fall, suppressing the tumult of emotions within him. He exhaled a long sigh. He recognized that engaging in conversation with Fushiguro was a mistake. Each time, he ended up speechless, while Fushiguro seemed to triumph. Was this fool his nemesis? The vexation in his chest intensified, and when Sukuna spoke again, his voice was imbued with an icy chill that extinguished all. Should you dare to disturb my peace again, I shall kill you. Huh? What's this? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't want to kill me. In response to this naive notion, Sukuna let out a derisive scoff, closing his crimson eyes as he declared, I have changed my mind. Ushijima Seiya pondered for a moment, attempting to salvage the situation with, that's not, but Sukuna, displeased, furrowed his brow and interrupted in a low tone, silence, please. Following this, Ushijima's voice was no longer heard within the realm of existence. Satisfied, Sukuna remained in this timeless domain, where tranquility reigned for but a brief moment. He quietly reopened his eyes, his gaze fixed on the desolate, dark red expanse before him, his expression turning somber. After their conversation ceased, he noticed that Yuji had turned to engage animatedly with the little ghosts. This casual demeanor was quite irksome. You must do everything possible to fulfill Tengen's demands. He reflected. What? Are we to obey the whims of a mere child? Fushiguro Megumi, gripping his phone tightly, was seated on a bench by the riverside, conversing with Yaga Yoshinobu, his face reflecting a look of disbelief in the clarity of the water before him. Ushijima Seiya was conversing with Geto Suguru, and upon hearing Fushiguro's suddenly elevated tone, they both fell silent. Earlier, Yaga had informed them that their task was to protect and eliminate Tengen. The term eliminate was used rather subtly. It was precisely because there was no future that they had to seize the moment to satisfy every demand. Nearby, the maid Kurwa clearly understood this logic, keeping her head down and her hands tightly clasped in silence. I never expected sorcerers would engage in such end-of-life care, Sukuna commented, his voice laced with boredom, yet harboring a hint of disdain towards the sorcerer's pretense. Ushijima, caught off guard, felt a heaviness in his heart at Sukuna's sudden re-emergence. After a moment of reflection, he conceded that Sukuna's words held some truth. However, the notion of end of life was rather unpalatable. If you're truly at a loss, lend me some money. Online, it is said that if one wishes to avoid conversing with someone, one could either profess love or request a loan. Upon hearing this, very few would dare to respond. Sukuna was indeed momentarily taken aback by the unexpected turn of conversation. The king of curses evidently could not comprehend how Ushijima had leaped to such a topic. Surely, closing one's eyes or blocking one's ears to avoid hearing him would have been more typical. Wait, he almost forgot. Ushijima was precisely the type to act unconventionally. After waiting for what felt like an eternity without receiving a reply from Sukuna, Ushijima found the online advice surprisingly effective. At that moment, Geto's expression shifted dramatically. Megumi, go find Tengen. 2 monitoring curses have been exorcised. The abrupt change mirrored the original narrative, prompting Fushiguro to click his tongue, prioritizing swift action, and leaving without further ado. Geto hurried off to handle the unruly sorcerers. Ushijima remained behind to guard Kurwa. Kurwa felt it unnecessary for another to watch over her, who held little value. Thus sincerely urged Ushijima to seek Tengen, assuring her safety. Rest assured, Miss Kurwa, everything will be fine. As soon as he spoke, Kurwa heard Ushijima solemnly apologize, expressing a bit of grievance. Then the environment shifted, and she found herself in an unfamiliar, misty white space. To prevent Kurwa from feeling fear, she was accompanied by others, and Cole was drawn into the Ink Spirit space. Witnessing this, Sukuna could not help but remark, locking someone in your alternate space is indeed a time-saving and labor-saving method. You should have placed that star matter within as well, to avoid contention with others. No sooner had Sukuna finished speaking than he noticed the shared vision tremble. Ushijima was unexpectedly heading off in another direction at a brisk pace. Aren't you going to search for that star matter? With Wataru and Suguru present, Tengen will be safe. Observing his unwavering trust in others, Sukuna cradled his chin, a flicker of disinterest surfacing in his crimson eyes. Then what is the urgency? Ushijima replied without looking back, I'm busy borrowing money. Sukuna? He found it impossible to predict what this individual would say next. Even when he later witnessed Ushijima scouring for members of the star cult, Sukuna remained perplexed by his true intentions. Within a concealed high-rise, observing Fushiguro Zenin standing by the window, a man in a tailored suit took a drag from his cigarette, eagerly stating, the star cult cannot contend with sorcerers, yet they are quite generous with money. I can attest to that. So Zenin, would you like to be part of the assassination of the star matter? I no longer bear the Zenin name. I have married in and now go by Fushiguro. Having corrected him, Zenin readily accepted the intermediary's proposal. It soon became evident that the star cult was indeed generous with their funds. And with newfound enthusiasm, Zenin was eager to place a bet. Just as he was watching the match, a sudden interruption occurred when the suited man located him in the audience. There's been a slight mishap with the client. Zenin, who had been intently focused on the pace of the match below, glanced up at the suited man with curiosity. What? The leader of the star cult has gone missing, meaning we might not receive the final payment. The man's expression darkened. Zenin unfazed replied, even if the leader is gone, there are still others who can provide payment, right? After all, the star matter is an intolerable existence for them. Unfortunately, those individuals have also gone missing. They may have already been killed. Chapter 52, Audacious. How dare you treat the king as an electronic pet? As for the absence of the final payment, it would be wise to cease further endeavors, for the opponent is none other than the heir of the Gojo family, who is inherently difficult to deal with. Currently, what matters is that one has done nothing and has unwittingly received a deposit of 30 million, which is a cause for private amusement. Zenin pondered for a long while, and after confirming repeatedly with the suited man that the star cult was indeed in trouble, he instructed the removal of the newly posted bounty regarding the star matter from the sorcerer's dark web. With the task halted, there was no need to tempt those sorcerers into exhausting their energy and spirit against Gojo and the other sorcerers. You truly are quite decisive. Zenin's swift withdrawal left the intermediary momentarily stunned. But when will you learn to resist the allure of gambling? Don't you have work to do? How tiresome. You make me sound like an unemployed vagrant. Zenin pouted in annoyance. I'm merely making money work for me. From what I recall, I've never seen you win any money. The man's jesting words were sharp. Stung by the remark, Zenin huffed disdainfully, redirecting his gaze back to the racing boats below, which glided like dragons. This is for the best, the man mused, taking a seat beside Zenin. Recovering the entire deposit is undoubtedly your wisest decision this time. But do not lose it all again in one go. Zenin, with a confident smile, replied. No need to worry, I will earn it back, just like this race. Half a minute later, Zenin decisively lost the match. The suited man sighed, unperturbed, as he rose to pat Zenin on the shoulder in consolation. I'll contact you again when a suitable task arises. Feeling somewhat downcast, Zenin turned and asked, shall we not go for a drink? The man in the suit smiled politely and declined, saying, there is no need. We merely need to maintain our professional connection. Alone. He sipped his drink, pondering the curious matter of who had severed the financial ties behind him, far more intriguing than the inconsequential match he had lost. While immersed in thought, the striking figure of a tall and handsome man attracted several attempts at conversation. Yet, upon meeting the penetrating gaze and scarred visage of the man, those women found themselves instinctively retreating. Hello. Just as silence enveloped him, a crisp and courteous voice broke through. Turning, he was met with a pair of mismatched eyes. The youth boldly produced a bank card and presented it before him. Perplexed, he regarded the young man with curiosity. "Could I request your assistance in taking on a task?" the young man inquired. The man's expression shifted slightly as he scrutinized the student before him. Clad in the uniform of a prestigious academy, the face somewhat familiar, yet elusive in his memory. It was the end of the workday, and minors were prohibited from entering this establishment. He chose to disregard the youth, casually advising him to seek entertainment elsewhere, doubting a student could possess sufficient funds. He had no desire to contemplate how the student had so easily singled him out amidst the crowd. All he wished for was to indulge in his drink. When he returned to his senses, the young man had already departed. At that moment, he received a call from the man in the suit. "The client from the panicking sect has returned, Fushiguro. What is the content?" he asked with interest. After a brief silence, the man explained. "It concerns a task to retrieve the bodies of the panicking sect's leader and others. The full price is 70 million. He paused, astonished. Are several ordinary people worth more than a star core? Indeed, hence their generous compensation. I will send you the specific details shortly. He accepted with enthusiasm. Very well. Let me sober up before I begin work. On the street corner, observing as he exited the bar, Kamishiro Seiya smirked with satisfaction. Kidnapping the leader of the panicking sect, spreading false news of his demise, and now impersonating members of the sect while hiring others at a high price. Your motives are truly perplexing, remarked Sukuna. Seiya paused upon hearing this and replied. You sound rather like an NPC summarizing the protagonist's plans. Sukuna responded with confusion. Ignoring the elder's query, Seiya mused. Don't become a system, for I certainly don't wish to have two. The true system chimed in joyfully. So, does that mean you are the one and only existence in the host's heart? No, I merely mean that having you is already bothersome enough. The system immediately responded with a whimper, and Seiya gently urged it to leave. Reflecting on the system's existence being exposed, he no longer cared to conceal it from Sukuna, though he refrained from directly answering any inquiries regarding the nature of the system. Listening to this exchange, Sukuna felt a twinge of discomfort. How dare this fellow deem him bothersome? Meanwhile, the system lamented to Seiya, I have so little screen time. Why do you find me bothersome after just a few words? While the king of curses constantly prattles on, and you don't complain about him. He is different, Seiya interrupted. In what way? The system protested. Seiya pondered thoughtfully. Seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, though he speaks harshly and often sings the praises of his own glory. Sukuna, the subject of this critique, remained silent. Yet, he is far more interesting than you. The system was left bewildered. A single remark cut through the competition, leaving the system in tears. Sukuna pondered in silence, unable to summon his anger. All those who dared to act so brazenly before him had perished. Yet this Seiya remained unperturbed. Unbeknownst to him, Seiya merely viewed the elder as a new kind of electronic pet, engaging him in conversation during idle moments. The system, feeling dejected, turned away. Seiya tilted his head, waiting in vain for Sukuna to respond with any derisive or angry remarks, leaving him puzzled. He decided to return to the matter at hand. Shall we place a bet? Let us wager on whether Fushiguro learns that the leader of the panicking sect is alive. Will he choose to rescue him and complete the payment for the previous Star Core task? Or will he kill him and bring back the body to fulfill this 70 million commission? Sukuna, lounging atop a mountain of bones, raised his gaze indifferently. I have no interest in guessing. Seiya, feeling deflated from the cold response, replied, Oh. The atmosphere within the domain grew abruptly still, suffocating and irritable. Sukuna had always relished witnessing Seiya's misfortunes. He had previously derived much enjoyment from that. Yet for reasons unknown he found himself troubled by Seiya's sudden silence. His brow instinctively furrowing. Sukuna was momentarily perplexed by this shift, especially after Seiya had so brazenly insulted him. His simmering frustration inexplicably calmed in an instant. Seiya quietly retrieved his phone, scrolling to contact Suguru Geto and Satoru Gojo. Observing Seiya dismiss the earlier unpleasantness as if it were nothing, Sukuna's brow twitched. I bet on the second option. Ha. Seiya paused, surprised by the unexpected declaration. Sukuna's crimson eyes gleamed ominously. Is that unacceptable? Realizing the implications, Seiya chuckled softly. All right then. He promptly abandoned Sukuna to continue making his call. Sukuna was left speechless. Indeed, ensuring this fellow shed tears was the correct course of action. Chapter 53, Thankfully, you didn't seek your own demise. Although the bounty had been promptly rescinded, the sorcerers who had already mobilized were numerous. Thus, there was no time to linger at the girl's school. They needed to hasten to the academy. Kurwa, Miss. Upon their successful reunion, Riko and Korwa, belatedly realizing the peril of their journey, embraced tightly. Are you alright? I'm fine. That gentleman with gray-blue eyes protected me all the way. Seiya, taken aback, intervened. Hearing Korwa's peculiar term of endearment, Gojo burst into laughter, clutching his stomach in a theatrical manner. Careful not to choke 6 eyes. Seiya intended to pat Gojo on the back, signaling him to lower his volume to avoid attracting other sorcerers, but his hand was inexplicably blocked before making contact. Was this guy really operating without limits? Do you wish to touch me? Gojo adjusted his sunglasses, his striking azure eyes blinking innocently. The question was innocuous, yet it somehow felt off, especially with Gojo's expectant demeanor. If you call me Senpai Gojo sweetly, I might just grant you that wish, the white cat-like man said with a smug grin. Seiya's eyes widened in disbelief, his tone exasperated. Why haven't you given up on this yet? Of course not. Gojo raised his voice, frustration seeping into his words. Last time you called me that, I could barely hear you. That is the pot of your servant. I couldn't care less. Say that again and let me hear it. Yusuji Tanehiko intentionally lowered his head and pondered for a moment, teasing Gojo Satoru. Rather than calling you out in public, I think I'll go have a word with Jay. Indeed, Gojo Satoru took the bait. Come back here. With a swift motion, he pulled Tanehiko back and hooked his arm around his neck, decisively exerting his height advantage from behind, rendering any argument futile. He clung to Tanehiko, grumbling in dissatisfaction. What do you need to talk to Jay about? If there is something to discuss, you can just tell me. Or do you prefer Jay over me? This remark, laced with an instinctive complaint, harbored a sly little scheme from the cunning feline. Yet, accustomed to Gojo's playful antics, Tanehiko gave it little thought. He even replied with a calm demeanor, not at all. I simply find Jay, who has never been punished by the teacher to write a self-reflection, more dependable. Gojo's cheeks flushed crimson. Are you mocking me? Huh. Tanehiko smiled and patted the back of Gojo's hand, signaling him to loosen his grip. I'm a bit thirsty. I'll go buy some drinks for everyone. What would you like, Satoru? Coke. All right. After speaking, he still failed to notice any intention from Gojo to release him, prompting Tanehiko to curiously turn his head. He then spotted a white head nestled quietly against his shoulder. Are you coming with me? He asked in confusion. Just as Gojo was about to agree, Tanehiko quickly interjected. There are still many sorcerers around here. Riko and the others aren't safe yet. Satoru, you and Jay should stay here and wait. I'll be back shortly. Gojo's expression fell upon hearing this. His thumping heart reminded him that it was indeed best to comply. Thus he let go, but his gaze lingered longingly on the departing figure. Observing the playful scene from earlier, Hakai couldn't help but relax, smiling gently at Suguru Geto beside him. You two share quite a bond. Though Riko internally concurred, she felt something was off, and instinctively rubbed her arms. There was no need to say much. It was already so close to making one's skin crawl. Speaking of which, are they really alright? As soon as Riko finished speaking, Gojo, whose face had returned to normal, turned around and donned a nonchalant air. What are you secretly saying about me? Knowing the situation, Suguru Geto suppressed the urge to persuade and maintained a calm smile. If Satoru's behavior were any more conspicuous, anyone would notice. We should discuss this privately with Satoru later. Just then the phone rang softly. Upon answering, Geto heard Yaga notifying them that the bounty on the dark web had been rescinded. However, they must not let their guard down and ensure that the star plasma is safely delivered to Jujutsu High. Gojo pondered while stroking his chin. Could it be that the one who issued the bounty has wisely retreated in fear of our valor? I heard that the leader of the star cult was ambushed midway, and now their internal affairs are in utter chaos. Geto opened his phone and shared the news with Gojo. Gojo merely glanced at it and lost interest. As soon as Tanehiko returned, they planned to discuss taking a flight to Okinawa, evading the remaining sorcerers. Why Okinawa? To Gojo, it was simply because there were fewer curses there. The summer beach was truly a splendid holiday destination. We're here, forgetting all worries. The cheerful Riko and the even more exuberant Gojo donned their cool summer attire, and joyfully stepped into the embrace of the sea. The slightly reserved Hakai stood nearby, cautioning Riko to stay safe. The remaining two held summer orange juice in their hands, watching Gojo and Riko chase each other and splash water like children. Resembling a benevolent father, Suguru Geto spoke softly. Though Satoru doesn't say it, his actions are soothing Riko's tense nerves. Tanehiko responded, indeed. A gentle approach that doesn't induce embarrassment. Geto chuckled, narrowing his eyes with a cunning glint akin to that of a sly fox, directly exposing his friend's shortcoming. Still quite shy, aren't you, Satoru? Tanehiko glanced at Geto before turning back to the seemingly carefree Gojo. whose expression showed no signs of shyness. How does that relate to shyness? Seeing his confusion, Geto decided to lend his friend a hand and hinted, if you were to repeat that compliment in front of Satoru, I'm sure you'd witness a different side of him. Before Tanehiko could respond, he and Geto were suddenly splashed with water. Looking over, they found Gojo, the mischievous instigator, laughing heartily without a care in the world. Geto's forehead twitched with a visible vein. Forget it, I take back what I said. Tanehiko chuckled, unbothered. At that moment, a new message chimed in on Tanehiko's phone. Upon opening it, he saw it was from Rimen. The Fushiguro Zenin you mentioned has arrived here. Suddenly recalling his bet with Sukuna, he hurriedly inquired about Zenin's reaction. What reaction could there be? After finding the corpse, he vomited a purple curse spirit, which then devoured the body and took it away. Ha! Didn't those star cult members survive? I killed them. Rimen's reply was nonchalant. They were too noisy and ultimately useless. It's better to take their ransom money and send them off to paradise early. Upon hearing this, Tanehiko blinked in surprise. Momentarily stunned. He never expected Rimen to take such action. Though he had some scathing remarks on the tip of his tongue, he refrained, as the idea had originated from him. Understood, Your Excellency Rimen. It was indeed a wise decision to seek your assistance midway. Meanwhile, Rimen gazed at the cold, unyielding text on the screen, juxtaposed with his contrasting smile. He and Kenjaku had conspired against Yuji, yet Yuji seemed unfazed, even reaching out to him. Though it was a minor favor, it did alleviate the tension in his chest. Did this imply that they wouldn't reach the worst-case scenario? With this thought, Rimen relaxed his taut fingers and typed, Shall I transfer that money to you? What would I do with that money? It's more convenient for Your Excellency Rimen to pay Fushiguro Zenin. After all, if you're going to deceive, you might as well go all the way. Of course. I still need the money you provide. And speaking of which, if I hadn't contacted you midway, I would have nearly sent out the card you gave me. Rimen mimicked Tanehiko's response style. Good thing you didn't seek your own demise. Tanehiko. Chapter 54. In Pursuit of the Ball. As dusk approached, the sunlight transformed into a sunset glow, painting the horizon like a spilled palette of colors. Observing that Gojo and Riko were wrapping up their playtime, Suguru Geto sensibly suggested they head to Jujutsu High promptly. With no sorcerers to disrupt their journey, it was relatively peaceful, and they needed to seize the opportunity to enter the school's barrier, so they could finally breathe easy. However, the thought of this light-hearted and joyous trip coming to an end cast a palpable heaviness over the atmosphere. The air grew oppressively quiet. Gojo glanced at the glum Riko, then turned back to Suguru Geto, seemingly casually expressing what was undeniably his own sentiment. I'm not done having fun yet. Let us stay another day. Don't worry. With us around, nothing will go awry. As Riko abruptly lifted her head, a radiant light blossomed on her face. Understanding the thoughtful intention of Satoru Gojo, Suguru Geto could only smile wryly and concede. I've played enough. I'm famished. Let us dine at the restaurant. All right, replied Tano Satoru, who had no objections. Just as he was about to rise, Satoru Gojo, casually sauntering with his hands in his pockets, furrowed his brow and swiftly approached him. Satoru, why have you been glued to your phone? The white feline's face, strikingly handsome yet unburdened, leaned in ever closer. His cerulean eyes, scrutinizing from behind sunglasses, seemed poised to bore a hole through Tano's phone screen. Yet Tano instinctively tried to conceal the phone behind him. Observing this unusual behavior, a profound sense of crisis surged within Satoru's chest. Could it be that he was clandestinely capturing unflattering photos of me? Tano blinked and let out a soft laugh. With your exceptional looks, how could there possibly be an unflattering photo? This compliment nearly diverted Satoru's train of thought. Then why are you still clinging to your phone instead of joining me for a swim? Satoru plopped down, resting his hands on the ground, gazing skyward. His voice laced with complaints. Because I'm chatting with someone, Tano stated succinctly, avoiding elaboration on Rimen. Someone? Who? Satoru inquired, his alertness peaked. Just a friend. What kind of friend? Satoru swiftly turned his face, adamant to dig deeper. Tano suddenly found himself at a loss, uncertain how to describe Rimen's assistance in deceiving Fushiguro, and the demise of the leader of the Starry Sky sect. His hesitation only heightened Satoru's suspicions, igniting a sense of urgency within him. Before Satoru could press further, Riko, passing by, chimed in, can't you see? If someone can patiently chat on their phone for so long while being all secretive, they must have a girlfriend. Don't tell me none of you three have girlfriends. Her incisive remark effectively put the trio on the defensive. Suguru Geto chose to remain silent, embracing the coal with a smile. Meanwhile, Satoru retorted with a hint of irritation. That little girl hasn't even reached my armpits. What does she know about relationships? What? I'm not that short. Then you're just a long-haired simpleton. Riko's face flushed crimson with indignation as she stamped her foot. You truly have a knack for cruel words. You little girl, speak with such illogical reasoning. Satoru scoffed. I've known Suguru for so long, yet he has never mentioned having a girlfriend. Just because he hasn't mentioned it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Riko countered passionately. When I say they're ISNT one, they're ISNT. Satoru felt his temper flare. As the argument escalated, Tano contemplatively stated, I currently do not have a girlfriend. Satoru's heart soared at this revelation, and he smugly grinned at Riko. Did you hear that? Tano added, because I'm not even sure if she qualifies as a female friend. Satoru paused, his eyes widening in disbelief behind his sunglasses. Tano, oblivious to Satoru's expression, remained immersed in speculating about Rimai's true gender. Although he had previously mentioned it, he had never received confirmation from her. His curiosity was palpable. Just then, a notification from Rimai's phone chimed. Upon opening it, he saw, May I inquire if you still have little Rimai? Rimai, visibly irritated, thought, what a reckless fellow. Does he truly wish to meet his demise? Momenjlate. Tano glanced down at the reply. Although it bears a charming smile, it exudes a chilling aura. Truly, it is a deathly smile filled with murderous intent. If you're genuinely curious, why not verify it yourself? The King of Curses, renowned in his realm, unleashed a bombshell, almost slipping as they headed to the restaurant. Tano remarked, your words are rather frightening. What does it mean to send others to harass your subordinates? Sukuna dismissed casually. In his eyes, gender was inconsequential. Strength and weakness were what truly mattered. He then whispered a jibe, aren't you quite adept at commanding Rimai? I don't command her, Tano retorted. I merely request her assistance sincerely. Our relationship is equal, devoid of any rigid hierarchies. Sukuna scoffed. The disdain in his laughter made it clear that he found Tano's remarks laughable. Just as Tano was about to respond, he felt a tap on his shoulder from Suguru, who had caught up with him. Do you play cards? I do. Then we shall have a pastime after dinner. Suguru smiled easily. As they approached the restaurant, Tano felt an emptiness beside him, sensing something amiss. Turning around, he discovered Satoru still seated alone on the beach. What's wrong, Satoru? Seeing Tano's confusion, Suguru's expression shifted to something inscrutable. Tano seemed utterly unaware of Satoru's feelings. He might think you have a girlfriend and is feeling dejected, Suguru sighed, trying to make his point as clear as possible. Tano blinked, his expression laden with doubt. Didn't I just say I don't? How could there still be a misunderstanding? Suguru gently patted the coal's head. You know Satoru isn't the brightest. The coal in his arms nodded in agreement. Tano found the situation amusing. He instructed Suguru and Riko to enter first while he circled back to find Satoru. Upon approaching, he noticed Satoru was on a phone call. Huh? What's the issue with extending the stay by a day? What unforeseen circumstances could arise? You can rest assured. Shall I send reinforcements? Whatever. We can handle the enemies. After hanging up, Satoru leaned back, stretching his legs, his sunglasses askew as if they might fall off. What are you back for? With his panoramic vision, Satoru had already noticed Tano's approach. I'm here for you. Tano reached out as he drew near. As Tano approached, Satoru instinctively relaxed his guard, allowing Tano to adjust his crooked sunglasses. Satoru's heart raced as he grasped Tano's wrist, his pulse quickening. Let us take a break, Satoru. There are no enemies around. You needn't be so tense. Tano remained blissfully unaware of the fervent gaze from the six eyes. Suddenly, a polite voice interrupted them. Excuse me. Could I have your contact information? Two girls had approached. One of them blushingly addressed Tano. Satoru's expression soured instantly as he stood up, flamboyantly draping his arm around Tano's shoulders. Oh, I'm sorry. This guy already has a girlfriend. Ah. The girls, having just noticed the strikingly handsome white-haired boy beside them, were taken aback by his abstract sitting posture, now squealing in excitement. You hello. So, do you have a girlfriend? Satoru rather candidly replied no. The two girls exchanged excited glances, sensing a glimmer of hope. However, Satoru added, I'm currently pursuing someone. The girls blinked in confusion. Tano, equally perplexed, thought since when? Chapter 55. It must be Suguru. The two girls were left utterly dumbfounded. As Yusuji Chika raised his head in astonishment, and inquired, Waku, you have someone you like? Waku retorted, huh? What do you mean have someone? Am I not allowed to have a crush? In response to those inquisitive, heterochromatic eyes, the usually outspoken Waka suddenly realized he had let something slip, and quickly pushed Chika's head down, striving to present himself as nonchalant. From Chika's perspective, He might not discern Waka's subtle expression, but from the vantage point of the girls across the room, Waka's pompous demeanor while blushing furiously was painfully obvious. "Oh. So that's how it is," they murmured in unison, their knowing looks exchanged, disappointment evident as they whispered amongst themselves. "We should have seen it coming. They share such a relationship." Indeed, it was no wonder they both claimed to have girlfriends. Girlfriend? Clearly it's a boyfriend. Exactly, what's the big deal? Just acknowledge it openly. We hold no biases here. Chika, overhearing, was bewildered. "What nonsense are you all spouting?" Dismissing the girls' banter, he and Waku proceeded to the dining hall. Suguru had already ordered their meals. After a day of frolicking on the beach, Riko was famished and, disregarding her refined demeanor, devoured her food ravenously. Kurwa attentively helped Riko by peeling crab meat for her. As Chika took a bite of his meal, he glanced curiously at Waku, who had been staring at him intently. "What's wrong? Is the food unappetizing?" Waku, however, surprised him with a bold statement. "Why aren't you curious to ask who I like?" Riko, caught off guard, nearly choked on her food. Kurwa halted in shock. Suguru, unfazed, continued his meal. Chika was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Waka's inner turmoil revolved around this. Regarding matters of privacy, if Waka chose not to disclose, he felt no need to pry. Witnessing this respect, Waku felt a flutter of warmth inside. Yet upon reflection, something felt amiss. Ignoring the matter implied indifference. Thus, the big cat persisted, playfully demanding, "No way, ask me quickly." "Then who do you like?" Chika, ever eager to oblige, focused intently on Waku. Waku fell silent, his expression tightening, betraying no emotions. Riko interjected. "This is getting dull. We should play a guessing game." "Indeed," Chika agreed, noticing Waka's frozen demeanor, and he turned to Suguru. "Do you know?" Suguru cleared his throat. "I might have an inkling. Is this person someone we know?" "Indeed. Are they a student from the high school?" "Yes." "Are they from the same year as you and Waku?" "Not quite." Their back and forth flowed smoothly. Chika pondered. "Then it's not Kiriko-senpai. Could it be Mimi-senpai or Yuta-senpai?" Suguru maintained his composure, a sly smile playing on his lips. "Well, that's a mystery I can't unravel." Suddenly, Waka grabbed a nearby pepper shaker and sprinkled it into Riko's bowl. Fortunately, Riko swiftly intercepted him. "What are you doing? Little girls shouldn't meddle in adult affairs." Riko protested. "You're only a few years older. Why act so mature? It's your fault for making Chika guess, which is getting more absurd by the minute." Waku insisted. "Is guessing incorrectly absurd? Then let us guess someone else. But the rest are all boys. How can we guess? Boys can be guessed too." Riko was nearly beside herself. Her meal was barely touched. Kurwa rushed in to rescue Riko, only to find Waku had suddenly paused again. The girls easily moved the pepper shaker out of reach. Waku, inspired, turned to Chika. "Quick guess, keep guessing." "Chika, are you serious?" With the situation becoming clearer, they merely needed to continue guessing to obtain Waku's confirmation. However, understanding his friend's tendency to dawdle, Suguru quietly sipped from his drink. Then Chika blurted out the most likely candidate. "It must be Suguru." Caught off guard, Suguru spat out his drink, the unfortunate coal cat protesting loudly at the sudden outburst. Suguru hastily grabbed a napkin to wipe the cat, his forehead throbbing with exasperation. Waku let out a loud, incredulous laugh. "Am I a pervert?" Chika mused. Turning to Suguru. "That sounds oddly familiar. Didn't Yuta-senpai question you about this?" Indeed, Suguru nodded. Waka seemingly admitted it back then, right? "Correct." Chika scrutinized his friends, a knowing glint in his eyes. "Suguru, it's not what you think," he hastily clarified. "I understand, let us eat," Chika replied with a cheerful smile. Suguru gazed at him with a profound look, feeling a sense of helplessness in wanting to explain but unable to articulate it. For Riko's safety and the convenience of regrouping, they did not stray too far apart. The two girls shared a room, while the three boys occupied a standard room, with two single beds divided by space. The accommodations were adequate, and there was a sizable sofa. They decided who would take the beds through a game of rock, paper, scissors, with Chika and Waku winning the privilege. Suguru, preparing the sofa, brought over blankets, ready to make do for the night. Cole, darting swiftly, nestled into Chika's blanket, revealing a small head contentedly. Suddenly, it felt a warmth at the back of its head. Alert, it lifted its head, only to meet the piercing gaze of Waku, who was watching intently from the adjacent bed. Cole, feeling anxious, swiftly burrowed into its owner's embrace, seeking refuge. Chika, thinking the little cat was merely being affectionate, cocooned it in his arms, gently patting Cole's rear, providing a sense of security. Cole remained silent, holding its breath. Suguru did the same, curling up quietly and gently pulling the blanket over his head. Sensing the environment was safe, Cole finally emitted comforting purring sounds. In the middle of the night, Chika awoke to find Waku absent from the bed. Confused, his attention was drawn to Suguru, who was sleeping alone on the sofa. Given Suguru's height, he looked rather uncomfortable curled up on the small sofa, stirring a sense of unease in Chika. Slowly sitting up, Chika's subtle movements stirred Suguru awake. What's wrong? Suguru, why don't you come sleep here? There's plenty of room on the bed. Suguru, huh? After a brief moment of surprise, Suguru noticed Waku was missing and asked, where's Waku? I haven't seen him either, just come up for now. Chika lifted the blanket, revealing Cole curled up and sleeping soundly. Suguru instinctively clenched his fingers. No, I can manage the sofa. Coming up is fine too, Chika reassured. Rest assured. I sleep very peacefully. Suguru chuckled. I'm not worried about that. Chika raised an eyebrow. Then it's settled, come on. As they danced around the topic like a tongue twister, Suguru observed Chika gently shifting Cole to make space for him. Sukuna tightened his grip. He remarked, Wito will become jealous. Yasuji Choya, however, failed to grasp the true implication behind Sukuna's words, interpreting them instead as Wito being envious of him. Thus he chuckled mischievously. Is that so? I find myself quite curious about that. Sukuna's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he rose from the sofa, and leisurely made his way to the bed. When Wito returned, he was met with the sight of two figures seated side by side on the bed. Wito inquired, What are you doing, Sukuna? It's a bit chilly tonight. Sukuna squinted and smiled softly. Wito sulked, What the hell? I want to squeeze in too. With a swift leap he joined them. Not long after, in a state of disorientation, Moten opened his eyes to find that his master had been replaced by Sukuna. Initially unfazed, it was not until he heard Wito's incredulous voice nearby that he felt alarmed. Wait, how did things turn out like this? Lying beside him, Sukuna appeared equally bewildered. Moten's eyes widened in terror. Meanwhile, Shoko, witnessing the entire scene, remained silent. Isn't it simple to sleep with this guy? He thought, having made a smooth exit to another bed, effortlessly providing his friends with some space. Well, now Wito won't be jealous, right? Chapter 56, Picking Up Misses. Wito in the dimly lit and foul-smelling sewer. The moment the door was opened, a different scene unfolded. The dazzling blue sky and the gentle breeze of the beach greeted the woman who stepped inside. Closing the door behind her, she brushed back her wind-tousled hair, revealing a conspicuous scar from stitches on her forehead. You seem to be in good spirits. Has something fortunate occurred? Rimen, seated quietly on a beach chair, replied nonchalantly. Not at all. Kensuke chuckled and added, Don't misunderstand. I was merely considering that since Sukuna failed to seize control of the body yesterday, the one most anxious should be you, his subordinate. However, Rimen appeared unfazed, her mood seemingly quite pleasant. Kensuke began to speak in a sardonic tone. Rimen cast a disapproving glance at Kensuke, recognizing that the timing was simply not right. Surely, he had noticed that as well. Alright, you have a point. Kensuke conceded with a nod, then reminded her, however, opportunities that slip away must be created by oneself. Seeing Rimen furrow her brow in confusion, Kensuke smiled and elaborated. The boy whom Sukuna is currently inhabiting is affiliated with the sorcerers. But if those sorcerers were to abandon him, turning against him, what do you think his path would look like? Rimen's heart sank at this revelation. What do you mean? Kensuke smiled nonchalantly, though his eyes held deeper meaning. Don't be alarmed. This is all for the benefit of you and your master. You do care for that boy, don't you? You must wish to see him at all times. Are you recruiting more human spirits? Interjected the dismissive Ro. That's not quite accurate. It's more akin to gathering companions. Kensuke retorted, leaving Rimen, who was momentarily taken aback, to ponder his words as he strolled toward another beach chair. Too sweet. The breakfast consisted of sweet red bean rice balls and strawberry juice, a saccharine indulgence that left the elder rather displeased. What do you like then? Yasuji Choya inquired as he drank. Having been bound together for so long, I've tasted so many things. Haven't you found anything you enjoy? If I did, I would gladly share. I wouldn't mock you, came Sukuna's voice. After a brief silence, Sukuna scoffed. The food I enjoy is something you wouldn't dare to eat. Now it was Yasuji Choya's turn to express a silent exasperation. Eating humans was certainly not a hobby of his. After swallowing the last sip of strawberry juice, his phone vibrated with a new message. Choya, stay outside. Don't return to the school. The sender was none other than Rimen. Yasuji Choya was perplexed. And before he could question further, Sukuna had already received a call. After catching the gist of the conversation, Sukuna's expression grew serious. What? This situation is extremely dire. We must return to the school promptly, along with the important Star Soul girl. We must not let the news leak, Sukuna. After hanging up, Sukuna forced himself to remain calm, gently patting Moten and signaling for him to distract Yusuji Choya. Simultaneously, he tapped Widow on the shoulder, lowering his voice significantly. Widow, we need to talk. They found themselves in a quiet corner of the dining hall, where Sukuna gravely stated, something has happened, Widow. Widow froze momentarily, but after listening to Sukuna's account, his eyes widened in disbelief. What? Are you insane? Teacher Yagai mentioned that the surveillance footage only showed me and Sukuna suppressing Choya's will. Clearly, the other two were deliberately cut out. It appeared that the one who leaked the video sought to avoid further exposure, opting for this method. Sukuna clenched his fists, frowning. I can't prove whether this is true or not. The footage speaks for itself. If Choya returns this time, it will certainly be problematic. I understand, Widow interrupted, pulling out his phone without hesitation, quickly dialing a number. I'll send you the location. I'll have someone come to pick him up immediately. All right, Widow. Choya must absolutely not return to the school as a criminal. Widow adeptly stowed his phone away, suggesting they first take refuge at his home. Sukuna agreed that this was a prudent course of action. Widow was the future heir of the Widow family, and the head of the Widow family had considerable influence. Until a viable solution for the Sukuna incident was found, seeking refuge at the Widow household seemed wise. However, Widow, what if your family learns about the Sukuna incident? Don't worry, no one will speak of it, Widow assured confidently. Under my authority, who would dare to gossip? Unless the news becomes so rampant that it cannot be contained. I'm utterly exasperated. Can't we just eliminate all these rotten oranges at once? Don't speak so rebelliously, Widow. Afraid to oppose them? Not at all. Sukuna and Widow returned to the dining table, both synchronously donning expressions of surprise, appearing entirely unremarkable. What were you two scheming behind our backs? Widow quipped. I was simply calling for servants to fetch their future Mrs. Widow. Riko interjected. What? Widow turned to her, casually ordering, we'll all leave together shortly. Riko's eyes widened in shock as she crossed her arms and jumped back to a safe distance, indignantly stammering, who in the world is your future wife? I refuse to be part of that. What? Widow responded with an even more disdainful expression. I'm not interested in some brat. Don't flatter yourself. Riko's face flushed as she retorted. Isn't it because you nonsensically mentioned Mrs. Widow? Widow, uninterested in further explanation, merely cleaned his ears. In any case, it's not you. Then who is it? If it's Korwa, that's even worse. Riko declared, protectively shielding Korwa with her arms. That brat really can spout nonsense, Widow mocked. Just as his gaze shifted toward Yusuji Choya, Korwa, with a glimmer of hope in her eyes, asked, aren't we going to Lord Tengen first? Widow had no intention of continuing to play the babysitter for the children. He was in no mood to escort anyone to assimilation. However, neglecting his duties would undoubtedly lead to reprimands later. Look at you all. He casually tossed down 3 words, adding, make your decision well. If you regret it halfway through, no matter how much you cry and fuss, I shall remain indifferent. He and Riko stood rooted to the spot, their intertwined hands instinctively trembling before gradually tightening. Wataru Watanabe, on the other hand, leaped forward like a playful cat, laughing as he wrapped his arms around Narumi Ueshiba's neck. Narumi, come with me. To where? The Wataru residence. Ueshiba fell silent for a moment. Coupled with Riko's sudden reminder and Watanabe's unexpected change of heart, he sensed that something was definitely amiss. Had the matter regarding Sukuna's finger been exposed? The more he pondered, the more he felt he was not mistaken. And the reason Wataru and Suguru decided to go to the Wataru residence while pretending as if nothing had happened was perhaps to spare him from fear. Understanding his friend's good intentions, Ueshiba flashed a teasing smile at Wataru. Then I shall obey, Master Wataru. Watanabe froze for a moment before springing away like a cat on a spring, smoke puffing from his head. Suguru. Come on, let's have a fight. Suguru, feeling a headache from his overly innocent friend, murmured to Riko, that Wataru guy's mention of a Mrs. Wataru can't possibly refer to. I would wager that's the case. My lady. Chapter 57 deflated. 2 hours later, the 5 of them were seated in a luxurious car belonging to the Wataru family. In the front passenger seat, Suguru scrolled through his phone, while Wataru lounged back with his legs carelessly crossed, his long limbs barely fitting in the opulent back seat. With this stretch, he undoubtedly rested his feet on the back of the front seat. The driver dared not voice any objections, focusing diligently on the road ahead. In the back seat, Riko was quite astonished. I didn't expect the Wataru family to be this wealthy. If you marry into this family, you certainly wouldn't be at a loss, would you? Before Wataru could respond, the driver was startled by her words. Marry? Marry into the family? What is the nature of this girl's relationship with Master Wataru? Wataru removed his sunglasses, humming, I've already stated I have no interest in the little girl. Riko retorted, what are you talking about? I'm referring to Mrs. Wataru. Of course. Wataru tilted his head, contentedly resting it on Ueshiba's shoulder. His long, thick, snow-white eyelashes concealed his half-closed azure eyes, yet could not hide the tumultuous emotions within. Unfortunately, the angle was such that Ueshiba could not see it. He merely felt that Wataru seemed a bit drowsy, with his hair brushing against his neck, causing a slight itch. Do you want to take a nap? Ido, Wataru lazily yawned. Oh, it seems you didn't sleep well last night. Ueshiba teasingly remarked about Wataru spending the night with Suguru. That was all thanks to me. Little did he know, upon hearing this, Wataru sat upright, glaring at him fiercely. Then he firmly grasped Ueshiba's arm, preventing him from escaping. I'm not escaping. Witnessing his innocent confusion, Wataru felt a lump in his throat. He simply buried his head back into Ueshiba's side. I'm tired. Then sleep. Ueshiba quickly adjusted his posture, so that the taller Wataru could rest more comfortably. Riko in the back seat was left dumbfounded. It was astonishing that someone could unconditionally tolerate such a difficult character as Wataru. The journey felt interminably long. The atmosphere within the car quiet and drowsy. When Wataru opened his eyes again, the person beside him had also closed theirs. Suguru casually glanced at the rearview mirror. Catching sight of Wataru lifting his head and staring intently at Ueshiba's profile, Suguru's heart skipped a beat. What on earth was this fool planning? At this moment, Sukuna, residing in Wataru's domain, became alert. This little rascal Wataru. Wataru was in a state of inner turmoil, having finally developed feelings for someone, even if it was a man. Everything about Ueshiba suited him perfectly, his appearance, his personality, everything was in harmony. The only vexation was figuring out how to convey his feelings to Ueshiba. After much contemplation, Wataru pulled out his phone. Shoko, tell me about the romantic tropes from those dramas you watch. Sensing her reputation was at stake, Shoko immediately clarified. I don't watch those dramas. What are you up to? Before Wataru could send his message, another notification from Shoko popped up. Oh. Are you feeling lonely and planning to confess to Ueshiba? Absolutely not. Don't slander me. Seeing Wataru stubbornly deny it, Shoko decided it was more practical to take action. And a minute later, she sent him a plethora of videos. The content was nothing but the cliched love stories of domineering CEOs and naive protagonists. Wataru typed back with an expressionless face, Shoko, you clearly enjoy watching these. I do not. Just use them for reference. With people asleep in the car, Wataru, for once, had a pang of conscience and kept the volume down. The videos had no subtitles, making it difficult for him to find any reference. However, since the videos were integrated with the dialogue, the content should be similar. Wataru rested his chin on his hand, watching one of them with a serious expression before closing it. His mind kept replaying the scene where the male lead draped a coat over the sleeping female lead, and left a kiss. Thus, Wataru began unbuttoning and removing his high school uniform jacket. That was the first step accomplished. But the second step? Wataru stared at Ueshiba for an extended time, his feigned calmness cracking under the weight of his intense emotions, turning increasingly flushed. Was Shoko not playing a trick on him? If he kept looking at Ueshiba with that infuriating gaze, he might just pluck her eyeballs out. Suddenly, a low, ominous threat shattered the silence in the car. The person in front opened their eyes, their crimson gaze radiating disdain, dark veins tracing across their skin like shadows. The temperature inside the vehicle seemed to plummet instantaneously. The once clear sky had become overcast, thunder rumbling ominously. What's going on? Riko rubbed her eyes, struggling to see clearly. Suguru shouted urgently, don't move. The driver slammed on the brakes. Wataru, feeling a sudden chill, grumbled about the mood being ruined by the sulking presence beside him. Why are you here ruining the atmosphere? I'm about to deflate. Sukuna, maintaining a stoic expression, felt a chill creeping up his spine. If he didn't intervene soon, this little rascal might just target Ueshiba. I can empathize with this guy. You better abandon whatever you were planning to do just now. Remember my words. Wataru's expression darkened. Meanwhile, Riko innocently asked, Wataru, what do you intend to do to Ueshiba? That is not Ueshiba, Riko, be cautious. Suguru hastily warned. Riko, curious, leaned forward, not fully understanding until the next instant when she locked eyes with a pair of crimson irises. In that brief moment, she became paralyzed, her entire body trembling. Cold sweat breaking out. This was certainly not the warm Ueshiba she knew. Who was he? Sukuna, we need to talk, Suguru calmly stated. Sukuna, lazily reclining against the seat, replied, from the looks on your faces, I can already surmise that my relationship with this guy has been exposed. Are you still trying to struggle in vain to hide him? If Weshaba dies, you won't survive either. Sukuna scoffed at this. I have 20 fingers. I won't dwell on this failed case. Jesho was rendered speechless. Wuto, unable to bear it any longer, raised his middle finger defiantly, admonishing, do not be too arrogant. Curse, I possess numerous methods to deal with you. Concerned that Wuto's words might provoke Sukuna, Sho's nerves were taut to their utmost limit, within the confines of the vehicle. If Sukuna were to act, safeguarding the others would prove to be a formidable challenge. Yet curiously, Sukuna exhibited no intent to unleash violence. His demeanor was almost uncharacteristically docile. Continue driving, Sukuna commanded. Chapter 58. Others have provoked me. The atmosphere within the car was peculiar. The driver was drenched in cold sweat, his trembling, rigid hands clenching the steering wheel, veins protruding. The oppressive aura emanating from Sukuna was impossible to ignore, instilling terror in the ordinary driver, who could think of nothing but escaping at all costs. Wuto-sama. Drive, he urged. Wuto waved dismissively, his disdainful gaze fixed on the Sukuna beside him. Sukuna shot him a glance, scoffing. Do not overestimate yourself. Before you confront me, the first to perish might well be that fool Ye. With his pitch-black nails resting against his left chest, the implication was unmistakable. Wuto's expression fell, his signature disdain replaced by incredulity. Huh? Why are you so familiar with Ye? Do you think you're someone significant to her? In response to Wuto's juvenile accusation, Sukuna, a man of sincerity, replied coolly. That fool Ye once served as my maid for a period. A maid signifying a female servant. Sukuna was merely being literal. However, to others it sounded decidedly inappropriate. After all, in modern times, the term maid immediately conjures images of individuals clad in adorable maid outfits. Wuto was on the verge of exploding. You despicable curse. How could you exploit Ye into doing something so outrageous? By what right do you enjoy such privileges? Listening intently, Sho's expression was one of confusion. Riko, her nerves frayed, looked alarmed. Korwa, dressed in maid attire, merely blinked in surprise, while the driver silently prayed. Hey Wuto, don't go off track, Riko bravely interjected, placing a hand to her forehead. Exploiting? Sukuna's crimson eye glimmered with an inexplicable emotion. I have never done such a thing. Ye approached me of her own accord. What? Approached? Wuto was once again struck by a jolt of shock. Nonsense. How could someone as gentle as Yushima ever approach a dangerous curse like you? Just after Riko retorted. She shivered, frightened, and clung to Korwa. Sukuna, having momentarily raised a hand to tousle his hair, heard Sho's steady voice from the front passenger seat. Ye must have approached you to prevent you from harming others. She would rather sacrifice her own freedom. Wuto immediately seized upon his friend's words, launching into ridicule aimed at Sukuna. Sho is right. Do not get ahead of yourself. Sukuna's hand froze, his amusement evaporating entirely, replaced by a surging tide of displeasure. His expression hardened, the atmosphere seeming to freeze in an instant. The tension within the vehicle escalated once more, with the beleaguered driver contemplating a desperate escape through the window. Yet just then, the suffocating sense of crisis that hung heavily in the air abruptly dissipated. My apologies, I let him out to cause trouble again. The voice, clear and serene, belonged exclusively to the youth, Yushima Narumi. He disregarded Wuto's and the others' reactions and addressed Sukuna directly. Why are you reciting the verses of our contract while others are asleep? I have not provoked you. Based on his previous experiences with Sukuna's unpredictable appearances, Narumi deduced that either he had inadvertently angered Sukuna with his words, or Rimen was present. Since neither was the case now, he found himself puzzled as to why Sukuna had emerged. Others have provoked me, Sukuna replied, his tone somber. Who? Narumi inquired, intrigued. That little brat Wuto before you. Oh. Narumi was not at all surprised by Wuto's knack for irritating others, as Wuto was, after all, a character blessed with a near-perfect disposition besides his personality. Noticing Narumi's calm reaction, Sukuna felt an inexplicable sense of dissatisfaction. This brat intends to invade your space. I have come forth to shield you. Narumi felt as though his mind had been struck with a hammer, utterly astounded. Just then, Wuto's incessant calls yanked him back to reality. Wuto's grip tightened on his shoulder, his nose nearly brushing against Narumi's, the reflection in his sunglasses revealing a look of bewilderment. Why are you silent? Have you lost your composure? No. I just feel a bit dizzy. I need to rest. After dealing with Wuto, Narumi straightened up, then turned to Sukuna to quip. I once praised your academic prowess. Now it seems that may not be the case. Sukuna. Wuto lacks boundaries with friends, but surely that does not equate to invasion? Describing it as closeness would be more persuasive. Recalling Wudo's innocent demeanor, Sukuna did not perceive it as a literal sense of intimacy. Yea, that fool. Is she made of wood? This brat is nearly pressing his lips to your body. To me, that constitutes an invasion of personal space. Oh, so that's what invasion means. I thought it was something improper. You startled me. Narumi sighed in relief, deeply convinced that Sukuna indeed had a penchant for explosive speech. Noticing that Narumi had entirely missed the crux of the matter, Sukuna felt a swell of frustration. Choosing silence, he refrained from speaking further, lest Narumi ramble on with trivialities. The Wuto residence was grand and spacious. The vehicle glided smoothly through the gates and meandered through the meticulously arranged buildings. It was a rare occasion to see Wudo, the esteemed heir, returning with classmates, and the unaware head of the Wudo family extended a courteous welcome. When Wudo suggested that Riko and Narumi stay over, the head of the Wudo family readily acquiesced. Wudo was the most favored scion of the family. Whatever his request, as long as it was feasible, they would not oppose. Although the Wudo estate was even more magnificent than Narumi had imagined, he realized he could not reside there indefinitely. What about his studies? What are you saying? You little girl? Do you think I cannot afford a tutor for a middle school student? In the courtyard, Wudo waved his hand casually, clearly instructing the hesitant Riko, for which Korwa expressed his profound gratitude. Upon entering the house, Wudo spotted Sho in a corner, engrossed in his phone. Sho, any news from Teacher Yaga? None for now. Sho replied, shaking his head, and countered with a question about whether Wudo had silenced the driver. Of course I did, Wudo asserted. To prevent news of Sukuna, the curse, from leaking within the Wudo household, he had swiftly wired money to the driver. The driver, grateful, promptly resigned and fled. Sho pocketed his phone and asked, "Do you have any leads on a method to successfully sever the curse?" Wudo, rubbing his temples in frustration, pushed his sunglasses down. "I can't think of anything. I'll call Neko and ask." Once connected, Neko, removing the cigarette from his mouth, inquired, "So did the scenario replicate successfully?" "Successfully? I nearly left with psychological trauma." Neko. At that moment, Sho seized Wudo's phone, urgently asking Neko about the method to sever the curse. Neko was taken aback. The act of simple extraction is impossible. One must either eliminate the host or prepare a more suitable vessel for the curse. As Suguru Geto and Satoru Gojo furrowed their brows in unison, Kinji Hikari, with a solemn demeanor, inquired, "You two have no intention of returning to Jujutsu High yet, do you?" Geto jested, "Indeed, should we announce it?" Hikari scoffed, "Absolutely not. I wish to enjoy this tranquility a while longer." The call was swiftly terminated. At that moment, Kinji Yusuji entered, cradling Cole. The two friends immediately feigned nonchalance, as if nothing had occurred. The following morning, the trio from Jujutsu High gathered to play cards. A group of unfamiliar faces arrived at the Gojo residence, led by a striking young man with short golden hair adorned with earrings. Yusuji's immediate reaction upon seeing them was a candid remark, "Gojo, it seems your house has been invaded by miscreants." Zen and Neijime, facing him, responded with a puzzled expression. Chapter 59 Cole. Once again, I am the target. The relationship between the Gojo family and the Zenin clan was far from cordial. It could even be described as a bitter rivalry. This implied that any encounter between the two parties would be devoid of amicable sentiments. Why did this group come uninvited to my home? Gojo, uninterested, continued to shuffle the playing cards, barely acknowledging the intruders. With an air of arrogance, Zen and Neijime smirked. Gojo, do you intend to oppose the entire sorcery world? You have failed to deliver the star plasma to the Star Palace within the designated time frame. Realizing this was a confrontation, Gojo feigned ignorance, tilting his head. Huh? What are you talking about? Geto narrowed his eyes, playing along. I can't quite hear you. Could you repeat that? A surge of indignation welled up within Zen and Neijime, who, as the scion of the Zenin clan, was accustomed to respect and recognition. Yet here, the Gojo family dared to disregard him. Has he gone mute? Gojo chuckled derisively. Then let's continue with the game, Geto remarked calmly. Gojo skillfully played a three of a kind, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. The repeated dismissals ignited a fierce anger within Zen and Neijime. Before he could unleash his fury, a figure suddenly appeared before him, amiably offering him 2 cards. My apologies. How about we play together? Feeling an unwelcome touch, Zen and Neijime swiftly shoved the cards away. Upon glancing down, he was vexed to find that the cards were a colorful and a monochrome joker, which he perceived as an affront to his dignity. Who are you calling a clown? Are you the star plasma? Zen and Neijime sneered, crumpling the cards in his grasp, his gaze fixed malevolently on Yusuji. No, I am not, Yusuji quickly denied. Yet Zen and Neijime's expression remained grim. Then where have you hidden the star plasma? Gojo, equally displeased with Zenin Nejime's brazen conduct, abruptly stood, towering over him. What business do you, an outsider, have at the Gojo residence? Depart immediately, or I shall not hesitate to teach you a lesson. Under the weight of Gojo's imposing presence and the threat he posed, Zenin Nejime clenched his jaw, feeling an intense frustration. Regrettably, no one in the sorcery world, not even he, the Zenin heir, could rival Gojo's strength. After a tense pause, witnessing Zenin Nejime and his entourage being driven away, Geto seemed to recall something and asked, "What are Riko and the others up to now?" Gojo hesitated, pondering. Didn't I mention arranging for a teacher to give Riko extra lessons? She should be studying diligently now. Gojo slapped his forehead in realization. I completely forgot. Yusuji raised an eyebrow, while Geto remained silent. Meanwhile, at another location, Riko, growing increasingly impatient with the absence of her teacher, stormed out of her room, determined to confront Gojo about the delay. Kurwa urged her to remain calm, suggesting she simply inquire about the situation. Given the sensitivity of the star plasma identity, it was unwise to roam around someone else's house. Yusuji, who had been deliberately left behind to keep Riko company, nodded in agreement. After a moment of contemplation, Riko decided that the two of them, along with Kurwa, would seek out Gojo. However, before they could locate him, Kurwa suddenly froze midair and dove into Riko's embrace. What's wrong? Riko asked, baffled. Kurwa trembled, pointing a paw towards Zenin Nejime, there's a stranger. Before they could hide, Zenin Nejime turned precisely to face them. Upon seeing Riko, a look of intrigue crossed his features, quickly morphing into a smile that suggested he was up to no good. The cards have been ruined by that fool. How can we continue playing? Gojo grinned, pressing down on the head of the intruder. What are you saying? I'm not angry with you. It's just that I have no cards to play, so we might as well indulge in something else. Yusuji inquired with curiosity, what shall we play? Gojo scrutinized him, adjusting his demeanor with a hint of mischief, truth or dare. But there seems to be a lack of participants, Geto observed, seeing through his friend's intentions. Then I'll go fetch Riko and the others. After all, I forgot to arrange a teacher, and today the little girl has no studies to attend to. With a newfound resolve, Gojo hastily set off to find them, but Geto's expression suddenly shifted. Go, you're right, hurry and find Riko. Yusuji, you stay here. Do not wander off. Geto swiftly orchestrated the situation, sharing a cautious glance with Gojo before they both took off. Left behind, Yusuji felt an ominous premonition arise. Just as Zenin Nejime was about to lead Riko away from the Gojo residence, Gojo and Geto arrived in the nick of time. If not for Kurwa's presence, serving as a watchful guardian, Geto might have remained oblivious to Zenin Nejime's intentions of abducting Riko. How dare you Zenin clan members invade the Gojo household to steal people? Have you forgotten my warning? Zenin Nejime, clad in wooden sandals, crossed his arms defiantly. You shall not stop me today, Gojo. Oh really? I believe I just heard a joke, Gojo retorted, adjusting his sunglasses. Indeed. A swirling black vortex emerged at Geto's side, summoning a cursed spirit. TSK, Zenin Nejime's expression hardened. Equally vigilant. Just as tensions escalated, Yaga Yoshinobu appeared, his demeanor serious, and intervened. Go Geto, do not act recklessly. With the teacher present, the two troublesome students must comply. This star plasma mission has been expressly designated for you two by Lord Tengen. Go Geto, retrieve the star plasma. While Yaga seemingly sought to quell the brewing conflict, he was, in fact, providing covert support to his students. Understood. Gojo and Geto's tense expressions relaxed, replaced with playful smirks, while Zenin Nejime and his companions appeared utterly vexed. Startled, Riko and Kurwa broke free from their constraints, intending to approach the opposing group, but Riko suddenly found herself empty-handed. It is unwise for a girl to play with cursed spirits, Zenin Nejime remarked, gripping Kurwa menacingly, a malicious grin spreading across his face. No. Riko gasped. Stop. Geto shouted as Zenin Nejime tightened his grip, and in an instant, Kurwa's struggling form vanished from his grasp. With wide eyes, Suguru Geto felt a fierce sense of resentment igniting within him. Satoru Gojo was equally incensed. How dare you kill the unhatched? Realizing the precarious situation, Yaga Yoshinori swiftly intervened to restrain his student. Meanwhile, Naoya Zenin, somewhat bewildered, glanced around before returning his gaze. Observing the agitated expressions of Gojo and Geto, Naoya's frown gradually eased, and with a dismissive sound he declared, I shall not involve myself further, striding away as if he had never been there. Chapter 60. Allow me to avenge you. Within the realm of ink spirits, the coal-black cat mewed pitifully, nuzzling against its master with lingering trepidation. Noritoshi Kumo gently soothed his feline companion. Just as Naoya Zenin was about to strike the cat down, Kumo managed to whisk it away just in time. After failing to save the little creature at Geto's residence, he was determined that it would not come to harm this time. However, this might have startled Gojo, Geto, and Rika. Perhaps he should clarify the situation later. What is there to explain? We must make our escape while we can, Sukuna interjected abruptly. I have no interest in accompanying you as a prisoner. Are you also concerned that I might be captured and sentenced to death by the sorcerer elite? Kumo emerged from the ink spirit realm, calmly taking a seat where the trio had been playing cards. Sukuna was at a loss for words. He firmly believed that the sorcerers would not easily capture Yuta. Yet the logic of this entity eluded him. If you are afraid, perhaps we should separate and go our own ways? Kumo's inquiry resonated in Sukuna's ears, stirring his emotions. He yearned for freedom. But that was currently limited to brief moments outside Yuta. Should they part ways and release their bonds, he would revert to his previous state of confinement. Are you attempting to provoke me? Sukuna retorted. Not at all, merely jesting with you, Kumo replied. How could I casually abandon you? After a brief silence, Sukuna let out a habitual scoff. Your manner of speaking is truly peculiar and perplexing. Pot calling the kettle black. You and I are equally matched, Kumo countered. As the atmosphere grew quiet, Kumo realized he had once again rendered Sukuna mute. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed from behind, and Gojo rushed forward, exclaiming, "Listen to me." Before he could finish, Kumo turned, and a small head peeked out from his embrace. Meow. Huh? Gojo was taken aback, grabbing the coal-black cat, inspecting it thoroughly. This little creature had survived? Was it due to Geto's timely dispelling of the summoning? With no time for contemplation, Gojo seized Kumo and hastily retreated, disregarding any potential slip of the tongue. They needed to hide. Yaga-sensei was on the hunt, and Geto was dragging him outside. Kumo stumbled as he was pulled along, only to hear a sharp command from behind. Gojo! As Yaga's voice faded, Gojo sensed something amiss, feeling a chilling aura creeping up his back. In a fit of annoyance, Sukuna unleashed a swift kick, which was perfectly intercepted by the limitless technique. Gojo turned, his face reflecting his irritable mood. What chaos are you causing here, you expressionless fool? Yaga watched in astonishment. It appeared that the video sent from the shadows was not fabricated. A student had indeed been possessed by the King of Curses. In mere seconds, Gojo and Sukuna exchanged several fierce blows. The commotion drew the attention of the other members of the Gojo family. I admit, your strength is commendable, Sukuna acknowledged, having yet to grasp the intricacies of Gojo's reversal techniques. In an instant, his figure vanished like a gust of wind. Go back. Do not pursue, Geto shouted sternly, his expression grave as he called his two students back. However, Gojo paid no heed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Geto clenched his fists tightly, his expression hardening as his tumultuous emotions gradually calmed. Sukuna's departure with Kumo's body was indeed a silver lining, sparing him from being captured and returned to Jujutsu High. I will retrieve Gojo, Geto murmured before leaving. Yaga was overwhelmed with frustration. The matter of the star plasma vessel remained unresolved. And now younger students had been possessed by curses. It was utterly absurd. The wind howled around him as Sukuna soared through the skies, gazing down at the bustling city below. The two cat paws clung desperately to his Jujutsu High uniform sleeve, the winds carrying a horrific feline cry. Sukuna heard it, his heart filled with exasperation. That little creature raised by Yuta was extraordinarily bold to follow him here. With a swift motion, Sukuna grasped the coal-black cat, and suddenly dove towards a specific direction. A deafening crash echoed as something obstructed the road ahead, raising a cloud of dust that obscured vision. Hey, what happened? Naoya Zenin, seated in the back, opened his eyes as the dust settled, revealing a shadow through the car window. He squinted, clenching his teeth in frustration. Wasn't he the one who insulted him with cards? No, something was amiss with this individual. Before Naoya could discern further anomalies, Sukuna's lips curled into a sinister smile. Let us escalate the chaos even further. The nauseating scent of blood permeated the vicinity. As Gojo rushed to catch up, he was met with a gruesome sight of shattered corpses. The only survivor, Naoya Zenin, lay grievously injured, resembling an ant on the ground, while Sukuna toyed with him. Indeed, just a bit more effort, Gojo remarked, apathetic to the slaughter of Naoya's group, showing no inclination to rescue him, only shouting at Sukuna, "Return Kumo's body to me." Noticing the approaching figure, Sukuna paused, his demeanor a blend of indifference and provocation, before vanishing once more. Gojo was on the brink of fury. Just as he was about to give chase, Naoya, summoning his last ounce of strength and clarity, cried out, "Gojo! Hurry and save me!" Gojo ignored him. leaving Naoya in despair. Go. At that moment Geto, riding on his rainbow dragon, called out from a distance, calm down. It may not be all bad. Gojo turned to face Geto, whose figure drew nearer, his gaze gradually dimming. The reflection in the car window was too clear, revealing the distress etched on his face. First, save the others. Thus, the group from the Zenin clan, which had sought trouble at Gojo's residence, was reduced to only Naoya surviving the carnage unleashed by Sukuna. Logically, Naoya should not have lived, yet Sukuna refrained from dispatching him swiftly, leaving Geto puzzled for a moment. As the realization of Sukuna's intent dawned on him, Geto's expression darkened. Indeed, when Naoya awoke in the hospital, his very first question was about who had killed his family. They were undoubtedly not students of Jujutsu High. Initially, few were aware of Sukuna's penchant for inhabiting human vessels. The news of the calamity at the Zen temple, witnessed firsthand by the onlookers, swiftly spread far and wide. Under immense pressure from various quarters, the higher-ups declared that first-year student Jumanji Naruya was now being pursued by the sorcery community on all fronts. Chapter 1. Handout for clothes, mouth open for food. Awakening to find oneself branded a fugitive in the sorcery realm was something Jumanji Naruya had anticipated. Yet he did not foresee such rapid developments. To be frank, he was utterly perplexed by the thoughts of others. Sitting neatly on a stool, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment, save for the presence of his host, who was not a stranger. Are you speaking to me? He inquired, noting Rimen at the stove, adeptly rolling up the sleeves of her monk's robe, embodying the essence of a dutiful cook. No. I am conversing with the mastermind behind my escape, Rimen retorted, casting a calm yet scrutinizing glance at him, her expression largely unchanged, though her gaze hinted at concern for Lord Sukuna's current state. He must be facing punishment now. As Jumanji Naruya spoke, a twinge of schadenfreude welled within him. Previously, the elder had often invoked his control over Jumanji's body, yet he had always behaved rather obediently, refraining from indiscriminately taking lives to disrupt this binding. However, this time was different. Sukuna had ruthlessly slain numerous members of the Zen temple, a blatant violation of the rules binding both parties, and thus he would inevitably face appropriate retribution. The specifics of this punishment, however, remained shrouded in mystery. Moreover, with the breaking of the binding, the elder could no longer freely chant his incantations to possess Jumanji's body. Upon regaining consciousness, Jumanji had called out to Sukuna countless times, yet Sukuna remained unresponsive, as though in a deep slumber. In an unexpected turn of events, the troublemaking Sukuna had urgently contacted Rimen before relinquishing control, leading to their arrival at her apartment. Otherwise, he would not have woken up to find a familiar face beside him. What delectable dish does Lady Rimen plan to prepare? Jumanji inquired, rising from the stool and curiously approaching the kitchen, with Koten flapping its small black wings closely behind him. Just to clarify, I do not consume humans, nor does Koten. He added. Rimen frowned. If you keep prattling on, you can prepare it yourself. Jumanji, sensing her seriousness, raised his hands in surrender. No, I prefer you to handle it. With that, Rimen resumed her task, methodically preparing the ingredients. Meanwhile, another white-haired figure leaned in, reminding Jumanji that he had never tasted the meals prepared by Lady Rimen. In times long past, he had always gotten by on his own efforts. As Sukuna's personal servant, Rimen had devoted herself entirely to his needs, indifferent to Jumanji's existence. Suddenly, Rimen's movements slowed, and after a pause, she remarked, "Thanks to the Lord, you shall have the pleasure of enjoying them from now on." Jumanji tilted his head in confusion. Why is it thanks to Sukuna? If he weren't residing in me, would I be doomed to never taste Lady Rimen's cooking? Upon reflection, he felt fortunate that Sukuna was currently dormant. Otherwise, with Jumanji's body as a vessel, and if Rimen were to prepare human flesh for him, that would be. His unfinished thought caused him to turn pale, an expression of nausea crossing his face. Rimen, unable to bear it, took a deep breath. Be silent and wait over there. Oh. Once he turned back to his corner, Rimen released the tension in her brow. The current situation of Lord Sukuna remained unclear. But it was indeed as Gensaku had said. Yuji had come to her side. Being deliberately ensnared by the Lord and mercilessly pursued by sorcerers, Yuji, however, showed no signs of distress or anger, seemingly accepting reality without reservation. Did he truly not care? Yet, Rimen could see the bond he shared with those high special students was undeniably strong, particularly with one named Satoru Gojo, whose gaze towards Yuji was laden with unspoken emotions. The more Rimen pondered, the darker her expression became, but upon noticing Yuji's presence, her discontent brightened slightly. Determined to leverage her culinary skills, she would ensure to capture his heart through his stomach. Thank you, Lady Rimen. I finally understand why Sukuna is fond of your cooking. The meal is exquisite. After indulging in a delectable lunch, Jumanji displayed keen awareness by rising to clear the table. Yet, a hand caught hold of him. Rest for now. No. I'll handle the dishes. Let us keep it fair. As soon as he finished speaking, the hand's owner tightened their grip and cast a placid, disapproving glance his way. Jumanji, feeling guilty yet brazen, sat back down. The sound of dishes clinking and the rushing water created a serene and beautiful atmosphere. At that moment, his phone with dwindling battery vibrated twice. Jumanji saw frantic messages from Satoru Gojo. If you're that despicable, emotionless face, I have nothing to say to you. Don't let me catch you. I'll send you a disdainful middle finger JPG X99. If you're Naruya and see this message, reply quickly. The cat is anxious and jumping around JPG XN. Jumanji scrolled through the plethora of emojis for quite a while. Suddenly the screen went black. His phone had died. He then inquired if Rimen had a place to charge it. Give it to me. Seeing Rimen extend her hand without wiping it dry, Jumanji assumed she would kindly help him recharge. However, the moment he handed his phone to Rimen, a sharp crack echoed. The phone shattered into pieces. Rimen coldly reminded him, "You are currently a wanted criminal. You cannot casually communicate with the outside world. The phone's location might reveal our whereabouts." Jumanji was unconcerned about this issue. Besides, he possessed transformation techniques. While out, he could easily disguise himself, apart from the all-seeing six eyes, who could readily recognize him. Fine. I also do not wish to impose unnecessary trouble upon Lady Rimen. Jumanji nodded, refraining from further comments. Yet, to ease his friend's worries, he resolved to find a public phone to contact Satoru Gojo. I do not consider it a hassle. Rimen's gaze remained fixed on him, her eyes shimmering with an uncertain light. She harbored a hope that he might grasp something from this situation. However, mere seconds later, a question that shattered the mood arose. Last time I messaged Lady Rimen about little Rimen. What did your smile truly signify? Rimen, is it truly so difficult to provide a straightforward answer? Rimen. Seeing Rimen's enigmatic silence, Jumanji braced himself for another threat of death by smile, mentally preparing for the worst. But to his surprise, Rimen leisurely dried her hands, turning to him. If you can find a way to awaken the Lord promptly, I would not mind shedding my garments, allowing you to witness the verification firsthand. Jumanji's eyes widened, unable to mask his astonishment. Am I dreaming? Why do I suddenly feel invigorated? Chapter 2. Never lose him. Without a phone to pass the time online, Jumanji found himself in a state of ennui. The Curse King, who could have been a source of conversation to alleviate his boredom, was now forced into silence, amplifying the tedium. Jumanji and Rimen sat in quietude, occasionally stroking Koten nestled in his arms, while Rimen silently observed him petting the cat. Sensing Rimen's unwavering gaze locked onto him like a radar, Jumanji lifted his head and asked softly, "Would you like to touch it?" "Touch what?" Rimen inquired, her brow furrowing. "Certainly. It is the act of petting a cat that holds no allure for me. But why does Lord Lime seem to be gazing at me persistently?" Not receiving a response from Lime, Kamishiro Nariyuki chuckled softly. "I assumed your gaze upon me indicated a desire to caress the little feline. Compared to the dread of Sukuna, Cole harbors no fear towards Lime, though neither is it particularly enthusiastic. After all, during the incident of the finger-snatching, it had been caught by Lime and punished. And the little cat certainly holds grudges. I shall reiterate, I have no intention of petting the cat." "Oh." A silence enveloped the air for 2 seconds. Then, Kamishiro Nariyuki's astonished voice broke the stillness. "Lord Lime, surely you are not genuinely waiting for me to devise a method to awaken Sukuna? What else could it be?" The retort left Kamishiro Nariyuki feeling as though he had a thorn lodged in his throat. Clearing his throat, he humorously reminded, "If I were to truly awaken him, you would have to remove your clothing for my viewing pleasure." Lime's expression remained as placid as a still pond, as if this matter were merely trivial, bearing no consequence whatsoever. "Provided you are capable of doing so." A fire ignited within Kamishiro Nariyuki's heart. "Since you have stated it so, I must exert myself further." Lime silently clenched his fist, his heart racing slightly. Consequently, he offered a gentle smile to conceal his feelings. This vessel of flesh was inherently feminine. When the master smiled, it became even more endearing. Yet, Kamishiro Nariyuki instinctively tempered his expression, sensing that Lime was bestowing upon him a smile of death, cautioning him against becoming too self-satisfied. Ding. At that moment, Lime's phone chimed. Upon reading the message, the smile vanished from his face entirely. "I must step out for a while." Observing Lime rise, Kamishiro Nariyuki immediately stood up, eager to follow. Perceiving his intention to join, Lime coldly dismissed him with a remark that he could not show his face at present, then departed. It was merely a matter of stepping outside, easily resolvable with a transformation technique. It was not so grave. With a resounding thud, Kamishiro Nariyuki effortlessly transformed into his female form, changing out of his high school uniform and hastily donning a monk's robe identical to Lime's before slipping out the door. He quickly sought a public phone on the street and dialed Wataru's number. "Who is this?" Wataru's feline voice was far from pleasant. He had been anxiously awaiting replies to messages for several hours and had attempted countless calls, only to find that Kamishiro Nariyuki's phone was off. Surely, it was that poker-faced individual who had turned off his phone. However, Jie's advice to remain optimistic lingered in his mind, as Kamishiro Nariyuki had previously managed to suppress the poker face, so he was certain he could do it again. Wataru had to suppress his irritation and await an opportunity to connect. But then, an unfamiliar call interrupted, and his temper flared uncontrollably. "Ugh, no cars, no houses. No insurance, stop bothering me. My mood is quite foul at the moment. How many Gyofu would it take to soothe you?" Wataru was caught off guard by the familiar gentle voice, thinking he misheard. Uncertain whether there were others on Wataru's end, Kamishiro Nariyuki succinctly explained his situation. "It's me, Wataru. I have no chance of returning to the school. Sukuna is indeed too troublesome. But do not worry, I am well here. And you and Jie need not come looking for me. We shall meet again when the opportunity arises." "Wait a moment." Wataru's azure eyes widened, pupils constricting sharply. His heart raced. "What do you mean, Kamishiro? Are you trying to leave me behind?" "Why would I use the word leave?" Kamishiro Nariyuki chuckled softly. "In any case, this is the situation, Wataru. As you pursue the path to becoming the strongest, remember to take good care of Jie, especially regarding his inner thoughts. Jie is your precious friend. Do not lose him." This declaration felt akin to a complete farewell, and Wataru's desire to interrupt surged intensely. "What are you talking about? I will be watching over you both from the shadows. Once the storm has passed, I may reach out to you, as both you and Jie are dear friends of mine." Bang! Wataru kicked open the door to Jie's dormitory, which had been tightly closed. "Yeah. Do you have any way to sense where the eggless one is?" When he encountered Sukuna and Zen and Naoya, he saw Cole in Sukuna's grasp. If Cole had been fortunate enough to avoid being slain by the King of Curses, it was likely following Sukuna, given that the little creature was quite stubborn. However, Jie shook his head. "I've tried sensing, but the distance between them and Cole is too great. I cannot ascertain its location. An even worse possibility is that not only is the distance considerable, but Cole, having survived Naoya's attack, may have already perished at Sukuna's hands. Kamishiro called me earlier." Jie suddenly froze, hastily inquiring, "How is he?" Wataru's face flushed. "He said he likes me." Jie's narrowed eyes reflected deep skepticism. "Has Wataru lost his mind? And you?" Hearing Wataru add this remark, Jie's heart skipped a beat, his bangs quivering slightly. He took a deep breath. "Is it possible that Kamishiro was referring to you and me as his friends?" "So what?" Wataru retorted. "Is that his excuse to abandon me? I know he doesn't want to trouble us, but he should trust us." Jie paused for a moment, speaking earnestly. "Wataru, we are still merely students, and there are things beyond our capacity. However, if we can successfully change this decaying world of curses, perhaps it will become much easier in the future. And Kamishiro will no longer face the threat of being hunted down by the higher-ups or sentenced to death." Wataru had an epiphany, a flicker of disdainful fervor surging behind his sunglasses. "Can I now go and eliminate the rotten oranges?" Jie shook his head with a wry smile. The expression tinged more with bitterness. To become an unparalleled entity within the world of curses would allow one to disregard many opposing voices. "By the way, did Kamishiro say anything else to you?" "He mentioned that I should take good care of you and absolutely not lose you." Jie was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what to say. "Wataru, Kamishiro may have some misunderstandings regarding our relationship." "Huh? What misunderstandings?" "It's nothing." Jie rubbed his forehead. "If I see him again, I will explain everything properly." Chapter 3. You elevate the master to the heavens, and the master will cast you down to the earth. Upon returning from his busy day, it was already dusk. Exhausted, Lime stepped into the apartment, scanning the area but finding no one. Has he fled? It was expected. That individual could never be obedient. Where could he have run off to? Lime felt at a loss. As he reached for his phone to contact someone, he suddenly remembered that he had personally destroyed the other party's phone. Has Sukuna found the new finger? As if perfectly timed, Goji's phone call came through, delivering information as if it were as simple as eating or drinking. "It's not that easy. I have surveyed the vicinity multiple times without detecting any remnants of the adult's cursed energy. You should double-check the clues you provided to ensure their accuracy, and not just at my expense. Is that so? Goju chuckled unconcernedly. Just as Lime was about to end the call, Goju's voice rang out once more. Do you know the whereabouts of the student who is being pursued? Do not conceal the truth. Remember, we are partners with a shared objective, and between partners, deception is intolerable. Lime's gaze turned frigid, sensing that Xuanxua was delivering a chilling jest. This individual, lurking in the shadows, had surely concocted numerous schemes of deceit. He is in your residence, isn't he? Xuanxua's tone was resolute, proposing to bring him over for an introduction another day. I see no necessity for that, Lime retorted. Why not? I am merely considering your best interests. Lime replied, should Yezi discover that you were the one who sent surveillance to the high school, revealing his connection with the elders, it would be quite precarious for you. Xuanxua interjected. You would assist in keeping that under wraps, wouldn't you? The probing Xuanxua received no response from Lime. Although the call was still ongoing, an eerie silence prevailed. Xuanxua, perplexed, found Lime gripping his phone, staring blankly at the figure emerging from his room. The individual had long black hair cascading to their chest, donned in a white robe identical to Lime's. Lime's eyes widened involuntarily, time momentarily disoriented. How had Yezi transformed into a woman? Lime Dano. The voice lacked any feigned femininity. Lime, in a state of confusion, abruptly ended the call with Xuanxua and hastened over to confirm that it was not an illusion, furrowing his brow. What is the meaning of this transformation? Kamishiro Narumi chuckled. I stepped out to make a call with a friend, and took the opportunity to procure some essential supplies. As he spoke, Kamishiro enthusiastically tugged Lime towards the room. Upon entering, Lime noticed a single bed had been added, positioned alongside the original one, perfectly matching in height and length, creating a surprisingly spacious appearance. Given that you have taken me in, it would be unkind to make me sleep on the floor, Kamishiro explained. Lime stared in disbelief, a vein throbbing on his forehead. Who permitted you to arrange this? What's wrong? Do you truly wish for me to sleep on the floor, Lime Dano? Lime gazed incredulously at Kamishiro's astonished expression. There is a sofa outside, he remarked. The sofa is far less comfortable than a bed. However, since you seem unwilling, I shall remove it. Just as Lime heard this, before Kamishiro could act, he swiftly kicked him out and shut the door. Lime elegantly adjusted his sleeves. Considering that the elder is still residing within you, I cannot afford to neglect him. Then why did you kick me? Isn't that tantamount to kicking your own elder? Lime remained silent. Moreover, after all this time, you still show no understanding of cherishing the delicate. I am, after all, a girl. Lime approached, looking down imperiously. Is that so? I have never perceived it. Kamishiro, still sprawled on the floor, pointed to his ample chest. Isn't it obvious? Lime's eye twitched. By the way, it seems Lime Dano's chest is rather flat. Is it due to the natural physique or? Yezi. Lime's tone was eerily calm. His lips curled into a smile that sent chills down the spine. Kamishiro quickly cleared his throat, sitting up. Well, it appears Lime Dano still does not favor my current form, despite us having spent the most time together. He muttered, dispelling the transformation spell. For the first time, Lime witnessed this individual change gender right before his eyes. Noticing Lime's gaze fixed on his clothing, Kamishiro leaned in. Do we not resemble brothers, Lime Dano? Lime scanned the room, expressionless as he pushed him aside. Who resembles you as a brother? Stepping aside, Lime glanced at the phone he had been clutching tightly and tentatively asked, did you hear my earlier conversation? Kamishiro's expression shifted from dejection to a smile. I did hear it. Lime pressed his lips together in silence. It was that stitched-up woman, wasn't he it? I knew she would stir up trouble. If you have time later, Lime Dano, perhaps you could take me to meet her. Lime suddenly stiffened. As night fell, the rain drummed softly. The surroundings glowed crimson. A familiar domain of birth. Kamishiro scanned the area, perplexed that he had not spotted Sukuna among the mountain of corpses. Where has the master of this domain vanished to? He wondered. Hey, step back. At that moment, a very juvenile voice resonated from below him. Kamishiro looked down in bewilderment, locking eyes with a pair of crimson orbs. Perhaps as a consequence of breaking the constraints, Sukuna now stood just at his knee height, resembling a 2- or 3-year-old, exuding a dangerously adorable aura. Their gazes met, enveloped in silence for a brief moment. 2 seconds later, Kamishiro's lips moved. You, Sukuna, hands tucked into his sleeves, appeared indifferent. Can't you tell? This is the price of breaking the constraints. Kamishiro, absurd. Who incurs a cost that turns one into a child? Sukuna, moreover. I am currently unable to wield any cursed energy. Kamishiro suddenly understood. Oh, that makes sense. However, unlike his glee at the situation, Sukuna's mood was decidedly sour. Before he could utter anything further, he felt a sudden lightness. What are you doing? Sukuna inquired. Unaware of the consequences, Kamishiro lifted the child-sized Sukuna. Just gauging the weight of the current king of curses. Sukuna. Have you forgotten how you used to sit on my back, heavier than a half-ton truck? Sukuna. Kamishiro looked up at the king of curses, held aloft like a toy, and was about to laugh when suddenly his grip loosened. A sharp pain shot through his face as his vision flipped, and he found himself on the ground. Just because I cannot wield cursed energy, does not mean I cannot use physical prowess. Not accustomed to looking at people from this low perspective, Sukuna frowned in confusion. Why aren't you defending yourself? What defense would I need against a little kid who can't use cursed energy? Sukuna scoffed. A kid? He almost mocked Kamishiro for his naivety when he heard Kamishiro add, moreover, you've just taken a breath for the coal. A moment of silence passed before Sukuna spoke. I am not taking it out on your cat. I am here to cause you trouble. Kamishiro replied, is that so? I don't find it troublesome at all. Sukuna was frustrated. Chapter 4. Just you wait, I will make you strip. Sukuna's kick was forceful, propelling Kamishiro a considerable distance away, allowing the king of curses to easily meet his gaze without needing to look up. Kamishiro finally understood why Sukuna had told him to step back from the outset. So what now? He rose and sat cross-legged, mimicking Sukuna's posture, tilting his head in distress. Sukuna turned his head, and due to his diminutive appearance, his half-lidded eyes, which usually bore a contemptuous gaze, appeared particularly large. No longer the intimidating adult, he now resembled a haughty child. Of course, this was merely a facade. This child was exceedingly fierce. Sukuna assumed Kamishiro was referring to his inability to leave the domain of birth and chose to ignore it. Find a way to escape on your own. Kamishiro shook his head. I am not talking about myself. I am talking about you. Sukuna furrowed his brow, somewhat perplexed by Kamishiro's meaning. Kamishiro continued. The bond of our shared perception has also vanished, hasn't he it? Sukuna displayed a look of disdain, scoffing at such an obvious question. Indeed. As the words fell, he cast a glance at the person across from him, expecting that upon hearing the news, this fellow would be elated. To his surprise, the individual merely appeared momentarily dazed before adopting a more troubled expression. It seemed quite unsettling. It was as if they could no longer converse freely. Within, Tsunua felt a sense of peculiarity, yet his countenance reflected displeasure as he retorted, get your facts straight. For I am not merely a tool for your idle chatter. With a nose so small, even his harsh words bore little bite, presenting a soft and easily bullied visage. Indeed, regardless of the creature, the youthful phase is often the most endearing. If only in appearance, excluding the unprincipled mosquito. Well, seeing that you seem fine, I shall take my leave for now. Should I devise a solution, I shall return. Upon hearing Shangdaoqingye's seemingly carefree tone, Tsunua felt an unusual spark of interest and turned his gaze toward him. What do you mean? It means I intend to procure a suitable vessel for you. At this unexpected revelation, even the Curse King, who was generally indifferent to other matters, found himself momentarily taken aback. Of course, do not think about my body. I still wish to live. In an instant, silence enveloped the realm of existence. Only Tsunua's slightly labored breathing could be heard, a reflection of his surprise. My lord Rimen, prepare yourself mentally for the removal of your clothing. Early in the morning. This unforeseen proclamation caused Rimen, who was frying eggs, to momentarily falter. Shangdaoqingye, clad in a white short-sleeve shirt and shorts, his feet adorned with cat slippers, plopped down on the sofa with a grin. Listening to the sizzling sound from the pan, Rimen inhaled deeply and inquired, are you still half asleep? No. I slept quite well. Then why do you speak such nonsense as soon as you rise? This is hardly nonsense. Seeing the skepticism in Rimen's eyes, Shangdaoqingye promptly straightened his posture and recounted the events from the previous night involving Tsunua. Rimen's expression transitioned from shock to contemplation, and then to doubt. After all this, let the adult come out to meet me. That may be impossible. The established constraints have been shattered, and he possesses no curse power. Even if I graciously relinquished control of my body to him, he would remain trapped. Rimen, seemingly unfazed, flipped the egg in the pan and retorted. Then how can you prove the truth of your claims? Shangdaoqingye's eyes widened. What kind of question is that? Do you mean to say that there exists no trust between myself and Lord Rimen? Noticing Rimen's silence, Shangdaoqingye began contemplating how to convince Rimen of the veracity of his statements. As he pondered, he detected a burnt scent. Lord Rimen, it seems there is a hint of char. Distracted, Rimen snapped back to reality and promptly extinguished the flame. Though it was too late, the egg was burnt. Shangdao Qingye chuckled without restraint, causing Rimen to involuntarily shut his eyes, striving to calm his chaotic thoughts. If what Qingye said were true then, coal must not be recklessly dug. Qingye's sudden admonition interrupted Rimen's thoughts. The coal, perched on the preparation counter, curiously rested a paw atop a raw egg. Meow. The little cat, caught in the act of mischief, feigned innocence. With a sudden spark of inspiration, Shangdao Qingye dashed toward the room. Rimen, bewildered, glanced at him, uncertain of the intentions behind Qingye's actions. Meanwhile, without their master to back them, the coal, typically bold, became compliant. Shortly thereafter, as Rimen prepared breakfast, noticing that Qingye had yet to emerge from the room, he resolved to investigate. Just as he reached the doorway, Shangdao Qingye appeared with a painting in hand. Look, this is how I saw Sukuna last night. A small body, large eyes, and a posture of slouching while glancing sideways at others. Rimen's immediate reaction was one of impassivity. Do not insult the grand image of the adult. Come, let us eat. Lord Rimen, why do you not believe me? Shangdao Qingye continued to prattle as he followed Rimen to the dining table. I assure you, I speak no falsehood. In truth, Rimen harbored a flicker of belief. Yet he was reluctant to so easily fulfill that promise. As long as I have not seen the adult, the agreement regarding the removal of clothing for identification remains non-existent. Shangdao Qingye paused, suddenly invigorated, more determined than ever to secure a body for Sukuna. Very well, wait for it. I shall ensure you are undressed eventually. Rimen's hand trembled as he pulled out a chair. Chapter 5. Who can escape the gaze of the six-eyed? Days later, within a bakery in Shinjuku, Hihara received a loaf of bread from the attendant, and eagerly divided one for Nanami Kento. This garlic and cream-flavored bread is truly delightful, isn't it, Nanami? After taking a bite, Nanami affirmed, indeed. However, as he witnessed Nanami's approving response, Hihara's expression suddenly dimmed. If Qingye were here, the three of us could indulge together. Now I must buy extra to share with Itadori and the others. How could such a calamity befall us? Being cursed and possessed is utterly reprehensible. We must devise a way to rescue them. Nanami Kento analyzed calmly. Given the current circumstances, the school will not accept a student whose body control is unstable. This pertains not only to the Zenin family. That Curse King could strike again elsewhere at any moment. I understand. Thus, students must not only undertake missions, but also remain vigilant regarding Qingye and the whereabouts of that curse. Nanami nodded in agreement, stating if we cross paths with him, it may lead to conflict. Hihara halted abruptly, feeling the bread in his hand suddenly lose its appeal. Just as he was about to respond, his peripheral vision caught a familiar figure passing by not far away. Wait. I believe I just saw Qingye up ahead. Nanami Kento focused on the direction Hihara excitedly pointed to, but amidst the bustling street, he saw no one. Yet Hihara had already rushed into the crowd, his form quickly melding with the throng. Standing still, Nanami decisively retrieved his phone and swiftly dialed a number. They might be in Shinjuku if possible, come over. Having exited the art supply shop together, Rimen, puzzled, questioned, why did you purchase so much clay? To mold figurines. Understanding that Rimen was a devoted servant who would not allow anyone to offend Sukuna, Shangdao Qingye kept his response succinct, refraining from elaboration. While he wished to create a body for the Lord, he had not specified that a human must serve as the vessel. A Sukuna-themed figurine could also suffice. Imagining Sukuna smaller, entirely harmless to others, and smiling with squinted eyes, he felt a surge of excitement, eager to return and begin crafting. Suddenly, a tremendous tugging sensation seized his wrist, and he turned to find Hihara breathless, before him. Qingye. Rimen's expression shifted subtly, turning cold. Shangdao Qingye glanced at Hihara, politely creating distance. I am afraid you have mistaken me. How could that be? You are Qingye. At that moment, Nanami Kento arrived, observing the two with furrowed brows. Hihara. You are mistaken, she is not. Hihara appeared bewildered. Upon closer inspection, he realized the person's appearance did not quite match. Despite their similar features, the differences in hairstyle, hair color, and eye color set them apart, with the most striking distinction being their genders. Could this be Choya's sister or perhaps his elder sibling? At this moment, the perceptive Hybra was feeling quite awkward. Before Choya could respond and deflect the situation, Hybra's attention shifted to Rimen beside him. Ah. You are the rumored girlfriend of Choya. What nonsense is this? I already told you earlier, Hybra, that I am not his girlfriend. Choya hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts, while Rimen, who had yet to deny the claim, calmly interjected. If there's nothing else, we shall take our leave. Wait a moment. Nanami Kento sensed something amiss, though he could not pinpoint it. Rimen glanced at him. Is there something else? Nanami fixed his gaze intently. You are a curse user, aren't you? The atmosphere, previously somewhat tranquil, plunged into tension at his declaration. Unfazed, Nanami continued to inquire whether Rimen was aware of Choya's whereabouts. Rimen, who typically held disdain for sorcerers, had no intention of engaging further, and turned to leave. Choya, not wanting to reveal his identity, followed suit obediently. They are leaving. Hybra was at a loss regarding his next move. Nanami remained composed. No worries, someone capable of discerning the truth from falsehood is on their way. I have a matter to investigate. You should return alone. Rest assured, Lady Rimen, I am not a child. I know my way. I worry that you might attract the attention of the higher-ups. Oh, Lady Rimen is concerned about me? There's no need to worry. Even if I were standing there in my original appearance, those two students wouldn't immediately expose me to the higher-ups. You place a considerable amount of trust in those sorcerers. Naturally, and I currently have more faith in you, Lady Rimen. Upon hearing this, Rimen's heart warmed momentarily. Choya offered a gentle wave. See you at home. He then proceeded in the opposite direction. He sensed Rimen watching him for a while. And just when he thought she might say something, he turned to find her figure had vanished. Could it be that she discovered my intention to mold a cursed spirit from clay? Choya felt a pang of guilt. As he muttered to himself and turned around, he suddenly fell into a pair of cerulean eyes. The beauty was reminiscent of an infinite sky, shimmering with an enchanting luster. And the owner possessed a strikingly handsome face just within reach. Their breaths mingled for a moment, causing Choya's heart to race uncontrollably. He was so startled that he forgot to react. Fushiguro Megumi stared intently, seemingly captivated. From the perspective of his 6 eyes, it was undoubtedly Choya. But what was with this feminine appearance? Could it be that stoic individual? Megumi. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. Even if you recognize me, you shouldn't be this close. Fushiguro forcefully adjusted his sunglasses, scoffing. What's wrong with taking a second look at someone who thought they could just discard me with a phone call? Choya chuckled lightly. Teasing. What if we were to kiss? Fushiguro's eyes widened. His mind momentarily short-circuited. Quiche. His gaze dropped, landing on those lips. And the previously imposing Fushiguro took 3 steps back, dramatically shielding his face, which had turned an astonishing shade of red. If we kissed, what would happen? Why? We would get married, of course. He pointed an accusatory finger at Choya, demanding. Are you saying you wouldn't want to be responsible for me? Choya, huh? Have you got it all wrong? No, you've misunderstood. Calm down, Megumi, we haven't kissed. He had only been joking, unaware of the intensity of Fushiguro's reaction. It completely dispelled any discomfort Choya had about appearing feminine in front of a friend. Chapter 6. What's wrong? In the lively establishment. The waitress wore a polite smile. Hello, may I ask what the two of you would like to order? Choya glanced at the menu, still trying to make sense of it, when the waitress recommended. This week, we have a delightful couple set that has received rave reviews. And there's a discount for actual couples. Would you like to try it? Fushiguro perked up at once. That's it. Bring us that set. Very well. Please hold on a moment. The waitress's lips curled into a knowing smile. Choya, huh? He looked at Fushiguro with concern. Megumi, is it because of Rika and me that you've lost your financial backing from the Fushiguro family? What do you mean? Fushiguro was puzzled. Choya clarified. I mean, how could you be interested in a discounted couple set? Fushiguro glanced up and quickly averted his gaze. Don't change the subject. Just tell me about your situation with that stoic person, and give me your new contact information. Choya replied. I remember you're in Geto's numbers. Fushiguro scoffed. What good is that? You never reach out to us. Under pressure from Fushiguro, Choya reluctantly provided his new number. He then briefly described the status of the cursed spirit. Fushiguro's eyes lit up in an instant. Since this guy has lost his cursed energy, then come with me. Shoko is already considering ways to sever the curse. It'll be fine. Choya shook his head, declining. No need. I'm doing well outside. Besides, I initially joined the higher-ups because of you and Geto. Since both of you have chosen to trust me, the opinions of others matter little. And returning to the higher-ups isn't a necessity. Fushiguro froze, suddenly slumping over the table as if drained of energy, his familiar playful tone emerging. Hey, if you don't come back, how am I supposed to be with you? Choya sensed something odd, and was about to respond when Fushiguro perked up again. Lifting his head. I get it. Let us keep this a secret romance. Choya was taken aback. Huh? Just as he spoke, the waitress who had come to serve their dishes wore a look of astonishment, as if she had stumbled upon a juicy scandal. Subsequently, Her gaze towards Choya and Fushiguro shifted. It was not one of disdain, but rather a clear expression of envy. The waitress remarked, "While I'm not sure who's straying, it's certainly delightful to see such attractive individuals involved. It's a bit morally questionable, though. By the way, Megumi, how is Rika doing?" Upon broaching this serious topic, Fushiguro scoffed. "I don't care about any assimilation nonsense. The girl's wishes are paramount. No one can force her. I've already sent her home, and have people protecting her at all times." Hearing Fushiguro's approach eased Choya's mind. He couldn't be bothered to think about how Tengen and the higher-ups would be worrying over Fushiguro's reckless behavior, so he focused on his meal. When the bill arrived, the waitress promptly approached with the receipt. Fushiguro glanced at the price. "Isn't at half price for non-couples?" The waitress smiled politely but coldly. "Yes, but may I ask if the two of you are actual couples?" Just as Choya was about to deny it, he heard Fushiguro declare, "Of course we are." Although he didn't understand what Fushiguro was up to avoid any awkwardness, Choya smiled and played along. The waitress nodded. "Then may I ask you to prove your relationship?" "Prove." At this moment, Gojo Satoru's expression faltered, a look of confusion crossing his face. Ushijima was subtly engulfed by a sense of foreboding. As anticipated, the waitress smiled and said in simpler terms, "We kindly request that you present an intimate photograph of yourself with this young lady." Gojo Satoru, displeased, retorted, while the feline-like Ushijima furrowed his brow in irritation. "How could I possibly show such private matters to anyone? Besides, I don't even have one." The waitress's smile took on a deeper meaning. "Then, there is but one alternative to prove your relationship. A mere kiss between you two will suffice, if you truly are a couple. Sharing a kiss should not pose a challenge." Gojo Satoru was momentarily taken aback. Ushijima, raising his hand silently, offered, "No discounts, allow me to pay." However, Gojo forcefully pressed down on his hand, standing abruptly, his sunglasses nearly slipping from his nose. "Kiss where?" Ushijima was equally stunned. "Huh?" Gojo lowered his voice. "I meant where do we kiss to prove our relationship?" The waitress, still smiling, replied, "Anywhere will do." Both Gojo and Ushijima locked eyes, the breadth of choices overwhelming. Gojo, with his naive demeanor, had never encountered such a situation. Despite standing tall and adopting a nonchalant posture, his breath quickened, and his voice became somewhat airy. He leaned across the table toward Ushijima, who remained still, which only heightened Gojo's anxiety. Like a spring being manipulated, he froze in place. Though he spoke eloquently, his actions were hesitant, causing the waitress, who was watching with amusement, to doubt the audacity of this couple. They hardly resembled a couple engaged in a secret affair. Rather, they appeared as innocent souls in need of a gentle nudge. "Sir, please expedite the process." Gojo felt heat radiating from his ears, and the feline-like Ushijima turned away in displeasure. "Ha, don't rush me." When he turned back, he felt a soft pressure on his lips. Gojo instantly transformed into a statue. Ushijima, who had leaned in, paused for a moment before asking, "Is this acceptable?" Yes, the waitress replied cheerfully, promptly settling their bill. As they stepped out into the open air, Ushijima glanced back at Gojo, who was gliding out like a specter. "That was an accident. I intended to kiss your face. But you turned too quickly." Gojo's cheeks flushed crimson. "Why bring that up?" "What for?" Ushijima feigned innocence, "Because I noticed you hesitating, and the onlookers were increasing. I wanted to resolve it quickly." He added, however, "I do feel a slight guilt towards Suguru for doing this to you." Gojo retorted, "What does Suguru have to do with this?" No, my first kiss is gone. My future spouse must be you." Ushijima questioned, "Is that so?" They stood on the street, staring at each other. Gojo insisted, "Is that wrong?" Ushijima replied, "That seems incorrect." Gojo, with conviction, countered, "What's wrong with me liking you?" Chapter 7. I'll make you something grand in the future. Once the charade in public ended, Ushijima returned home and promptly dispelled his transformation. Sitting alone on the sofa in a daze, hearing commotion, Koten flew out from the room and mewed affectionately. Just as it began to purr, Gojo, more adept at charm, boldly messaged Ushijima from his phone. "What do you mean by needing to go back because you have no eggs? Isn't that a male cat?" Ushijima looked at the illuminated screen bemused. "Clearly, I was teasing you." Gojo, incredulous, widened his azure eyes. "So you've taken everything and now deny it? You've abandoned me." Angry cat jumping up and down. JPG. "No, I didn't abandon you. I merely wanted you to calm down," Ushijima clarified. "I'm perfectly calm. I only wish to know why you ran away." Ushijima stared at the dialogue box in silence, contemplating how to inquire about Gojo's statement that felt akin to a confession. The thought made him blush. Given Gojo's playful nature, misunderstanding could lead to embarrassment. "Forget it, I'll focus on crafting the Sukuna figurine for now. Yet, despite this decision, Gojo's amusing reactions kept flashing through Ushijima's mind. Hesitantly, he decided to message Gojo for clarity. Gojo, do you like me? On the other end, Gojo's gaze fixated on his phone, nearly pressing his eyes against the screen. His unusual reaction caught the attention of his family's old servant. Young master, is something amiss? Never having been asked so directly, Gojo resolved to seek advice from the perhaps more experienced elder. The servant soon found himself confronted with the screen where Ushijima was inquiring whether Gojo liked him. The servant's expression turned serious. Today's girls were far too forward, and such blatant inquiries could diminish the young master's value. However, upon noticing that Gojo had labeled Ushijima as a more straightforward future spouse, the servant nearly fainted. Gojo. Young master. The servant quickly wiped his brow, thinking that if it was indeed love, he should confess promptly to avoid losing him. Gojo grunted. Who likes whom? I don't like anyone. He had kissed and then ran. Why would he have feelings for such an irresponsible person? The servant's forehead glistened with sweat. Heavens! Has it escalated to this extent? Moreover, the flush on your face and that chat label contradict your words of disinterest. Yet, to preserve the young master's dignity, the servant refrained from exposing the truth and suggested, if you're uncertain, just turn the question back on her. Turn it back. Yes. Ask her why she thinks you like her. The more Gojo listened, the more he felt something was amiss. What do you mean she? It's him. The servant, prepared to elaborate, looked as if struck by lightning. Gojo scoffed, retracting his phone. If you can't even get the gender right, I won't count on you. I might as well ask Suguru and Shoko. After a while without a response from Gojo, Ushijima began to feel uneasy. Clearing his throat, he decisively took out some clay to distract himself. He was engrossed in his work for 4 or 5 hours, with Koten beside him, yawning and falling asleep. Upon awakening, he found a small figure, over 10 centimeters tall, staring back at him with vivid red eyes, emanating an undeniable aura. Koten, alarmed, prepared for battle. The mighty feline struck with a flurry of paws. With a loud crash, Ushijima's painstaking creation shattered on the ground, a chaotic mess. What followed was a lengthy repair process. He almost forgot an essential detail. Nearing completion, Ushijima stroked his chin, crafting a large bow, feeling entirely satisfied with the figurine's new form. While waiting for Mei to return, he hid the item away. Meanwhile, in the realm of curses, Sukuna sensed an ominous premonition brewing. Hey Ushijima. Naturally, there was no response from the king of curses. For the first time, Sukuna felt a hint of annoyance at the absence of shared sentiment between the two. Yako would not seek out a vessel for no reason. Given his vengeful nature, he would undoubtedly ensure that it brought him discomfort. As it turned out, Sukua's intuition was not mistaken. That night, when Yusuji Naruyuki once again entered the realm of existence, Sukua beheld him cradling a transparent box that shimmered in the dim light. Inside was a remarkably lifelike figurine. What is this? It's the vessel I made for you, Naruyuki replied, settling into a cross-legged position, his gaze fixated on the diminutive figure before him. Isn't it obvious? Sukua felt as if a nerve in his brain had snapped. Particularly distressing was the sight of Naruyuki comparing him to the figurine, triggering an overwhelming sense of helplessness that surged within him. Indeed, he should never have expected anything from this fool. While I have yet to unleash my wrath upon you, I suggest you leave at once. Naruyuki shook his head, retorting, No, if you're leaving, you must come with me. Sukua esperated. Closed his eyes and mentally counted down 3 seconds. Just as he was about to unleash his fury, Naruyuki's voice, sweet as a child's coaxing, drifted to him. I came here to experiment after all. Just try it out for now. If you truly dislike this one, I can always find other materials to craft a larger version later. And since you seek your fingers, just consider how long it would take for Lord Rimen to search for them single-handedly. If you were present, locating them through curse sensitivity would be a breeze. Wouldn't it? After finishing, Naruyuki awaited Sukua's response. A few seconds later, Sukua succinctly uttered, Purpose. What? Sukua gazed at him, his crimson eyes shrouded in silence. I am inquiring about the purpose behind your actions. Oh, there is no purpose. Sometimes one simply acts on impulse, much like you do. Sukua scoffed. Upon awakening that morning, Rimen was greeted by the sight of a palm-sized figure lounging nonchalantly at the edge of his bed, legs crossed and chin resting on its hand. The shock jolted him fully awake. To make matters more surreal, the figure, resembling an adult doppelganger, began to speak. This body's joints are stiffer than stone. Quite unpleasant. Unfortunately, materials are limited, so bear with it, the figure continued. Witnessing this, Limei halted in his breath, his eyes widening in realization. It was undoubtedly Lord Sukuna, albeit in a minuscule form, yet his appearance remained unchanged. The crimson eyes, the audacious hairstyle swept back, the haughty gaze, and the strange black markings adorning his body. It was astonishing how detailed it was. Sukuna raised a hand to inspect himself. Naruyuki, while cautiously observing Sukuna's reaction, remarked, "Details? I have no idea where those black markings are supposed to go. I just drew them randomly. If you're unsatisfied, you can simply take off your clothes, and I'll fix it for you." Sukuna was speechless. Speaking of undressing, Naruyuki turned his gaze sharply towards Limei, who felt a chill running down his spine. "Lord Limei, don't you think I'm right? So when will you fulfill your promise?" Limei Chapter 8. It seems there's some potential. Understanding from their conversation that Sukuna's current diminutive form was a product of Naruyuki's handiwork, Limei's expression darkened, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. "Is this the reason you created such a thing in secret, and dared to offend the Lord?" Naruyuki blinked, his eyes wide with confusion. "Why is Lord Limei angry?" Then he chuckled softly. "Or are you trying to divert our conversation about the undressing agreement?" Limei was rendered speechless, his face darkening as he clenched his fists, suppressing his rising anger. Naruyuki maintained his smile, speaking in a calm, unhurried manner. "No need to be anxious. I won't force you. We can wait until you are ready." Although Limei's expression remained neutral, his heart was in turmoil, his pulse racing chaotically. How could Naruyuki speak so easily, leading to such misunderstandings? Was it intentional? Or was he overthinking? Taking a deep breath to regain composure, Limei firmly countered, "I'm not anxious." Naruyuki smiled knowingly. "Oh, is that so?" Faced with this retort, Limei fell silent once more, an urge to strike bubbling within him. Yeah. Upon seeing Naruyuki's smiling face, he relented. With clenched fists, he fought to endure. Naruyuki remained blissfully unaware that he had narrowly escaped a beating, though he found it curious that Limei had not offered him his signature death glare. At that moment, Sukuna's deep voice resounded. "Why did you make this thing so large?" "What thing?" Naruyuki replied, puzzled, only to meet Sukuna's piercing gaze. The Lord scrutinized him, clearly disinterested in the earlier exchange between Naruyuki and Limei. Unable to grasp Sukuna's dissatisfaction, Naruyuki faltered momentarily before responding incredulously. "What are you talking about? How could I pay attention to such details? Besides, isn't size innate?" Sukuna fixed him with a disdainful glare. "What I refer to is the exaggerated bow on the back of the kimono. What do you think it is?" Naruyuki's eyes widened in shock as he faced Sukuna's sharp inquiry. Under the scrutiny of both the Lord and Limei, his usually composed face betrayed a faint blush. Sukuna stiffened, brow furrowed. "What on earth is this fool doing?" Limei was equally taken aback. 2 seconds later, the mortified Naruyuki hastily covered his ears and half of his face, attempting to mask his emotions, feigning calmness as he declared, "It's nothing. I was merely referring to the bow, nothing else." Sensing the collective silence around him, Naruyuki seized the opportunity to excuse himself under the pretext of preparing breakfast. Fleeing the stifling atmosphere. A night had passed, and his message to Gojo Satoru had yet to receive a reply. The embarrassment escalated. Surely he had misjudged? But for Gojo not to respond at all was uncharacteristic of him. Should he inquire with Geto? He recalled the number just in time. Splashing cold water on his face, Naruyuki dried it with a towel in one hand and poised his fingers over his phone's keyboard with the other, ready to type. Suddenly, he felt a weight above him. With a scoff tinged with disdain, Sukuna's voice drifted down from above. "What? Are you already planning to contact those sorcerers to deal with me? Why step on my head? You seem quite adept at finding your way." Naruyuki cast a sidelong glance, remaining unperturbed by Sukuna's presence, his thumb deftly tapping on the screen. From this angle, Sukuna could clearly see the content of the message he was sending. The crimson eyes darkened significantly. "Geto, it's me. I met Gojo yesterday. Is he well since returning? Was it truly just a casual conversation? Moreover, about that vexatious Gojo?" "Hey Naruyuki." Receiving no answer, Naruyuki remained focused on his typing. Ignored, Sukuna's expression darkened, and with his inability to utilize curse energy, he could not even destroy the phone. The king of curses was in a foul mood. Meanwhile, Naruyuki soon received a response from Geto. "Naruyuki? I've finally been waiting for you to contact me. There's been a slight issue with Gojo." Ushijima Naruyuki felt a sudden tightness in his chest and hurriedly asked, "What happened to Gojo?" "No need to worry, it's not a major problem. Yesterday, Zenin Naoya was discharged from the Zen temple, and a conflict arose between us. When Gojo was training, his phone accidentally slipped from his grasp and broke. He fretted about it all night in front of me and Shoko. lamenting that he had important messages left unanswered, nearly in tears. The image of Gojo Satoru behind those dark sunglasses, his cerulean eyes reddened with unshed tears, brought an involuntary smile to Ushijima Nariyuki's face. So that was the situation. Shoko couldn't comprehend why Gojo was so anxious over a phone. He could simply buy a new one. However, Gojo insisted that the new device lacked his chat history and saved contacts, making it impossible for him to reach out to anyone. Thus, he hurried to have the phone repaired. During the wait, Gojo obsessively checked Suguru Geto's phone multiple times. Shoko, perceiving the underlying issue, bluntly pointed out, if you like him, why didn't you remember his new contact information? Now you have to rely on him to contact you through someone who remembers his number. Such foolishness is utterly unacceptable. Gojo's forehead twitched with anger. Yet he had no retort. Shoko, intrigued, inquired, so, what important message did Nariyuki send you that left you so restless? At the mention of this, Gojo froze in place. He asked me if I like him. Shoko paused, then scoffed. Why does it sound like there's something brewing? Did you employ some unorthodox means of persuasion? Gojo scoffed. Shrugging dismissively, I did nothing. Shoko pulled out a cigarette, stating, given your audacity to openly admit to being a scoundrel, I find your words suspect. Gojo replied, why doubt me? I've already given him my first kiss. The cigarette that Shoko was holding slipped from his fingers. Even Suguru Geto beside them appeared stunned. Gojo clicked his tongue. What else with those expressions? Shoko and Suguru exchanged glances, rubbed their foreheads, and remarked, attacking someone without establishing a relationship first? That is truly the act of a scoundrel. Gojo was left bewildered. Shoko bent down to retrieve the fallen cigarette and mused. It seems I really need to pray for Nariyuki. Gojo, dissatisfied, exclaimed, huh? The recollection of yesterday's events came to an abrupt halt here. Suguru Geto snapped back to reality, carefully noting Ushijima Nariyuki's new number, committing it to memory before they temporarily concluded their conversation. Not knowing the status of Gojo's phone repair, he decided to inform Gojo. Upon learning about the unfortunate incident regarding Gojo's phone from Suguru, Ushijima Nariyuki felt a sense of relief and tucked his phone away. It was only then that he remembered the elder being neglected beside him. For some inexplicable reason, Sukuna hadn't uttered a word since being left aside. Chapter 9. Accompanying you in gradual exploration, it was difficult to discern Sukuna's expression, so Ushijima Nariyuki decided to ruffle his hair. The soft texture beneath his palm suggested it was the hair of the King of Curses. Tentatively, he stroked it with his fingertips, raising his tone slightly. You've seen everything, right? Are you at ease now? Sukuna's slicked back hair was tousled by the persistent tugging of Ushijima's thumb. Yet he remained motionless, lazily resting his hands in his sleeves. Only his crimson eyes glinted with a hint of menace. Do not presume that my lack of cursed energy grants you the freedom to act recklessly. As soon as the words left his mouth, the owner of the hand paused for a moment, then calmly retorted, what is wrong with touching the body I painstakingly crafted? Furthermore, who told you to stand above me and speak so condescendingly? Shouldn't I be the one protesting? Sukuna, what nonsense! The elder was disinclined to engage in this triviality, and was about to swat away the offending hand when, unexpectedly, the sensation above his head vanished. Stunned, Sukuna's gaze darkened. This fellow is surprisingly adept at controlling himself, which is quite irksome. Oblivious to the change, Ushijima Nariyuki, curious, remarked, I wonder if you can eat. Shall we give it a try? Let me clarify, I want to cook for humans, and if you wish for Rimen to prepare something, I will intervene. Sukuna's expression darkened further. If women and children cannot eat, what significance does it hold to fill one's stomach? Ushijima Nariyuki appeared undeterred by the ominous aura in the air, confidently striding towards the refrigerator while saying, are you sure there's nothing I've eaten before that you like? Well, it's all right. There are countless delicacies in the world. If you don't like this one, there's always the next. We have ample time to explore and discover foods that suit your taste. He retrieved ingredients from the refrigerator, while above him, silence reigned. Were it not for the tangible weight he felt, Ushijima would have doubted if Sukuna had stormed off in irritation. The absence of the elder's usual sarcastic remarks struck him as rather peculiar. Meow. The little cat, Cole, unwilling to be left out, circled around Ushijima, feeling the pressure of Sukuna's gaze and aura, which kept it from coming too close. At that moment, Ushijima felt a weight settle on his left shoulder. Turning in confusion, he met Sukuna's gaze. What now? Are you not stepping on my head but opting to perch on my shoulder instead? Quit your prattling and focus on preparing the meal. Sukuna shot him a sidelong glance. Yawning lazily, arms crossed, appearing quite at ease. Ushijima was somewhat perplexed but sensed that the elder's mood seemed to be relatively good. Quite the mystery. However, soon, The weight on his shoulder began to scrutinize the ingredients he was handling. Is breakfast this plain? Does this elder look like a fasting monk to you? All I have at home are cabbage and kelp. If you want meat, I can call Rimen later, and we can visit the market together. Also, could you please get off my shoulder? The voice of Sukuna, frowning, reached his ears. What? I must be careful not to drop you, so my movements must be cautious. At this rate, when will we be able to eat breakfast? Sukuna's gaze intensified. He then scoffed, dismissing the unnecessary concern, as if I could fall. Ushijima turned to look. Seeing the elder's nonchalant demeanor, thus he called out to Cole. Sukuna was bewildered by this action, until Ushijima encouraged Cole, take him down. Sukuna? Not only was the king of curses taken aback, but even Cole nearly jumped out of its fur. Master, have you lost your mind, or did I hear wrong? Don't worry, he won't harm you. With Ushijima's unwavering encouragement, Cole bravely flew at Sukuna. The little cat precisely latched onto the bough on Sukuna's back and yanked upwards. Sukuna finally understood. So this is the purpose behind making the bough so large. In fact, Sukuna had no intention of retaliating against Cole. The little creature gently placed him down on the sofa, its round golden eyes fixated on him, as if guarding against any trouble he might cause for Ushijima. Sukuna sighed in boredom. It seemed the slow-witted master had become emboldened, no longer afraid of him. Lord Sukuna. At that moment, Rimen approached, seeking him out. I currently have no leisure to deal with that fellow. I must first devise a way to restore my cursed energy. Rimen understood that this was a paramount task, and thus disregarded the probing messages sent by Kenzo. Shortly thereafter, at the dining table, steam rose from the dishes. Faced with a bowl larger than his own body and a breakfast devoid of any meat, Sukuna turned his head with unprecedented swiftness, eager to head to the market. Rimen, perplexed, queried, "What's going on?" Shota smiled brightly. "All right." However, as they finished the meal and approached the door, the smile on Shota's face gradually faded. "Do you think of me as a mere steed?" Sukuna, unabashedly perched upon Shota's shoulder, maintained his composure, crimson eyes fixed on him, as if questioning whether there was an issue. Beside them, Rimen sincerely suggested, "Lord Sukuna, I could carry you as well." Yet Shota stepped outside, accompanied by the king of curses, uttering a cautionary remark. "Don't regret this." Sukuna, unperturbed, gazed ahead, eager to see what Shota would concoct next. Due to the handcrafted nature of his form, even ordinary individuals devoid of sorcery could perceive Sukuna. Thus, throughout their journey, the trio attracted quite a bit of attention. "Lord Rimen, this dessert shop seems delightful. Shall we queue for some?" While waiting in line, a small boy stared curiously at Sukuna atop Shota's shoulder, his curiosity overflowing. The elder's languid posture and unflappable demeanor momentarily led one to believe he was merely an ordinary figurine. However, the next moment, as the boy witnessed Sukuna tilt his head, those crimson eyes slowly descending, they abruptly collided with his gaze. A chill slithered from head to toe, and the child was instantly frightened. In alarm, he turned and fled. "That cannot be consumed," Shota interjected, shielding Sukuna's eyes, his tone earnest. Sukuna retorted disdainfully, "I am merely vexed by the ignorant gazes of these people." Shota cast a glance, taunting. "Isn't it because you insisted on arrogantly sitting on my shoulder? I warned you not to regret it. You're displeased now, aren't you? You cannot simply strike them down one by one." Sukuna. Suddenly, a damp sensation arose on the back of his hand, with drops falling one after another, increasing in number. Shota gasped, "Ah, it's raining. Lord Rimen, let us find a place to take shelter from the rain." "No need. You take the lord and go. I'll continue to queue." Before he could finish, Shota grabbed Rimen's arm. "No need to argue. Even a 3-year-old knows to run home when it rains. Look. Everyone else is fleeing. We must go. Quickly." Saying this, he didn't forget to clutch Sukuna, cradling him with one arm, as they dashed into a nearby convenience store. Feeling the grip that bound him, Sukuna, taken aback, had yet to voice his thoughts when a dry towel enveloped him entirely, thoroughly concealing the vexation of the king of curses. Indeed, he did not favor this body. More precisely, he disliked the size of this body. Chapter 10. If you incite again, I shall slay you. The three remained quietly in the convenience store for a while. The sound of rain pattered incessantly, showing no signs of abating. Idly waiting was not a solution, so Shota decided to purchase 2 umbrellas for them to share. After acquiring them and returning, a cheerful female voice unexpectedly greeted them. "Hello there." Kenzo entered, holding an umbrella, smiling. "I didn't expect to see you here, but what's with your appearance?" Sukuna, having had his hair dried, sat calmly on Shota's shoulder, indifferent to Kenzo's conversation. Noticing that Sukuna remained silent and felt no trace of curse energy emanating from him, Kenzo began to suspect that he might merely be an ordinary doll. Do you require something? Rimen inquired. Kenzo continued to smile. Nothing in particular, just a casual chat. Sukuna cast a sidelong glance. Do not feign mystery, I have little patience. Kenzo's eyes widened in surprise. It appears you are indeed the genuine article, but this is rather. Sukuna's gaze darkened, the atmosphere taut with unspoken tension. Kenzo, perceptive to the subtle shifts in mood, promptly ceased further remarks. Instead, she shifted the topic to discuss other vessels. Given Sukuna's discontent with his current size, he inquired. Intrigued where? Not around here. He is currently living with his grandfather. Kenzo produced her phone, revealing a photo of a cheerful, sunny-haired child. Another child? Sukuna's interest waned. Scoffing, too young. Kenzo, somewhat taken aback, then smiled meaningfully. So you do care about age? Her gaze suddenly fell upon Shota, laden with implications. Have you considered this further? Sukuna easily grasped Kenzo's insinuation. It was merely a reminder for him to attempt to seize Shota's body once more. After all, the physical appearance, age, and sorcery were all quite suitable. To simply abandon the pursuit of other vessels seemed a waste of time. If one attempt failed, then two could be made. Sukuna raised a hand to smooth his disheveled hair, crimson eyes glimmering, about to speak. When Shota's voice interjected swiftly from beside him. Stop harboring those distasteful thoughts about others' bodies. Do you not possess your own, madam? Kenzo's poised smile abruptly froze on her face. Shota continued with a note of admonishment. I am well aware of your sorcery. I will be frank. You cannot lay a finger on that sorcerer, Suguru Geto. Of course, my body shall not be manipulated by anyone. Kenzo fell silent for a moment, striving to maintain a facade of calm. It seems you harbor a dislike for me. Shota did not shy away. Indeed, to be precise, I detest you. Consider my predicament. Do you think this is a result of someone else's scheming? Understanding that he was aware of her anonymous surveillance sent to the higher-ups at Jujutsu High, Kenzo forced a smile, feigning nonchalance. Do not be angry, it was all a misunderstanding. Is it? I do not perceive it as a misunderstanding. Shota regarded the visibly perturbed Kenzo with an expressionless demeanor, stating plainly, to be honest, my mood is quite poor at present. Should you incite further trouble here, I shall kill you. A profound silence enveloped the trio. Not only was Rimen taken aback, but even Sukuna could not help but glance in astonishment at Shota's profile. Kenzo was infuriated. Who was this individual, able to remain unscathed beside Sukuna, and now dared to brazenly utter such threats to her? Kenzo suppressed her rage, locking eyes with Shota, neither willing to avert their gaze. At that moment, Sukuna, arms crossed, stated coolly, do not stare. I admit this fellow is capable. Kenzo was profoundly astonished. Despite her myriad of questions, she recognized that this was not the time for conflict, and thus she reluctantly set her pride aside. Very well. We shall meet again. Kenzo's expression shadowed with gloom. She hastily exited the store. Shota and Rimen exchanged concerned glances regarding Shota's state. Once Kenzo departed, a gentle smile blossomed on Shota's face, as he extended an umbrella to Rimen. It's fine now. Let us proceed, Lord Rimen, to the market. Rimen clutched the umbrella, uncertain of what to say. Sukuna quietly observed the shifting emotions of Shota before turning his gaze forward, remaining silent. Shota was merely repulsed by Kenzo's earlier antics, which had provoked him into retorting sharply. Upon witnessing Kenzo shamelessly produce a photograph of Yuta Itadori for them to see, a surge of anger welled within him. Were it not for the system's prior warning, he would have granted Chiensua a ticket to the underworld. He had procured an abundance of meat: pork, duck, fish, lamb, chicken, beef, goose, and rabbit. Rimen observed the despondent and dazed expression on Shandaoqingye's face as he meticulously counted the items on his list. That was likely the first time he had witnessed Yezi's fury. Usually, this fellow wore a cheerful smile, but the sudden manifestation of such a frigid demeanor was deeply unsettling. If he chose to inflict harm upon Qingye as Chiensua did, he too would eventually endure Yezi's icy scrutiny. Limay's breath hitched, and he clutched his sleeve tightly. My lord Limay, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Your complexion is quite alarming. I am fine. Limay swiftly gathered the plastic bags from the ground, his arms laden to the brim, leaving bystanders agape. What incredible strength that girl possesses. Meanwhile, Shandaoqingye listened to the whispers surrounding him, his shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. The most vivid sensation was felt by the entity perched on his shoulder, Sunuo. Had this fellow's spirits lifted once more? Sunuo, who preferred not to gaze upward at others, found his eyes lingering on Shandaoqingye's smiling face for an extended moment. Do you know Chiensua well? The lord inquired in a low voice. Shandao Qingye's smile faltered as he matched Li Mei's pace, expressing disdain. He's rather ordinary. I have no desire to understand that detestable fellow. Observing the genuine disdain in Qingye's demeanor, Suanoa recalled their initial encounters with one another. He pondered the source of Qingye's knowledge, wondering if it was somehow linked to the voice residing within him. However, Shandao Qingye produced a phone from his pocket. The device ringing with a familiar sound. His previously monotone voice softened significantly as he spoke. Hello Wu Tiao? Suanoa responded. Why the silence? On the other end, Wu Tiao settled into a couch, exclaiming, Ah yes, I'm listening. Shandao Qingye chuckled lightly. Don't just listen. You must speak, for you were the one who called. Wu Tiao's voice was heavily restrained, yet direct. Qingye, do you want to go on a date with me? Shandao Qingye replied, Huh? Chapter 11. A safe journey the following day. Saturday morning, with no tasks to resolve and no classes to attend, the trio strolled leisurely. At that moment, Wu Tiao, with a casual air, slipped his hands into his pockets and waved. Shizuko, I've got something to discuss with Jia, so I'll be off. Shizuko appeared perplexed. He was unaware of any matter requiring their attention. Why the rush? He mused. Shizuko then remarked from behind, a date, perhaps? Wu Tiao's stride abruptly halted, his voice rising several notches. Ha! Why would I be going on a date with Jia? Jia, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. Wu Tiao, please clarify. What business do I have with you? The matter, of course, was about accompanying him to meet Qingye. Upon hearing this, Jia's expression softened slightly until Wu Tiao added, a date with Qingye. Jia responded, Huh? Shizuko echoed the sentiment. After receiving his repaired phone yesterday, Wu Tiao had eagerly called, his excitement leading him to blurt out the invitation. Once he realized what he had done, the bashful Wu Tiao instinctively sought an excuse. Jia will be joining us, of course. Haha, so it's just a meeting? Very well. Came the response. As the other person readily agreed, Wu Tiao's heart raced with anticipation. Yet before he could say more, the call inexplicably ended. Nevertheless, Wu Tiao believed that whether it was a meeting or a date, the outcome was ultimately the same, and he was simply overjoyed at the prospect of seeing Qingye. Shizuko glanced at Wu Tiao's smug expression and straightforwardly remarked, I didn't expect your progress to be this significant. Regardless, remember to make a stop at the convenience store first. Buy some items from the counter, just in case. Upon hearing this, Jia was momentarily bewildered, while Wu Tiao appeared equally confused. Soon after, Jia comprehended the implication and could not help but take a deep breath. Shizuko, at our age, using that is rather premature. Shizuko replied nonchalantly, I merely believe it's early. However, you don't find it objectionable to use, do you? Jia's heart trembled, seemingly robbed of any retort. Meanwhile, Wu Tiao remained in the dark. What are you two talking about? Why can't I understand? Shizuko pressed. What are you suggesting we buy at the convenience store? Jia sensed the impending disaster, and attempted to cover Shizuko's mouth, but it was too late. Unperturbed, Shizuko swiftly replied, what else? Of course, we need to buy some items. Wu Tiao's body jolted, his eyes widening in disbelief behind his sunglasses, his face darkening with an overwhelming chill. What on earth would Jia and I need to buy that for? Shizuko tilted her head. Isn't it necessary? Don't you like men? Isn't it quite normal to have those on hand? Wu Tiao's face contorted with disdain. Humph, what nonsense. Who said I liked men? Shizuko, unfazed, continued her steady output. How could that be? If one understands their preferences, there's no desire to engage in anything inappropriate, is there? Wu Tiao glared at her hand gestures, his forehead pulsing with frustration, his sunglasses askew, his voice trembling. No, this is utterly insane. Who do you take me for? I would never have such thoughts about Jia. Jia too felt a chill run down his spine. Only Shizuko remained unfazed. Who said we were talking about Jia? Haven't we been referring to Qingye all along? Wu Tiao was left dumbfounded, the silence around him suffocating. 3 seconds later, he adjusted his sunglasses with one hand, his expression shifting dramatically. Let's go, Jia, to the convenience store. Jia firmly grasped Wu Tiao, who was striding forward like a bull, and urged, Wu Tiao, calm down, don't scare Qingye. As they neared the door, the prospect of seeing Qingye filled Shandao Qingye with excitement. He casually donned a blue short-sleeved hoodie and set off with the eager feline. Before departing, he informed Li Mei of their itinerary. Li Mei regarded him solemnly and nodded. Yet when he turned to seek Suanoa, Shandao Qingye found himself unable to locate the figure of the esteemed lord. Upon receiving Wu Tiao's call the previous day, Suanoa seemed to find their conversation bothersome. Abruptly standing up and inadvertently disconnecting his call, casting him a warning glance. At that moment he received a message from Wu Tiao, and thus abandoned his search for Suanoa. Glancing at the screen as he proceeded outside, Wu Tiao texted, let us roll the dice. Whoever gets the smaller number has to call the other senpai when we meet. The feline eagerly raised its paw to toss the dice. Noticing Wu Tiao's continued fixation on the idea, Shandao Qingye smiled. Sure, you go first, Wu Tiao. Wu Tiao insisted. No, you go first. Consequently, Shandao Qingye tossed the dice in their messaging app, a stroke of luck landing him a 6. He teased. Looks like Wu Tiao has to call me senpai. Wu Tiao jumped. Just wait. The next moment, a new dialogue box popped up with a rolling dice animation. The numbers spun past 3, then 5, then 4, seemingly poised to settle on 1 when at the last moment, a colossal dice image appeared. Pausing on a side filled with black dots, there were at least 30. Shandao Qingye blinked in confusion. Wu Tiao, brimming with triumph, shared an exuberant, tear-inducing meme. I won. A deal's a deal. Realizing Wu Tiao was blatantly cheating, Shandao Qingye felt no anger whatsoever. He leisurely typed, alright, prepare yourself. On the subway, Satoru Gojo fixated intently on a particular message, his cheeks pressing against his phone, a wave of secret delight washing over him, causing his ears to flush crimson. Suguru Geto silently adjusted his wristband, capturing his dear friend's innocent expression in his gaze. Suddenly he spoke. Gojo, I need to return home for a bit. You go ahead and meet up with Chasuk. What's wrong? Nothing, I'll find you all soon. The rendezvous point was not within the bustling city, but rather a secluded area at the foot of a shrine. Away from the distractions, they intended to ascend the mountain leisurely, seeking relaxation for their minds and bodies. Chasuk was the first to arrive, seated on the lowest step, with a coal-black creature beside him, curiously looking around. Just then, the creature dove into his embrace. He presumed it was Satoru Gojo's arrival. However, upon turning, he was met by the enormous eyes of Roko, which nearly occupied half of his field of vision. Beside Roko stood a towering special-grade cursed spirit, Hanami. The three exchanged glances across the way. At that moment, a red delivery truck fortuitously approached, honking around the bend with an abrasive sound. As the truck drew nearer, Roko grinned maliciously, revealing his darkened teeth. It's that little brat. Hanami emitted sounds that seemed less like human speech, possibly a response. They then appeared to disregard the truck entirely, casually stepping forward. The next instant, a warning floated over from across the way. Do not cross the road. Cursed spirits should also be mindful of safety. Roko took a reluctant step back, uttering, oh, my apologies. Chasuk replied, it's all right. The truck zoomed past safely, stirring a gust of exhaust. Roko stood in a daze, perplexed by the situation. Why is it listening to that little brat? Chapter 12. Roko's lack of perception. The summer heat was far from refreshing. Suddenly, the air grew even more oppressive, saturated with an indescribable scent reminiscent of a volcano on the verge of eruption. Chasuk's nostrils twitched slightly as he calmly regarded Roko, who was puffing on a specially crafted pipe. Indeed, Roko was also staring at him, his massive crimson pupils radiating a chilling malice, with a curl of disdain at the corner of his mouth. It was absurd that such a little brat could provoke him to such an extent. Even that Sukuna had vouched for him. How could he not perceive anything special? Hanami stood silently to the side, glancing around before finally fixing his gaze on Chasuk. He detected no other presence, seemingly just this one human and a low-grade cursed spirit. Just as Hanami was about to speak, Roko stepped forward. He was somewhat perturbed by the fact that he had unwittingly heeded the words of a little brat, his murderous intent unabashed. I usually avoid meddling in others' affairs, but now I want to incinerate that little brat to ashes. As soon as the words left his mouth, a multitude of searing flames erupted behind Roko, and he unleashed a barrage of fireballs, charging toward Chasuk with ferocity. The surrounding air warped under the intense heat, flames engulfing everything in their path. The inferno was vast. The bushes flanking the steps were incinerated, and the stone steps shattered under the onslaught, debris raining down and stirring up clouds of dust. Roko disdainfully flicked his wrist, brushing the ash from his pipe. Humans today really talk big. Didn't they say he was formidable? How is he so easily vanquished? Hanami shared Roko's confidence in his attack. Under such a massive offensive, few sorcerers could withstand it. As the eyesore seemed to be dealt with, Roko's mocking laughter was abruptly interrupted by an unexpected voice from across the way. Did someone incite you to come and kill me? Roko's enormous pupils constricted in disbelief as he shouted, You're still alive? Indeed, Chasuk remained seated, cradling the frightened creature in his arms, surrounded by a shimmering aura. However, it was a bit warm. He nonchalantly tugged at his collar. Roko's eye twitched in irritation. What did this little brat think of his technique? How infuriating. You. Yet before Roko could finish his venomous retort, he noticed the white-haired brat slowly rising to his feet. Strangely, The low-grade cursed spirit in his embrace vanished in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, the figure flickered. Smoking is harmful to your health. Look, your teeth are turning black. It's confiscated. Roko. Coming back to his senses, he discovered his pipe had indeed been snatched away, and staring into those mismatched eyes. His heart momentarily halted. Roko abruptly leaned back to retaliate, but struck nothing. The little brat had vanished. Where? As his frustration mounted, Roko turned about, locking onto the target only to find the white-haired brat seemingly unfazed, standing back in his original spot, his pipe in hand. Roko's fury ignited. I will kill you. Hanami swiftly intervened, restraining the enraged Roko. Another cursed energy is approaching. At that moment, Roko had little concern for anything else. Given his current strength, it was impossible for him not to eliminate a sorcerer. Even if help arrived, he would take down one if two came. Extreme falling star. A fireball, several dozen meters in diameter, descended from the sky, heavy enough to seem as if it would consume everything in its vicinity, leaving no escape. Just then, a dazzling purple light shot forth from the other side, a myriad of beams radiating, blocking the path of the descending fireball. The two opposing forces collided, unleashing a powerful shockwave that nearly sent everyone flying. Roko's expression shifted dramatically. Who? He raised his gaze to see Satoru Gojo, standing mid-air with an air of superiority. Gojo looked down, his azure eyes gleaming even brighter than usual behind his sunglasses. Hey, isn't that the volcano head? Roko's veins throbbed. Why are you targeting my date? Gojo boldly proclaimed, if you want to descend to hell quickly, come find me. But do not harm him. Chasuk lifted his chin, his gaze inadvertently following Gojo's slowly descending figure. It was indeed thrilling. As he spoke, Gojo casually wrapped an arm around Chasuk's shoulder, turning him to face him. In that moment of eye contact, Gojo scrutinized him closely, his tone laced with concern, softly asking, Chasuk, are you alright? Suddenly struck by Gojo's striking appearance, Chasuk's eyes widened, his previously calm demeanor faltering as he instinctively turned his gaze away from Roko. Iem me fine. However, just as he averted his eyes, he felt a tightness on his cheek, his gaze forcibly redirected back by Gojo. Gojo wore a disgruntled expression, his azure pupils brimming with dissatisfaction. Why are you looking at those two ugly creatures? Am I not handsome? Roko and Hanami, both affronted by the personal attack. Hearing Gojo's childish complaint, Chasuk chuckled softly, attempting to placate him. That's not it. It's precisely because you, Gojo-senpai, are so handsome that it makes one shy to stare. Gojo's breath hitched momentarily. Even the hand gripping Chasuk's cheek froze in shock. Subsequently, Chasuk distinctly observed Gojo's neck and face reddening at an astonishing speed. He blinked in surprise, curiously reaching out to poke Gojo's fair complexion. The skin beneath his fingertip was astonishingly warm. I keep my word, don't I? By the way, Gojo, are you okay? Certainly. At this moment, I feel as though a multitude of deer are rampaging within me. As you island, Chanai thought for a moment, on the verge of reluctantly withdrawing his hand, when it was unexpectedly pressed down by a force. Wataru looked at him and said, cool it, will you? Isn't it because I touched you that your temperature is elevated? Indeed, hence you must take responsibility. As Chanai ceased his movements in accordance with his words, Wataru struggled to suppress his impulses while slowly brushing his face against Chanya's trembling palm, his gaze intensely fixed as if scrutinizing another's reaction. Chanya's heart began to race. It felt akin to petting a cat. No, Wataru was far too skilled at being affectionate. Wataru exhaled softly, slightly turning his head, just as his lips, tinged with ulterior motives, were about to meet the quivering palm, when an untimely roar erupted from the irate row. Are you two brats ignoring us? Wataru clicked his tongue in annoyance, his temper flaring. What's the matter? Just because you have but one eye doesn't mean you lack perception. Can't you see that I'm on the verge of success? Ro sneered. Who cares about your success? Don't think that your earlier fortunate defenses have rendered your situation entirely secure. Just two unregistered cursed spirits, making such grandiose claims in front of me? As tensions escalated, the gentler Hanami interjected. Unfortunately, Wataru found her peculiar language utterly incomprehensible. However, Chanai responded. Do you want me to return the pipe to it? Hanami's eyes widened in surprise and she nodded. This human was capable of understanding her language, thus there was no need for telepathic communication. Very well, Miss Hanami. Hanami was momentarily taken aback. Ro was also taken aback. It had previously revealed itself before the sorcerers, so it was unsurprising that its name was disclosed, but Hanami rarely appeared before others. How did the sorcerer come to know her name? This little brat seemed genuinely peculiar. Yes, be cautious. Chapter 13. Not foolish indeed. Let us retrieve the pipe and depart. The voice that appeared directly in their minds was Hanami's unique method of communication, much to Roa's annoyance, who twisted its ears in frustration. You can leave, but I must eliminate both of these brats today. Observing Roa's stubbornness, Hanami could only advise, stay calm. We do not yet know where Sukuna is. Upon hearing that name, Roa's overheated mind momentarily cooled before becoming even more agitated. Wasn't it said that Sukuna's condition was abnormal? Even if he wasn't, would he align himself with the sorcerers against us? No. Have you forgotten that Kinjaku and Sukuna's servant struck a deal, handing over all the collected fingers to one another? In other words, we currently lack an understanding of how many fingers Sukuna possesses, and that peculiar-eyed brat seems to have a significant connection to Sukuna. Recklessly killing him would only offend Sukuna, and jeopardize our plans to win him over. Ro frowned. Hanami continued to persuade. I'll go retrieve the pipe for you. Once I have it, we will retreat. However, Ro disregarded this goodwill. I see no other cursed energy here. Sukuna cannot possibly be around. If he is, then all the better. Better for what? A deep male voice suddenly interjected. Ro was abruptly silenced. The stealthy approach sent alarm bells ringing in Hanami's mind, who swiftly yanked Ro aside and retreated several meters cautiously. Upon closer inspection, Sukuna was standing atop a high, curved warning sign, his crimson eyes chillingly cold. Ro and Hanami were taken aback. There was no mistaking those features. He was indeed the Curse King from a millennium ago. But why was he so diminutive in stature? Sukuna would never voluntarily explain his predicament to anyone. Though small and incapable of using cursed energy, he noticed that these creatures seemed quite intimidated by him. Lost in thought, Sukuna couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh. To Ro and Hanami, his expression was one of inscrutable depth. Is he perhaps expressionless? At that moment, Wataru also caught sight of Sukuna. Chanai nodded, rather surprised. Indeed. How curious. What is he doing here? He lacks cursed energy. How did he come to this place? Moreover, he had inadvertently instilled fear in Ro and Hanami. So this is his true appearance? It's utterly comical, being so small, ha ha ha. Chanai, quick-witted, swiftly covered Wataru's mouth to stifle his laughter, signaling with his eyes. Now is not the time to provoke enmity. Let the esteemed one maintain his charade a while longer. Wataru immediately quieted. 2 seconds later, Chanai felt Wataru gently grasp his wrist and pull away, Wataru leaning close to rest his head on Chanya's shoulder. I nearly couldn't breathe. It's not that exaggerated. I don't care, just let me borrow some air. With Wataru draped over him, Chanai felt reluctant to push him away. So he gently stroked Wataru's soft hair, genuinely exclaiming, Wataru, you truly are the most affectionate man I have ever encountered. Wataru suddenly lifted his head, scrutinizing. Do you know other men? Chanai. Out of the corner of Sukuna's eye, he observed the intimate exchange between the two, his previously cold crimson gaze darkening further, shrouded in gloom. Hanami sensed Sukuna's deteriorating mood, her resolve to retreat solidifying further. Ro was at a loss regarding Sukuna's current state. He felt no cursed energy emanating from Sukuna. Yet, the indescribable weight of pressure felt akin to stone, instilling considerable apprehension. Never mind, for the greater good. It would be best to avoid provoking Sukuna. Their departure was in order. Hey brat, hurry and return my pipe. With such a poor attitude having struck first, how does he expect to reclaim his belongings? Wataru decisively snatched the pipe from Chanya's hand, and tossed it onto the dark ground littered with ash and rubble. Hey, that's dirty. Provoked, Ro's eyes widened, resembling a volcano on the brink of eruption. Just then, Sukuna's low call stilled all factors of turmoil. Sensing Sukuna's emotional upheaval, Hanami wasted no time, seizing the opportunity to grasp the enraged Ro and turn to flee. Chanai looked at Sukuna, taking a step toward the esteemed one, and habitually quipped, What's wrong? Do you want me to carry you down? Sukuna. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Wataru forcefully pulled him back, shielding him behind. What are you doing, expressionless one? His 6 eyes narrowed in scrutiny. You're in a state of bodily separation with him now, right? It seems you lack cursed energy, though I don't know why. It's splendid. I'll just send you to hell. If you think I'm taking advantage of your vulnerability, so be it. Just as those words left his lips, Wataru's gathering of cursed energy was interrupted by Chanya's plea. Wataru, don't harm him. Wataru frowned in confusion. Why not? The situation is quite complex. I'll explain it to you later when the opportunity arises. Saying this, Chanai maneuvered around Wataru and approached the high warning sign. He then extended his hands upward. Come down. Sukuna fixed his gaze upon him, and with a graceful leap, landed precisely atop Chanai's head. Chanai, I knew the esteemed one wouldn't cooperate. withdrawing his hand in frustration, just as he was about to inquire how Sukuna had arrived here. Another weight settled on his shoulder. Finding the most suitable position, Sukuna sat down firmly. Yusuji Tain, rendered speechless, contemplated for a moment before expressing his suspicion. You didn't follow me here, did you? Sukuna cast him a sidelong glance, unfazed by the implication of foolishness. Where would I hide? Observing the confusion as Tain patted himself down, even checking the pockets of his trousers, Sukuna, with a hint of benevolence, considered enlightening him. However, at that moment, he caught sight of Satoru Gojo striding over. In the next instant, their eyes, one crimson and the other six-eyed, met. Gojo's expression darkened as he glared at the King of Curses. How could that insufferable stoic appear so chummy with Tain? Did he really have to perch himself upon Tain's shoulder? How was he to lean in close now? Sukuna, devoid of any discernible expression, scrutinized Gojo for a moment before a wicked, satisfied smile crept across his lips. Chapter 14. What do you mean by similarity? This is it. Tain could see the veins bulging on Gojo's forehead, his mood plummeting to an extreme. Why does that curse wear a victorious expression? Gojo, unable to tolerate it any longer, extended his arm forward. Sukuna swiftly discerned Gojo's intent, his crimson gaze tinged with disdain. Taking advantage of his smaller stature, he nimbly shifted to the side, not forgetting to grasp a lock of Tain's hair that hung near his ear. Tain, visibly puzzled, turned to the King of Curses. Why are you suddenly grabbing my hair? Sukuna replied, casting a sidelong glance. You should be asking that little brat. That little brat? As Tain was about to glance at Gojo, Gojo preemptively shot a disdainful gesture at Sukuna. I can't respect a snitch. Hurry up and disappear. Sukuna remained unperturbed. He even sat down calmly, his hand sliding down to unexpectedly land on something soft and warm. Tain jolted in surprise, unable to withstand it any longer, and promptly yanked Sukuna down. Don't touch my ears. Not wanting to incite further conflict between Gojo and Sukuna, Tain decisively confined Sukuna in the ink spirit realm. Before Sukuna could comprehend the situation, the scene around him abruptly transformed into a vast expanse of white, an endless mysterious space. His crimson pupils darkened. How dare Tain confine him here without permission? A surge of pent-up frustration had no outlet, and realizing he couldn't escape this place, he recalled the words he had heard before entering. Sukuna had no choice but to forcibly suppress his anger, lowering his gaze to brood over his palm for a few seconds. He then irritably ran his fingers through his hair, raising his eyes to survey his surroundings, his pupils flickering with a contemplative red glow in this daylit space. Speaking of which, that guy's sensitive reactions are truly peculiar. A mere touch sets him off like this. That little brat Gojo, always rubbing against him. How come he doesn't get angry? The King of Curses found it increasingly absurd. His desire to restore his cursed energy grew stronger. Looking around, he recalled how the environment here during his initial exploration of this alternate space resembled his own domain. Why was it different now? Uncertain of the passage of time within this realm, Sukuna aimlessly began to walk forward, as if attempting to quell the nameless agitation within. Before long, Sukuna sensed a very familiar cursed energy. Following the sensation, he spotted a pile of clutter ahead, where the coal that had entered earlier lay quietly asleep. That didn't particularly catch his interest. What did was a seemingly inconspicuous bag lying in another corner, emanating a remarkably potent cursed aura. Sukuna's gaze suddenly locked onto it. In the next moment, the King of Curses, who had been in a foul mood, couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. How careless of Tain. He had hidden other fingers here. Meanwhile, Tain silently observed Gojo as he conversed with the assistant supervisor from the Jujutsu High. Gojo succinctly explained that he had encountered an attack from a special-grade cursed spirit, and the extent of the damage at the shrine, omitting any mention of his own status as a fugitive. Understanding that Gojo was protecting him, Tain refrained from interjecting. The moment Gojo hung up the phone, he curiously asked, Hey, didn't you say that Yuta was coming too? Where is he? Initially relieved to see Sukuna confined by Tain, Gojo felt a wave of satisfaction. But upon hearing this question, his expression fell. Couldn't he have a moment alone with Tain? Tain blinked, smiling softly with two people. It really does feel like a date. Gojo froze momentarily. What do you mean by like? This is it. Tain gazed directly at Gojo, who asked in confusion. Why are you staring at me? So Gojo, you really do like me? The two statements echoed in succession, crystal clear. Gojo paused, silently tucking his phone away. Noticing Gojo's unusual reaction, Tain remained silent, but Gojo suddenly blushed fiercely, his trembling arm pointing at Tain. Is it really that surprising that I like you? It's not like it's a loss. Why keep asking and making it awkward? Oh, I'm sorry. Tain, pointed at, sincerely apologized. I won't bring it up again. Gojo. At that moment, the phone beeped. Hello. Tane. The concerned voice of Suguru Geto came through the receiver. I see signs of a battle here. Many trees have been burned. Are you and Gojo alright? We're fine. The situation has been resolved. By the way, Geto, have you arrived? Yes, I have. Then I'll come down to meet you. Gojo and I are at the top. No need to come down. I didn't bring much, but why is Gojo mumbling something? It's a bit noisy. Tane smiled faintly. It's nothing. Gojo is just shy. Gojo retorted loudly. I am not. After speaking, he leaned in closely, staring intently. And why are you so calm? Where? I was a bit startled to confirm it with my own ears. Feeling a bit overwhelmed by the close proximity, Tane turned to retreat, but Gojo firmly pulled him back. Underneath the lingering warmth, Gojo's striking blue eyes studied him intently for a while. Gojo lowered his eyelids. The thick, white lashes fluttering like a soft brush against one's heart. The deep voice swirling around them only added to the disarray of thoughts. Without hesitation, Gojo blurted out, I want a kiss. Tane's heart skipped a beat. What? Gojo leaned in closer, the sunglasses on his nose teetering precariously. Is that not allowed? Not allowed. Suddenly Geto, still on the line, chimed in with a smile. Tone it down, Gojo. We're outside. Realizing the call hadn't been disconnected, Gojo swiftly snatched the phone. Speaking rapidly, enough nonsense, Geto. You better hurry up. That might be a bit difficult. My mom specifically asked me to bring her fried mushrooms stuffed with meat and green pepper meat buns to Tane while they're still hot. I also brought some dessert since climbing a mountain isn't just about the climb. Hunger is important too. Gojo arriving empty-handed. Wow, what a stark contrast. At that moment, Tane seized the opportunity to reclaim the phone, informing Geto that he would head down to meet him right away. As he hung up the phone, Satoru Gojo, filled with reluctance, inquired, what about our kiss? What kiss? Feigned ignorance. The one from last time in the store. Temporarily overcoming his shyness. Each of Gojo's words resonated with surprising clarity. Narumi Kamiki, clearing his throat, raised a hand to explain, Gojo, that level of contact hardly qualifies as a kiss. Then what would? Faced with the earnest inquiries from the innocent Gojo, Narumi found himself at a loss for analogies. Thus he opted to flee the conversation, saying, let us not dwell on that. We should hurry to meet Suguru. Gojo, with his long strides, chased after him. Why won't you say? Hurry and tell me how to kiss you. Chapter 15. The Friend's Retaliation. Before long, Narumi and Gojo successfully reunited with Suguru Geto, and the trio leisurely ascended the mountain, settling in a relatively open and flat area. As Suguru arranged the delicious food prepared with care by his mother, he glanced ahead and remarked, Narumi, if you dislike it, you can simply push Gojo away. Suddenly, using his height advantage, Gojo wrapped his arms around Narumi's waist from behind, pulling him naturally into his embrace. Suguru. What nonsense are you spouting? Suguru's demeanor remained nonchalant. My eyes tell me, Gojo, you should take it slow. Gojo, unable to grasp the concept of speed, scoffed derisively, replying with a hint of provocation. Are you envious of me? Suguru's expression suddenly stiffened. Seeing this, Narumi, caught in Gojo's bear hug, quickly spoke up, Suguru, don't mind me, I'm fine. It just feels like there's a huge, clingy plush cat behind me. From his vantage point, he couldn't see it. But Suguru could clearly observe Gojo's smug demeanor. A faint smile lingered on Suguru's lips, though the veins on his forehead were slightly bulging. It's nothing. But Gojo's words are somewhat infuriating. Oh, are you upset? Well, that can't be helped. Gojo, unperturbed, unabashedly flashed a friendly international gesture at his dear friend. Narumi's eyelids twitched at this sight, hastily covering Gojo's hand while redirecting Suguru's attention by asking for the new green pepper meat buns made by Suguru's mother. Suguru then lowered his head to open the food box, and the alluring aroma intensified in the air. Narumi generously praised the meal, and as soon as he finished, Suguru had already deftly split the chopsticks and securely picked one up, bringing it to Narumi's lips. Come on, give it a try, Suguru coaxed softly, all very gentle. Narumi was momentarily taken aback, but the allure of the food proved irresistible, and he opened his mouth to take a bite. Delicious. Munch, munch, munch. Suguru continued calmly. And there's this. He picked another piece and offered it. Narumi nodded enthusiastically. Delightful. Suguru observed him with a gentle smile, commenting, this dish is spicy. Made by my mother. I didn't expect you to adapt so well, but you should still have some grape juice, freshly squeezed. Alright, thank you, Gojo. Utterly dumbfounded. At this rate, some childish antics from a six-eyed individual seemed to pale in comparison to the retorts of the suave fox. When Gojo witnessed Narumi sip the juice handed over by Suguru, his emotions exploded. Why are you both ignoring me? Sorry Gojo, we were too engrossed. Gojo shot an annoyed glance at Suguru, forcefully turning Narumi's face to look at him, his azure eyes wide with a mix of accusation and fury. Flustered, Narumi sought to smooth things over and, with a flourish, produced a bag of snacks. No, I prepared a gift for you this time. Gojo's simmering frustration diminished considerably upon seeing the bag of treats. He then heard Narumi add, I also prepared one for Suguru, indicating for Suguru to extend his hand. Gojo curiously leaned his chin on Narumi's shoulder. Suguru complied and opened his palm, where Narumi gently placed a woven black hair tie. Each loop was impeccably crafted in both tightness and shape. Why is this for Suguru? Narumi replied nonchalantly, because Suguru looks great with his hair tied up. Gojo's expression turned skeptical. Have your eyes gone awry? Narumi smiled, unperturbed by Gojo's childish remark. Observing Suguru's silent contemplation of the hair tie, he realized this gift, in comparison to Gojo's treats, seemed rather trivial, almost perfunctory, and quickly added, of course, Suguru looks quite handsome with his hair down as well. Implying that if he didn't fancy this hair tie, he certainly wouldn't lack alternatives. Suguru, however, raised his eyes and asked, Did you make this yourself? Narumi nodded. Because he was preoccupied with concerns for Suguru's well-being, he had infused this item with a bit of his own power, ensuring it could serve a protective function in times of peril. No wonder I took a liking to it right away. As Suguru spoke, he decisively removed the hair tie securing his bun, smoothly replacing it with the one Narumi had given him. The motion was fluid, and the newly tied bun was nothing short of exquisite, perfectly complementing the strands of hair that fell just above his brow, exuding an air of elegance and charm. Suguru must be the subtly flamboyant type, Narumi mused. Sporting long hair and earrings, wearing baggy lantern pants with a high school uniform, he appeared simple yet undeniably stylish. Pondering this, Narumi couldn't help but smile. Suguru, puzzled by Narumi's laughter, began to question whether there was something amiss with his hairstyle. Just as Narumi was about to speak, a voice full of jealousy rang out. Why are you staring at Suguru and praising him? Didn't you say you liked my face? Did I ever say that? Feigning contemplation while stroking his chin, Gojo's expression fell incredulous. What? You forgot? Haha, forgot? Shall I take another look? No sooner had Narumi finished speaking than his perspective shifted dramatically. With his back against the grass, Gojo loomed over him, their gazes locking, and the atmosphere between them suddenly thickened. Gojo wore an expression as if wound up tightly, only to be caught in a moment of vulnerability. His face flushed crimson, as though he were the one beneath. How come you fell apart the moment I pressed you? Narumi, unable to deny it, after hearing the six-eyed one's true feelings. He now recognized this was the innocent side of Gojo. He had previously mistaken Gojo's blush for a sign of illness. Clearing his throat, he teased softly. Perhaps you should get up, considering you can't even manage a kiss. To his surprise, Gojo's voice boomed louder than anyone else's. That's why I asked you to tell me how to kiss you. Narumi, Suguru, who had been listening, could hardly articulate the sensation of witnessing the six-eyed one being left speechless. Once Ushijima Naritaka had calmed down, he decisively released the coal from the Morio space to alleviate the awkwardness and tension. Meow. Before Shoyu could react, a sharp pain shot across his face. Seizing the moment while Gojo Satoru's attention was diverted, Ushijima quickly sat up straight and remarked with a smile, It seems the coal has missed you, Jay. After all this time, Shoyu gently grabbed the little cat and looked down at it. To others, the coal might have seemed excited, but as the shaman's master who had absorbed the coal spirit, Shoyu could clearly sense that the coal was terrified, as if it had seen something that frightened it to the core. No, it was truly afraid. Hearing Shoyu's words, Ushijima was momentarily taken aback. Shoyu, with a grave expression, vaguely understood that the other possessed a technique related to alternate dimensions, and asked solemnly, Did it see something in your space, Naritaka? A stoic face is inside. Gojo murmured while unwrapping a snack. Sukuna? Noting Shoyu's confusion, Ushijima proceeded to clarify Sukuna's current situation. Chapter 16. Free ice cream. Upon hearing that Sukuna had lost his cursed energy due to breaking his restraints, Shoyu's brows furrowed slightly, but he quickly suppressed his surprise, focusing instead on a more pressing concern. So Sukuna is no longer in your body, Naritaka? Indeed, Ushijima nodded, contemplating how to address Sukuna's current diminutive form. Just then, a shadow flickered in front of him, and he saw Shoyu slowly rising, a glimmer of long-suppressed relief shining in his elongated eyes. In that case, Naritaka, you need not hide any longer. Come back to the Jujutsu High. Shoyu extended his hand toward him with earnest intent. Ushijima gazed up, momentarily stunned. Just as he was about to lower his head in silence, He was suddenly lifted off the ground, Gojo hoisting him onto his shoulder with brute strength. If ropes and bags were at hand, Gojo would have whimsically considered packing him up right then and there. You're right, Jay. I can't believe I didn't think of that sooner. Anyway, with the stoic face kicked out, he can't be arrogant anymore. And that rotten orange won't randomly make things difficult for a decent student. Shoyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, not only them, but the Zenin family shouldn't completely blame a student threatened by a curse. Naritaka is also one of the innocent victims. Listening to Gojo and Shoyu discussing him, Ushijima felt a swell of gratitude in silence. However, he wasn't entirely innocent either, as he had known about Sukuna's situation, and had consented to share his body. Moreover, the Lord wasn't even fully in the human realm yet. It was a long process to alter Sukuna's nature and curb his wanton killing. He needed to stay close to Sukuna. But these thoughts were ones he couldn't voice to Gojo and Shoyu. Even if he did, they would undoubtedly disagree. Wait. A voice called out, drawing the attention of both Gojo and Shoyu. Being carried like this. Ushijima's face flushed a deep crimson as he struggled to turn his head to look back, but from this angle, he couldn't see the expressions on their faces. Go. Put me down. Why should I? Don't you want to come back with us? No, just put me down first. And it's better to talk face to face rather than with my backside in view. That is quite rude. Shoyu paused, momentarily caught off guard, and turned his face away awkwardly. Gojo, still processing, smacked Ushijima's rear playfully. What are you saying? I've never been the polite type. The moment his words left his mouth, a shadow lunged at him. The coal leapt up, delivering a flurry of relentless cat punches aimed at Gojo. Unfortunately, none of its strikes landed, all thwarted by Gojo's unyielding defenses. Damn it, are you out of your mind? Gojo exclaimed, quickly grabbing the coal and tossing it to Shoyu while boldly declaring, Today, I'm taking your master away, regardless of any obstacles. After speaking, he even playfully slapped the coal, trying to provoke it. The little cat wasn't actually blocking. It merely thought its owner was being bullied by the mighty Gojo, and thus charged in, furious to avenge its master. Shoyu sensed all of the coal's emotions, and was about to speak when he noticed Gojo staring blankly at his hand after the playful slap. Why does it feel surprisingly nice? He remarked casually. Gojo, if you don't put me down soon, I want to teach you how to kiss. Gojo's eyes widened in surprise. In that moment, his curiosity regarding kissing overshadowed everything else. In just a second, Ushijima found his feet back on solid ground. As he steadied himself, before he could utter a word, Gojo's face was mere inches away, his dark sunglasses reflecting sheer astonishment. When did you plan to teach me? Is it now? Ushijima swallowed hard, opting not to respond, and wisely maintained a 2-meter distance from Gojo, quickly moving to Shoyu's side. Has Gojo always been this easily deceived? As far as I know, indeed, Shoyu replied. Gojo? His 6 eyes seemed struck by lightning, his expression crumbling into one of disbelief. As their small gathering at the shrine came to an end, 2 hours had already passed. Without delay, the swift Gojo had already sent a message to the Gojo family driver, instructing him to wait at the base of the mountain. Ushijima found it difficult to run away in person, especially since both Gojo and Shoyu hoped he would return. Therefore, it didn't seem unreasonable to visit. After all, if he chose to leave later, no one could stop him. The atmosphere in the smoothly moving car was tranquil. In the back seat, Gojo stretched his long legs, almost too large for the vehicle. Ushijima's phone chimed with a new message. Upon opening it, he saw it was from Rimen. When are you coming back? After tricking Fushiguro Megumi, Rimen had taken to adding an emoticon at the end of her messages, though the expression was far from cheerful. Yet Ushijima felt no anger. Rather, he found this new habit rather endearing. What's the matter, Lady Rimen? Are you at home preparing lunch for me? I haven't made anything. I just wanted to ask if you've seen Sukuna. Oh, he secretly followed me out to play. Don't worry, I will protect Lord Sukuna, Lady Rimen. Gazing at the latest message on his phone, Rimen felt a moment of distraction. Lord Sukuna currently lacked cursed energy, and indeed needed a servant's protection while outside. However, was Azusa meeting with sorcerer friends? Would he betray Lord Sukuna? No, he wouldn't. If he had any intention of betrayal, he wouldn't have agreed to serve as a vessel for Lord Sukuna. He could easily abandon the Lord and sever all ties. Suppressing other thoughts, Rimen typed, Bring Lord Sukuna back to me within 15 minutes, or the meal will get cold. TSK, Lady Rimen, you really are quite contradictory. However, I have matters to attend to today, let us postpone until evening. Upon reading this message, Rimen's expression darkened. Yet, no matter how many more messages he sent afterward, there was no reply, for Gojo had leaned in closer, prompting Ushijima to tuck his phone away to avoid Gojo catching him chatting with someone else, which would only lead to more entanglements. Are you going to sleep? He asked softly. With a brooding gaze, Satoru Gojo fixed his eyes on him, declaring, "You must kiss." Arima Narumi responded with a perplexed, "Huh?" Fortunately, the vehicle had already entered the bustling city, where the cacophony of voices and honking horns effectively drowned out Gojo's proclamation. Arima feigned ignorance, turning his gaze toward the window. The driver halted abruptly at a red light, while Suguru Geto, seated in the front passenger seat, silently scrutinized Arima's profile, which seemed almost penetrated by Gojo's intense stare. It appeared that an event was taking place at the entrance of a nearby shopping mall. Arima smiled and remarked, "Ah, they're holding a lively event with a big red banner. However, it's a bit too far away. What does it say?" With unparalleled vision, Gojo read it at a glance. Expressing disinterest, it says, "Kiss for 5 seconds and receive a free ice cream." Pfft, who can't afford ice cream? Suddenly, he halted, pressing his eyes against the window in astonishment. Is that for real? Arima, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, joined Gojo in confirming. Upon realizing the accuracy of the words, he promptly yanked down Gojo's sunglasses, adjusting them to properly shield those radiant eyes. "Driver, please accelerate." "Ah, of course." Gojo interjected, "Stop the car." Chapter 17. Amir chewing gum. Outside the teacher's dormitory, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed, followed by a loud bang. Teacher Yaga. In the spacious yet dimly lit room, Yaga Yoshinobu continued his sewing at a leisurely pace, seemingly indifferent to the loud entrance of Gojo and Geto. Only a small panda, resembling a child, turned its head in surprise amidst the mountain of cursed dolls, exclaiming, "Oh, someone's here." Geto, accustomed to the panda's presence, quickly addressed Yaga, "Teacher, we have something to discuss." "What is it?" Yaga inquired, continuing his meticulous work. Geto succinctly explained the current situation regarding Arima and Sukuna. Gojo interjected, "Now that the curse residing within him is separated, it shouldn't be an issue to bring him back." Upon hearing this, Yaga gradually lifted his head, a frown creasing his brow. "It's not as simple as you think. The Zenin family won't take it lightly. Nor will the higher-ups." Gojo dismissively interrupted. "What's the problem? After all, the principal position will soon be yours. Even if it means abusing your power, it's crucial to show compassion for the innocent students affected by the curse. This matter will undoubtedly be resolved, right?" Yaga took a deep breath, his fists clenched tightly. Just as he was about to erupt, a blue and white figure quietly entered from outside. Upon seeing it, Yaga's expression subtly shifted. "Sorry to intrude, Teacher Yaga." When Arima politely greeted him, Yaga felt a wave of frustration. These audacious kids had brazenly brought someone here. After a moment of internal conflict, Yaga sighed, snipped the thread, set the doll aside, and instructed, "You all stay here obediently. I need to make a phone call." Gojo skeptically remarked, "Huh? Teacher Yaga, you're not planning to secretly inform the old folks to apprehend us, are you?" Before Yaga's piercing glare could land on him, Geto quickly restrained the blathering Gojo, warning, "If you keep talking, you'll end up with a bump on your head." Once Yaga swiftly exited the dormitory, Geto released his grip, and his peripheral vision caught Arima casually approaching the small panda, curiously crouching down. The panda slightly raised its round face, its eyes fixed on Arima without any shyness of encountering a stranger, asking, "What are you looking at?" Its high-pitched voice, combined with its incredibly adorable appearance, made it irresistibly charming. No one could withstand the adorable assault of a giant panda. Arima candidly remarked, "You're incredibly cute. May I pet you?" The panda replied, "Huh?" Geto exclaimed, "What?" Gojo added, "I'm not a toy for your amusement." The panda turned its head, seemingly irked. "I know you're a mutated curse doll created by Teacher Yaga. By the way, I'm an avid fan of pandas." "A panda fan?" The panda's ears perked up, and it turned its round eyes back to Arima, a hint of skepticism evident. The human before it produced a panda badge and a pair of panda ears, waving them enticingly. The skepticism vanished, replaced by a surge of excitement at encountering a discerning fan. "Oh, you're a fan. Can I be petted now?" The panda, brimming with confidence, struck a pose, inviting Arima to touch it. Just as Arima was about to reach out to the precious national treasure, a bamboo shoot adorned with leaves unceremoniously obstructed their interaction. Gojo casually tossed it to the panda, saying, "Here, take this to eat. The adults have serious matters to discuss, so children should go play elsewhere." The panda raised its paw in protest, exclaiming, "Even though I look like a panda, I don't like eating bamboo." Gojo feigned disbelief. "Huh? Does that mean you're picky at such a young age?" The panda was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to counter that claim. Gojo carelessly handed the bamboo over to the panda, then grabbed Arima, expressing disdain. I don't see what is so cute about this round little fellow. No sooner had he spoken than justice descended from above, and Gojo felt a sudden pain on his head. He had not escaped the fate of acquiring a noticeable bump. A minute later, Gojo, sporting an evident bump on his head, sat on the right side, his disgruntled expression almost reaching the heavens. Yaga, seated at the front, glanced at the cursed panda doll playing with the panda badge beside him. His gaze then turned to his two students, his expression darkening. I've already called Nagi to come quickly. Geto and Gojo immediately comprehended Yaga's intent, breathing a sigh of relief. Since Yaga could call Nagi to examine Arima, it indicated that he still wished to assist his students. Is your health all right, Arima? Yaga inquired. Arima, caught between Gojo and Geto, shook his head. Yaga nodded. Completing the health check and obtaining the report is only part of the task. The other crucial aspect is to ascertain the whereabouts of Sukuna and the other scattered fingers. This presents us with a prime opportunity to convince the higher-ups and prove our innocence. As Geto was about to clarify that Sukuna was actually within Arima's alternate space, Gojo preemptively stated, now that we have finally freed ourselves from the curse, who would want to provoke the king of curses again? If they want to find out, let them investigate themselves. Geto was momentarily taken aback, frowning. Why was Gojo deliberately concealing Sukuna's whereabouts? That does make sense, Yaga affirmed in a somber tone. But my suggestion is to find at least one finger of Sukuna before Arima's return is made public, to silence the higher-ups. Sigh, what a hassle. Although Gojo expressed his bewilderment, he refrained from further complaints. Yaga continued, regardless, with both of you assisting, I'm sure it won't take long. Nagi had been summoned by Yaga, so no one suspected her of any ulterior motives. The health examination proceeded swiftly, and upon receiving satisfactory results, Yaga instructed the three of them to return to the student dormitory via a concealed path. Along the way, Nagi, feeling bored, remarked, it seems like you didn't plan to hide this matter from me. Sumuru nodded, affirming, indeed, we are all in this together, like crickets on the same string. None of us can afford to let slip any secrets. Shoko, disinterested in further commentary, cast a sidelong glance at Wataru Fushiguro behind her and casually inquired, shouldn't he be elated that Narumi is back? Why the long face? Sumuru, with piercing insight, offered a blunt retort, he's merely envious of that panda. Upon hearing the brief account of the situation, Shoko's expression turned to one of disdain. What a fool. Hey Wataru, Shoko called out, halting momentarily to toss an object towards him with nonchalance. Narumi Ueshiba nearby barely comprehended the action, only to see Wataru skillfully catch it. What with the sudden gift of gum? This further solidified Shoko's conviction of Wataru's foolishness. She waved dismissively, declaring, I'm off. You all manage without me. Sumuru, equally perplexed, leaned closer to inspect the item in Wataru's grasp. Upon realizing its nature, Sumuru's demeanor froze, and his reflexes overtook his thoughts as he snatched it away. I think I should temporarily hold on to this, Wataru. Wataru shrugged nonchalantly. Whatever? Narumi inquired, aren't you going to eat it? Sumuru, exasperated, could only rub his forehead. This is not edible. Upon hearing this, Wataru immediately protested, it's just gum. Why can't I eat it? What brand is so special? Show me. He reached out to reclaim it from Sumuru. The latter's expression was one of utter disbelief as he turned his back, ensuring Narumi couldn't see, before reluctantly opening his hand, allowing Wataru to seize it. Wataru, still in a state of confusion, read the letters aloud. Du. Sumuru hastily covered Wataru's mouth, his eyes narrowing into a line of forced mirth, utterly fraught with concern. With no other option, he leaned in to explain the item's true nature in hushed tones. Upon finishing, Wataru's voice rose incredulously. What? Is Shoko insane? Probably, Sumuru sighed, wishing for a cigarette to calm his nerves. To his surprise, Wataru retorted, I don't like this peach flavor. Narumi, bewildered, asked, are they discussing the flavor of gum?